Li Luo traversed to the realm of cultivation, successfully passing the assessments of the Seven Star Sect, only to be rejected due to insufficient aptitude. Fortunately, his system had awakened. As long as he continued to bear children, he could accumulate fortune points and exchange them for various rewards from the myriad realms. While great beings have transcended through countless lifetimes to ascend, Li Luo aimed to achieve immortality by taking numerous consorts. With treasures such as the Shan He Shiji II, the Zhu Xian Sword Array, the Tun Tian Demon Jar, the Jiu Zi Secret, and the Ten Fiend techniques at his disposal, years later, Li Luo looked back and realized that his progeny had already spread throughout the cultivation world. Chapter 1. Can one become stronger merely by having children? In the Qing Yun Kingdom, at the Qixing Sword Sect, the final stage of the assessment, the Xiantai Wen Xian was underway. The young men and women on the Jade Stone steps all closed their eyes, their expressions barely restrained. Some wore smiles of elation, while others wept in despair, and still others were consumed by rage. Suddenly, Li Luo opened his eyes wide, jolted to awareness. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling somewhat bewildered. Yet in the next instant, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. Nearby, several assessment masters could not help but nod in approval. Not bad, not bad. He awakened so quickly. His state of mind is commendable. Moreover, I see he has already accomplished the initial stage of chi refinement at merely 20. He is indeed a promising seedling. Wait, he possesses only a low-grade fire spirit root. He doesn't even have dual spirit roots. Is that so? What a pity. The adaptability of a single spirit root is too poor. He is not suited for our Qixing Sword Sect. Let it be. The masters glanced at the assessment records with expressions of regret. At 20 years of age, possessing a low-grade fire spirit root, and being at the initial stage of chi refinement might not be poor in the mundane world of cultivation, but compared to the outer disciples of various sects, he appeared rather insignificant. At this moment, however, Li Luo felt a surge of excitement. As he digested the memories of his predecessor, a sound echoed in his mind. Ding. The more children, more blessing system has been activated. The host may acquire fortune points through procreation to exchange for treasures from the myriad realms. From the highest laws of the universe to the myriad arts of cultivation, all could be exchanged for fortune points. This system is indeed tailored for me. Li Luo's expression was one of exhilaration. Having perused countless materials in his past life, he was no stranger to the art of procreation. His only lament was being single for over 20 years without a single opportunity to practice. Moreover, he had met his end while rescuing someone struck by a vehicle. Perhaps fate deemed his life too tragic and, recognizing his kindness, provided him with this chance to traverse realms. Although his predecessor bore a low-grade spirit root, making the path to immortality arduous, the more children, more blessings system transformed it into a feasible dream. Can one truly become stronger through childbirth? This must be the way. Of course, the prerequisite is sufficient energy. Cultivation heavily relies on aptitude. I possess only a low-grade single spirit root, and even foundational establishment seems beyond my reach. Yet within the system's marketplace, there exist various bloodlines and sacred bodies from the myriad realms. Merely exchanging for one would significantly enhance my aptitude. Ascension is within reach. Li Luo's gaze shimmered with anticipation. He could hardly wait to find a place and engage in numerous encounters with wives and concubines. But I mustn't forget, he currently had no wife at all. Nevertheless, as time passed, the assessment of Xiantai Wen Xian finally concluded. Everyone opened their eyes. Some appeared dazed while others were utterly bewildered. I did it. I shall become immortal. No, this is a trick. You cannot deceive me. I am not mad. You are the ones who are insane. In my life, I, the Beitian Emperor, need not explain myself to you. Dear fairy sister, surely you wouldn't want your master to learn of this, would you? Li Luo observed the awakening yet confused youths, feeling a deep sense of reflection. This was the world of Xian. A mere assessment could ensnare them in its depths, leaving them unable to extricate themselves. Those who failed to awaken voluntarily had lost their opportunity. Thus, the path to immortality becomes arduous. For the journey of cultivation requires wealth, companionship, law, and land, each indispensable. Among these, land refers to the place of cultivation. The spiritual veins and paradises of the cultivation world are almost entirely occupied by the prominent cultivation families and sections. Only those with a dojo in a spiritual vein can enjoy the abundant celestial energy for refining. Otherwise, one must remain a rogue cultivator struggling to survive in barren lands. Next, those whose names are called, please step forward. An outer sect steward of the Qi Sword Sect floated in the air, holding a roster. Situ Hong, Yuan Qi, Yin Chong, Zhong Sun Heng. One by one, young men and women with expressions of joy stepped from the crowd. However, when the roster was fully recited, Li Luo realized his name had not been mentioned. Those remaining, leave the mountain gate immediately. The outer sect steward's expression was indifferent. With a wave of his sleeve, the chosen individuals were whisked away. Gradually, cries began to resonate at the mountain foot, merging into a sorrowful chorus. Li Luo, however, did not weep. He merely felt a twinge of regret. If I could join the Qi Sword Sect, the benefits and resources provided would allow me to rise swiftly. But now, everything must be fought for on my own. Li Luo was not devoid of competitive spirit. He merely found the pursuit of wealth exceedingly challenging. Wealth ranks first among the essentials for cultivation. While Li Luo harbored aspirations of uttering grand proclamations, such as 30 years on the east bank of the river, do not underestimate me for being young and poor. In a fiercely competitive and ruthless world of cultivation, acquiring sufficient spirit stones is not as simple as shouting a few slogans. Let alone the fact that Li Luo would eventually need to marry and bear children, raising descendants. The energy and finances required for such endeavors would undoubtedly be a significant sum. Just as Li Luo began to feel troubled, a middle-aged gentleman in a flowing azure robe approached, exuding an air of elegance. Esteemed young talents, have you heard of the Nie family from Tianlai? The Nie family? Li Luo pondered, realizing he had no recollection of them. However, a small chubby boy in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, the Nie family. They're the ones who clashed with the Yang family of Feng Lin Valley last month, suffering countless casualties and returning in defeat. The azure-robed gentleman's expression faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and shifted the topic. The reason for my visit is that the Nie family is recently recruiting 10 young cultivators, offering free access to spiritual vein dojos and foundational cultivation methods. What? Free foundational cultivation methods? The crowd erupted in astonishment. What is this? A windfall from the heavens? The chubby boy's eyes darted as he asked, what do we have to give in return? Is it truly free? The azure-robed gentleman smiled. Of course it is free, but as you know, our Nie family has recently suffered significant losses. Thus, we require everyone to marry our youthful maidens and raise children. At this statement, the crowd was instantly abuzz. Isn't this akin to making us into your family's son-in-law? Someone exclaimed indignantly. The man in the azure robe wore a smile that did not reach his eyes and replied, if you are unwilling, there will undoubtedly be others who will accept. To become a son-in-law, a mere parasitic husband? Who would consent to such a fate? Many faces in the crowd displayed unmistakable disdain. To live a lifetime, one must embody the virtues of a true gentleman, standing tall and proud. Even if they were to descend the mountain today and henceforth lead a life as mere mortals, they would never agree to become a son-in-law for the Nie family. However, hidden among the throng, Li Luo's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 2. This son-in-law, I have decided. The Tianlai Pond of the Nie family is a prominent Jindan family. This crucial information is known to only a few present. The stout youth discreetly scrutinized the others, firmly convinced of this fact. Most attendees exhibited clear disdain on their faces. Yet, one must remember, this is a Jindan family. Even the most powerful Qi Sword Sect in the Qingyun Kingdom possesses no more than 10 Jindan ancestors within its ranks. Truly, they are a bunch of fools. What is the big deal about being a son-in-law? As long as there are benefits to be gained, I would not hesitate to partake in anything. The stout youth's resolve to cultivate was unwavering. However, the person most intrigued by the proceedings was not the stout youth, nor those privy to the Jindan family's information, but rather Li Luo, who possessed the multi-child blessing system. My original intent was to marry and have children. Yet, as a solitary individual, it is quite challenging to acquire sufficient resources to raise offspring. However, in a cultivation family, it is different. If I marry his daughter and bear children, he will provide me with benefits and assist in raising them. Is this not a guaranteed win? With this thought in mind, Li Luo was the first to approach the man in the green robe. The stout youth, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit. Subsequently, many others joined in, including those aware of the Jin Dan family's status, and some who had resigned themselves to their fate. In contrast, the self-important youths directly descended the mountain. Without the harsh lessons of society, it is difficult for one to recognize their own worth. The man in the green robe regarded the remaining 30-odd individuals with a benevolent expression and spoke. Our Nie family is accepting only 10 sons-in-law this time. And prior to that, there are certain conditions that must be clarified. I am Nie Chonglu, the current head of the Nie family. In order to swiftly replenish our bloodline, you must have at least 20 descendants within 10 years of joining the Nie family. If a descendant with a medium-grade spiritual root emerges, it will be considered the early completion of a task, and there will be additional rewards. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone present, except for Li Luo, displayed dissatisfaction, including the stout youth. This is because matters concerning the opposite sex consume a considerable amount of vital energy. For cultivators, this is one of the gravest taboos. Moreover, Nie Chonglu's demand for at least 20 descendants within 10 years was tantamount to treating them like breeding stock. It was likely that the number of Nie family women assigned to them would not be just 1 or 2. This effectively severed their path of cultivation. Nie Chonglu observed the varied expressions of the crowd, a calm smile gracing his face. The Nie family was not composed of simpletons. If these individuals desired benefits, they must produce numerous offspring. He was confident that, despite the stringent conditions, there would be those who would grit their teeth and comply. After all, for cultivators, wealth, partners, laws, and land are all indispensable. Unless these seedlings were determined to become rogue cultivators, their only option aside from cultivation sects was to join a cultivation family. May I inquire if it is feasible for me to have more offspring? Additionally, is there a limit on the number of wives I may take? At this moment, Li Luo stepped forward to voice his inquiries. However, as soon as he posed his question, the stout youth's expression darkened. Not only did his face turn grim, but the countenances of all others also soured. The requirement of 20 offspring within 10 years was already outrageous. Yet Li Luo was audacious enough to propose taking more wives and having more children. Was his mind muddled? Nie Chonglu was equally surprised by Li Luo's request. He had been recruiting sons-in-law all over, and this was the first time he had encountered such a demand. If you wish to have many children, I would naturally be pleased to see that. As for the number of wives, the Nie family imposes no restrictions upon you. However, you must marry Nie family women. Outsiders are certainly not permitted. Of course, should you attain the Jin Dan realm, what you desire will be entirely up to you. Nie Chonglu patiently addressed Li Luo's questions, even concluding with a light-hearted jest. However, everyone else dismissed it. What was the point of discussing the Jin Dan realm? For them, reaching the Foundation Establishment realm would be a cause for celebration. At this moment, upon hearing Nie Chonglu's response, Li Luo felt no lingering doubts. This son-in-law position was indeed his destiny. Head of the Nie family. I am willing to join the Nie family. Excellent. Come forth. This is a personal reward for you. As he spoke, Nie Chonglu produced a vial of elixirs from his storage ring. Li Luo accepted it, unstoppered it, and took a whiff. It was a gathering spirit pill. Delight illuminated Li Luo's face. For a cultivator at the qi refining stage, the benefits of a gathering spirit pill were immense. Typically, it took 3 days to condense a strand of spiritual energy. With the gathering spirit pill, it would take less than a day. Truly, having a powerful ally is advantageous. This is indeed a benefit. Li Luo felt a surge of joy. The others present gazed at this scene with envy, their eyes nearly turning red. They had never seen an entire vial of gathering spirit pills in their lives. The stout youth was particularly incensed, grinding his teeth in frustration. He typically had to divide his gathering spirit pills into 3 portions to utilize them. Yet, this young cultivator, seemingly more handsome and taller than himself, had an entire vial at his disposal. Is this the foundation of a Jin Dan family? It was simply too enviable. I, too, wish to join the Nie family. And I am willing to bear 20 offspring for the Nie family. I can bear 100. I possess an indomitable vigor. In an instant, everyone began clamoring for the remaining slots. Before long, all 10 son-in-law positions were filled, except for Li Luo, who had a low-grade fire spiritual root. The other 9 possessed at least a low-grade dual spiritual root, with one even boasting a medium grade with spiritual root. Had it not been for Li Luo stepping forward first to express his willingness to join the Nie family, it is likely that he would not have been chosen at all. Nonetheless, Nie Clan was quite satisfied with the outcome. Let us proceed. I shall escort you talented youths to the Tianlai Pond. Nie Clan raised his hand and summoned a small flying vessel. Though the space was not overly large, it was more than sufficient to accommodate over 10 individuals. Around dusk, Li Luo and the others successfully arrived at the Tianlai Pond. What greeted their eyes was a serene pond, its waters crystal clear, rippling gently with the breeze. A winding stone path bordered the pond, flanked by towering trees with lush foliage. Following the path, they soon beheld a magnificent estate. The small flying vessel docked at the shore, and Nie Clan led everyone into the Nie family's residence. Along the way, they encountered numerous young disciples of the Nie family. However, the expressions in their eyes were far from friendly. To put it nicely, they were here to marry in. To put it bluntly, they were merely breeding stock. Thus, the gazes of the Nie family disciples were laden with disdain and contempt. Li Luo, however, was unperturbed. After all, he could not remain here indefinitely. He merely needed to accumulate resources in the initial phase. It is best not to provoke me, or it may truly become the case of do not underestimate a young man in poverty. The corners of Li Luo's mouth gently lifted, and his mood was relatively pleasant. The disparity in status between the cultivation aristocracy and the cultivation sects is quite significant. If we consider the cultivation masters as multinational enterprises, then the cultivation families would be akin to family-owned businesses. These 10 outsiders are destined to find little joy in the Nie family. On the second day after arriving at the Nie household, Li Luo awoke from his slumber. The guest room arranged for him by the Nie family was not large, but it featured a spacious bed, more than sufficient for his needs. Just as he was preparing to delve into the more children, more blessings system, the steward of Nie Clan, Nie Qing, unexpectedly paid him a visit. The man appeared rather elderly, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, and he exuded no aura of spiritual energy, indicating he was merely an ordinary person. After the two exchanged introductions, Nie Qing produced a booklet resembling an album from his bosom. Li Luo looked on with a puzzled expression. Nie Qing smiled slightly and explained, to inform young Master Li, "This contains the exquisite young ladies of the Nie family, awaiting your selection." As he spoke, Nie Qing handed the album to Li Luo. Upon opening it, Li Luo was taken aback. The figures within boasted remarkable physiques, stunning appearances, and captivating poise. Was the Nie family truly so benevolent? But upon reflection, it seemed rather normal. Like Li Luo himself, though he was merely at the initial stage of chi refinement, he was still a cultivator. Moreover, the women depicted in the album were all ordinary individuals without spiritual roots. In such a union, who would be at a disadvantage? Clearly, it would be all the other sons-in-law, except for Li Luo. With this thought, Li Luo smiled nonchalantly. "I can choose any of these stunning ladies, correct?" he inquired. Looking up, "Indeed," Nie Qing nodded. "Then splendid." Li Luo grinned, waving his hand. "I'll take this one, and this one. I'll have them all." In one breath, Li Luo nearly swept the entire selection of enchanting beauties from the album. He disregarded any that had even the slightest flaw. After all, he had nothing to lose. The more, the merrier. Nie Qing was left in a daze. What was happening? When he visited other sons-in-law, they were all hesitant and begrudgingly selected one. Yet here, it was as if Li Luo intended to abscond with all the Nie family's exquisite maidens. Was this young Master Li being too greedy? Nie Qing attempted to advise. "By my reckoning, that would amount to over a dozen. Are you certain you can manage?" "What?" Li Luo's eyes widened. "The sovereign of Qingyun Kingdom has 3,000 beauties in his harem, and I am merely asking for a few dozen from you. Do you have an issue with that? How dare you compare yourself to the sovereign?" Nie Qing could not help but scoff internally, but maintained a polite smile. "Young Master Li, you are indeed selecting quite a few. There are others among the sons-in-law who have yet to choose. Perhaps you should reduce your selection?" Nie Qing suggested earnestly. Yet, Li Luo remained steadfast. After all, the head of the Nie family had promised him the freedom to choose as he pleased. "Very well," Nie Clan conceded. But I must report this matter to the family head. That is perfectly acceptable. Li Luo's smile returned, harboring the hopeful mindset of fathering 20 children in 10 years. Or perhaps even more. If any matters arise in the future, you may communicate with me using this communication jade pendant. Nie Clan retrieved the album, handed Li Luo a jade pendant, and swiftly departed. In the garden of the Nie family, upon hearing his steward's report, Nie Changlu's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well, grant him that. Furthermore, arrange for him a Bing courtyard as his residence. However, should he fail to fulfill the task of fathering 20 children in 10 years, I shall devise a means to deal with him. Nie Changlu had no objections and even granted Li Luo considerable benefits to ensure his comfort. After all, everything remained under his control. The paramount objective was still to expand the family lineage with offspring possessing spiritual roots. Otherwise, it would be challenging to compete against the Yang family of Fenglin Valley in the grand opportunity 10 years hence. What? This, and this, all have been chosen by someone else? The chubby Wang Yang wore a shocked expression. To his knowledge, their cohort of sons-in-law totaled only 10. How could all the beauties in the album have been selected? Nie Clan sighed, briefly explaining Li Luo's selection. What nonsense is this? That fellow chose more than a dozen all on his own. Wang Yang was astounded. Does he lack determination on the path to enlightenment? Young talents like us, having stepped onto the path of the immortal at such a young age, must harbor some ambitions. In truth, none of us wish to expend energy on matters of marriage and procreation. Yet, who would have guessed that Li Luo would be so gluttonous in his desires? Wang Yang felt no envy or jealousy. Rather, he was perplexed to how someone could so willingly immerse themselves in romantic affairs, potentially obstructing their own cultivation path. It was an utterly foolish endeavor. With this thought, a look of disdain crossed Wang Yang's face. Reflecting on past events, Li Luo had now become a great fool in his eyes. As time flowed like water, a year passed swiftly. Li Luo had been at the Nie family for over a year. Throughout this time, he had exerted himself thoroughly, tapping into every ounce of energy. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint the diligent. At long last, all of his wives had successfully conceived. The family head, Nie Changlu, was overjoyed upon hearing the news and bestowed upon Li Luo a plethora of rewards. Various spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical artifacts, though not of the highest grade, were nonetheless a windfall. The other sons-in-law were seething with jealousy. They could not comprehend why Li Luo possessed such vigor daily. Did he not need to cultivate? Did he truly intend to remain in the Nie family as a mere stud? However, they were mistaken about Li Luo. Besides indulging in nightly revelries, he diligently practiced during the day. The results were, however, dismal, with his vital essence leaking, leaving him still at the initial stage of chi refinement. Even consuming the gathering spirit pill yielded no results. It seems that relentless effort truly takes a toll on the body. In the courtyard of the dojo, Li Luo sat cross-legged, his expression devoid of discouragement. After all, the time for his rewards had not yet arrived. In a couple of days, he anticipated the birth of his first child. Li Luo contemplated carefully, deciding to pause his cultivation for the next few days to remain by his wife's side. This was not merely for the sake of system rewards. He had developed genuine feelings for his wives after spending so much time together. Yet, this world was fraught with turmoil. To protect his family, he needed strength. The dawn of his journey towards immortality hinged on this moment. 2 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. Li Luo paced anxiously outside the delivery room, his expression tense. He was anxiously concerned for his wife's safety. It was not until the sound of a baby's cry echoed that Li Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a semi-transparent panel suddenly materialized before his eyes. Congratulations, host. The novice gift pack has been unlocked. The first offspring has been born, rewarding you with 10 fortune points. Do not underestimate these 10 fortune points. In the system marketplace, the finest cultivation techniques from myriad realms require only 10 fortune points. Without a doubt, they are far superior to the cultivation methods of the Nie family. It is worth noting that over the past year, Li Luo had not practiced the cultivation method provided by the Nie family. He had been awaiting this reward. Moreover, he had already meticulously selected his preferred technique after much comparison and contemplation throughout the year. With this in mind, Li Luo focused his spirit to communicate with the system marketplace, silently choosing his first cultivation technique, which he deemed the most powerful among the myriad realms. Chapter 4. The Novice Gift Pack. Awakening of Divine Talent. Li Luo did not hastily attempt to switch to the new cultivation technique. Instead, he briskly entered the delivery room to comfort his wife and play with his eldest son. The other wives present could not help but shed tears of emotion. For cultivators like Li Luo, they appeared almost celestial, and his ability to act in such a manner was truly remarkable in their eyes. In contrast, other sons-in-law with similar backgrounds often treated their wives with indifference or outright disdain. The path of cultivation is ruthless, and cultivators are often heartless. However, Li Luo felt that his attitude was quite normal. He did not wish to become a heartless individual. Cultivation should not strip one of their emotions. Otherwise, what was the point? His pursuit was to live freely and roam the world with abandon. With a deep breath, Li Luo returned to the quiet chamber, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the essence of the spiritual roots within his dantian. The spiritual root does not possess a definite form. Instead, it manifests different phenomena according to its attributes. Li Luo, possessing a low-grade fire spiritual root, had his dantian resembling a blazing flame. Once spiritual energy entered his body, it would be purified and transformed by the fire, converting into his own spiritual power. The purpose of the cultivation technique was to utilize the spiritual root with greater efficiency, allowing for a quicker accumulation of spiritual power. Previously, the cultivation method Li Luo practiced was called Fire Spirit Formula, which had a spiritual root utilization rate of less than 50%. Now, the technique he was about to practice boasted a utilization rate of 100. Of course, if one's spiritual root grade was not high enough, even the most powerful technique would be inferior to those of prodigious cultivators. This is akin to the distinction between hardware and software. The spiritual root is the hardware of a cultivator, while the technique is the software. If the hardware is inadequate, it cannot support advanced software. However, the cultivation technique Li Luo exchanged for 10 fortune points possessed a unique effect that perfectly compensated for any deficiencies in spiritual root grade. He resolved himself and dispersed all the fire attribute's spiritual power within. Instantly, his complexion turned pale. Subsequently, he began to operate the infinite chi refinement method. Indeed, this was the technique he had obtained from the system marketplace. Although the name may not sound particularly grand, its inherent special effect was nothing short of invincible. The essence of the chi refinement realm is to continuously increase the amount of spiritual power one can contain. The first to third layers are referred to as the early stages of chi refinement. Previously, Li Luo was at this realm. The fourth to sixth layers represent the mid stages, while the seventh to ninth layers signify the late stages. Upon reaching the 10th layer, one achieves consummation in chi refinement. This marks the limit of the chi refinement realm. However, the infinite chi refinement method that Li Luo practiced had no limits. Even upon reaching the 10th layer of consummation, he could continue refining his chi. The 11th layer, the 12th layer, the 13th layer. His capacity for spiritual power would increase exponentially alongside his cultivation realm. If he were to reach the 3000th layer of chi refinement, breaking through the heavens with a single punch would not be a trivial feat. In simple terms, the primary advantage of the infinite chi refinement method lies in its independence from one's cultivation talent and spiritual root grade. As long as one is diligent and possesses longevity, they can continually grow stronger. Thus, the infinite chi refinement method is currently the most suitable cultivation technique for Li Luo. The spiritual power is boundless, and the path of chi refinement is limitless. Li Luo immersed himself, feeling as though his dantian had become a vortex, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Soon, he reached the peak of his previous realm, the pinnacle of early-stage chi refinement. But this was not the end. Li Luo continued to operate the technique until he had absorbed all the spiritual energy within the quiet chamber. At last, he broke through to the 4th layer of chi refinement. In an instant, Li Luo opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He had achieved the mid-stage of chi refinement. Were it not for the exhaustion from nightly revelries, he believed he could have surged to the 5th layer in one go. Li Luo smiled slightly, feeling no regret, for this was merely the beginning. Moreover, his numerous wives were already pregnant, relieving him of the need for strenuous efforts. With the subsequent rewards, he would acquire more fortune points, enabling him to purchase various items from the system marketplace to resolve his issues. Thus, he decided to conclude today's cultivation here. Next, he could eagerly explore his novice gift pack. Rubbing his hands together, Li Luo felt a surge of anticipation. With a thought, the system interface unfolded. A festive red gift pack appeared before his eyes. Open the gift pack. As soon as Li Luo issued the command, the red gift pack erupted like an explosion, unleashing a dazzling array of colors. In the next moment, a golden light shot forth. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine talent for spiritual plant cultivation. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The instant he beheld the golden light, he understood the significance of this gift. The path is boundless, and the talents of cultivators vary greatly. Common talents include those for cultivation and combat, but there are many rare talents that only a select few cultivators possess. For instance, talents for alchemy, formation, talisman making, vein exploration, and weaving techniques are among these rare abilities. Collectively, these exceptional talents are referred to as the myriad arts of cultivation. If 1 in 10,000 cultivators possesses a spiritual root, then among countless cultivators, perhaps only one will have a rare talent. Moreover, the rare talent Li Luo awakened is not merely an entry-level ability, but a divine one. Never underestimate the talent for spiritual plant cultivation, for many of the raw materials required by alchemists, talisman makers, and formation masters originate from spiritual plants. It can be said that among the myriad arts of cultivation, the Lingji master serves as the supplier of raw materials for all factions. The primary duty of a Lingji master is to catalyze and enhance existing varieties of spiritual plants, while also effectively expanding their yield. A proficient Lingji master possesses the capability to sustain a formidable power. In the realm of Qingyuan, many major factions lack a Lingji master, including the Jindan family, where Li Luo currently resides, as well as the Nie family. The Nie family may not be deficient in alchemists, talisman makers, or artifact crafters, yet they are devoid of a Lingji master. The spiritual rice consumed daily by the family must be procured from other factions that possess Lingji masters. There is no rush. Let us first observe the extent of my divine talent in cultivating spiritual plants. Li Luo suppressed his excitement and retrieved a communication jade pendant from his bosom, silently sending a message to Nie Qing. Chapter 5. Successful improvement of Lingji seeds. Yield enhanced. This bag of spiritual rice seeds is worth 10 low-grade spirit stones. When Nie Qing handed the bag to Li Luo, he emphasized the number 10. It was evident that he was quite displeased. 10 low-grade spirit stones would suffice to sustain a Qi refining cultivator's efficient training for 3 months, were it not for the patriarch's consent. He would never have acquiesced to Li Luo's request. Li Luo expressed his gratitude for Nie Guanjia's personal effort. With a beaming smile, he accepted the bag and opened it. The quantity of spiritual rice seeds appeared to exceed 100. Nie Qing grumbled, "This is the last time. If such matters arise again, do not seek me out." Li Luo pondered for a moment and replied, "That cannot be predicted. I suspect I will trouble you again, Guanjia." We shall see if I will heed you again," Nie Qing retorted coldly. In his eyes, Li Luo was merely trying to leverage the birth of his first child to extract benefits from the patriarch. After all, a single bag of spiritual rice seeds could yield 20,000 grains of spiritual rice, a value surpassing that of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Naturally, Nie Qing did not believe in Li Luo's ability to cultivate spiritual rice. Although Li Luo had mentioned in their communications that he might possess a talent for cultivating spiritual plants, Nie Qing considered such claims to be utterly absurd. Would he truly believe that someone without experience could simply stumble upon a Lingji master while the patriarch was out recruiting? Such good fortune is hardly conceivable. Thus, in Nie Qing's perspective, Li Luo was nothing more than a lecherous and indolent wastrel. Their conversation was terse, and Nie Qing, not wishing to engage further, completed the transaction and exited without delay. As the steward of Nie Chonglu, he was typically quite occupied. Li Luo, however, remained unfazed by Nie Qing's demeanor. Words would never hold as much weight as tangible results. Hence, he resolved to ascertain the true extent of his divine talent for cultivating spiritual plants. He extracted a single spiritual rice seed from the bag and examined it closely. To other cultivators, this seed might appear unremarkable, yet to Li Luo, it was imbued with profound significance. 5 days later, in the courtyard, Li Luo resembled a diligent farmer, crouched down to till the earth. His recent focus had shifted from his wife to this small patch of spiritual soil before him. It is worth noting that spiritual soil is a rare commodity, not easily found. The little he procured had nearly exhausted all his saved spirit stones. Nonetheless, every effort proved worthwhile, as during these days of cultivation, the spiritual rice seeds had begun to sprout spiritual ears. Each ear could yield approximately 200 grains of spiritual rice. Under normal circumstances, the growth rate of spiritual rice seeds would not be so swift. However, after thoroughly researching his talent for cultivating spiritual plants, Li Luo discovered that his spiritual energy could indeed catalyze the growth of spiritual flora. This revelation exemplifies the innate abilities of a lineage master, and given that he possessed a divine talent, the catalyzing speed was even more astonishing. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, he observed that a particular ear had produced only 230 grains of spiritual rice. This batch of seeds provided by Nie Clan was only capable of yielding an average of 200 grains. This was due to the fact that truly high-quality improved seeds were typically kept secret, rarely made available for sale. Only inferior seeds circulated in the market. However, after Li Luo's initial enhancements, the quality of this batch had already improved. Yet, this was merely a starting point. His short-term goal was for each ear to yield 300 grains of spiritual rice. This was essential for the Nie family to recognize his genuine talent as a lineage master. Thus, further improvements are in order. A few more rounds of hybridization should suffice. Ideas for enhancing the seeds continuously flashed through Li Luo's mind. Should other lineage masters learn of this, they would likely be astounded. For establishing improvement plans typically requires extensive trial and error. Yet, Li Luo experienced no such process. His thoughts alone sufficed for successful enhancements. This was nothing short of miraculous. Yet to Li Luo, it felt entirely reasonable, considering his divine talent in cultivation. Without some extraordinary element, could it truly be deemed divine? Nevertheless, he understood the adage that a tree that stands out invites the wind. Therefore, Li Luo did not intend to fully reveal his abilities as a lineage master. He simply needed to demonstrate his worth to the Nie family, which was the true motive behind his desire to improve the spiritual rice seeds. Thus, 10 days swiftly passed. As the dawnlight broke and a gentle breeze swept through, Li Luo stood before the spiritual soil, cradling a collection of spiritual ears, a smile gracing his face. He had succeeded. Each ear could now yield at least 300 grains of spiritual rice, confirming that his improvement plan had not failed and that the yield had significantly increased. This should be sufficient to prove to the Nie family that he indeed possessed the talents of a lineage master. With this thought in mind, Li Luo once again retrieved the communication jade pendant. Guanzhenya, are you there? Get lost. I have successfully cultivated spiritual rice. Are you sure you will not come to see? Huh, keep spinning your tales. I am not deceiving you. My spiritual energy can catalyze the growth of spiritual plants. Oh, impressive. So you even know about the innate abilities of a lineage master. Guanzhenya, I sense a misunderstanding between us. No, there is none. You will see for yourself. Before Li Luo could send this message, he received a response indicating that the other party had unilaterally severed communication. Additional messages proved equally futile, indicating that he had been placed on Nie Clan's blacklist. How petty! Li Luo shook his head. There was no alternative. He would have to make his way to the Patriarch's garden himself. Nie Clan's disbelief was of no consequence, as long as he could substantiate his claims before the Patriarch. That would suffice. Upon arriving at the Patriarch's garden, he fortuitously encountered Nie Clan exiting. Greetings, Guanzhenya, it has been a while. Li Luo raised his hand in a friendly salute. Nie Clan's expression changed abruptly as he hurriedly pulled Li Luo aside. Ne Guanjia, what is the matter? Li Luo inquired. What do you mean, what is the matter? Nie Clan reprimanded in a hushed voice. What are you doing here? The family head is in a foul mood. Curious, Li Luo asked him. Why has the family head upset? Not wishing to elaborate, Nie Clan replied. It has nothing to do with you. Just leave quickly. I shall not leave, Li Luo insisted. I have important matters to report to the family head. You can tell me what you need to say, but you have blocked me. Nie intended to say more, but at that moment, a cold voice resonated from within the garden. Aching, let him in. Chapter 6. I truly am a spirit plant master reluctantly. Nie escorted Li Luo into the garden. Li Luo curiously surveyed his surroundings. Towering stone walls exuded an air of solemnity. Along the way, several small bridges arched over gently flowing water, sparkling in the sunlight. As they continued onward, leaves danced softly in the breeze, partially obscuring the sky and sunlight. Kid, you are in trouble, Nie whispered. Li Luo looked puzzled. This morning, our Nie family's spirit rice supplier sent someone to demand a price increase and to renegotiate the contract. The family head is furious about it. Oh, how coincidental. Li Luo smiled slightly, feeling relaxed. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. You are definitely in for it later. How dare you show up when the family head is angry? Do you really think he is easy to talk to? Seeing that Li Luo took his words lightly, Nie couldn't help but smirk coldly, relishing the prospect of Li Luo's misfortune. Such an oblivious fellow needed a proper lesson. Before long, Li Luo followed Nie to a small pond. The water was crystalline and clear, beside which stood an ancient and exquisite pavilion adorned with various intricate carvings. The family head, Nie Lu, sat within the pavilion. He regarded Li Luo with a calm expression. Speak, what do you want? Nie Lu said blandly. It is indeed a matter of great importance, family head. Li Luo replied with a smile. Nie Lu responded coldly. Kid, my mood is quite poor today. If your matter is not of significance, do not expect me to spare you. Despite his words, Nie Lu did not believe that Li Luo could present anything of real importance. Most likely, he was just here to seek some benefit. Therefore, Nie Lu had already devised a plan for how to punish Li Luo, to make this greedy young man understand that the family would not indulge him unconditionally. You need to recognize your own position. You are merely a son-in-law. I possess the talent of a spirit plant master, Li Luo proclaimed astonishingly. Nie Lu was taken aback. Nie scoffed dismissively. Previously, Li Luo had mentioned this matter through a communication jade pendant. However, how could Nie possibly believe it? Are you jesting? Spirit plant masters are even rarer than alchemists and talisman masters. How could a mere son-in-law picked up by the family possess such talent? At this moment, Nie Lu regained his composure. Bang! He slammed the stone table. Are you daring to mock me? His expression was exceedingly grim, clearly indicating disbelief in Li Luo's claims. Nie secretly chuckled. This is what you get for not listening to me. Now you're finished. He eagerly awaited to see how the family head would punish this young man. Just then, Li Luo produced a cloth bag from his bosom, the very bag that Nie had given him half a month prior. At that time, it contained spirit rice seeds. Now, Li Luo took out several plump spirit ears from the bag. These are the spirit ears that sprouted after I catalyzed the spirit rice seeds. Li Luo continued to smile. I truly am a spirit plant master. I did not deceive the family head. Upon witnessing this, Nie Luo's expression shifted once more. Not only him, but Nie was equally astonished. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nie exclaimed, what kind of coincidence is this? The spirit rice supplier just proposed a price increase. And you have already successfully catalyzed spirit ears? Li Luo shrugged. I do not know how this coincidence occurred. But my possessing the talent of a spirit plant master should be a good thing, right? I can help the family head resolve this predicament. As the saying goes, food is paramount to the people. This holds true for cultivators as well. The Nie family was not composed of ordinary people. The number of cultivators was certainly in the thousands. The daily consumption of spirit rice incurred a significant expense, although the Nie family also engaged in cultivation. The absence of a spirit plant master hindered their ability to accelerate the catalysis. Additionally, spirit soil itself was a rare resource. Thus, they could only harvest spirit rice after a prolonged wait. Consequently, most of the spirit rice consumed daily by the Nie family cultivators was purchased externally, leading to substantial financial outlay. Now, their spirit rice suppliers sought to raise prices, causing Nie Lu considerable distress. In truth, this was not a new issue. He had often fretted over it in the past. This was the price a major force had to pay for not having its own spirit plant master. Now, Li Luo approached, claiming to be a spirit plant master. To be honest, Nie Lu sincerely hoped it was true. However, caution was paramount. Show me the spirit ears, Nie Lu said, suppressing his excitement. No problem. Li Luo handed over the spirit ears. Upon inspection, Nie Lu quickly confirmed their authenticity, noting their exceptional fullness. Yet precisely because of this, a question arose. Why do the spirit ears you catalyzed bear over 300 grains of spirit rice each? Before Nie Changlu finished speaking, Nie Qing jumped in. I told you he was here to deceive the family head, Nie Qing declared sternly. The bag of spirit seeds I previously gave you produces spirit ears that yield at most 200 grains of spirit rice. The spirit ears you present now each yield over 300 grains. And you claim you did not intentionally deceive the family head. These spirit ears must have been purchased from outside. Nie Qing's imposing presence surged, poised to act at the family head's command to seize Li Luo. However, Li Luo merely smiled softly. Indeed, each of these spirit ears can yield over 300 grains of spirit rice, but that is because I have improved the spirit seeds. What nonsense is this? You improved the spirit seeds? Are you jesting? Nie Qing scoffed coldly, completely disbelieving Li Luo's explanation. Nie Changlu also found it somewhat unbelievable. He was well aware that spirit plant masters could catalyze the growth of spirit seeds. Furthermore, spirit plant masters could also improve spirit seeds to enhance their yield and effectiveness. However, to successfully improve spirit seeds required a spirit plant master of considerable talent and years of experience. Yet, as far as he knew, Li Luo had only obtained the spirit seeds half a month ago. In such a short time, had he truly managed to achieve improvement? Family head. Proving whether I am lying is quite simple. Li Luo smiled. I can catalyze the spirit seeds on the spot. If successful, it will demonstrate that I am indeed a spirit plant master. Upon the utterance of those words, Nie Changlu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, regardless of the veracity of Li Luo's claims, a mere demonstration would suffice to elucidate the matter, whether or not he possessed the ability to enhance spiritual seeds. The successful catalysis of a spiritual seed would undeniably signify his innate talent as a Lingzishi. For the Nie family, that would be more than sufficient. Quick, Qing, fetch a bag of spiritual rice seeds from the storeroom. Nie Changlu urged impatiently. If Li Luo truly was a Lingzishi, then the Nie family would have struck a monumental fortune. Chapter 7. No middlemen to profit. Reluctantly, Nie Qing procured a brand new batch of spiritual rice seeds from a storeroom. Frankly speaking, he remained skeptical of Li Luo's purported Lingzishi talent. The notion of enhancing spiritual seeds seemed utterly absurd. However, as the family head had issued a direct command, he had no choice but to comply. The crystalline spiritual seeds were scattered across the stone table in dense clusters. It's your turn. Nie Changlu's gaze was intense, focused intently on Li Luo's actions. Nie Qing, equally serious, remained vigilant, his eyes unblinking, wary of any potential deceit from Li Luo. Li Luo, however, was indifferent to such scrutiny. He casually picked up a spiritual seed, cradling it in his palm. The act of catalyzing a single spiritual seed posed no challenge for him. As he channeled his spiritual energy, it manifested as an ethereal flame enveloping the seed in his hand. Subsequently, to the naked eye, the seed began to sprout without undergoing the rooting process. This was due to Li Luo's manipulation, wherein his spiritual energy effectively supplanted the spiritual soil, allowing the seed to germinate without the need for roots. Naturally, not every cultivator possesses the ability to achieve this feat. Only those endowed with the talent of a Lingzishi can catalyze spiritual seeds with their spiritual energy. The rarity of Lingzishi is precisely due to this unique characteristic of their spiritual power. Furthermore, Li Luo's Lingzishi talent was of divine caliber. In truth, he could have catalyzed the seed to completion in an instant, but such an exhibition would be overly ostentatious. Thus, he consciously restrained his output of spiritual energy, allowing the seed to grow and sprout at a deliberately slow pace. Nevertheless, even this measured pace was nothing short of astonishing in the eyes of Nie Changlu. He had witnessed a Lingzishi nurtured by a powerful faction catalyze spiritual seeds, yet none could match Li Luo's swiftness. In this light, Li Luo's talent appeared to surpass that of the aforementioned Lingzishi. Excellent. Splendid. Nie Changlu rose to his feet, brimming with excitement. At that moment, the spiritual seed in Li Luo's hand had transformed into a fully developed spiritual tassel. He retracted his spiritual energy and casually handed it to Nie Changlu. Carefully examining it, Nie Changlu confirmed that it was indeed a freshly grown spiritual tassel. Moreover, he was certain that throughout the entire process, Li Luo had not engaged in any deceit. After all, He was a Jindan cultivator. Previously, he had overheard the hushed conversation between Li Luo and Nie Clan in the courtyard, a testament to the strength of his spiritual awareness. Throughout Li Luo's catalysis of the spiritual seed, he had maintained constant vigilance with his spiritual perception. Had Li Luo attempted any trickery, he would undoubtedly have discerned it. Thus, it was irrefutable that Li Luo possessed the talent of a Lingzishi. At this point, Nie Clan was left utterly dumbfounded, given that the family head had expressed his stance. It indicated that there were no issues with Li Luo's catalysis of the spiritual seed. Yet, how could this be possible? Amir's son-in-law possessed the talent of a Lingzishi. If you possessed such extraordinary abilities, why did you agree to the family head's proposition of marrying into the family? Even if you were merely a guest of the Nie family, that would be more than sufficient. Nie Clan felt as though he were on the verge of death, nearly choking on his own frustration. However, he also realized that Li Luo must have only recently discovered his Lingzishi talent, or perhaps it had just awakened not long ago. Regardless, his current status was no longer as simple as that of a mere son-in-law. The importance of a Lingzishi to a powerful faction is self-evident, as it signifies an unending supply of raw materials. Crucially, it eliminates the middleman from profiting. At this juncture, both Nie Changlu and Nie Clan had come to accept Li Luo as a Lingzishi. And your ability to enhance spiritual rice seeds is genuine? Nie Changlu suddenly recalled this detail and inquired hastily. Li Luo affirmed, of course, I have never deceived the family head. I have indeed successfully enhanced the spiritual rice seeds, with a yield increase of over 50%. Upon hearing this, Nie Changlu began pacing within the pavilion, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he clenched his fist decisively and declared, this matter must not be made public. It must be kept under wraps. He recalled the issue with their spiritual rice supplier attempting to raise prices. If managed adeptly, it could lead to significant losses for them. Taiyuan Spiritual Grain Merchant Association. This was among the top 3 suppliers of spiritual rice in the entire Qinyan Kingdom. They raised their prices periodically, much to the discontent of many factions. Yet, there was no alternative. One had to buy their products. Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators could not completely abstain from mundane grains. Consuming ordinary food would adversely affect their cultivation. Only spiritual rice, or similar spiritual grains, would have no negative impact. This was the most cost-effective solution. Previously, the Nie family lacked the capability to intervene in the spiritual grain market and could not even secure a share of the pie. However, now they had their very own Lingzishi. With this realization, Nie Changlu turned his excited gaze toward Li Luo. Esteemed nephew, from this day forth, the Nie family shall spare no effort in assisting you to become a true Lingzishi. Thank you, family head, Li Luo responded with a slight bow. Becoming a genuine Lingzishi is no simple feat. Spiritual grains represent only a minuscule sector among all categories of spiritual plants. Moreover, Li Luo could currently only catalyze enhanced spiritual rice. If he truly aspired to be a Lingzishi, he would need the capability to supply various raw materials. This is why many Lingzishi often affiliate themselves with powerful factions. Any form of celestial artistry is challenging to cultivate independently. In the current cultivation world, various resources are monopolized by major factions. Even if one possesses exceptional talent and can conduct independent research, how would one address encounters with rogue cultivators? Thus, Li Luo's optimal choice remains to stay within the Nie family, ensuring a safe environment for his development. When he truly possesses formidable strength to protect himself and his family in the harsh realm of cultivation, he can consider establishing his own domain at that time. From today onward, you may choose any of the vacant A-shaped courtyards within a clan. Additionally, I shall grant you 10 acres of spiritual fields for the purpose of experimenting with the enhancement of spiritual seeds. Not only spiritual rice seeds, but also other varieties of spiritual grains and various spiritual plant seeds. You may request anything that the Nie family possesses or can acquire from external sources. Go seek a Qin to assist you. However, you must first cultivate a sufficient quantity of spiritual grain seeds. I have pressing needs. Nie Changlu's excitement escalated as a plan targeting the Taiyuan Spiritual Grain Merchant Association gradually took shape in his mind. Just then, Li Luo interjected, family head. I may not be able to reach Steward Nie regularly. What is the matter? Nie Changlu inquired. Li Luo cast a glance at the pallid Nie Clan and smiled. It's because Steward Nie has already blocked my communication jade pendant, preventing me from contacting him. Blocked communication? Nie Chonglu furrowed his brow and questioned, Qing, why would you deliberately block young master Li's communication jade pendant? Cold sweat began to trickle down Nie Qing's forehead. Goodness, who could tell if this fellow Li Luo was speaking the truth? Previously, Li Luo had claimed he might possess the talent of a spirit plant master, which Nie Qing had dismissed with indifference. Today, when Li Luo asserted that he had successfully catalyzed a spirit seed, Nie Qing had merely responded with a scoff and even blocked Li Luo's communication pendant. Now, in front of the family head, Li Luo had successfully proven himself. Nie Qing could only wish to turn back time and give his former self a sound thrashing. Family head, I did not mean to. Nie Qing hastily knelt on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head. Nie Chonglu, displeased, retorted, what use is it to tell me this? You should sincerely apologize to young Master Li. Yes, young Master Li, I was wrong. Nie Qing's demeanor was exceedingly earnest. Li Luo waved his hand with a smile. No need for concern. I will require Steward Nie's assistance in the future. No, it is my duty. Nie Qing raised his head, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile, a stark contrast to his previous self. He then retrieved his communication jade pendant, fiddled with it for a moment, and restored communication with Li Luo. Such a turncoat was truly tiresome. Li Luo shook his head inwardly, unimpressed. Even in the world of cultivation, one would receive due respect as long as they possessed ability. Cultivation is not merely about fighting and killing. Combat prowess is only one aspect. No matter how formidable one may be, they remain a mere underdog. To navigate the realm of cultivation, one must understand the dynamics of power. Currently, I have barely established my footing within the Nie family, no longer needing to be like other sons-in-law. On the way home, Li Luo contemplated. It seemed the family head had some schemes, and his identity as a spirit plant master could not yet be publicly disclosed. However, privately, his status had seen a significant elevation. The family head even stated that Li Luo's offspring need not bear the Nie surname as other sons-in-law do. This was precisely why Li Luo sought to prove his talent as a spirit plant master. If his children could not carry his surname, it would be most disheartening. Nie Chonglu was certainly aware of this. He had no desire to offend Li Luo, a promising spirit plant master. Upon returning home, Li Luo first sought out his eldest son, delightedly teasing him. Li Qianlong, you have truly aided your father greatly this time, Li Luo exclaimed with a beaming smile, formally calling out his eldest son's name. His wives looked on in confusion. Shouldn't the offspring of a son-in-law of the Nie family all bear the Nie surname? Why had their husband changed it to his own? With this thought, they cast anxious glances at the steward Nie Qing, who had surely heard Li Luo's earlier words clearly. They feared their husband might face reprimand. Yet, unexpectedly, Nie Qing proclaimed, young Master Li's eldest son bears a splendid name, Qianlong in the Abyss. I believe he will achieve great things in the future. Nie Luo paid him no mind. However, Nie Qing was not offended. Instead, he actively offered to take charge of the moving arrangements. Only then did Li Luo regard him with a nod of approval. Nie Qing promptly turned and began directing the servants to work. This scene left Li Luo's wives utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was the family head's favored servant so obsequious towards their husband? What had transpired during their husband's visit to the family head? Li Luo, however, offered no explanations. The family head had emphasized that his identity as a spirit plant master must remain concealed for now. Moreover, Li Luo's wives were merely ordinary individuals. Even if he explained, they would not comprehend. Therefore, Li Luo vaguely mentioned that he had gained the family head's favor and was gifted a courtyard in the shape of a Da character. This news filled them with such joy that they could hardly contain themselves. A Da courtyard. It was vastly larger than the Bing courtyard they currently resided in. Furthermore, the number of servants provided would allow them to live a life of utmost comfort. Thus, when night fell, Li Luo's bed nearly collapsed under the weight of passion. A scene of diverse charms and postures. In the following days, Li Luo could only gingerly descend from his bed, suffering yet reveling in the experience. After a period of toil, his fingers, previously dry, were finally rejuvenated, until one of his wives was on the verge of giving birth. He barely managed to escape the encirclement of his wives. Standing outside the delivery room, Li Luo having gained experience from his first time, was no longer as anxious. However, upon hearing the cries of his second son, a blissful smile broke upon his face. For the sake of his family, he needed to expedite his cultivation progress. Although he had garnered the family head's favor, such admiration could not be consumed as sustenance. Who knows when danger may arise? Only true strength can provide genuine security. Congratulations, host. The second offspring has been born. Reward, 10 fortune points. Just like before, he received only 10 fortune points, without any additional reward akin to a beginner's gift pack. Nevertheless, this was already sufficient. The basic alchemy talent required precisely 10 fortune points. Li Luo's thoughts were remarkably clear. In recent days, Nie Clan had delivered various spirit seeds available for purchase in the market. In addition to spirit grain seeds, there were also the raw materials needed for the spirit gathering pill. Although the family head instructed him to focus on spirit grain cultivation during this period, secretly procuring some benefits for himself would likely go unnoticed. Without hesitation, Li Luo located the option for basic alchemy talent in the system store and directly exchanged for it. In an instant, mysterious light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Yet, only moments later, he regained clarity. Talent is merely talent, without experience or formulas. Awakening basic alchemy talent would not take much time. In the myriad arts of cultivation, talent is but one aspect. The remaining factors include effort, opportunity, and accumulation. However, the talent for celestial arts is something other cultivators may not even possess. But in the system store, it can be exchanged for just 10 fortune points. Li Luo firmly believed that one day he would undoubtedly master all celestial arts. When that time comes, he would establish an invincible family in the realm of cultivation. Who would dare to provoke him? Yet, one must eat their meal one bite at a time and walk their path step by step. For now, the foremost task was to request the formula for the spirit gathering pill from Nie Clan. With the spirit gathering pill combined with the infinite chi refinement method, his cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. Li Luo took out the communication jade pendant and sent a message. Steward Nie, are you free lately? Yes. What can I do for you, young masterly? Just a small matter. Could you procure the formula for the spirit gathering pill for me? The formula for the Danfeng is indeed a closely guarded secret, typically accessible only to the alchemists within the clan. Oh, will it be? If young masterly truly wishes to see it, there are ways. How so? Ahem. The formula for the Zhuling Dan requires 3 qian of Huimi Ji and 1 portion of Bailing Hua. Li Luo leaned in, a faint smile gracing his lips as he took out paper and pen to jot it down. Old Nie Clan is quite the talent. According to clan rules, Li Luo is not permitted to view the formula. However, since it was inadvertently recited aloud and overheard by Li Luo, it bears no consequence for him. Chapter 9. A day of farming is a day of delight. Day after day of farming brings boundless joy. Upon acquiring the formula for the Zhuling Dan, Li Luo began to diligently study it each day. Beyond that, he also had the task of cultivating spiritual plants. The clan head had assigned him 10 mu of spiritual fields, conveniently situated next to his courtyard. Various seeds of spiritual plants were sown in the fields, meticulously nurtured. The difficulty was minimal, ensuring near certainty in successful cultivation. His extraordinary talent for cultivating divine spiritual plants was no jest. All the materials needed for the Zhuling Dan had been successfully improved. Superior materials yield superior elixirs, with a corresponding increase in success rates. Li Luo took a deep breath, gazing at the small vial of elixirs in his hand. It contained over 20 Zhuling Dan, the fruits of his labor over the past days. By catalyzing the various materials required for the Zhuling Dan, he saved time that would otherwise be wasted waiting, avoiding middlemen who profit from price discrepancies. It can be summed up in one word: splendid. He commenced his cultivation. Li Luo sat cross-legged in a quiet chamber, consumed 1 Zhuling Dan, and closed his eyes to circulate his technique. The infinite chi refinement method utilizes the spiritual roots at a 100 efficiency rate. Coupled with the Zhuling Dan's ability to accelerate the condensation of spiritual energy, his cultivation speed soared to an impressive 200. Indeed, the exaggeration is true. Moreover, consuming multiple Zhuling Dan at once enhances the speed of spiritual energy condensation, albeit with diminishing returns in efficacy. Many factions possess gifted young cultivators who can never have too many Zhuling Dan. Some prodigies, even before the age of 10, reach the foundation-building stage, existing even in the Qingyun kingdom. True genius has no shortage of various spiritual elixirs. They treat them like candy. Li Luo, however, does not enjoy such privileges. He is merely of inferior single spiritual root. The Nie Clan would never provide him with such a bounty of elixirs for cultivation. Thus, Li Luo must rely on his own efforts, secretly cultivating spiritual plant materials to refine elixirs. After all, he is a spiritual planter and can rapidly catalyze the needed plants. Yet it feels a tad slow. Li Luo opened his eyes, directly pouring 10 Zhu Dawn from the vial into his mouth. The speed of spiritual energy condensation surged dramatically, nearing 1,000. This is indeed a delightful pace for cultivation. Li Luo nodded in satisfaction, continuing his practice of the infinite qi refinement method. To miss an opportunity is foolish. He remained dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual crops, but he would also take some benefits for himself. Who could say anything against that? If you have the ability, awaken your own talent as a spiritual planter. As time flowed by, a month swiftly passed. Li Luo had advanced from the 4th layer of qi refinement to the 6th, reaching the peak of the mid-qi refinement stage. This speed, even within the Nie Clan, remains extraordinarily remarkable. This progress is largely due to the efficacy of the infinite qi refinement method. Even with the consumption of numerous Zhu Dawn, the effects could be perfectly realized, accelerating the condensation of spiritual energy. Otherwise, even with an abundance of elixirs and high talent, achieving Li Luo's level would be exceedingly difficult for any other cultivator. Comfortable, he could now persist longer through the night. A smile graced Li Luo's face. However, he had exhausted all his alchemical materials. He needed to harvest more. Li Luo stepped outside to the spiritual fields, the gentle breeze caressing the diverse spiritual plants swaying gracefully under the sun. A day of farming brings delight, and every day of farming is a joy. This is the territory he has forged alone, though a significant portion consists of spiritual grains cultivated as per the clan head's directives. Today, the weather is bright and sunny, golden rays of sunlight filtering through the spiritual ears. Li Luo busied himself, gathering materials required for the Zhu Dan. The spiritual grains no longer required his attention. Thanks to Li Luo's cultivation efforts, the yield of spiritual rice seed from these 10 mu of fields had increased by a whopping 500. He mused that even the improved spiritual seed from grain merchants would scarcely match this yield. Hey, what are you doing? At that moment, a shadow loomed over him. Li Luo, seated at the edge of the field, looked up. A stunningly beautiful face with snow-like skin and picturesque features greeted him. Nie Ziyan. The name surfaced in Li Luo's mind. He knew this young woman from the Nie Clan, renowned as a prodigy. Rumor spoke of her possessing a mid-grade dual spiritual root and an extraordinary mastery of fusion techniques. But why had she come to find him? Nothing much. Li Luo casually tucked the spiritual plant into his embrace. Nie Ziyan's eyes widened. Incredulity etched across her face. How dare you steal? This is a spiritual field, right? The clan head will punish you if he finds out. Li Luo rolled his eyes, retorting, this spiritual field is under my purview. Even if it were yours, you cannot steal. A thief is still a thief, and I am merely taking what is rightfully mine. Put it back, Nie Ziyan urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Li Luo, uninterested in her protests, stood up, preparing to venture deeper into the spiritual fields. However, Nie Ziyan suddenly blocked his path. You shall not leave. The spiritual energy emanating from her was palpable, a blue-green glow flowing around her. Li Luo sensed a hint of danger. He had already reached the peak of the mid-qi refinement stage, indicating that Nie Ziyan had at least reached the late stage of qi refinement. What hassle? Li Luo sighed inwardly. The clan head had repeatedly emphasized that he should not reveal his identity as a spiritual planter for the time being. Thus, he had no solid reason to present. You must return the spiritual plants you stole to the clan's storeroom. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Determination was evident on Nie Ziyan's petite face. Li Luo, seeing her resolve, felt a sudden impulse. He swiftly raised his right hand and gently brushed her cheek at lightning speed. It must be said her skin was soft and smooth, a delightful sensation. Nie Ziyan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her expression flustered, clearly unprepared for such an act. Seizing the opportunity, Li Luo quickly slipped past her and into the depths of the spiritual fields. Nie regained her composure, only to witness Li Luo's retreating figure slowly fading away. Infuriated, she stamped her foot, wanting to pursue him but feeling a twinge of embarrassment. With no other option, she could only huff in frustration and ride the wind away. After all, others were watching nearby. Brother Qingxin, that brat just dared to touch Miss Jiyan. A Nie Clan disciple seemed incredulous. Nie Shijin's expression darkened. In the entire Nie family, who does not know that Nie Shijin has been pursuing Nie Jiyan? Today, he finally waited for Nie Jiyan to step out, and he originally intended to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter. However, he never anticipated witnessing such an event. Nie Shijin felt an overwhelming displeasure, as if a green cap had been placed upon his head. Who was that person who had just entered the spirit field? Nie Shijin asked coldly. I know him. A small follower quickly responded. His name is Li Luo, a son-in-law summoned back by the family head a year ago. What? A son-in-law? Nie Shijin was almost infuriated to the point of laughter. Let us go. We shall pay him a visit and make him aware that certain individuals in the Nie family are not to be trifled with. Should he dare to provoke, I shall sever his little claws. Chapter 10. A Stroke of Bad Luck. An acre of land comprises approximately 600 square meters. 10 acres of spirit field is indeed quite substantial. As Li Luo traversed the field, he gathered spiritual herbs, feeling exceptionally pleased. With this harvest, he estimated he could concoct over 10 bottles of gathering spirit pills, which would undoubtedly assist him in advancing to the later stages of chi refinement, provided no one interfered. Brother, that's him, the son-in-law, named Li Luo. Li Luo suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He looked up and saw a throng of individuals marching toward him, trampling the spiritual herbs along the way without a care. Hey, what are you doing? Do you not realize that you cannot trample on the spirit field? Li Luo's expression soured. If this spoiled the family head's plans, these individuals would certainly not reap any rewards. Yet, Nie Shijin was far too enraged to concern himself with the trampling. Seeing Li Luo's audacity only fueled his fury. I have yet to interrogate you, and you dare to question me? Who granted you such courage? Everyone charge. Just do not kill him. With a wave of his hand, Nie Shijin commanded the assault. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback. What was the meaning of this? What had he done to warrant an attack? And they dared to say it was acceptable as long as he was not killed? Were they truly so reckless? Fire technique. Flame tiger. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged forth, sparks flying. Li Luo's expression shifted dramatically. What the hell? A fire spell? You dare to unleash a fire spell in this spirit field? Li Luo hastily retreated, attempting to lure them out of the spirit field. Otherwise, if a fight broke out within the confines of the spirit field, the consequences could be dire. Ha, he is afraid. He is afraid. A chorus of laughter erupted from Nie Shijin and his entourage. Even Nie Shijin's lips curled into a slight smirk. In their eyes, merely casting a small spell had sent Li Luo fleeing in panic. Was this not a display of fear? You're Li Luo, correct? I now warn you. Keep your distance from Miss Jiyan in the future. Otherwise, every time I see you, I shall strike you. If you dare to touch Miss Jiyan again, you can forget about your claws. Nie Shijin's imposing presence loomed large as he shouted his warning. Li Luo could only feel a throbbing headache. Damn it, these people are truly out of their minds. Is it necessary to escalate matters for such a trivial issue? And even if you wish to teach me a lesson, cannot we step outside the spirit field first? Fighting within it could lead to significant problems. Stop. Halt. As Li Luo noticed the fire spell was still active, he quickly shouted. A fire-red tiger, its 4 paws treading upon a phantom flame, was gradually taking shape in midair. Boss, should we stop? Do not stop. Increase the intensity. Nie Shijin was not inclined to let Li Luo off so easily. If he did not teach this brat a lesson, he would never learn the meaning of pain. It was a lesson gleaned from years of experience within the Nie family. One must be ruthless to stand firm. This was also the secret to his ability to gather so many followers. Xiao Mao, you're adept at earth spells. Stop this fellow. Do not let him escape the spirit field, lest he slips away once outside. Nie Shijin commanded coldly, issuing a new order. Understood, boss. The young follower responded eagerly. His hands pressed against the ground, and with a surge of spiritual energy, walls of earth erupted from the ground. Li Luo nearly collided with them, barely managing to halt. He surveyed his surroundings. Damn it, I'm surrounded by earth walls. Moreover, he could not simply leap over them. Doing so would render him an easy target. These damn kids must want to be punished by the family head. Li Luo's expression darkened. If he were outside the spirit field, he would not hesitate to retaliate. However, he was currently deep within the spirit field. Once he acted, it would spiral out of control. After all, he only knew fire spells, and unleashing them within the spirit field could be exceedingly perilous. Roar! At that moment, the ethereal fire tiger had fully materialized. The young follower, obedient to Nie Clan's command, did not cease the release of his spell, but instead infused it with even more fire attribute spiritual energy. In the next instant, the fire tiger charged toward Li Luo. Stepping upon the blazing flames, Li Luo clenched his fists, cursing under his breath before unleashing a punch. Boom! Flames erupted as his right fist was enveloped in a fierce blaze, even more intense than that of the fire tiger. After all, this was the power of the 6th level of Qi refinement. In terms of both strength and quality, he far surpassed these young rascals. The strongest among them appeared to be Nie Clan. Judging by the fluctuations in spiritual energy, he seemed to possess the cultivation of the 4th level of Qi refinement. However, in Li Luo's eyes, that was still far from sufficient. Without even deploying a spell, he merely released his spiritual energy and shattered the fire tiger in a single blow. All flash and no substance. Li Luo scoffed, but in the next moment, he noticed the surrounding flames. Dense smoke and scorching heat enveloped parts of the spirit field. Naturally, the spiritual herbs had become utterly devastated. Damn you, you little rascals. If you wish to fight, come out and face me. Flames ignited in Li Luo's eyes. Today was indeed a stroke of bad luck for him. This spirit field was the territory he had painstakingly cultivated. To see it so extensively scorched was an utter waste. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that this might disrupt the family head's grand plans. Although he would not bear the brunt of the blame, if cleanup were required, it would ultimately fall to him. Huh, you think I'm a fool? If we were outside, you would certainly run away. I will not fall for your tricks. Nie Clan laughed triumphantly. Run away? You truly are a clever one, Li Luo retorted, feeling utterly speechless. Are you mocking me? Nie Clan frowned. Although Li Luo had praised him as clever, he felt inexplicably that it was not a compliment. Regardless of what you say, today I must teach you a proper lesson. Nie Clan once again waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to join him. He had certainly noticed that Li Luo's cultivation level was relatively high. But so what? With so many of us, we could easily overwhelm you. After all, you're not a foundational cultivator. Li Luo silently observed the group of younglings charging towards him, his expression gradually turning calm. He had no other options left. Now he could only fight. However, before that, there was one thing he needed to do. Grasping a communication jade pendant in his hand, Li Luo sent out a message. Chapter 11. You are in big trouble. The flames danced wildly across the fields, their glow illuminating the billowing smoke. The once verdant and vibrant 10 acres of spirit plants had now turned to charred black, exuding a scorching aura. Li Luo stood at the center, watching the scene with a sigh of helplessness. He had no choice. If he did not exert his full strength, he might not be able to contend with this group. Yet, once he unleashed his full power, there would be no turning back. Do you wish to continue? Li Luo glanced towards the few remaining individuals who were still able to stand amidst the chaos. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Nie Clan's mouth, and his expression was grim. He had originally thought that with a dozen people on his side, defeating a mere son-in-law would be a certainty. Who would have imagined that Li Luo's cultivation surpassed their expectations? We're leaving. Nie Clan gritted his teeth. Helplessly, he had to concede defeat. However, now that Li Luo's experimental spirit field was in ruins, how could he allow Nie Clan and his group to escape? None of you are permitted to leave this place. Li Luo obstructed their path. Nie Clan's eyes flickered as he inquired, Do you wish for us to perish together? No, Li Luo shook his head. I merely request that you do not leave for the moment. Let us wait for someone to arrive together. Wait for someone? Do you know who I am? Who do you think will come to your aid? Those who, like you, are merely sons-in-law of my family? Li Luo cast a faint glance at him. Choosing not to respond, this brash young boy would soon receive a fitting lesson. However, as Nie Clan noticed Li Luo's dismissive attitude, an inexplicable fury surged within him. What is your identity to look down on me so? Even if your cultivation level exceeds mine, what of it? I can easily summon several foundational cultivators to assist me. No matter how strong you are, can you contend with foundational cultivators? Even if given 10 years, you, a mere son-in-law, could never break through to the foundational realm. Get lost, you stubborn pig. This is your last warning. Nie shouted angrily. His body ached from the recent battle, and he was eager to find a healer. Furthermore, he intended to recruit several more formidable companions to return and teach Li Luo a lesson. Yet, Li Luo was growing increasingly impatient. He was already troubled by the devastation of his spirit field, and now Nie was incessantly chattering in his ear. Yet, what Nie did not realize was the magnitude of the mistake he had made. How tiresome! Li Luo's eyes turned cold as he struck out with his right palm. A crisp sound echoed through the air, and a vivid red handprint appeared on Nie right cheek. In that moment, all present were left dumbfounded. While they had all sustained injuries during the earlier scuffle, the act of slapping was of an entirely different significance, an utter humiliation. I have grown up without even my father ever striking me. Tears welled up in Nie eyes, and he was on the verge of crying from the indignation. Li Luo wore a look of disdain. Indeed, you are merely a child. Is this truly where you draw the line? Don't rush. You have an even greater burden to bear. You are in big trouble. At that moment, one of Nie subordinates stepped forward, puffing out his chest with an air of arrogance. I am the grandson of the third elder. Ah, you finally understand fear? Li Luo mused, stroking his chin. Then you should quickly kneel and apologize. Otherwise, the third elder will definitely not let you off. The subordinate declared, still brimming with bravado. Nie stubbornly held back his tears, gazing defiantly at Li Luo, for his subordinate had voiced his innermost thoughts. Li Luo was rendered speechless. This group of youngsters truly was amusing. In reality, it was they who were in grave trouble. Li Luo was about to explain a few things when, at that moment, a figure rushed into the inferno. Following closely behind were numerous cultivators adept in water-based techniques. What on earth was happening? Nie halted beside Li Luo, surveying the ash-covered ground, his heart sinking. This was a serious predicament. The Master's plan regarding the Taiyuan Spiritual Grain Merchant Association was set to commence in just a few days. Yet now, all the improved spirit seeds cultivated by Li Luo were gone. In truth, the spirit grains planted in this 10-acre spirit field were not intended for sale. Instead, the Master sought to acquire more spiritual soil and use these enhanced grains as seeds to further expand production. For the past few days, the Master had been busy procuring a significant quantity of spiritual soil. Who was responsible for this? Who had done such a thing? Nie eyes reddened with fury as he glared at Li Luo, filled with wrath. Li Luo silently pointed towards Nie. You are Nie Guanjia. Do you intend to assist a son-in-law in rising above his station? Nie recognized Nie Qing's identity. He was the personal steward of the Nie family head, Nie Chonglu. Although he was not a cultivator, he wielded considerable power. Yet, no matter how much authority he possessed, it could not compare to that of his grandfather. However, Nie Qing was presently unconcerned with such trivialities. So was you. He glared at Nie with a vengeful intensity. This struck fear into Nie, causing him to step back in alarm. You dare threaten me? My grandfather will not let you off. Once again, he resorted to leveraging his family background to intimidate others. But if it were a different matter, Nie might have retreated. Yet this was entirely different. You wretched brat. You deserve to be punished. Nie raised his hand, but ultimately had to let it fall. Given his status, he could not lay a hand on Nie, not even for a reprimand. Seeing this, Nie felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had genuinely feared that Nie would strike at him. Li Luo furrowed his brow and quietly inquired, Nie Guanjia, where's the family head? Why has he not arrived? With a sense of resignation, Nie replied, the family head is currently not within the clan, but I have sent a message. He should return shortly. Li Luo nodded, sharing a similar sentiment to Nie. Truthfully, this was purely unfortunate. It was an unfortunate turn of events. Yet at that moment, a figure descended from the sky. As spiritual energy surged, the surrounding flames ignited once more. The cultivators that Nie had brought, who had been suppressing the fire with water techniques, found the flames reigniting due to the influx of external spiritual energy, causing further devastation to the spirit field. Damn it, Who is this fool? Li Luo cursed inwardly. Glancing up, he beheld a middle-aged man with an exceptionally grave expression descending beside Nie Jin. Father, you have finally arrived, Nie Jin exclaimed in surprise. Li Luo possessed a communication jade pendant, and naturally, Nie Jin would not lack such an item. However, the time it took him to send a message was slightly longer than that of Li Luo. It was only after Li Luo had incapacitated everyone present that Nie Jin discreetly contacted his father. Shortly after Nie Qing arrived, his father, Nie Feng, also swiftly made his entrance. Furthermore, Nie Feng was a practitioner at the Foundation Establishment stage. Chapter 12. Who Moves, Who Dies? Foundation Establishment cultivators in the Nie family already held a degree of influence. Even within the entirety of Qingyun Kingdom, Foundation Establishment cultivators could assert themselves with confidence. After all, Golden Core cultivators often secluded themselves for 1 or 2 years at a time, making them a rare sight. Unless it was someone like Nie Chonglu, the head of the family, who was responsible for the family's development and management. Thus, one must never underestimate Foundation Establishment cultivators. Li Luo would never be arrogant enough to believe he could battle a Foundation Establishment cultivator on equal footing. May I have a word with Steward Nie? Li Luo inquired. Nie Qing stepped forward, intending to articulate something. Yet, Nie Feng, with a calm demeanor, interjected talk. What do you wish to discuss with me? To humiliate my son. Do you intend to remain unscathed? Li Luo furrowed his brow. This man seemed rather difficult to converse with. At that moment, seeing his father had arrived, Nie Jin's demeanor became audacious once more. Father, you just slapped me, Nie Jin hurriedly reported, adopting a pitiful expression. Nie Feng turned to inspect the situation, and indeed, he observed a pronounced red mark on his son's face. Young man, I must say, you possess quite the confidence. Nie Feng's gaze bore into Li Luo, his words laced with an icy harshness. Young Master Nie Feng, there seems to be some misunderstanding. Nie Qing was aware of the challenges posed by this individual, yet he felt compelled to explain. However, what he did not realize was that often, in moments of anger, rationality eludes individuals. Nie Feng had no interest in hearing any trivial explanations from Nie Qing. He was also disinterested in knowing what connection Nie Qing had with his son-in-law, Li Luo. As a renowned Foundation Establishment cultivator and the son of the third elder, he sought to uphold the family's interests and reputation. With a swift motion, Nie Feng vanished from his position. A blinding gust of wind surged forth, obscuring everyone's vision. Li Luo's heart raced. In the next instant, Nie Feng's figure materialized before him. The techniques wielded by cultivators are varied and extraordinary. Some are designed for long-range attacks, while others serve supportive functions, and some can inflict severe damage at close quarters. The technique Nie Feng unleashed at this moment was specifically intended for close-range ambush. Li Luo's expression darkened. His internal spiritual energy surged as waves of heat radiated from him. Although he knew he was no match for a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he would not simply resign himself to fate. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous small wind blades enveloped Li Luo, blocking all avenues of retreat. In the blink of an eye, Nie Feng's figure appeared before him, his gaze filled with a fierce intent. Even if he did not kill Li Luo today, he at least intended to incapacitate him. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding air seemed to collapse. Li Luo stood firm, unharmed. A gentle breeze tousled the strands of hair on his forehead. At that moment, the elderly Nie Qing stood before him, shielding him from Nie Feng's assault. You would dare to strike a mere son-in-law, why? A flicker of confusion crossed Nie Feng's gaze. Li Luo felt similarly puzzled. However, unlike Nie Feng, Li Luo was still trying to comprehend the situation. But Steward Nie is not a cultivator. How could he possibly withstand a Foundation Establishment cultivator's technique? Yet soon, Li Luo recalled a crucial piece of information from his memory. Martial artists. Indeed, in this world, while cultivators are the mainstream, martial practitioners also exist. Of course, martial artists cannot compare to cultivators, but some formidable martial practitioners can still contend with them. Moreover, the lifespan of martial artists pales in comparison to that of cultivators. The singular advantage of martial practitioners lies in their lack of need for spiritual roots. No wonder Steward Nie, a mere mortal, could wield a degree of power. A martial artist capable of contending with Foundation Establishment cultivators is truly exceptional. Li Luo felt a sense of surprise. He looked once more at Nie Qing. his perception of him having shifted significantly. Nie Qing fixed his serious gaze upon Nie Feng, stating, "Young Master Nie Feng, you cannot harm young Master Li. This is the command of the family head." "Huh? You would use the family head to intimidate me?" Nie Feng dismissed him with indifference. He did not believe the family head would place any significance on a mere son-in-law. Others might be oblivious, but he was acutely aware of the intricacies involved in the matter of taking in a son-in-law. For the Nie family, son-in-laws are merely expendable. The notion of producing 20 in 10 years was hardly a jest. If they succeeded, it would be one thing. But if they failed, did they truly think the Nie family was a charitable institution? Therefore, Nie Feng had no regard for Li Luo. Exactly. He, a son-in-law, dares to strike me. I refuse to believe the family head would assist him. Nie Jin felt emboldened, primarily due to his backing. What support could Li Luo possibly have within the Nie family? You speak of the family head? Buffed. Would anyone really believe the words of a mere steward like Nie Qing? Surely, neither Nie Jin nor his lackeys believed it. Neither did Nie Feng. Yet sometimes, reality is indeed astonishingly improbable. Nie Qing found himself unable to elucidate the reasons behind the situation. According to the family head's orders, Li Luo's identity as a spiritual plant master must remain concealed for the time being. Today, I demand this brat kneel and apologize to my son. Let me see if you can truly stop me. Nie Feng's spiritual energy surged violently, swirling as streams of azure energy coiled around him. Nie Qing's expression grew exceedingly grave. If a confrontation ensued, he was genuinely not Nie Feng's match. The earlier defense against the attack of a Foundation establishment cultivator had already pushed him to his limit. Swish! In an instant, Nie Feng's figure vanished once more. The rapid exchange of offense and defense commenced. Within mere seconds, Nie Qing bore wounds upon his body, blood dripping down. Witnessing this, Li Luo realized he could no longer remain a bystander. With a surge of determination, he unleashed his fiery spiritual energy completely. In a 2-against-1 scenario, Nie Feng maneuvered with ease. The fierce winds and flames clashed against the azure wind blades. Nie Jin, witnessing from the sidelines, felt a rush of excitement. Rallying his companions to cheer, "Father, quickly defeat him. Go for it." However, just as his voice rang out, a formidable figure appeared behind him without warning. A large hand gently patted the back of Nie Jin's head. Boom! In an instant, Nie Jin collapsed to the ground, his forehead forcefully embedded in the soil. His eyes glazed over, his face smeared in blood. Xiao Jin, Nie Feng's expression transformed into one of fury. In the next moment, swiftly breaking free from the entanglement with Li Luo and Nie Qing, Nie Feng aimed to return to Nie Jin's side. However, the figure standing beside Nie Jin spoke at that moment, declaring, "Whoever moves dies." Upon hearing this, Nie Feng's gaze instantly fixed upon the individual. Family head, Nie Feng was momentarily stunned. At this moment, Nie Changlu's expression was exceedingly frosty, and his words were laden with menace. Nonetheless, his threat was one that no one dared to disregard. Chapter 13. Do you dare to retort? Nie Feng hesitated to move, yet he dared to speak. Family head, what do you mean by this? His eyes narrowed, once again filled with confusion. If it were merely Nie Qing acting against Li Luo, he would have felt little concern. However, with the family head's involvement, it became rather astonishing. Yet, Nie Changlu paid him no mind. Tell me what transpired. His gaze shifted towards Li Luo, who, without hesitation, recounted the events that had unfolded, detailing everything from Nie Jian onwards. Upon hearing that Li Luo had slapped Nie Jin, Nie Changlu nodded and remarked, "Well done." Beside him, Nie Feng's expression darkened, and he stated, "Family head, I must remind you that Xiao Jin is my son." "Oh, and what of it?" Nie Changlu replied calmly. Fixing his gaze upon Nie Feng, Nie Feng's face twitched slightly, and he coldly retorted, "The Elder Council." With a swish, Nie Changlu appeared before Nie Feng. "Are you threatening me?" A glint of red flickered in Nie Changlu's eyes. Witnessing this, Li Luo, armed with the information he had gathered over the past year, had begun to comprehend the power dynamics within the Nie family. The family head indeed wielded significant authority, yet the Elder Council also held sway. The Nie family was not a realm governed solely by the family head's decree. The elders possessed the power to veto any unreasonable decisions made by the family head. Thus, would the family head concede? Li Luo observed closely and suddenly perceived a subtle movement in Nie Changlu's lips. Was he conveying a message? Soon after, Nie Feng's countenance changed dramatically. I understand now, he said in a low voice. He then grasped the unconscious Nie Clan, whose head still spun in a daze. A result of Nie Changlu's mercy. Otherwise, that little head would have been shattered by a single slap. Dad, just now a scoundrel hit me. As Nie Clan regained some lucidity, his first instinct was to complain. Yet a swift sound followed. Slap. A distinct handprint appeared on Nie Clan's left cheek, perfectly mirroring his right. Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle, for just moments earlier, Nie Clan had claimed that he had never been struck by his father in his entire life. Now, he was experiencing his first taste of it, and the psychological blow he suffered was far greater than that of Li Luo's slap. Nie Clan stood frozen, staring blankly at his father, seemingly unable to grasp what had transpired. You insolent wretch, Nie Feng scolded vehemently. Dad, Nie Clan whimpered on the verge of tears. Do you dare to retort? Slap. Another resounding blow followed, rendering Nie Clan speechless. His companions trembled in fear, utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in allegiance. How had their leader's father suddenly sided with Li Luo? It was utterly surreal. Their minds struggled to process the bewildering turn of events. Enough, if you wish to act. Do so at home, Nie Changlu interjected. Nie Feng maintained his composure and replied, Rest assured, family head, I will teach this rascal a proper lesson. With that, Nie Feng hastily took to the skies with Nie Clan in tow. Meanwhile, Nie Clan's companions remained rooted in place, unsure whether to flee. For the family head was still present. Ultimately, Nie Changlu merely imposed a 3-year confinement on them. This matter reached a temporary resolution. In the garden pavilion, adorned with picturesque scenery, Li Luo and Nie Qing stood before Nie Changlu. Are there any remaining seeds of the improved spirit plants? After an extended silence, Nie Changlu finally inquired. Li Luo shook his head, replying, None remain. The spirit plants were utterly destroyed. Even if we procure old seeds from outside and attempt to enhance them anew, it will take at least a month. Nie Changlu's fingers lightly tapped on the stone table, as if deep in thought. Moments later, he asked, You have reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, correct? Li Luo nodded. Then, if you were to cultivate to the late stage of qi refinement, or even the perfected realm, could you produce a sufficient quantity of spirit grain seeds within half a month? Li Luo paused, his first thought being whether his secret had been discovered. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. If Nie Changlu could see through him, he would have apprehended him long ago. Thus, he confidently responded, Yes. As long as I break through to the perfected realm of qi refinement, supplemented with treasures that replenish spiritual energy, I can sustain continuous enhancement of the spirit seeds. All right. Qing, use my token to fetch some items from the warehouse, Nie Changlu instructed, listing a series of cultivation resources both familiar and unfamiliar to Li Luo. Some of these treasures were even reserved for foundational cultivators. Indeed, when Nie Qing returned to the garden, Nie Changlu handed him a gray bag. This spatial bag is for you. It contains cultivation resources that are yours, Nie Changlu stated seriously. I have but one request. Deliver the required quantity of spirit grain seeds to me within 30 days. The number must cover 1,000 acres of spirit fields. Li Luo smiled, patting his chest as he assured, Family head, you can rely on me. After bidding farewell to the family head, he hurried back home. Upon stepping into his secluded chamber, he eagerly opened the spatial bag. To his astonishment, it was filled with exceptionally high-quality cultivation resources. There were even 5 middle-grade spirit stones. 1 middle-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within was purer and easier to absorb. As for the rest, there was an abundance of spirit pills, magical garments, and red fruits, an overwhelming wealth of cultivation resources. Even foundational cultivators might envy Li Luo's current fortune. While lacking offensive treasures, these resources were precisely suited for Li Luo's present needs. They would likely facilitate his journey to the perfected realm of qi refinement without issue. Naturally, reaching the foundational stage was no simple feat, as it required particularly rare treasures. Yet, did Li Luo feel any urgency to break through to that stage? Absolutely not. With the infinite qi refinement method at his disposal, he could shatter the confines of qi refinement's perfected realm using these cultivation resources. Thus, he commenced his seclusion for cultivation, vowing to emerge only after transcending his limits. Li Luo casually retrieved an entire vial of spirit pills from the spatial bag and poured them into his mouth. Unexpectedly, he was able to experience the sensation of consuming spiritual pills as if they were mere candies. It seems he ought to express his gratitude to Nie Clan. As for the destroyed 10 acres of spiritual fields, in comparison to the cultivation resources Li Luo currently possesses, it pales in significance. It merely signifies the disruption of the family head's plans. But how does that concern him? Naturally, the half-month deadline stipulated by the family head holds no weight for him. The talent for cultivating divine spiritual plants is not so easily attained. Even if he were to consider a mere half-month, with his current cultivation level, he could improve a sufficient quantity of spiritual seeds in just 10 days. Chapter 14. The key to breaking through the foundation establishment realm. The Nie family has 10 elders who collectively form the Elder Council, capable of restraining the family head. The third elder, Nie Yuan, is at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Typically, he remains in seclusion. However, today, Nie Yuan had no choice but to emerge. In a lavishly decorated pavilion, Nie Clan knelt, blood dripping from his forehead. Nie Feng stood beside him, feeling a pang of sympathy as he addressed Nie Yuan. Father, little Jean has endured so much suffering. Surely, it is enough now? Do not plead, otherwise you shall kneel alongside him. Nie Yuan picked up a tea bowl with both hands and took a delicate sip. Nie Feng, feeling helpless, fell silent. Time passed without notice. Nie Yuan glanced at the nearly unconscious Nie Clan. Rise. Upon hearing this, Nie Clan hurriedly stood, but after kneeling for too long, he faltered and nearly fell again. Fortunately, Nie Feng was quick to catch him. Do you understand your mistake? Nie Yuan asked with an expressionless face. I understand. Nie Clan nodded hurriedly, looking at his grandfather with a face full of grievance. Today had truly been a stroke of bad luck. Not only had he been beaten by outsiders, but his own father had also slapped him. Upon returning home, he had intended to seek solace from his grandfather, only to find that his father had presumably spoken ill of him to the elder. Consequently, his grandfather had given him a sound thrashing. Nie Clan found himself at a loss for a place to weep. Reflecting on the events that transpired, he felt a deep despair. Why had destroying a mere 10 acres of spiritual fields drawn the family head's attention? What was it about that son-in-law Li Luo that enabled him to garner the family head's assistance? Nie Clan could not fathom the reasoning. Neither Nie Feng nor Nie Yuan could provide clarity on the matter. If the family head's plan succeeded, the Nie family's foundation would undoubtedly grow significantly. Thus, the third elder Nie Yuan dismissed Nie Clan, instructing him to seek a physician for treatment. Now, only he and Nie Feng remained in the room. They had a matter of utmost importance to discuss. This object likely requires the expertise of a spiritual plant master for thorough investigation. As he spoke, Nie Yuan waved his hand, and a small box materialized on the table. Upon seeing this, Nie Feng's expression sharpened. Father, are you certain? Certainly, Nie Yuan replied calmly. During my time in seclusion, I perused numerous ancient texts and have finally confirmed the origins of this item. What origins? Nie Feng asked eagerly, clearly valuing the contents of the box. Nie Yuan spoke slowly. 3,000 years ago, before the establishment of the Qingyun kingdom, this land was barren. Yet, at some unknown point, it transformed overnight into a fertile realm. According to my deductions, this phenomenon is linked to this object. As he finished speaking, Nie Feng's eyes quickly filled with insatiable greed. It is well known that the Qingyun kingdom was established 3,000 years ago. Therefore, the contents of this small box must be directly connected to the kingdom. If they could uncover its secrets, Nie Feng could scarcely imagine the magnitude of their gains. At this moment, Nie Yuan continued, initially I considered borrowing a spiritual plant master from another merchant association. However, that approach carries too much risk. They might seize the opportunity. But now that you mention it, the family head happens to have a spiritual plant master available. We need not take that risk. Nie Feng hesitated. But will that fellow Li Luo assist us? Should we simply confront him? Silence. Nie Yuan reprimanded. Put away your dangerous notions. He is currently affiliated with Nie Clan. Do you truly believe Nie Clan lacks protective measures? I apologize, father. I overthought it. Nie Feng bowed his head. Though Nie Yuan was a golden core cultivator, Nie Clan's rise to the position of family head was no simple feat. Prepare some gifts and bring along little Jean, Nie Yuan instructed. If you both take the initiative to apologize, I trust you will not harbor further resentment. What? Us? Personally apologize? Nie Clan expressed reluctance. Given his status within the family, it felt beneath him to apologize to a mere son-in-law. If word of this spread, how would the other branches mock him? However, with a fierce glare from Nie Clan, he was admonished, enough of your nonsense. If I tell you to go, then go. Moreover, visit the Jiazi storage and retrieve the Thunderwood using my command token. What? Father, you intend to give that fellow the Thunderwood? Nie Clan was utterly stunned. Not only did he have to apologize in person, but he also had to offer the Thunderwood. It should be noted that even his son Nie Clan was not yet qualified to wield such a celestial spiritual item. Do you not understand the principle of one must invest to reap rewards? Nie Clan replied tranquilly. Only by offering him greater benefits will he earnestly assist us. Even if you feel displeased, you must suppress it for now, provided he helps us uncover the secrets. Afterward, you may do as you wish. Upon hearing this, Nie Clan finally comprehended Nie Clan's intentions. Indeed, the priority now was to unearth the secret. As for everything else, it was inconsequential. What if they were to offer the Thunderwood to him? Nie Clan could not believe that Li Luo could swiftly cultivate the root of the Great Path. As long as he lacked the root of the Great Path, he would be unable to utilize the Thunderwood. Understood, father. Nie Clan nodded, carefully picking up the small box from the table before turning to leave the pavilion to make preparations. As time passed, the following day arrived. Li Luo had been cultivating diligently in the quiet chamber for an entire day and night. At this moment, he opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. How fast? I've already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Li Luo silently sensed the spiritual power flowing smoothly within him, feeling an extraordinary sense of comfort. This was the essence of cultivation. Each breakthrough brought immense pleasure. His physical condition and overall vitality had also seen significant improvement. At this rate, he would soon qualify to attempt to condense the root of the Great Path. In the Qi refinement stage, cultivators continuously harness spiritual power through their spiritual roots, ultimately allowing them to mature. When merged with celestial spiritual items, the spiritual root undergoes a transformation into the root of the Great Path. Thus, the key to advancing to the foundation establishment realm lies in celestial spiritual items. The interplay of the virtual and the real is essential to achieving the foundation of the Tao. The union of the spiritual root's illusory form and the tangible spiritual object constitutes the root of the Great Path. The so-called illusion refers to the manifestations of the spiritual roots within each Qi refinement cultivator, mysterious and profound. However, the higher the grade of the spiritual root, the better the celestial spiritual items it can fuse with. Moreover, the greater the number of spiritual roots, the more celestial spiritual materials one can merge. This is precisely why numerous factions place great importance on innate talent. The quantity and quality of spiritual roots signify the potential of a cultivator, heralding boundless prospects. Chapter 15. Celestial Spiritual Materials. Lei Xiaomu, you claim you are here to offer an apology? In the reception hall, Li Luo wore a peculiar expression. Nie Clan, accompanied by the unyielding Nie Clan, stood before him. To be candid, Li Luo initially had no desire to meet this family. However, their generous offerings were simply too enticing. Each gift left Li Luo's eyes gleaming with desire. Most notably, among these was the Nie family's unique treasure, Lei Xiaomu. The merging of spiritual roots with celestial spiritual materials, a synthesis of the tangible and the ethereal, is essential for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Lei Xiaomu is indeed a celestial spiritual material. Although it is merely a low-grade spiritual item, its value is astonishing. Furthermore, it perfectly matches Li Luo's low-grade spiritual root. Had it been a medium-grade spiritual item, he would have been unable to merge it due to his inferior spiritual root. Xiao Jin quickly apologized to young Master Li. At that moment, Nie Clan commanded. Reluctantly, Nie Clan stepped forward and bowed his head to utter an apology. His demeanor was not particularly sincere, but at least he put on a show of respect. It was worth noting that he was the beloved grandson of the third elder. Speak. What is it you wish me to do? Li Luo responded calmly. He was acutely aware of his own worth. If there were no ulterior motives, Nie Clan would not have taken the trouble to personally visit for an apology. Simultaneously, Li Luo understood that his only value lay in this very matter. Nie Feng waved his hand, instructing Nie Shijin to wait outside. The reception hall was left with just the two of them. Nie Feng inquired, "I have heard that young Master Li is a spiritual planter. Is that true?" "Indeed," Li Luo nodded. "I possess the talent of a spiritual planter. What do you desire?" A smile graced Nie Feng's face as he replied, "It is quite simple. I have a matter that requires your assistance." With utmost caution, Nie Feng retrieved a small box from his spatial artifact and placed it before Li Luo. The surface of this small box bore no markings and appeared exceedingly mundane. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Li Luo felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if something was irresistibly drawing him in. Li Luo lifted the small box and opened it. A spiritual seed? Li Luo's expression turned perplexed. At the center of the box lay a thumb-sized emerald seed. "You wish for me to catalyze this seed to maturity?" Li Luo looked up at Nie Feng and asked. "Precisely." Nie Feng smiled. "I primarily wish to ascertain the purpose of this item." "Very well. I shall give it a try," Li Luo nodded. Given the humility with which they approached him for an apology, to refuse would indeed provoke irreparable animosity. Nie Feng expressed a few more words of gratitude before turning to leave Li Luo's courtyard. Outside, Nie Shijin followed his father with an unhappy demeanor. Once they had walked some distance, Nie Shijin spoke up, "Father, even if we were to offer an apology, why bestow Lei Xiaomu upon him? What if he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage?" Nie Shijin's words were laced with resentment, for even he lacked the qualification to receive celestial spiritual materials. The annual yield of Lei Xiaomu was limited to a single piece. Typically, only those cultivators who had rendered significant contributions to the Nie family would be granted such a boon. What merit did Li Luo, a mere son-in-law, possess? Foolish. Nie Feng scolded. "Do you truly believe that gifting Lei Xiaomu to him is a benevolent act?" Nie Shijin appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend. "What do you mean? Is it not a good thing?" Nie Feng sighed in exasperation, saying, "If only you would heed my advice and read more, instead of mingling with those unsavory friends of yours. Are you truly unaware of the key points regarding the fusion of celestial spiritual materials and spiritual roots?" Nie Shijin retorted, "Of course I know. A cultivator should ideally choose celestial spiritual materials that align with their spiritual root attributes." "Then explain to me why such alignment is preferable." "It is quite simple. If the transformed root of the Great Path possesses mixed attributes, the range of available techniques will be significantly limited." "Precisely. Take Li Luo, for instance. His spiritual root is merely a low-grade fire root. If he merges with Lei Xiaomu, the transformed root of the Great Path will take on the attribute of thunder and fire. Where do you think he will find techniques for thunder and fire?" Upon hearing this, Nie Shijin suddenly grasped the situation. Commonly encountered techniques are predominantly of the 5 elemental types. Techniques with mixed attributes are exceedingly rare. If Li Luo chooses to merge with Lei Xiaomu, his spiritual root will evolve into a thunder-fire attribute, making it exceedingly difficult to find suitable techniques. Such a foundation establishment would possess no combat abilities. Seeing his son finally comprehend, Nie Feng smiled slightly, saying, "If he chooses to merge with Lei Xiaomu, he will be the one to suffer." In the entire Nie family, only 3 thunderfire techniques existed, all of which were under the control of your grandfather. Therefore, even if he were to break through to the foundation establishment stage, he would be rendered ineffective. At this point, Nie Feng could not help but admire the wisdom of the elder. By using a retreat as a strategy, he had placed Li Luo in a predicament. To abstain from using Lei Xiaomu would be to forego an exceedingly rare celestial spiritual material. However, to utilize it would mean that the Thunderfire attribute root of the Great Path will be tantamount to not having broken through at all. Furthermore, it would render all the techniques he had previously mastered completely obsolete. Unless Li Luo could enlist the help of a very rare weaver among the myriad arts of cultivation to custom create Thunderfire techniques for him, or venture to a trading house to spend a fortune on purchasing Thunderfire techniques, he would pose little threat even upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. At that moment, Li Luo couldn't help but sneeze. He rubbed his nose, pondering who might be thinking of him. Yet, none of that was of any consequence. Lei Xiaomu. This is a remarkable treasure. Li Luo's face lit up with excitement as he unearthed the Lei Xiaomu from the assortment of gifts. It was a piece of wood less than an arm's length, its surface marred with cracks resembling ancient patterns. Although it was no longer whole, it still emanated a pure and natural aura. This is indeed a celestial spiritual material. Even as a low-grade spiritual item, it should not be underestimated. After all, a celestial spiritual material signifies the potential to cultivate a foundation establishment practitioner. I am currently merely at the 7th layer of chi refinement. From here on out, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Once I reach the peak of chi refinement, I can attempt to break through. Li Luo was filled with an intense yearning for power. While strength does not equate to everything in the realm of cultivation, possessing a higher level of cultivation is essential for garnering the respect of others. For instance, had he been a foundation establishment practitioner yesterday, would Nie Shijin still dare to trouble him? It was precisely for this reason that the family head, Nie Lu, had provided Li Luo with a plethora of cultivation resources. Aside from the matter of improving the spiritual seed, it was with this objective in mind. As long as Li Luo's cultivation level increases, many trivial troubles will cease to exist. As for seeking thunderfire techniques upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, is that not a simple matter? Surely the system all isn't merely for show. Thus, from the very beginning, Li Luo had not contemplated this issue. As long as he possesses sufficient fortune points, he could exchange for even the most exalted secrets of the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. Thunderfire techniques are trivial. One fortune point can exchange for one type. Thus, with both magical arts and martial techniques at his disposal, Li Luo finds himself lacking only in cultivation resources akin to Lei Xiaomu. It is worth congratulating the top-ranked Nie Feng for presenting such a valuable gift. Otherwise, if Li Luo were to seek out spiritual treasures on his own, it would likely take an eternity to encounter such celestial wonders. Chapter 16. The Root of Thunderfire Path. Foundation established. The infinite chi refinement technique allows Li Luo to refine chi without limit. Even upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he can continue to refine chi, thus increasing his capacity for spiritual energy. Fundamentally, the chi refinement stage is characterized by the continual increase in the amount of spiritual energy one can contain. There are 10 levels within the chi refinement stage, and with each ascension, the capacity for spiritual energy increases by tenfold. Therefore, theoretically, upon reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level, a spiritual root could hold 100 units of spiritual energy. Upon entering the foundation establishment stage, the spiritual root transforms into the root of the Great Path, and depending on various conditions, the capacity for spiritual energy will exponentially increase. However, the essence of cultivation at the foundation establishment stage is to compress spiritual energy until it reaches a mist-like state. As the overall strength of one's spiritual energy increases, one naturally becomes more formidable. Yet, for foundation establishment cultivators wishing to enhance their capacity for spiritual energy through chi refinement, such aspirations are largely unattainable. However, for Li Luo, the notion of infinite in the infinite chi refinement technique is no jest. Other cultivators, regardless of their innate talents or the quality and quantity of their spiritual roots, may break through to the foundation establishment stage with the root of the Great Path, accommodating 1,000 units of spiritual energy. Yet, with relentless practice of the infinite chi refinement technique, Li Luo could potentially master 10,000 units of spiritual energy. It is merely a matter of time. One punch capable of shattering the firmament. Does one truly believe this to be mere jest? What? You assert that utilizing magical arts to wield spiritual energy is more efficient and powerful? Huh, I beg to differ. For me, overpowering myriad techniques with sheer force is the ultimate path. Thus, over the course of the next month, apart from occasionally dedicating time to improve the spiritual grain seeds gifted by Nie Qing, Li Luo devoted himself to cultivation. The family head, Nie Lu, upon learning of this, mistakenly believed Li Luo was engrossed in seclusion to enhance the spiritual seeds, and thus felt a twinge of guilt. He consequently sent an abundance of cultivation resources, which Li Luo graciously accepted without hesitation. Regardless of the quantity of cultivation resources available with the infinite chi refinement technique, he could assimilate them flawlessly without any sensation of excess. At last, he has reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement. Within his tranquil chamber, Li Luo opened his eyes, expelling a deep breath of turbid air. He had spent a month transitioning from the 7th to the 10th level of Qi refinement. This rate of progress cannot be deemed slow. It is known that many wandering cultivators take a year or more to break through even a single level, provided they have ample resources for cultivation. Were it not for the infinite Qi refinement technique, Li Luo would have found it challenging to achieve such a feat now. He could begin to attempt the fusion of the celestial treasure, Lei Xiaomu, with his spiritual root, metamorphosing into the root of the Great Path. He would officially break into the foundation establishment stage. As for the notion of suppressing his realm and enriching his foundation, Li Luo had never considered such matters. If he could overpower his opponents with sheer realm, why should he contemplate battles across realms? His diligent seclusion and cultivation were all aimed at achieving rapid breakthroughs, merging with celestial treasures, transforming his spiritual root, and forging the foundation of the Great Path. Li Luo's mind was immersed in this endeavor. As the Lei Xiaomu before him gradually diminished in size, drawn into his dantian by the allure of spiritual energy. This exemplifies one of the characteristics of celestial treasures, possessing a remarkably high affinity for spiritual energy. They can alter in size at will, as long as one has sufficient spiritual energy. The intangible phenomenon of the spiritual root resembled an ethereal flame, gently enveloping the Lei Xiaomu. Li Luo's dantian resembled a furnace. As the illusory image born from his inferior fire spiritual root gradually merged with the Lei Xiaomu, ultimately dissolving into it. Crack! A resounding voice seemed to echo from the depths of antiquity in Li Luo's ears. This sound was profound, majestic, and enigmatic, evoking a sense of reverence and dread. This was the grand voice of the Great Path that every Qi refinement cultivator hears upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Its origins remain unknown, filled with mysteries and wonders. Success! Li Luo abruptly opened his eyes, a look of delight illuminating his countenance. At this moment, he could introspectively perceive the myriad conditions within his body. Previously, his dantian contained only the illusory phenomenon of his spiritual root, akin to a phantom flame, which could condense and harbor spiritual energy. Now, however, the original spiritual root had transformed into the root of Thunderfire Path. A slender, ash-gray wooden entity seemed to harbor boundless power and heat, with several fiery orange blossoms flickering upon its surface. This is what cultivators refer to as the foundation of the Great Path. The root of Thunderfire Path has granted Li Luo a glimmer of possibility in mastering the Thunderfire Path. Of course, this is merely a hint of potential. The road to truly mastering the Great Path is still exceedingly long. One can never predict when death may arrive. The path is fraught with obstacles. However, if I am successful in establishing an invincible lineage, an endless stream of blessings will flow forth. From this perspective, my chances of reaching the pinnacle of the Great Path appear quite favorable. Li Luo smiled gently, his heart brimming with anticipation. The foundation establishment stage is merely the beginning for him. However, in the system marketplace, the foundation establishment technique he wishes to exchange for requires a substantial amount of blessing points. Recently, he might consider taking further wives and concubines. Li Luo harbored a rough idea in his mind. Offspring lacking any aptitude for cultivation can initially provide him with only 10 blessing points. To reap more blessing points, he must either nurture his offspring to cultivate and grow, thus earning additional blessing points from the system, or ensure that his offspring possess higher aptitudes, which would yield more initial blessing points. Currently, his children are all under 1 year old, making cultivation and growth out of the question. Therefore, Li Luo must devise a strategy to court female cultivators with spiritual roots, known as little fairies. The likelihood of offspring born from such unions possessing spiritual roots would significantly increase. Li Luo mentally reviewed the talented female cultivators within the Nie family and suddenly recalled Nie Clan, who seems to possess a mid-grade dual spiritual root. Li Luo's eyes brightened. However, courting Nie Clan is no simple task. She is not like the ordinary women of the Nie family. Besides the family's consent, her own agreement is paramount. After all, she is also a cultivator. Why should she necessarily become your partner? Furthermore, considering he already has many wives and concubines, the challenge is quite formidable. Perhaps I should begin by presenting gifts? Li Luo pondered. Establishing a closer rapport between them could pave the way for future opportunities. Therefore, he hastily rummaged through his spatial pouch for various spiritual plant seeds. Based on his experiences in his previous life, women typically have a fondness for fragrant flowers. In the realm of cultivation, if those flowers also possess cultivation effects, that would certainly be even more exquisite. Hence, with reluctance, Li Luo took out a particularly rare spiritual seed and began channeling spiritual energy to promote its growth. He firmly believed that this endeavor would undoubtedly win Nie Jian's heart. After all, the spiritual plant he is currently nurturing would even entice Foundation establishment cultivators. Chapter 17. A surprising encounter in the afternoon at the Nie family's lecture hall. Disciples at the Qi refinement stage gathered weekly. Foundation establishment practitioners served as instructors, imparting their cultivation experiences to the attendees. As the lecture concluded, Nie Jian sat in the dormitory, feeling somewhat troubled. Jian, what is the matter? Nie Qingyin inquired curiously. It's nothing much. Just that I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and am unsure how to break through. Nie Jian replied, her expression heavy with concern. Having reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, she struggled to ascend to the 8th. This dilemma involved insights and mastery over her spiritual roots, a common challenge faced by most cultivators at this stage. However, Li Luo was different. With the infinite Qi refinement method, he could forcibly break through any barriers. Even if he were to reach the 10,000th layer, he would not encounter any bottlenecks. Yet, Nie Jian, possessing a medium-grade dual spiritual root, found her obstacle quite formidable. Nie Qingyin understood this well and nonchalantly remarked, it's no big deal. Just take your time to cultivate. Your potential far surpasses ours. Nie Qingyin also had a medium-grade spiritual root, albeit a single one, and was currently at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, still below Nie Jian's level. But I want to strive for the Thunderwood next year, Nie Jian stated. I must reach the peak of Qi refinement by then to have a chance at the family's reward. Each year, only a single piece of Thunderwood is produced, and only the most talented disciples of the Nie family have the opportunity to obtain it, based on a comprehensive evaluation. The time taken to reach the peak of Qi refinement is the most crucial factor. At that moment, a young man unexpectedly entered the dormitory. His bright, expressive eyes and tall, elegant stature immediately captivated the attention of everyone present. Who is this handsome young man? Why have we never seen him before? The attendees whispered among themselves, as all Qi refinement practitioners were required to attend the lecture weekly, thus they were generally acquainted with one another. Is he perhaps a Foundation establishment practitioner already? It's you. Nie Jian suddenly rose, her brows furrowing in surprise. Just yesterday, her father had warned her not to divulge anything about the spirit fields to others. Although bewildered by the secrecy, she adhered to her father's advice. Now, unexpectedly, Li Luo had come to find her. Why? Regardless of the circumstances, Nie Jian was certain she would not harbor a favorable attitude towards Li Luo, primarily due to the poor impression he had initially made on her. Ah, it has been a while, Miss Jian, Li Luo greeted with a smile and a wave. This gesture ignited curiosity in Nie Qingyin. Jian, you know him? Who is he? What is your relationship? Nie Qingyin eagerly asked. Having known Nie Jian for many years, she had never witnessed or interact closely with any young man. The most puzzling aspect was that she had no prior knowledge of Li Luo's identity. Could he merely be immortal? I think I recognize who he is. The family head's son-in-law from last year, one individual in the dormitory, suddenly covered his mouth, almost blurting out an inappropriate term. Although such gossip circulated privately, it was best not to speak recklessly in front of the parties involved. Yet, the realization of Li Luo's identity dawned upon everyone present. Nie Qingyin ceased her playful antics. As the situation was undeniably awkward, a son-in-law of the Nie family approaching a talented female cultivator. Nie Jian's brows knitted together in displeasure. What brings you here? We've only met once, haven't we? Indeed, Li Luo nodded, but that brief encounter left me utterly captivated by Miss Jian. His declaration caused an uproar among the gathered disciples. Such a cringe-worthy declaration was the collective sentiment. Nie Qingyin even cast a look of disdain towards him. However, Li Luo believed his genuine expression of feelings was commendable, though it seemed his approach to courting was somewhat misguided, which explained his prolonged single status in his past life. By the way, I have a gift for you. As he spoke, Li Luo reached into his spatial pouch. But Nie quickly interjected, there's no need. I don't require your gift, and I absolutely want to accept it. Her tone was resolute. Nie, however, felt a twinge of curiosity. What kind of gift are you offering? Ordinary gifts wouldn't impress Arjian. Nie shot her friend an irritated glance. This was hardly the time for jokes. While she relished the attention of many, it was not under these circumstances. Yet, Li Luo seized this opportunity. As soon as Nie spoke, he extracted a small, emerald green flower from his spatial pouch. Just as the crowd doubted Li Luo's ability to produce anything of value, a gasp echoed through the assembly. Is that a baling flower? Nie eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? A mere son-in-law can produce a treasure like the baling flower? Instantly, all eyes were fixated on the tiny emerald flower in Li Luo's hand. It was well known that the efficacy of one's spiritual root determined the efficiency of spirit power accumulation. The primary function of chi refinement techniques was to maximize the utilization of spiritual roots to absorb spiritual energy and condense spirit power. Yet, due to mismatches between techniques and roots, most cultivators could not fully exploit their spiritual root's potential. The baling flower, however, allowed one to masterfully wield their spiritual root, achieving the theoretical pinnacle of cultivation efficiency. Consuming a single petal could maintain this state for at least a month. The details of the baling flower's effects flashed through everyone's minds, leaving them in awe. Although Li Luo's earlier comments were indeed cringeworthy, envy washed over them. Nie stood momentarily stunned, her gaze fixated on the baling flower. Such a treasure was precisely the resource she needed. Or rather, it was the most beneficial item for her. With the baling flower, she could advance to the peak of chi refinement without encountering any bottlenecks. Miss Xian, do you like this gift? Li Luo extended the baling flower towards her. Nie felt a whirlwind of emotions. Just moments ago, she had declared she would not accept any gifts from him. Yet now, if she were to accept it, wouldn't that be a contradiction? Would it misrepresent her character? Conflicted, Nie found herself in turmoil. Chapter 18. The Astonishment of the Nie Family Disciples. A stream of female practitioners. The assembly was taken aback, unable to fathom that Li Luo, a mere son-in-law, could present a treasure such as the baling flower. However, at this moment, Nie found herself engulfed in a dilemma. Accepting the gift seemed inappropriate, yet refusing it would truly cause her heartache. Caught in a predicament, she hesitated. Observing her struggle, the others around her were eager to interject and encourage her to accept. After all, it was the Bai Ling Hua. If you do not want it, then I shall gladly take it. This was the prevailing sentiment among the majority. The Bai Ling Hua, once ingested, could significantly enhance one's cultivation speed. Moreover, Nie, possessing a mid-grade dual spirit root, found her current cultivation method ill-suited. This was the root of her previous distress, as she was trapped at the 7th level of chi refinement, struggling to break through. Yet now, with Li Luo presenting the Bai Ling Hua, her predicament could be effortlessly resolved. Jian, since this is a gift from young Master Li, you should accept it without hesitation. At this critical moment, her close friend, Nie stepped forth. She swiftly took the Bai Ling Hua from Li Luo's hand and placed it into Nie embrace. Unable to refuse any longer, Nie managed to muster a smile for Li Luo and graciously expressed, "Thank you. This treasure will greatly aid me." "No worries, as long as you appreciate it," Li Luo replied. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed Nie standing beside her, gazing at Nie with an envious expression. "Do you desire one as well?" Li Luo inquired suddenly. Nie was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Subsequently, Li Luo retrieved another Bai Ling Hua from his spatial pouch. He had initially thought that offering just one might come across as stingy, so he had prepared two. Observing that the equally attractive young woman beside Nie also yearned for one, he directly handed her the second Bai Ling Hua. After all, whether he gave one or two, it was still a gift. A wider net would yield a better catch. His plan was simple. As long as he could marry a young female cultivator from the Nie family, it was worth it. A mere Bai Ling Hua was inconsequential. With the right spirit seeds, he could catalyze as many as he desired. Is this truly for me? Nie Clan exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief and elation. Meanwhile, Nie Clan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Why did it feel as though she had donned an odd hat? Although this was only her second meeting with Li Luo, she found herself strangely less averse to him than before. Indeed, it is for you, Li Luo smiled. Nie Clan, of course, would not refuse, quickly tucking the second by Ling Hua into her bosom. Truth be told, she had never imagined she would receive such a valuable cultivation resource. Meanwhile, the other male cultivators in the study were seething with envy, lamenting their own shortcomings. If only they had the audacity, perhaps they too could have a chance at the Bai Ling Hua. As for the female cultivators, they began to take action. Why linger? Such a fine suitor must be seized. Consequently, the female cultivators in the study surged forward. Li Luo, witnessing the scene, wore a joyful expression. Oh, is there such good fortune to be had? Naturally, he welcomed all who approached. As Nie Clan's mindset shifted, she felt an unmistakable pang of jealousy. Those favored by fortune often act with impunity. In that brief moment, she believed herself to be the object of Li Luo's affection, only to realize that he had many others he wished to favor. I shall not fall for such a man, Nie Clan huffed, turning on her heel to leave. Of course, she would not return the Bai Ling Hua. She silently vowed to repay this gift in the future. As for her good friend, Nie Clan, she felt indifferent. After all, she had already reaped the benefits. No matter how much Li Luo loved, it mattered little to her. As long as he continued to present valuable items, she was unconcerned about the rest. In the days to come, news of the day's events rapidly spread throughout the Nie family. Every disciple who had not recently entered seclusion was aware of a certain son-in-law renowned for his generosity. Furthermore, he was extraordinarily lavish. The influx of female cultivators seeking to visit him was relentless. Many male cultivators in the Qi refinement stage secretly pondered, why not take a shot at it? Worst case, they could confront him directly. As long as there were benefits to be gained, they were unafraid of the consequences. Brave in their pursuit of cultivation, they feared no challenges. This matter even reached the ears of the sons-in-law. One day, the plump Wang Yang happened to stroll down a certain stone path. Approaching the end of the path, he noticed a throng of young female cultivators gathered. Each one, though not top tier, was at least above average in beauty and stature. Naturally, their focus was on the recently renowned Li Luo. Oh, Yang, long time no see. Li Luo spotted Wang Yang and promptly instructed his newly acquainted beauties to disperse, not to obstruct the path. Wang Yang, ignoring Li Luo, cast a cold glance and swiftly departed. He held a deep disdain for Li Luo, yet, not far along, he could not resist glancing back. Hearing the melodious laughter from Li Luo's direction, Wang Yang felt a surge of frustration. How could such a short-sighted fellow squander the precious Bai Ling Hua? He would undoubtedly meet his demise at the hands of women. How infuriating! In truth, Wang Yang was envious. If only he could achieve the Qi refinement perfected stage swiftly, breaking into the foundation establishment realm would be a mere matter of minutes. Having once stumbled upon a heavenly spirit item, the foundation establishment stage posed no challenge for him. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Even if he had to cultivate slowly, he could reach the Qi refinement perfected stage within 3 years. By then, securing a position in the foundation establishment realm would be a certainty, granting him leverage in negotiations with the Nie family. The daunting task of producing 20 offspring over 10 years would no longer seem insurmountable. Foundation establishment cultivators held a certain status throughout the Qing Yun kingdom. At that time, he would surely relish mocking Li Luo, making him rue his careless distribution of cultivation resources. Lost in his fantasies, Wang Yang wandered further away. Li Luo, hearing the distant laughter, felt a sense of bewilderment. Was this person so envious of his many admirers that he had lost his senses? How pitiable! Li Luo shook his head in his heart. Simultaneously, he contemplated how many blessings would accrue should he marry 10 female cultivators. Surely, reaching the foundation establishment perfected stage would not be difficult at all. Chapter 19. The Unbelievable Spirit Seeds. In the days following his rise to fame within the Nie family, Li Luo forged amicable ties with several female cultivators from the Nie family. Do not misunderstand, it is merely a matter of simplicity. Although Li Luo is quite affectionate, he is not a mere human teddy bear. When it comes to the matter of marriage, he approaches it with utmost seriousness. However, such matters must be approached gradually, for the disparity between female cultivators and ordinary individuals is quite significant, making it no easy feat to win one's heart. It is better to nurture feelings slowly, Li Luo mused. At the same time, he did not forget the important tasks at hand. He had successfully completed all the assignments given by the family head with great ease, having improved a sufficient quantity of spiritual grain seeds. The family head was overjoyed upon hearing this and was deeply moved by the sight of Li Luo, who appeared nearly exhausted. Consequently, he rewarded Li Luo with a plethora of cultivation resources and nourishing supplies, which Li Luo happily accepted. After all, in recent days, the female cultivators from the Nie family had been exceedingly proactive, leaving him in a rather awkward position. Each night, upon returning home, he found himself needing to relieve his pin-up frustrations, resulting in a sore waist. Thus, the family head's observation of his weariness was not due to the improvement of the spiritual seeds. However, Li Luo was not foolish enough to reveal the truth. He needed to continue concealing his extraordinary talent for cultivating spiritual plants, revealing it would undoubtedly lead to an overwhelming increase in his workload. On this day, after receiving the family head's rewards, Li Luo returned to his quiet chamber, preparing to commence his cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. The training required for this stage is far from simple. The essence of this realm lies in the continuous compression of spiritual energy until it reaches a mist-like state. Without the proper cultivation techniques for the foundation establishment stage, the efficiency of compression would be exceedingly slow. One could cultivate for decades without necessarily breaking through to the mid-foundation stage. However, Li Luo was not inclined to practice the Nie family's techniques, as he found them utterly uninspiring. The techniques available in the system shop for the foundation establishment stage started at a hefty price of several dozen fortune points. It appeared he would need to wait some time before he could procure them. Nevertheless, he could take this opportunity to familiarize himself with the methods of cultivating in the foundation establishment stage. As Li Luo contemplated this, he was about to close his eyes when suddenly a frown creased his brow. It seemed he had forgotten something important. What could it be? He remembered. Nie Feng. Li Luo slapped his forehead. Nie Feng had previously asked for his assistance in hastening the growth of a spiritual seed. However, due to recent distractions with courting women and fulfilling the family head's tasks, Li Luo had completely forgotten about it. After all, Nie Feng had gifted him a rare spiritual item to aid his breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Thankfully, it was not too late to hasten the seed's growth. Relieved, Li Luo hurriedly retrieved the thumb-sized emerald seed from his spatial pouch. At first glance, this spiritual seed appeared unremarkable, yet even Nie Feng was unaware of its origins, which was somewhat peculiar. However, Li Luo did not dwell on it. He infused his spiritual energy into the seed, initiating its catalysis. This is a special ability possessed by all spiritual plant cultivators, allowing them to rapidly mature spiritual seeds through the application of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the improvement of spiritual seeds is also accomplished through meticulous manipulation of spiritual energy. Nonetheless, there are numerous techniques involved. In comparison to other cultivators, Li Luo's extraordinary talent is somewhat exaggerated. He does not perceive the enhancement of spiritual seeds as particularly challenging. As for catalyzing the spiritual seed, that is even simpler. Thus, is it not merely a matter of having the hands to do so? Alas, after an indeterminate amount of time, Li Luo emitted a sound of perplexity. Why had this spiritual seed shown no signs of change? This is strange. With my talent and the amount of spiritual energy I have infused, why has it not matured yet? Not even a sprout? Li Luo's expression shifted. It is crucial to note that he is currently at the foundation establishment stage. Although his root of Thunderfire was merely a fusion of inferior spiritual roots and inferior spiritual materials, his internal spiritual energy had increased by over 200 strands. This should have been more than sufficient to catalyze a single spiritual seed. Something is amiss. Very amiss. Li Luo's demeanor grew serious. This thumb-sized emerald seed seemed quite extraordinary. Normally, he could mature a spiritual seed in an instant. Even rare spiritual plants like the 100-spirit flower would pose no challenge. I refuse to believe it. Li Luo's competitive spirit surged forth. Even if this spiritual seed possesses some unique qualities, with his divine talent for cultivating spiritual plants. It is impossible for him to be unable to mature it. Or perhaps there exists no spiritual seed in this world that he cannot catalyze. Let us continue. I am determined to see this through. Li Luo possessed an indomitable spirit. Meanwhile, at Nie Clan's residence, he was engaged in a discussion with Nie Yuan regarding recent events. Old master, why does Li Luo seem to neglect his duties day in and day out? Nie Clan expressed his dissatisfaction. He had received word about Li Luo's pursuit of the female cultivators from the Nie family, and not just one, but a multitude. What kind of cultivator is he? Which cultivator would indulge in such lascivious behavior? Even the disciples of the Huanyuan do not conduct themselves in this manner. How can he not fear stagnation in his cultivation? Nie Clan found this utterly incomprehensible. He had never encountered such a cultivator before. A complete waste. How could such a person awaken the talent of a spiritual plant cultivator? Truly, heaven is blind. However, Nie Yuan appeared unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea. Do not be anxious. Since this individual is so enamored with pleasures of the flesh, we shall lend him a hand. What? We're going to help him? Nie Clan could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Of course, Nie Yuan replied with a faint smile. If he remains trapped in the qi refinement stage, it would be easier for us to exert control over him. Nie Clan pondered this carefully. It indeed seemed reasonable. Even if one is a spiritual plant cultivator, what does it matter? Without combat abilities and a low cultivation level, one is merely subject to the dominance of the strong. Most spiritual plant cultivators from major factions are in a similar predicament. They do not lack the desire for independence. They simply lack the strength to attain it. Moreover, the outside world is hardly secure. It is far better to remain within a faction, living comfortably. Nie Yuan continued. Only by providing him with greater benefits can we ensure he works diligently for us. Especially that spiritual seed, it holds great significance for us. If we can ascertain its function and uncover the secrets of the Qingyun Kingdom's royal family, then our Nie family could potentially contend for power. At this point, Nie Yuan's gaze began to blaze with fervor. Nie Clan felt the same. Although the old master's words were somewhat vague, he understood the implication. In the realm of power and nobility, who possesses true lineage? What secrets lay behind the founding of the Qingyun Kingdom 3,000 years ago? Why is the once barren land transformed into such prosperity? The truth lies hidden within that spiritual seed. Thus, 10 days later, Li Luo sat in his quiet chamber, his eyes turning crimson. He had not slept a wink during these past days. Upon exhausting his spiritual energy, he consumed a spirit pill to rejuvenate himself, and then continued to cultivate this verdant spirit seed. At last, after much effort, success was within reach. Chapter 20. Deceive, keep deceiving. This spirit seed had indeed been cultivated successfully, albeit only to a minor degree, through Li Luo's relentless efforts over the past several days. The spirit seed gradually became plump and firm, with tender green shoots emerging. Yet, this was merely a modest achievement. How arduous this process was, Li Luo could not help but lament. With his extraordinary talent in nurturing divine plants, the task proved to be exceedingly challenging. Were entrusted to other spirit plant cultivators, they would likely be overwhelmed by exhaustion. However, something about this situation seemed peculiar. Li Luo gazed, puzzled, at the tender shoots atop the spirit seed. Why did they evoke such an illusory sensation? It felt surreal. It resembled. Li Luo grasped the spirit seed once more, channeling his energy to test his hypothesis. Just then, to his astonishment, the spirit seed, responding to his energy, burrowed directly into his body. What on earth? Li Luo was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was this the scheme of Nie Clan? His heart raced with apprehension as he turned his consciousness inward. What he beheld was a most wondrous sight. The spirit seed had indeed made its way into his dantian. I believe I might understand what this is. Li Luo's thoughts became somewhat disoriented. That ethereal sensation could only signify a manifestation of a spiritual root. But why? The essence of a spiritual root is a specific type of spirit plant, is it not? Yet that cannot be right. Every cultivator's spiritual root is innate. How could it possibly be a spirit plant? Li Luo was thoroughly perplexed. His knowledge was still too limited, and his mind struggled to keep pace. Nevertheless, one thing he was certain of: the spirit seed that had now entered his dantian with its budding shoots was undoubtedly the embryonic form of a spiritual root. Thus, Could this spirit seed be referred to as a seed of spiritual root? It appeared there was a great secret behind all this. Regaining his composure, Li Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully. If he continued to channel his energy to cultivate this seed of spiritual root, could it truly develop into a genuine spiritual root in the future? If so, would he not possess two types of spiritual roots? How remarkable! A surge of excitement coursed through Li Luo's heart. The only deficiency he faced was his inferior fire spiritual root. The lower the grade of a spiritual root, the fewer the number. Consequently, the quality and quantity of the natural resources that could be assimilated would also be diminished. Thus, his foundational cultivation would inevitably lag behind others. However, the seed of spiritual root could completely rectify this disadvantage. Yet, it was almost too incredible to believe. From where did Nie Feng acquire such an extraordinary spirit seed, right? And what about Nie Feng? A frown crossed Li Luo's face. After all, this spirit seed was unearthed at Nie Feng's behest. Should he disclose this information? The crux of the matter was that Li Luo had already absorbed the spirit seed. Based on his investigation, it seemed impossible for it to be extracted from his body now. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had been nourishing this seed with his energy for 10 days straight, thereby establishing a profound affinity with it. Under these circumstances, it would be difficult to report back. Li Luo felt a sense of frustration. Various thoughts flickered through his mind. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly clenched his teeth. To hell with it. Fortune favors the bold. Li Luo resolved to take a chance. He retrieved a communication jade pendant from his robe and sent a message to Nie Feng. Old master, Li Luo claims he has successfully cultivated the spirit seed. What? Nie Yuan's face lit up with joy. But soon, his expression became serious. Nie Feng remarked. However, Li Luo states that he has only cultivated it slightly. The difficulty of nurturing the spirit seed is quite high, and he lacks sufficient energy. Lacks sufficient energy? Nie Yuan's expression returned to normal as he murmured, No wonder. No wonder the royal family of Qingyun Kingdom diligently collects various treasures that can rapidly restore spiritual energy each year. Yet, this realization only intensified Nie Yuan's fervor. He felt he was drawing closer to the truth. Quick, send him everything within my authority from the storeroom that can rapidly restore spiritual energy. We must ensure he fully understands the specific utility of this spirit seed. If he can achieve this, assure him that we will not treat him unfairly. Nie Yuan appeared exceedingly anxious. Nie Feng was equally aware of the significance of this matter. He hurriedly nodded, taking Nie Yuan's order, and made his way to the storeroom. On the way, he encountered his son, Nie Shijin. Father, where are you going? Nie Shijin inquired curiously. For the past few days, he had sought excuses to avoid attending the Nie family lecture hall. Each time he went, he would invariably hear those young female cultivators extolling Li Luo, which infuriated him greatly. Was it really necessary to fawn over someone simply because they had received a few minor cultivation resources? It was utterly disgusting. Nie Shijin held them in contempt. They were merely side-branch disciples. Unlike himself, a true heir, their family would never behave in such a manner. At that moment, Nie Feng casually replied, I am delivering some cultivation resources to young Master Li. He has been working too hard lately. Upon hearing this, Nie Shijin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What nonsense! Why are we sending resources again? Hadn't we already provided plenty last time? Nie Shijin was baffled, his expression even somewhat dazed. Just as he was about to inquire further, Nie Feng had already walked away. Deep within Li Luo's courtyard, Nie Feng delivered a plethora of resources capable of rapidly restoring spiritual energy. Li Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. With these, the speed at which he could cultivate the seed of spiritual root would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Young Master Li, I do not doubt you, but my father is somewhat concerned. Would you be able to show me? Nie Feng rubbed his hands together, putting forth such a request. Li Luo had not anticipated that this remarkably unique spirit seed would also be connected to Nie Feng's father, the third elder. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Moreover, Nie Feng's mention of the third elder clearly served as a subtle reminder to Li Luo to avoid any foolish actions. Li Luo understood and, adhering to his prior preparations, cautiously retrieved a small box from his spatial pouch. It was the very box that had contained the seed of spiritual root. He opened the box to reveal the spirit seed, which emitted a hint of tender shoots, lying quietly within. Even in this modest state, it was suffused with rich spiritual energy. Upon taking a slight breath, Nie felt invigorated throughout his being. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The expressions on Nie face shifted continuously. Indeed, this spirit seed harbored a great secret. His joy was palpable. Meanwhile, Liluo also displayed a subtle hint of caution. The spirit seed within the box was certainly not the original. But who was he? His divine talent for nurturing spirit plants was no laughing matter. The cultivation of a spirit seed that appears identical in form is, for him, an effortless task. And Nie truly believes it. As he is not a spirit planter, he cannot discern Liluo's methods. Moreover, within the entire Nie family, Liluo stands as the sole spirit planter. In the end, Nie repeatedly urges Liluo to keep this secret well guarded, instructing him not to divulge it to anyone, not even the family head. Once the task is accomplished, he promises substantial rewards. Liluo nods eagerly, displaying a demeanor of utmost obedience. After Nie departs, satisfied, Liluo reflects wistfully as he tosses the spirit seed from the box into his mouth, treating it like a sugary morsel. Please do not blame me. It is not my intention to deceive you. It is simply that I can no longer return the essence of this spirit root to you. Liluo silently murmurs to himself, kindled by a flicker of fervor. This spirit root seed, capable of enhancing his cultivation talent. Might it be possible to coax a few more from Nie Chapter 21. Inferior Water Spirit Root. Instant transformation. For others, possessing an abundance of spirit roots may not necessarily be advantageous. Such a condition can heighten the challenges of cultivation. Take Nie, for instance. Her dual spirit roots of medium quality render her training in the Qi refinement stage fraught with difficulties. However, Liluo harbors no such concerns. The infinite Qi refinement method allows for a 100 utilization rate of spirit roots and offers limitless Qi refinement. Thus, for him, an abundance of spirit roots is most beneficial. The sole challenge lies with the celestial spiritual materials. While this is manageable at the foundation establishment stage, a breakthrough to the golden core realm necessitates the roots of the great Tao. Both spirit roots and the roots of the great Tao serve to refine and accommodate spiritual energy, though they differ in quality. The spiritual energy that spirit roots can refine and contain is formless and intangible, while the roots of the great Tao can compress spiritual energy further until it achieves a mist-like state. However, to transform a spirit root into a root of the great Tao, it must merge with a specific celestial spiritual material. Therefore, matters resolvable through fortune source points are trivial. A glimmer of amusement sparkles in Liluo's eyes, for the system marketplace is replete with myriad treasures. Celestial spiritual materials abound, ranging from inferior spiritual materials costing 10 fortune source points to superior ones requiring hundreds. Once the spirit root seed fully matures, I should have amassed sufficient fortune source points. Liluo contemplates his situation. Nearly all of his numerous wives are pregnant, albeit at staggered intervals. This year, without a doubt, marks a year of harvest for him. The seeds sown last year have borne fruit this year. The nightly exertions have been relentless. Had he not been a cultivator, he might have truly struggled to endure. Even now, he feels a twinge of discomfort in his waist. Yet, it must be said that the exquisite beauties of the Nie family are indeed enchanting. In the ensuing days, Liluo focuses on two pursuits. Firstly, hastening the maturation of the spirit root seed nestled in his dantian. Secondly, fostering good relations with the female cultivators of the Nie family. Do not misconstrue this. It is merely in the literal sense. Meanwhile, Nie repeatedly inquires about the timeline for the spirit seed's maturation. Each time, Liluo reassures him that it is forthcoming. Yet, as the latter half of the year approaches, he has yet to provide a definitive response. Fortunately, the unique perception of time among cultivators alleviates Nie growing suspicions that Liluo is deceiving him. As the year draws to a close, Liluo exhales deeply within his quiet chamber. A brand new spirit root silhouette has taken form in his dantian. A slender stream of water flows like a silver ribbon, graceful and elegant, yet brimming with power and vitality. This is the inferior water spirit root, birthed from the relentless catalysis of Liluo's spiritual energy. Whether this spirit root was inherently of inferior quality or influenced by his own innate talent, Liluo gives little thought to the matter. It is inconsequential. Now, he seeks to transform it into a root of the great Tao. Once the realm is breached, there will be no bottlenecks. Thus, Li Luo effortlessly merges the inferior spiritual material obtained from the system marketplace with this inferior water spirit root, ensuring compatibility in attributes, without any unforeseen complications. The transformation is complete. The once ethereal silver ribbon has now solidified into a tangible form. Yet, the process does not conclude there. In the next moment, the newly formed water spirit root of the great Tao, as if drawn by a magnet, gravitates towards the thunder fire root of the great Tao. The silver ribbon begins to entwine around the charred gray wood, harmonizing beautifully with the vibrant orange flames that bloom upon its surface. At this moment, Li Luo's root of the great Tao has officially transformed into one embodying the tri-attributes of thunder, fire, and water. His capacity to contain spiritual energy has significantly increased. 400 strands of spiritual energy. This is the extent of Li Luo's current accumulation. Admittedly, it may not appear remarkable, given that numerous foundation establishment cultivators within the Nie family possess 1,000 strands of spiritual energy. However, with the tri-attribute root of the great Tao, Li Luo can wield the infinite qi refinement method to much greater effect. It turns out that the infinite qi refinement method exceeds my expectations in strength. Li Luo's eyes suddenly brighten. While he channels the infinite qi refinement method, he stumbles upon an astonishing realization. The essence of this technique lies in its capacity to accommodate ever-increasing amounts of spiritual energy. Bound by the grade and quantity of spirit roots, the limit of a cultivator's spiritual energy capacity is clearly defined during the qi refinement stage. However, with the tri-attribute root of the great Tao, Li Luo distinctly senses that his root is entirely unbound by these limitations. At worst, the grade and quantity may influence cultivation speed, but they will not hinder his cultivation potential. Why is there a distinction between the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages? Essentially, it is because cultivators in the qi refinement stage discover an upper limit to the spiritual energy their spirit roots can contain. To seek a breakthrough, they must alter their methods, merging with celestial spiritual materials to facilitate the metamorphosis of their spirit roots, thereby acquiring the ability to compress spiritual energy. This is the origin of the foundation establishment cultivator's root of the great Tao. Yet, with the infinite qi refinement method, Li Luo faces no such obstacles. He possesses ample room for further advancement. Thus, Li Luo is in no rush to exchange for foundation establishment techniques. Truly remarkable. This is indeed the most potent method of qi refinement across the myriad realms. It was worth the considerable time spent sifting through the system marketplace upon my arrival at the Nie family. Li Luo reflects with a sense of gratitude. Cultivation is arduous, and having a path of continuous progress is exceedingly precious. Now it is time to contemplate how to augment his strength. Li Luo's gaze shifts once more to the system marketplace interface. His unauthorized use of the spirit root seed will inevitably draw Nie Feng's attention. Moreover, he can no longer relinquish the spirit root seed, as it has now fully integrated into his root of the great Tao. In order to prevent Nie Feng from turning against him, Li Luo must ensure his own safety. Naturally, he is not intimidated by Nie Feng alone. However, standing behind Nie Feng is the third elder of the Nie family, a formidable figure who is undoubtedly a Jindan cultivator. According to the information Li Luo gathered from a female cultivator of the Nie family, the third elder possesses considerable strength. Thus, the enhancement of his own power has become Li Luo's foremost priority. He is not particularly fond of flashy techniques that resemble fireworks. From the essence of his path, he recognizes that only this particular route is suitable for him. Li Luo swiftly identifies his goal, a unique inheritance. Although he is currently a foundation-building cultivator, he can only exchange for an introductory transmission, which requires him to deplete all of his remaining 99 fortune points in one fell swoop. Nonetheless, this investment is worthwhile, as many extraordinary beings across the myriad realms crave this inheritance, yet lack the requisite qualifications. As the third year passes since Li Luo became a son-in-law of the Nie family, his status appears unchanged on the surface. However, he has married 5 female cultivators from the Nie family. For reasons unknown, Nie Yin seems to have developed a growing disdain for Li Luo. perhaps perceiving him as inadequate. Nevertheless, if Li Luo were aware of her thoughts, he would surely offer an explanation. He is not lecherous, but rather embraces a broad love for all. This distinction is crucial. The 5 female cultivators, due to their limited talents, hold little hope of breaking through to the foundation-building stage, which is hindered by the need for celestial resources. Given their lack of aptitude, the Nie family is unlikely to bestow such resources upon them. However, they could opt to venture into the outside world for training and adventure, where, should fortune favor them, they might stumble upon celestial resources, much like Wang Yang, who has had decent luck. Yet, the greater likelihood remains that they may meet a tragic end. The outside world is anything but tranquil, for there are no serene places within the realm of cultivation. Li Xianzi, I have sent the spiritual seeds to you through Qing this month. This task is rather burdensome. Li Luo, deep in meditation, suddenly receives a message from the family head. The jade pendant vibrates, and a message appears in his mind. Ah, it's time for cultivation again. How troublesome. Li Luo shakes his head, yet rises to head toward the spiritual fields. In truth, the family head's plan had already been implemented last year, with the Nie family securing a portion of the spiritual gray market share in the entire Qingyun kingdom. Nevertheless, Nie Lu still finds reasons to advise Li Luo to keep his identity as a spiritual planter concealed, as he is aware of the potential for others to poach him. A spiritual planter holds immense value for any power. Li Luo, however, is content with this arrangement, as he has yet to break through to the Jindan stage and requires time and space for stable growth. The Nie family conveniently provides these conditions. With his exceptional talent for cultivating spiritual plants, nurturing new seeds is hardly a challenge. However, once he breaks through to the Jindan realm, the tables will turn, and Nie Lu will no longer have the final say. Are you Li Luo? Upon arriving at the experimental spiritual fields, an ordinary-looking man approaches him, visibly excited. Who are you? Li Luo inquires, puzzled. I am Chai Yong-un, from 3 years ago at the Seven Sword Sect. Surely, Li Gongzi has not forgotten? The man gestures to his face, and Li Luo's memory begins to resurface. It's you, Li Luo recalls. This man was also summoned by the family head, along with him at the Seven Sword Sect. Among the 10 other sons-in-law, all possessed at least low-grade, dual spiritual roots. But Chai Yong and uniquely had a medium grade with spiritual root. Haha, Li Gongzi, you finally remembered. It's been a long time, Chai Yong exclaims joyfully. Li Luo greets him, noting that although he is also a son-in-law, his treatment is far superior to that of Chai Yong-un and the others. Indeed, Li Luo has become an idol among the Nie family's sons-in-law, as not everyone can simultaneously marry 5 female cultivators from the Nie family. Just as Li Luo assumes that Chai Yong and has come to reminisce, the latter suddenly points at the spiritual fields behind Li Luo and asks, Li Gongzi, how many spiritual plant seeds are you cultivating each day? Not many, just... Suddenly, Li Luo freezes. What is happening? How does this person know his identity? Did the family head disclose it? Li Luo furrows his brow and scrutinizes Chai Yong-un once more. At this moment, the smile on Chai Yong-un's face shifts noticeably, losing its warmth and adopting a more insidious demeanor. There is something amiss. A thought flashes through Li Luo's mind. However, Chai Yong-un smirks and says, So it is you, the hidden spiritual planter of the Nie family. Were you trying to trick me just now? Li Luo chuckles, finding the situation amusing. The years of tranquility have dulled his vigilance. Yet he considers the exposure of his identity as a spiritual planter inconsequential now, as it is merely Chai Yong-un's deliberate probing. Are you not afraid? I will inform the family head. Li Luo smiles, remarking, My identity within the Nie family is a secret. Are you not concerned about being silenced? Not all, Chai Yong-un replies, unabashed. Now intrigued, Li Luo asks, What do you mean? Could Chai Yong-un be a Jindan cultivator? He does not appear to be one. Yet, Chai Yong-un straightforwardly reveals, I am an operative from the Yang family embedded within the Nie family. The Yang family? Which Yang family? The Feng Lin Gu Yang family. What Feng? What Gu? Feng Lin Gu. What Gu? Feng Lin Gu. Yang family. What? The Feng Yang family? Such a clan exists? Li Luo's expression betrays his confusion. Chai Yong-un attempts to elaborate, but suddenly, a smile crosses Li Luo's face as he realizes and angrily retorts, You are trying to deceive me. Ah, it was merely a small jest Li Luo calmly replies, his mind racing back to 3 years ago when a medium-grade spiritual root was confiscated at the Qixing Sword Sect. This truly is peculiar. In retrospect, Chai Yong'an intentionally failed the assessment at the Immortal Gate, which is indeed fascinating. The conflict between the Feng Lin Guyang family and the Nie family appears to be quite significant. How did you suspect me? Li Luo inquires, curiosity piqued. Chai Yong'an coldly scoffs. It's quite simple. Recently, the Nie family has flooded the market with a substantial amount of spiritual grain, which is unusual. Aside from those with the capabilities of spiritual planters, who else could produce such an abundance of spiritual grain? Therefore, it is evident that the Nie family must have found a spiritual planter within the past 2 years. As for you, a son-in-law residing in the Jiazi courtyard and marrying a female cultivator from the Nie family this year. Could it possibly be that there is no issue with you? Upon further investigation, I uncovered the incident of the Ling Tian fire that occurred a year prior. Thus, the answers became apparent. With this revelation, a smug smile crept across Chai Yong'an's face. Applauding, Li Luo exclaimed, impressive, truly impressive. Your attention to detail is commendable. So, what do you intend to do with me? Chai Yong'an's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he earnestly replied, join us, Li Luo. The Yang family of Fenglin Valley far surpasses the Nie family. There is no future for you alongside Nie Chonglu. Upon hearing this, Li Luo understood that Chai Yong'an was representing the Yang family in an effort to recruit him. Are you not afraid that I will expose you? Li Luo inquired. You dare to act so boldly on the Nie family's territory? Oof. The Nie family is nothing. How can they compare to our Yang family of Fenglin Valley? Chai Yong'an retorted. Moreover, you are an intelligent individual. I trust you will make the right decision. Whether it be cultivation treasures or stunning beauties, your wishes shall be fulfilled. Chai Yong'an believed he had found Li Luo's weakness, and a smile returned to his face. However, at that moment, Li Luo produced a communication jade pendant from his waist. He waved it at Chai Yong'an, stating, I apologize, but I must interrupt you. The moment you revealed your identity, I informed the family head. Upon hearing this, Chai Yong'an's expression changed dramatically. Are you insane? Chai Yong'an exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his features. Do you truly intend to remain a son-in-law within the Nie family for life? They cannot offer you much, but we can. You still do not grasp the might of the Yang family. Chai Yong'an continued, fervently trying to persuade him. Meanwhile, Li Luo remained unfazed. What being a son-in-law to the Nie family? I find it rather agreeable. I possess all that I require and live comfortably. Furthermore, my ultimate plan is to establish my own family. Joining the Yang family or the Nie family is essentially the same. I simply do not wish to deal with the complications. All you need to do is agree to join the Yang family. Today, I will help you escape. Chai Yong'an insisted through gritted teeth, adding, furthermore, within 5 years, we guarantee your breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm. Upon uttering this, Chai Yong'an felt a pang of regret since the head of the Yang family had not promised such a condition. This was a commitment Chai Yong'an had made on his own accord. It should be noted that to reach the Foundation establishment realm, one could not lack the treasures of heaven and earth. Thus, Chai Yong'an's statement implied that he would personally provide Li Luo with such a treasure within 5 years. It must be admitted that he was rather generous. The value of such treasures is well understood. The Nie family, each year, provides a single disciple with Lei Shao wood, demonstrating the rarity and preciousness of these items. If it were not for Elder Nie Yuan's desire to unearth the secret of that special spirit seed, he likely would not have been willing to part with a segment of Lei Shao wood. However, for Li Luo, Chai Yong'an's offer was inconsequential. Firstly, Li Luo was already a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, should he desire treasures of heaven and earth in the future, he need only have more offspring. With sufficient fortune points, he could exchange for various treasures at any time from the system's marketplace, ranging from low-grade to extraordinary items. Anything imaginable could be procured. I appreciate your invitation, but your time is running short. Li Luo smiled. If we do not leave soon, the family head will truly arrive. Chai Yong'an's expression fluctuated. He was reluctant to concede, as completing the task assigned by his family head would allow him to return to the family with great rewards. Yet now, it seemed he had run out of options. Since that is the case, I must proceed with the only remaining task, he said, looking at Li Luo with a hint of regret. Do not blame me for the decision you have made. What are you planning? Are you going to take action? Indeed, since you refuse to accompany me, I shall eliminate you here. Chai Yongin's expression hardened, his entire being radiating a formidable energy. A terrifying azure spiritual power enveloped him, as if it were materializing into existence. According to the head of the Yang family, under no circumstances should Li Luo fall into the hands of the Nie family. If he would not leave, then he must be destroyed. Quite interesting. I did not expect you to have attained the peak of qi refinement in such a short span of 3 years. Li Luo remarked with admiration. After all, not every cultivator has access to abundant resources like he did, nor possesses the formidable infinite qi refinement method. Reaching the peak of qi refinement in 3 years is indeed commendable. Just one step away from integrating heaven and earth's treasures. Chai Yongin could officially enter the Foundation establishment realm. I receive ample cultivation resources from the Yang family every month after becoming a son-in-law to the Nie family. Along with more efficient qi refinement techniques, Chai Yongin boasted. The Yang family is indeed quite generous. You are merely a spy. Yet they are willing to provide such extensive resources. You originally had this opportunity, but unfortunately, you have already forfeited it. That is of no consequence. I no longer require it, for I am now in the Foundation establishment realm. It is too late to have second thoughts now. Excuse me, what did you say? Chai Yongin's expression shifted dramatically once again. His spiritual power began to waver, primarily due to his shock. Li Luo has already reached the Foundation establishment realm? How is that possible? When he joined the Nie family, was he not still at the initial stage of qi refinement? Even with treasures of heaven and earth, one cannot cultivate so swiftly. You, a practitioner of low-grade spiritual roots, have already broken through to the Foundation establishment realm? Who are you trying to deceive? After contemplating this, Chai Yongin's lips curled into a cold smile. He refused to believe Li Luo's words. I possess medium-grade spiritual roots. It took me 3 years to barely reach the peak of qi refinement. This is not merely a matter of abundant resources. If one's spiritual roots are inadequate, no amount of resources can be digested. If the Nie family's qi refinement techniques were so effective, they would have already dominated the Qingyun kingdom. Yet, Chai Yongin was unaware that Li Luo was not practicing the Nie family's qi refinement techniques, but rather the strongest method from the myriad realms. Nevertheless, Li Luo had no intention of explaining. At that moment, Chai Yongin believed Li Luo was merely stalling for time. Swift resolution. Chai Yongin realized he had already exposed himself. If he did not act soon, once the Nie family had arrived, escape would be impossible. Young Master Li, prepare for your journey. Chai Yongin's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he extended a finger. With a surge of spiritual power, numerous wooden vines erupted from the ground, aiming to strangle Li Luo directly. However, in the blink of an eye, Li Luo's figure had vanished from the spot. Chai Yongin was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? How could he move so swiftly? It should be noted that he was a peak qi refinement cultivator. Generally, the speed of spellcasting would be beyond the reaction capability of those at a lower realm. Unless, hey, what are you dawdling for? Li Luo's voice emanated from behind Chai Yongin, accompanied by a gentle pat on his shoulder. This is impossible. Chai Yongin's expression contorted in disbelief. Deep down, he was beginning to accept Li Luo's earlier words. Yet his reason insisted that such a phenomenon could not be true. 1,000 leaves kill. Chai Yongin pressed his palms together. The originally dormant vine began to sprout verdant leaves at an astonishing rate, glimmering with a chilling light under the sun, sharp as a blade. The range of this technique was vast. Countless green leaves cascaded from the vine, enveloping an area of 10 zhang like a tempest of emerald fury. Now, let us see how you evade this. Chai Yongin relentlessly channeled his spiritual energy, manipulating thousands of leaves to ensnare Li Luo. Quite impressive. Li Luo observed his surroundings with curiosity. He was now completely encircled. Simply attempting to flee would be futile. However, why would he wish to escape? Right here. Feel free to attack. Li Luo measured a distance with his foot, his intent unmistakable. He stood firm, unwilling to budge. Arrogant. Do you truly believe yourself to be a foundational cultivator? Even at this moment, a flicker of hope lingered in Chai Yongin's heart. He unleashed his technique with full force, the 1,000 leaves launching a relentless assault. Yet, no matter how he directed them, Li Luo always managed to sidestep just as the leaves were about to touch him. Remaining unscathed. Chapter 24. The Vast pristine earth amidst the green tempest, Li Luo's figure appeared remarkably light and agile. Truth be told, Chai Yong'an had never witnessed such a technique before. Having resolved to abandon the practice of techniques, what he exhibited at this moment was essentially a form of bodily movement. This was related to the inheritance he had exchanged for in the system marketplace last year. The path of cultivation is ever-changing. It is not confined solely to techniques. For instance, sword cultivators excel not in techniques, but in swordsmanship. Impossible, impossible. How could you possibly be a foundational cultivator? How could this be? As Li Luo persisted amidst the green storm, Chai Yong'an's complexion grew increasingly pale. With his knowledge, it was unfathomable how Li Luo had managed to ascend to the foundational realm in merely 3 years. Even if you possessed a superior spiritual root, that would still be implausible. Moreover, is the Nie family truly so affluent as to bestow an extraordinary treasure upon Li Luo? Yet, according to his intelligence, the head of the Nie family was hardly that generous. Do you possess anything else? Li Luo suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Chai Yong'an was momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? If not, then you may cease your efforts. Li Luo continued, gazing skyward towards Chai Yong'an. Until now, he had refrained from revealing his own capabilities. What needed to be concealed must remain hidden. His primary concern was that if he were to strike, he might inadvertently eliminate Chai Yong'an in an instant, creating an unexplainable situation. After all, the family head had already arrived. The Yang family truly has audacity, daring to infiltrate my domain. Nie Chonglu's icy voice echoed from above. Chai Yong'an looked up and beheld Nie Chonglu hovering in midair, his expression frigid. It's over. A look of despair crossed Chai Yong'an's face. He had not anticipated that the head of the Nie family would arrive so swiftly. Was there still some distance from the family estate? In actuality, Chai Yong'an was simply unfortunate. When Li Luo had sent his message, Nie Chonglu happened to be nearby in a storage room, allowing him to arrive with such haste. I truly did not expect this. After the initial despair, Chai Yong'an let out a self-deprecating laugh. He had thought this was merely a routine task. Who could have known it would lead him to the brink of hell? But who could have foreseen such a turn of events? At that moment, we had finally uncovered that the spirit plant master of the Nie family was Li Luo. He had felt a surge of delight. It seemed an easy capture, for Li Luo was merely an ordinary cultivator with a low-grade spiritual root. However, 3 years later, Li Luo had transformed into a foundational cultivator. How could he possibly recruit him now? According to the Yang family head's conditions, he had no hope of succeeding in winning over Li Luo. One misstep leads to another. Thus, all of this was fate. Let me witness the prowess of a golden core cultivator. Chai Yong'an composed himself and calmly regarded the head of the Nie family. He had no intention of surrendering easily, for he would not allow himself to be captured. Should the Nie family seize him, he would undoubtedly endure torturous treatment. Consequently, Nie Chonglu had no interest in idle chatter. It is worth noting that Chai Yong'an was someone he had personally recruited 3 years ago. Yet, to discover that he was a spy sent by the Yang family was a slap in the face. And such disgrace must be washed away with the blood of the enemy. Thunder. Nie Chonglu raised his right hand high. In an instant, the heavens shifted. The originally azure sky became shrouded in ominous clouds. Boundless purple lightning crackled within, resembling a stampede of thousands of horses. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, roaring like a massive purple dragon. Chai Yong'an could only manage a bitter smile at this sight. It seemed that before a golden core cultivator, he would not even have the chance to retaliate. He could only wish that in his next life, he would not be so unfortunate. Swish! The purple dragon struck downward. The earth and sky were illuminated by blinding lightning. When the brilliance dissipated, the spot where Chai Yong'an had once stood was now utterly vacant, leaving only a pristine expanse of white earth. This battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. With a mere wave of his hand, Nie Chonglu obliterated Chai Yong'an, who had been at the perfected stage of chi refinement, leaving no trace behind. Such was the crushing power of cultivation levels. The notion of battling beyond 1S rank exists solely in novels. In reality, a high-level cultivator effortlessly overwhelms a low-level one. Of course, this does not imply that instances of battling beyond 1S level are non-existent. They are simply exceedingly rare and require numerous conditions to be met. Observing this, Li Luo silently calculated in his heart. If he were to engage in combat with the family head, he could perhaps withstand 3 strikes at most before meeting an inevitable demise. You have reached foundational cultivation? Nie Changlu landed before Li Luo, his expression tinged with curiosity. Even he had not anticipated that Li Luo would ascend to the foundational realm so swiftly. It is known that cultivation is not a simple endeavor, especially when it comes to ascending in rank. Achieving the perfected stage of qi refinement is not merely a matter of accumulating spiritual energy. However, Nie Changlu was unaware that the qi refinement technique Li Luo practiced had no connection to the Nie family. The infinite qi refinement method does not rely on comprehension or accumulation. It demands only time and diligence. Li Luo calmly nodded and replied, I have been fortunate. I recently achieved a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Nie Changlu suddenly recalled something. Last year, Nie Yuan retrieved a segment of Lei Xiao Mu from the storeroom and presented it to Li Luo. It appears that this gesture enabled Li Luo to transcend into the Foundation establishment realm. Keep this confidential, Nie Changlu advised succinctly. Of course, Li Luo nodded in agreement once more. The third Elder's clandestine bestowal of celestial resources would surely incite discontent among the other disciples of the Nie family if they were to learn of it. After all, according to the established rules, only those disciples who exhibit the finest performance and possess the highest innate talents are entitled to such celestial treasures. Nevertheless, from a contribution standpoint, Li Luo indeed measures up to the criteria, having pioneered the spirit gray market for the Nie family. However, Nie Changlu wished to keep Li Luo's identity as a spirit planner under wraps. If it were to be disclosed, it should at least wait until after the significant opportunity 7 years hence. Yet, even so, Nie Changlu felt that Li Luo's cultivation speed was rather alarming. To break through to the Foundation establishment realm so swiftly, his foundational understanding of the Great Tao seemed exceedingly unstable. Aspirations for further advancement would be fraught with challenges. However, upon reflection, he considered that Li Luo, being of inferior single spiritual root, perhaps faced no real issue. In any case, with an inferior spiritual root, reaching the Foundation establishment realm would be the ultimate limit. The transformation of the inferior spiritual root into the root of the Great Tao would preclude any hopes of attaining the Golden Core realm. Such aspirations would be nothing short of fanciful. Thus, Nie Changlu donned a benevolent smile and said, shortly, I shall have a Qing bring you several protective artifacts suitable for the Foundation establishment realm. Should you encounter any issues in daily life that a Qing cannot resolve, feel free to notify me directly. To Nie Changlu, Li Luo, who would eternally be unable to ascend to the Golden Core realm, was merely a pawn in his grasp. In light of this, providing him with additional benefits seemed inconsequential. After all, Nie Changlu had already envisioned Li Luo's future, one of perpetual servitude to bolster the Nie family's resurgence. Chapter 25. The Foundation Establishment Assassin. Hearing the family head's words, a faint smile graced Li Luo's face. He was acutely aware that Nie Changlu regarded him merely as a tool. However, was he not also a tool in pursuit of his own ambitions? To establish a family in the Qingyun kingdom, one merely needed to reach the Foundation establishment realm to qualify. Yet, such Foundation establishment families were merely prey for other powers to exploit. Hence, Li Luo's true goal was the Golden Core realm. Only a genuine Golden Core family could secure a foothold in the Qingyun kingdom. There was no rush. Certain rigid conditions must first be fulfilled to transcend to the Golden Core realm. As Nie Changlu escorted Li Luo home, he contemplated some critical matters. The root of the Great Tao, derived from an inferior spiritual root, could not sustain the condensation of a Golden Core. Even if one possessed an inferior dual or triple spiritual root, it would be futile. Only a root of the Great Tao, transformed from a medium-grade spiritual root, bore even a sliver of potential for Golden Core condensation. The crux of the Golden Core realm lies in the compression of spiritual power, which must surpass a certain threshold. Spiritual power manifests as mist, liquid, and slurry. These represent the 3 tiers of the Great Tao's root, indicating the extent of one's capability to compress spiritual power. Li Luo's current root of the Great Tao could only achieve the mist level of compression, leaving him considerably distant from the conditions required for a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Unless, stay in and refrain from going out for a while. I will summon some shadow guards to your side, Nie Chonglu instructed as he dropped Li Luo off at his door, offering a few parting words before hastily departing. As the head of the Nie family, he had numerous matters to attend to. A spirit planter was indeed significant to the family, yet merely significant. Nie Chonglu could not remain by Li Luo's side for protection daily. However, Li Luo was unconcerned. Should Nie Chonglu linger at his side, it would hinder Li Luo from accomplishing many tasks. To attain the Golden Core realm, he would need to invest considerable effort. With a sense of reflection, Li Luo resolved to seek out his newly wedded wife for a heartfelt conversation that evening. He currently lacked the conditions necessary for a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, a matter of innate talent. Yet, these obstacles could be surmounted through fortune points. As long as he possessed sufficient fortune points, Li Luo could exchange for a higher-grade spiritual root within the system's marketplace. Just as he had previously done, the spiritual root seeds had granted him a new inferior spiritual root. The system's marketplace indeed allowed for direct exchanges of spiritual roots, offering greater convenience. However, the spiritual root seeds he had acquired from Nie Feng felt distinct, for who wouldn't relish a free gift? He pondered whether Nie Feng possessed any superior spiritual root seeds remaining. It seemed somewhat challenging, primarily due to the complications involved. After careful consideration, Li Luo ultimately abandoned the notion of further taking advantage of the situation. Otherwise, should the truth come to light, Nie Feng and his family would likely seek vengeance against him. It would be far simpler and more prudent to extract some fortune points from the 5 Nie family female cultivators he had recently wed. Just a reminder to not neglect the crafting of potent kidney-enhancing pills. Otherwise, even as a foundation establishment cultivator, he would indeed struggle to endure. Fenglin Valley, Yang family. Chai Yong'an had unexpectedly met his demise. Yang Dingshan, the head of the Yang family, was presently frowning. In his hand, he clutched a shattered life talisman. This talisman contained Chai Yong'an's lifeblood, allowing others to monitor his condition at any moment. The shattering of the talisman signified the demise of its bearer. The Nie family dares to treat me with such disrespect. To kill at will. Do they truly believe the Yang family is feeble? Yang Dingshan's countenance darkened. Cultivating a perfected Qi refinement cultivator was no trifling matter. With Chai Yong'an's death, the resources previously invested became naught. Moreover, such a useful tool was not easily found. After all, not every cultivator would willingly forsake the path of longevity, risking their lives to serve as a spy. Chai Yong'an, with his medium-grade spiritual root, had displayed considerable talent. Yet, a single misstep led to his untimely death. Li Luo, Yang Dingshan murmured the name. Initially, he had doubted the intelligence relayed by Chai Yong'an. How could Nie Chonglu's fortune be so fortuitous? Merely venturing out to recruit a spouse yielded a spirit planter? However, with the confirmation of Chai Yong'an's death, it appeared that Li Luo was indeed a spirit planter. This prompted Yang Dingshan to contemplate embarking on a similar endeavor to recruit a spouse. Regardless of the circumstances, this individual could not be allowed to remain. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Yang Dingshan's eyes. If the Nie family were permitted to flourish unchecked, seizing a share of the spirit grain market, the Yang family would undoubtedly fall behind in the short term. The stakes of this matter were neither trivial nor insignificant. In the face of family survival, every detail could potentially become a fatal flaw. A slightly stronger Nie family equated to a slightly weaker Yang family. After all, Fenglin Valley and Tianlai Pond lay in close proximity, with the southeast region of the entire Qingyun Kingdom being the domain of these two prominent Golden Core families. Blood Shadow, come to me. I have an important task to entrust to you. Yang Dingshan grasped the jade pendant at his waist, channeling spiritual power. Shortly thereafter, a figure cloaked in an air of mystery and coldness appeared in his chamber. The man possessed a deep countenance with sharp and discerning eyes. Clad in a form-fitting black attire, his clothes accentuated the grace and vigor of his elongated physique. This is the assassin cultivated by the Yang family through the expenditure of vast resources, a foundational realm assassin. He forsakes the opportunities for a carefree, eternal life, immersing himself daily in the crimson world of assassination. Such talent is exceedingly rare, even within the Yang family. There are no more than a handful of assassins like Shuang. In the Tianlai Tan of the Nie family, there exists a young lad named Li Luo. Your task, Yang Dingshan, is to delve straight into the matter and succinctly relay the mission details to Shuang. Shuang inquired calmly, "Li Luo, what is his realm?" Yang Dingshan pondered for a moment. According to the intelligence relayed by Chai Yong'an, this Li Luo possesses only a low-grade spiritual root. If he becomes a spirit plant master, he may gain the Nie family's resource support. In 3 years, he should reach the peak of the Qi refining stage, which is likely his limit. However, to ensure safety and avoid any unforeseen issues, Yang Dingshan slightly exaggerated, stating he is at the perfected Qi refining realm. You must exert your full strength and avoid any errors. Rest assured, master the house. A mere Qi refining cultivator cannot possibly be my match. Even if I were to use just one hand, Shui Ying's lips curled into a cruel smile. It had been a long time since he had executed a mission, and the bloodlust within him surged. Not only has he assassinated perfected Qi refining cultivators, but he has also targeted foundational realm cultivators. The only challenge of this task lies in the fact that the target is situated within the Nie family's territory. However, Shuang had already conceived several assassination methods to ensure that this fellow named Li Luo would meet his demise in utter despair. On a new day, Li Luo gingerly descended from his bed, supporting his waist as he donned his clothes. Upon the bed lay several stunning beauties, their alluring forms still immersed in sweet slumber. In pursuit of acquiring more fortune points, Li Luo had recently transformed into an incarnation. However, due to the life-level issues faced by cultivators, it is quite challenging to conceive offspring. Thus, this life he leads has only just begun, a blend of suffering and joy. Moreover, being merely of low-grade spiritual root is far from sufficient. Li Luo reflected deeply. In a system marketplace, the exchange for a mid-grade spiritual root requires at least 1,000 fortune points. Yet, for a child born of a low-grade spiritual root, the system only rewards 100 fortune points. This implies that Li Luo must marry more female cultivators. A daunting task, as his reputation is not particularly favorable. The only Nie family female cultivators willing to submit to him are the 5 wives he married this year. In simple terms, these 5 female cultivators have essentially abandoned the path of longevity. Their talents are lacking, and the likelihood of them breaking through to the foundational realm is nearly 0. While there are other female cultivators in the Nie family with less talent, they remain unwilling to give up. Naturally, Li Luo cannot force them. He would never stoop to such actions. Hence, several exquisite faces flashed through Li Luo's mind. If both parents possess low-grade spiritual roots, their offspring will only inherit low-grade spiritual roots. However, the combination of low-grade and mid-grade spiritual roots could potentially yield offspring with a mid-grade spiritual root. If he could marry a female cultivator possessing a mid-grade spiritual root, all his problems would be effortlessly resolved. Attaining the Golden Core realm would be as good as guaranteed. Next month, there will be a martial arts assembly, and they are expected to participate. Li Luo had already devised a plan in his heart. The entire Nie family occupies an area equivalent to a small town. The location for the martial arts assembly is right in the central region of this town. This gathering primarily serves to allow the young cultivators of the Nie family to exchange cultivation experiences while also fostering a sense of competition. It must be said that the Nie family, a Golden Core lineage, is quite advanced in this regard. On the day the martial arts assembly commences, Li Luo also attends the festivities. However, his aim is not to share experiences with other cultivators. Given his current realm, the young Nie family cultivators are not qualified to teach him. After a long absence, Li Luo strides directly to Nie Jian and Nie Qingyin, greeting them. Nie Jian remains her usual cool and aloof self, while Nie Qingyin adopts a more vivacious demeanor. Her skin is smooth as white jade, and her bright, clear eyes resembling exquisite paintings. Li Gongzi, what a coincidence! Nie Qingyin blinks her eyes. She is not foolish. She is well aware that Li Luo is deliberately encountering them. Moreover, she senses that Li Luo seems to harbor some interest in both her and Nie Jian. Although Nie Qingyin does not harbor any resentment, she still feels that Li Luo is rather untrustworthy, having married so many wives yet still entangling himself with other women. In contrast, Nie Jian finds Li Luo utterly repugnant, thinking that just because he offers some benefits, they would be inclined to desire him. Since Li Luo married 5 Nie family female cultivators, any flicker of anticipation within her has completely vanished. She casts a disdainful glance at Li Luo, even unwilling to greet him. However, Nie Clan is indifferent and invites Li Luo to accompany them. Li Luo readily agrees. His purpose for being here today is to further deepen his connections with several female cultivators he has taken a fancy to. Among the Nie family female cultivators with mid-grade spiritual roots, Nie Jian and Nie Clan are the ones he is most familiar with. Yet, Li Luo finds it peculiar that Nie Jian seems to harbor a strong aversion towards him. Let's go. We shall head to the arena to take a look. Nie Clan takes the initiative to lead Li Luo to the most exciting part of the martial arts assembly. Since it is a martial arts gathering, combat is essential. At this moment, standing upon the arena is the most outstanding qi refining cultivator of the Nie family this year, Nie Clan. His entire being is engulfed in flames. Resembling a fiery figure, his opponent, a slightly lower realm, is in a late qi refining stage. Hence, Nie Clan is primarily guiding his opponent. Watch closely. This technique of the blazing fire spell contains two key points. Nie Clan explains as he engages his opponent, gradually imparting his experience. The young Nie family disciples observing the match are filled with excitement, their eyes glued to the arena. Opportunities like this are rare. Brother Qingyan is truly generous. He is even willing to share his spellcasting insights. Impressive. He truly deserves the title of the most promising genius to break through to the foundational realm this year. Nie Jian's beautiful eyes gleam with admiration. Each year, the Nie family produces a segment of Lei Xiao Mu, ensuring that at least one foundational realm cultivator emerges annually. Nie Clan is the one most likely to receive the Lei Xiao Mu this year. Li Gongzi, what do you think of this martial arts competition? Nie Clan casually inquires while toying with a small artifact gifted to her by Li Luo. At this moment, Nie Clan had yet to comprehend the usage of this magical artifact. Nevertheless, it was only fitting to engage in conversation, given that she had received a gift. The alchemist, named Nie Clan, demonstrated decent proficiency in his techniques, although he had just made a minor error. As Li Luo was speaking, he had not yet finished when Nie Jia interjected, "An error? Brother Qingyan is a perfected alchemist. What realm are you in to dare imply he has erred? What's wrong? Is it forbidden to offer commentary?" Li Luo queried, bewildered. Is it now unacceptable to point out mistakes? He recalled that the Nie family had no such rules. It depends on who is providing the critique. Nie Jie retorted coldly. Brother Qingyan is but a step away from the foundation establishment realm. Only those in that realm are qualified to critique him. Oh, that's quite impressive, Li Luo smiled, choosing not to argue. He had learned a valuable lesson from his past life. Never engage in debates with women. However, Nie Jie interpreted Li Luo's silence as submission, which lightened her mood. At that moment, Li Luo said, I have a gift for you. No need. Nie Jie coldly rejected. Very well, Li Luo conceded, silently marking her off in his mind. It was enough to attempt once to pursue someone who showed disinterest. If the other party was unwilling to engage, it was best to move on. After all, Li Luo was not lacking in prospects at present. Unbeknownst to Nie Jie, she had relinquished something significant. Meanwhile, Nie Clan was still examining the bracelet artifact that Li Luo had gifted her. By chance, as she infused it with spiritual energy, she inadvertently triggered a restriction. The feedback from the artifact's information left her momentarily speechless. This is a foundation establishment artifact, Nie Clan murmured to herself, lost in thought. Could such an artifact truly be given as a gift? She felt a wave of astonishment. Yet to Li Luo, it was not a significant matter. In his past life, a wealthy friend had advised him to be generous when pursuing a girl. Furthermore, the value that Nie Clan could bring to him far exceeded that of a foundation establishment artifact. However, this particular artifact had been given to him by Nie Chonglu for self-defense, and Li Luo felt he had no need for such protection. Nie Clan, unaware of these circumstances, simply felt that Li Luo was exceedingly kind to her. It was akin to courting a young girl and offering her a house before even winning her heart. Moreover, as far as Nie Clan knew, Li Luo was merely a son-in-law. How could he possess such fine items? I cannot accept this. The thought quickly surfaced in her mind. Generally, she would not refuse small favors from others, displaying a hint of greed. Yet, she deemed the foundation establishment artifact too precious to accept. In her view, it must be quite difficult for Li Luo to obtain such an artifact. As a cultivator with a medium-grade spiritual root, She had a promising future ahead and had no intention of marrying Li Luo. Just as she prepared to return the bracelet to Li Luo, before she could utter a word, Nie Clan had concluded his duel and approached the stage. "So, you think my critique was unwarranted?" he said slowly, standing before Li Luo. "I did not say you were incapable," Li Luo replied calmly. "Merely that there was an issue with the technique you employed." Nie Clan's gaze remained fixed on Li Luo, who met his stare. The surrounding Nie family cultivators felt the tension in the air. A faint smile appeared on Nie Jie's face. In her eyes, Li Luo had thoroughly offended Nie Clan. How dare a mere son-in-law critique a genius like Nie Clan? She thought, feeling a tinge of anticipation. She wanted to see how her brother would reprimand this presumptuous son-in-law. However, unexpectedly, Nie Clan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Bold words. I like you." He clapped Li Luo on the shoulder with vigor. Li Luo remained still, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The onlookers were utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. What was happening? Did these two seem to know each other? Yet, they had misjudged the situation. This was indeed their first encounter, although they were both aware of each other's identities. To clarify, Nie Clan was the youngest son of the family head, Nie Chonglu. Upon witnessing Nie Clan's demeanor, Li Luo suddenly realized something. Nie Clan must have been informed of his identity as a spiritual planter. Nie Chonglu had been quite kind to his youngest son, Li Luo mused. However, he could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Nie Chonglu had instructed him to keep his identity private, yet he had inadvertently revealed it to others. What was this? Did he view him as a possession? "Young Master Li, enjoy yourself today. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out," Nie Clan casually remarked before departing. This left Nie Jie in shock. Although it was their first meeting, to the observers, it appeared as though they were quite familiar. But how could that be? After all, Nie Clan was the family head's son. Nie Jie found it hard to accept the situation. Once again, it was evident that cultivation was not merely about combat. It involved understanding human relationships and social intricacies. Were Nie Clan not the family head's son, Nie Jie would not have held him in such high regard. The Nie family lacked perfected alchemists. They did not need more. Yet, why did she believe that Nie Clan would surely break through to the Foundation establishment realm this year? It was solely due to his lineage. How do you know Brother Clan? Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, Nie Jie inquired of Li Luo, who merely shook his head, replying, "I do not know him. That was our first meeting." Upon hearing this, Nie Jie felt a wave of displeasure. She believed Li Luo was deliberately being dismissive. Given the earlier exchange, how could he possibly not know Nie Clan? However, Li Luo had completely given up on Nie Jie. Her feelings were of no concern to him. "Qingyin, are there any other interesting places to explore?" Li Luo suddenly asked, intending to shake off the bothersome presence of Nie Jie. She truly was rather annoying. Nie Clan, jolted back to reality, quickly responded, "Yes, let me show you around." With a complex mix of emotions, she led Li Luo to another location. Standing alone, Nie Jie found herself disheveled by the wind, bewildered by the situation at hand. Why did you address her so affectionately? When did the bond between the two of you deepen to such an extent? An inexplicable sense of jealousy suddenly washed over Nie Jie. After all, she had arrived first. This thought surfaced in her mind, yet her pride prevented her from conceding to Li Luo. Ultimately, Li Luo was merely a minor son-in-law of the Nie family, whereas she was the prodigious disciple of the Nie Clan, possessing the rare dual spiritual roots of medium quality. Even Nie Clan could not boast such talent. How could this young lady possibly harbor feelings for a lecherous individual? Nie Jie concocted justifications in her mind. She resumed her previously aloof demeanor, wandering alone and occasionally garnering envious glances from those around her. The dual spiritual roots of medium quality indeed warranted admiration. If she could break through to the Foundation establishment stage, her prospects of becoming a golden core cultivator would far exceed those of her peers. Of course, this was contingent upon maintaining a swift pace in her cultivation. Otherwise, she might languish in mediocrity until her dying days without any breakthroughs. The challenges of the golden core stage were exponentially greater than those of the Foundation establishment. With the right celestial resources, perhaps 1 in 100 chi refining cultivators could attain the Foundation establishment stage. But even among 10,000 Foundation establishment cultivators, there might not be a single one capable of advancing to the golden core stage. This involved crucial elements, which Nie was currently unaware of and unconcerned about. The foundation establishment stage was her singular goal. Thus, she sought out Gij, quickly spotting Nie figure. She approached him with a hint of anticipation, eager to cultivate a favorable relationship. Meanwhile, Nie had noticed a somewhat unfamiliar figure, a man who exuded an air of mystery and coldness. Who is this person? Why have I never encountered him before? Curiosity stirred within Nie. Chapter 28. A cultivator must master the art of slaughter. Shui concealed himself among the crowd, feeling quite pleased with himself. No one would suspect that he would execute an assassination in such a public setting. He was not far now. Within the span of a single incense stick, he would be close. Though he did not gaze directly at Li Luo's position, he kept his peripheral vision locked onto it. He moved slowly with the flow of the crowd, embodying the essence of a true assassin, calm and collected. Brother, which family do you belong to? I don't think I've seen you before, Nie inquired amiably, wearing a smile. He felt it was quite remiss that, as the son of the family head, there were still members of the Nie Clan he did not recognize. Thus, he resolved to rectify this oversight. However, in Shui Ying's eyes, this man was utterly foolish. Was he out his mind? I am currently on a mission to kill. You approach me to make small talk? You risk interfering with my task. And I might just have to eliminate you as well. My apologies, but I am rather preoccupied at the moment. Shui suppressed his murderous intent and continued on his path, gradually closing in on Li Luo's position. There was still a quarter of an incense stick's time remaining. He silently counted within himself. Where are you headed? I could show you around. I happen to have some free time. Nie continued to follow Shui, his face adorned with a friendly smile. He believed that as a fully realized qi refining cultivator and the family head son, his proactive approach would surely touch the heart of this unfamiliar Nie Clan disciple. Shui could not help but cast a disdainful glance at Nie, though the latter remained unaware of his gaze. At this moment, Nie successfully caught up with Nie. Gij, it has been a while, this is... Nie suddenly noticed Shui and displayed a puzzled expression, for she too had never laid eyes on him. You don't recognize him? Nie paused momentarily. I don't know him. Nie shook her head. That's rather odd. Qingyan mused. In the Nie family's cultivation community, qi refining disciples were required to attend lectures periodically. Therefore, it was peculiar that neither of them had ever encountered this individual before. Shui was equally aware of this anomaly. He had familiarized himself with relevant intelligence prior to infiltrating the Nie family, and now he understood the risk of exposure he faced. Which family do you belong to? Nie, Qingyan inquired, furrowing his brow. I am your father. Shui was becoming increasingly irritated. Such a simple task had encountered multiple complications. However, even if he was exposed now, it mattered little. He was acutely aware that this gathering comprised only the younger disciples of the Nie family. With no foundation establishment cultivators present, creating a massacre here and escaping was entirely feasible. The Nie family's foundation establishment cultivators would not arrive swiftly. You have no manners, Nie remarked disapprovingly. Gij is. Enough. Step back. Nie abruptly interrupted Nie words, having realized the abnormality of the situation. Why would Gij want me to retreat? Does he not want me to accompany him? A wave of disappointment washed over Nie. Nie felt a chill run down his spine. What is this girl doing? Has she not sensed the murderous intent radiating from the stranger? If we do not leave soon, we will be in danger. Damn it. Nie resolutely positioned himself in front of Nie, channeling his internal spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the surrounding onlookers began to sense the disturbance. Although Shui had yet to make a move, the fluctuations of his spiritual energy had become increasingly alarming, as if death itself had descended upon them, saturating the air with a palpable sense of dread. In a flash, a streak of crimson light pierced through Nie body. He had not even managed to defend himself in that fleeting moment. Blood splattered on the ground as a gaping wound opened in Nie chest, his breath rapidly weakening. Nie stood behind him, feeling a chill envelop her, paralyzed with fear. Do not kill me, she cried out in terror, her face drained of color. The icy facade she typically maintained shattered under the weight of death's threat. Yet, Shui, as a seasoned assassin, would not spare her. With a swift motion, another crimson flash struck. The protective barrier Nie had barely managed to conjure was shattered within seconds. Mere chi refining artifacts were insufficient to withstand the onslaught of a Foundation establishment assassin. Shui Ying continued his advance, weaving through the throng. Anyone who stood in his path would be torn apart by a flash of blood. With each step, he claimed a life, leaving no trace behind. Despite the truth that cultivation is not solely about fighting and killing, the reality of the situation was stark. However, cultivators must inevitably learn the art of killing. A cultivator who does not comprehend the necessity of slaughter, no matter how high their realm, is merely a pig raised by others. Even if one cannot engage in counterattacks during adversity, one should not remain motionless, allowing others to butcher them like livestock. Yet now, this is precisely the state of the Nie family disciples. They are utterly petrified, their cries of terror echoing through the crowd, nearly piercing the heavens. Run! There is a Foundation establishment assassin. Inform the family head. We must flee. The Foundation establishment assassin has infiltrated the throng of innocents, leaving only 2 words behind: massacre. This process is neither swift nor slow. At the very least, Li Luo has reacted. The opponent is charging toward him. At Fonlin Valley, the Yang family. Li Luo observes the crimson figure darting through the crowd with remarkable speed, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Truth be told, a sense of anticipation stirs within him, for he understands well that a cultivator must master the art of killing. Regrettably, he has yet to find an opportunity to unleash his full strength. He previously harbored concerns that he might reach the Jindan stage without ever engaging in a true fight. Fortunately, the moment has now arrived, courtesy of the Yang family. A Foundation establishment assassin is just what he needs. Stay back. It's time to utilize your protective talismans. Li Luo reminds Nie Qingyin as his fighting spirit ignites. At this moment, Nie Qingyin's complexion pales slightly, yet she does not scream like Nie Jian. She understands that she must not disturb Li Luo in such a critical time. However, can Li Luo truly withstand such a formidable Foundation establishment cultivator? Doubts begin to creep into Nie Qingyin's heart. Even now, she harbors uncertainties about Li Luo's true cultivation level. Has he genuinely reached the Foundation establishment stage? Meanwhile, Nie Jian, lying in a pool of blood, has not yet drawn her last breath. She glares at Li Luo, who stands resolutely in the path of the blood shadow as it advances, as if it were rushing directly toward him. You must perish just like me. A venomous glare emanates from Nie Jian. Though she grows increasingly weak, she desires not to see others fare any better. It would be best if everyone faced misfortune together. Chapter 29, Dominating by Force, Rejecting Reason. The blood shadow draws closer to its target, and a flicker of satisfaction dances across its icy visage. It relishes witnessing the expressions of despair. Suddenly, the blood shadow halts. Surprised. At this moment, the distance between it and Li Luo is less than 10 paces, allowing it to clearly observe the expression on Li Luo's face, which reveals no trace of despair, but rather excitement and anticipation. What is the meaning of this? Never mind, it matters not. The fool shall be swiftly eliminated. The blood shadow's thoughts whirl, its right hand gradually forming a short blade of condensed crimson spiritual energy. With the blood blade in hand, it thrusts upward at an angle toward the heart of its target. However, with a decisive motion, Li Luo accurately seizes the blood shadow's right hand. The blood blade halts, mere inches away from his heart. The blood shadow utters a perplexed exclamation, out of character for him. Yet in this moment, he cannot help but voice his confusion. Li Luo, on the other hand, feels exhilarated. Let's engage in battle. His gaze burns with intensity, fixated on the blood shadow's increasingly astonished face. This scene leaves the surrounding crowd, once engulfed in panic, utterly stunned. What is happening? How can he withstand a Foundation establishment assassin? The young cultivators of the Nie family possess some discernment. If even Nie Qingyin could not withstand a single blow, then this stranger's cultivation level must be spoken of in the highest regard. Undoubtedly a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet if this is the case, how can anyone here possibly defend against him? Could it be that they have misjudged? Is it possible that Chengyan made an error? The crowd shifts their gaze back to Nie Qingyin. Oh no, Brother Qingyin and Nie Jian are in grave danger. They swiftly react, rushing to provide urgent aid. On the path where the blood shadow had previously struck, numerous severely injured individuals lie in wait, with someone blocking the Foundation establishment assassin. This presents a perfect opportunity for rescue. Yet the blood shadow pays little heed to these injured souls. Li Luo still grasps its right hand tightly. You are a foundation establishment cultivator, the blood shadow declares, suppressing its fury. The information provided by its master did not indicate that the target would be a foundation establishment cultivator. It is essential to understand that the gap between the Qi refinement stage and the foundation establishment stage is vast. Had it known beforehand that the target was a foundation establishment cultivator, it would never have devised such a plan. The family head has betrayed me. Now, not only is the completion of the task in jeopardy, but my immediate concern must be to escape. Between two foundation establishment cultivators, there can be no swift resolution. If this drags on, with the arrival of other Nie family foundation establishment cultivators, my demise is certain. I must flee. The blood shadow releases the short blade from its right hand, swiftly catching it in its left, executing a deft horizontal sweep. Li Luo likewise relinquishes his grip and leaps backward to evade the attack. Though this brief exchange appears simple, it is fraught with peril. One misstep could result in grievous injury. The blood shadow's short blade is no ordinary weapon. This is the essence of combat. Li Luo keenly feels the rapid thumping of his heart, a surge of adrenaline flooding his veins. Friend, why are you running? Li Luo questions, perplexed by the sudden retreat of his opponent. Wasn't the assassin here to kill him? Why the hasty withdrawal? The blood shadow internally scoffs at the foolishness of its adversary. If it does not flee now, becoming ensnared would mean the arrival of other Nie family foundation establishment cultivators, and then it would be doomed. Do you truly think I am afraid of you? The blood shadow, filled with disdain, suddenly hears a whoosh behind it. So fast, the blood shadow is taken aback. Drawing from years of combat experience, it refrains from turning to look and instead raises its hand to block with the short blade. Boom! The impact of the fist and the blade collides, unleashing a sound akin to an explosion, creating a terrifying wave of force. All the Nie family disciples who had retreated to a safe distance watch in astonishment, their eyes wide. For they witnessed the foundation establishment assassin spitting blood. Li Luo's ordinary punch has struck true. What incredible strength! The blood shadow muses, a suspicion forming in its mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. After all, a physical cultivator could not possess spiritual energy. They were not skilled in the arts. So what on earth is happening? Impressive. It seems that a mere ordinary punch is insufficient to defeat you. Then, how about a serious punch? Li Luo became serious. His aura grew remarkably concentrated, and a faint red membrane of spiritual energy formed around his body. Even the surrounding atmospheric pressure seemed to diminish. Shuang realized he could not escape. His opponent's speed far exceeded his own. In terms of speed and strength, he was at a disadvantage. Given this, he decided to compete in techniques. Shuang turned to face Li Luo, quickly regaining his composure. It was merely a crisis he had encountered many times in his assassin career. You finally stopped running, Li Luo remarked with a grin, filled with anticipation for his first battle in this world. As for fear, there was nothing to be afraid of. If one feared, one had already lost. Even if his opponent made a breakthrough in the heat of battle, Li Luo would not be intimidated. Moreover, he had discerned that both he and Shui Ying were at the initial stage of foundation establishment, with similar strengths in spiritual energy. However, in terms of quantity, Li Luo far surpassed him. After all, he had been diligently practicing the Wuxian Lianqi Fa, which had brought his spiritual energy to an impressive 3,000 paths. What does this signify? It meant overwhelming power, devoid of reason. Boom! An orange-red blaze erupted from Li Luo, soaring towards the heavens. The sheer release of spiritual energy caused cold sweat to bead on the brows of those surrounding them. What on earth is this? They were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend. Such a phenomenon was non-existent in the Nie family's teachings. Damn monster! Shuang felt the pressure mounting. He had initially believed he had the strength to contend, but it seemed wiser to reconsider. This level of spiritual energy was entirely beyond the capability of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator to withstand. What's wrong? Why aren't you making a move? Then allow me to initiate, Li Luo said with a slight smile. As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished from his position, his speed astonishingly swift. Fortunately, the terrifying explosion of spiritual energy allowed Shui Ying to barely discern his trajectory. Wanren Shuangxue Kuang Fing Shao. Shuang hurled the dagger in his hand. The blade flew through the air accelerating rapidly, multiplying from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 8, culminating in a myriad of blades. Li Luo charged through the onslaught, enduring to reach Shui Ying. However, he bore some minor injuries, blood streaking across his surface. Yet, it was worth it. With a swift motion, Li Luo aimed a kick directly at Shui Ying's groin. Chapter 30. The True Martial Legacy, No Code of Honor. Raising the Yin leg, an ultimate move from the true martial legacy. Indeed, this was the ultimate technique. Shui Ying, frightened, summoned all his spiritual energy to guard his lower body. Bang! Fortunately, Shui Ying reacted swiftly. Li Luo's kick did not inflict real harm. TSK, still a bit unrefined. Li Luo lamented. The true martial legacy was profound and vast. He had only grasped a mere fraction of it and had yet to fully digest its teachings. But that was no matter. This battle served as a perfect opportunity to validate his learning. In the next moment, Li Luo shifted his offensive. His right hand shot toward Shui Ying's throat. Yet, just as Shui Ying raised his hand to block, Li Luo's fingers transformed into two, piercing toward Shui Ying's eyes. Crack! A protective jade pendant on Shui Ying's chest glimmered with white light, deflecting the vicious attack. Damn it! How can this person be even more of an assassin than I am? Shui Ying cursed inwardly. Most cultivators preferred to maintain a significant distance to unleash powerful techniques. In such instances, Shui Ying would typically seek to close in for a lethal strike. Yet now, as Li Luo approached, he found himself utterly helpless. Li Luo's methods were not as extensive as Shui Ying's, but his insidious attacks were relentless. He hardly resembled a cultivator. Fine, you possess quite a few protective artifacts. Li Luo chose not to create distance, but rather to continue his assault. Taking advantage of your weakness, I shall strike. This was the truth conveyed in the true martial legacy he had exchanged for. Li Luo lifted his leg again, launching a powerful kick. Here it comes. Shui Ying's eyes widened as he raised his knee to block. Crack! His knee nearly shattered. What the hell? We are both Foundation establishment cultivators. Why is your strength so terrifying? But how could Li Luo explain? Did Shui Ying truly believe that the true martial legacy consisted solely of such insidious techniques? Although the true martial legacy he obtained was merely an introductory level, his mastery of various forces was nothing short of extraordinary. Furthermore, the principles of martial arts contained within compensated for Li Luo's lack of combat experience. The techniques he was currently executing, while not resembling traditional spells, were nonetheless fundamentally techniques. It was merely that they differed from conventional techniques, resulting in such formidable power, speed, and defense. You need not engage me to the bitter end. I can withdraw. Otherwise, you shall find no good fortune. Shui Ying attempted to persuade Li Luo to cease his onslaught. However, the only response he received was Li Luo's fist. In a desperate moment, Shui Ying raised his arms to defend. In the next instant, Li Luo transformed his punch into a claw. Phew! His 5 fingers tore through Shui Ying's arms, ripping away flesh. Transformation. The change in technique. As stated in the legacy, there was no need to adhere to form. As long as one could slay the enemy, it was a viable method. Seeing blood, Li Luo couldn't help but lick his lips. He suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the thrill of battle. Other cultivators were far too serious. What was the point of that? What use was a lifetime of cultivation if one ended up as a mere pawn? To dare to kill and fight. Such a life was truly thrilling. Otherwise, even if one achieved immortality, they would merely exist as a living corpse like a stone. At this moment, Li Luo began to grasp his true nature. His ferocity escalated to a new level. Gouging eyes, seizing throats, attacking the groin, he held nothing back. There were no codes of honor. Shui Ying found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. Moreover, he possessed less spiritual energy than Li Luo. In this intense state of offense and defense, he had no time to consume pills. He did have trump cards. With just a moment's respite, he could produce talismans or artifacts that might turn the tide. But Li Luo denied him that opportunity. Since Li Luo had closed in, he had relentlessly pursued and battered Shui Ying like a war god. Their battle swept through the streets, tearing through the left and right sides, leaving the houses along the way in ruins. The many Nie family cultivators retreated further, daring not to approach. They gazed in astonishment. When did the Nie family give rise to such a formidable individual? At that moment, Nie, Qingyan, and Nie, under the care of others, had begun to regain some semblance of vitality. A prominent family like the Nie, known for their golden core practitioners, would certainly not lack spiritual elixirs. Although their previous injuries appeared rather alarming, their recovery was quite swift, aided by various resources. What a remarkable fire-based technique. Truly explosive. Nie Clan's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, those around him were perplexed. What does Li Luo's performance have to do with his technique? Brother Qingyan, does this foundation establishment practitioner possess any techniques? They questioned. You don't understand, Nie Clan eagerly explained. This is an exceptionally advanced application of technique. He is channeling his mastery of fire techniques directly within his body, thus generating an immense power from within. It can be done this way? Of course. But it is perilous. If not executed properly, it could lead to immediate demise. Wow, isn't that a bit reckless? Many were bewildered. Why must one go to such lengths? Letting the opponent go wouldn't be a problem. By the way, who is this foundation establishment practitioner? We have never seen him before. I haven't seen him either, but I think he was with Nie Clan earlier. Oh, Miss Clan, do you know who he is? Soon, everyone's gaze turned towards Nie Clan, who is currently assisting Nie with her treatment. Upon hearing their inquiries, she hesitated before responding. He is actually the son-in-law that the family had brought back 3 years ago. At this revelation, everyone was left dumbfounded. What? A son-in-law? Are you telling me this formidable individual is merely the son-in-law of the Nie family? Wow, the family head is impressive. He even brought back a foundation establishment practitioner as a son-in-law. Nie Clan sensed the misunderstanding among the crowd, but chose not to elaborate further, as she too found the situation rather astonishing. How did Li Luo suddenly transform into a foundation establishment practitioner? Meanwhile, Nie Clan's expression was even more complex. She had been closely observing the battle unfolding before her, feeling a mix of tension and regret. For reasons unknown, her emotions were quite peculiar, especially when she witnessed Li Luo's fierce tenacity in subduing the foundation establishment assassin. Her heart trembled slightly. In the arena, the clash between Li Luo and Xue Ying was nearing its climax. Although Xue Ying had hidden cards, he found himself unable to utilize them. The frustration and helplessness were immense. Li Luo's killing techniques became increasingly adept. After relentless assaults, Xue Ying could finally bear it no longer. He emitted a piercing scream. Li Luo's right foot was firmly planted on Xue Ying's left foot, his toes protruding grotesquely from the flesh like a puddle of mud. A sight most horrifying. Seizing the moment, Li Luo gripped Xue Ying's ears and eyes with both hands. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have information. The Yang family has set their sights on you. You are doomed. The life-threatening pressure bore down on Xue Ying, compelling him to urgently seek survival. Chapter 31. Making a name for the Nie family. Xue Ying's desire to live was exceptionally intense. Memories flashed through his mind rapidly. From being diagnosed with a mid-tier spiritual root in his childhood to later being groomed by the family to become an assassin, his path in life had been remarkably smooth. Many Qi refining practitioners struggled to advance, yet he had directly acquired rare spiritual materials, successfully reaching the foundation establishment realm. Furthermore, the various missions assigned to him were not particularly challenging. After all, the Yang family was not foolish. They invested considerable effort in his training, ensuring he did not undertake overly difficult tasks. Most missions could be completed with careful caution and by leveraging his superior cultivation level. Thus, Xue Ying had always believed himself to be quite strong, until this moment when he faced the threat of death. If you kill me, the Fonlin Valley Yang family will surely seek vengeance with all their might, Xue Ying stated earnestly. Even his blood began to flow from his face. Oh, Li Luo replied nonchalantly, exerting force with his hands. The sickening sound of flesh tearing mixed with the cracking of bone. This scene appeared exceedingly brutal. Xue Ying realized that his opponent would show no mercy. He attempted to struggle, but it was futile, for during the brief skirmish, his spiritual energy had nearly been depleted. Li Luo's straightforward and brutal strategy of attrition had led him step by step into despair. No, the final scream was Xue Ying's last flicker of defiance. His entire head exploded in an instant. Blood and brain matter splattered across the ground. The young disciples of the Nie family, observing from the sidelines, turned pale, some even beginning to retch. Li Luo himself felt a pang of discomfort. This was his first time taking a life. Yet, he thought, he still felt slightly uneasy. Li Luo formed a hand seal, unleashing a basic fire technique. The flames engulfed Shui Ying's corpse, reducing it to ashes that scattered with the wind. This should suffice. Li Luo nodded in satisfaction, patting his chest with a hint of trepidation. He had been somewhat hesitant. It nearly backfired. Nearby, Nie Clan, upon hearing his words, wore an expression of incredulity. Hesitant? What does that even mean? You consider this anything less than decisive? You turned your enemy to ash. Hey, but isn't this power a bit outrageous? Even within the Foundation establishment realm, how could the opponent be defeated so quickly? Nie Clan felt a twinge of confusion. He was not far from reaching the Foundation establishment realm himself, merely lacking a spiritual material. Moreover, he had previously witnessed Foundation establishment practitioners in action, yet none had demonstrated the lethal prowess of Li Luo. From the techniques displayed by Li Luo, he seemed more akin to a celestial martial practitioner. Traditional cultivators primarily wielded spiritual energy to manipulate and influence natural phenomena, which is the essence of techniques. Throughout the entire Qingyun kingdom, such practitioners were prevalent. In contrast, ordinary mortals without spiritual roots typically pursued martial arts, referred to as martial practitioners. However, cultivators often looked down upon them. For the strongest martial practitioners could barely contend with Foundation establishment practitioners. Yet celestial martial practitioners were different. They were unparalleled in offense. The epitome of this group is the sword cultivators. With a single strike, they illuminate the 19 states. This type of cultivator utilized martial principles to wield spiritual energy, creating various offensive techniques. Li Luo's methods resembled those of celestial martial practitioners. They sought not for immortality, but for unmatched strength. Every tactic was centered on vanquishing foes. Remarkable. Nie Clan could not help but feel a surge of admiration. His gaze toward Li Luo brimmed with reverence. The path of the Xianwu cultivator is not one that just anyone can tread. Utilizing spiritual power through martial principles may seem straightforward, yet in actuality, it is far more challenging than conjuring an entirely new technique out of thin air. Nie Clan was uncertain if the Nie family had any Xianwu cultivators. He had never heard of any. In a sense, Shui Ying could also be considered a Xianwu cultivator, though his methods were rather crude and lacked proper lineage, making him barely half a cultivator. This situation was somewhat precarious. Nie Feng and the third elder would not be easy to explain to. Li Luo noticed the admiration in the eyes of the Nie family disciples directed towards him. It quickly dawned on him that this time, he would likely be unable to conceal his own cultivation level. He was now regarded as everyone's savior, for if Li Luo had not thwarted the Foundation establishment cultivator, many lives would have been lost that day. Unbeknownst to them, it was actually Li Luo who had attracted that Foundation establishment assassin. Thus, from this day forth, Li Luo would undoubtedly gain fame throughout the Nie family. However, a crucial question loomed. The third elder would certainly be skeptical. What could justify such rapid advancement in cultivation? Even with the Lei Xiao Mu they provided, 3 years ago, he was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. Now he had reached Foundation establishment in the blink of an eye. It was likely that the special spiritual seed played a role in this transformation. Though it was not the case, the third elder would surely believe so. He needed to devise a way to appease him. Soon, an idea emerged in Li Luo's mind. Currently, he lacked the strength to confront the third elder, so he needed to maintain stability in their relationship. Since the elder wished to understand the effects of the special spiritual seed, he could offer it up, though not revealing the true nature of the spiritual root. If all went well, he might even manage to acquire more spiritual roots from the third elder. Hey, did you all hear? Our Nie family has a Foundation establishment son-in-law. What son-in-law? That's too derogatory. He's a Foundation establishment cultivator, with a lifespan of 300 years. Sigh, how enviable. To live so long must be delightful. Of course, as long as a Foundation establishment cultivator does not perish, they lead a comfortable life. By the way, I heard that this young master Li seems to have a penchant for the fairer sex, with a household of at least 10 wives and concubines. How terrifying. Is this the vitality of a Foundation establishment cultivator? Truly impressive. Wait a minute. If he's so enamored with women every day, how could he possibly cultivate to Foundation establishment? And at such a young age. Indeed, Is this Li Luo exceptionally talented? What sort of spiritual root does he possess? Seems to be a low-grade fire spiritual root. That's unusual, isn't it? Where did his celestial spiritual items come from? Not sure. Perhaps he encountered some fortuitous opportunity. If I had celestial spiritual items, I too could break through to foundation establishment. Why do you care about that? Obtaining celestial spiritual items is a testament to one's strength. Exactly, sour grapes. However, I heard that Li Luo seems to have recently set his sights on several female cultivators. What? Is he planning to marry again? TSK, TSK, TSK. Can his body handle it? He better not end up dead because of a woman's whims. The discussion surrounding Li Luo within the Nie family grew increasingly fervent, with the most heated being the rumors of his lasciviousness. Some expressed envy, while others secretly cursed him. The Nie family female cultivators associated with Li Luo also drew intense scrutiny. Nie Jian's emotions were quite complex as she faced inquiries from her family. Xiaoyan, what is your relationship with young Master Li? Yes, Xiaoyan, young Master Li is now a foundation establishment cultivator. You should invite him over for dinner sometime. Tomorrow would be a good time to meet and establish a conclusion before others beat you to it. Her family members chimed in one after another, leaving Nie Jian quite exasperated. What relationship could she possibly have with Li Luo? She had always treated him coldly. On that day, when Li Luo attempted to gift her something again, she had outright rejected him. Later, she learned from her good friend, Nie Clan, that Li Luo had given her a foundation establishment artifact. Upon hearing this, Nie Jian felt as though her heart might stop beating. A foundation establishment artifact. Could such a treasure be given away casually? Li Luo was far too generous. However, she too had the opportunity to obtain a foundation establishment artifact. A wave of regret surged within her complex emotions. She had initially thought she would not care. After all, she possessed a mid-grade dual spiritual root and had a bright future ahead. But now Li Luo had already become a foundation establishment cultivator. What did that even mean? Moreover, she had arrived first. Xiaoyan, why are you silent? Should we invite young Master Li over for dinner tomorrow? Her family elders inquired. I don't know. Please stop bothering me. Nie Jian snapped, turning to leave in frustration. Everyone was beginning to believe that her relationship with Li Luo was somewhat ambiguous. After all, last year in the dormitory, Li Luo had specifically sought her out and gifted her the precious Lingji flower. However, how should she articulate this? In truth, Nie Jian did not wish to be associated with Li Luo. Even after receiving the Lingji flower, she believed that with her talents, she would eventually break through to foundation establishment. By that time, what would Li Luo be? A mere son-in-law wishing to marry a genius of the Nie family? It seems somewhat far-fetched. Yet now, Li Luo had transformed into the object of desire for everyone. A foundation establishment cultivator, even if indulging in debauchery, would still stand out and possess remarkable charm. How had everything changed so drastically? Nie Jian found herself in a quandary. Should she attempt to mend her relationship with Li Luo? She did not harbor any particular desires, but felt a sting of unwillingness. However, during her internal struggle over the next few days, news of Li Luo reached her ears. He had gone to propose. The target of his proposal was none other than Nie Clan. How could it happen so quickly? Nie Jian's mind was in turmoil as she contemplated confronting Li Luo to clarify matters. Yet, she hesitated, for Nie Clan was her good friend. Would such actions make others view her as shameless? I do not desire anything. I merely wish to explain. Li Luo has misunderstood me, Nie Jian reassured herself. The next day, she decisively sought out Li Luo. At that moment, Li Luo's courtyard was being adorned for the wedding ceremony. The entire space was beautifully decorated, with a joyous character frame erected in the center. Nie Clan did not reject his proposal. Or rather, the entire Nie Clan family found it impossible to refuse Li Luo. After all, Li Luo had now ascended to the status of a foundational cultivator. Although Nie Clan possessed a mid-grade spiritual root, granting her the potential to break through the foundational realm. Without the aid of rare heavenly treasures, she would remain forever confined to her current state. Many disciples of the Nie family languished in the Qi refining stage for this very reason. Heavenly treasures are exceedingly rare. Even the entire Nie family could only yield one such treasure each year, namely the Lei Xiao Mu. However, only the most outstanding disciple of the Nie family each year could obtain the Lei Xiao Mu, regarded as a prodigy, much like Nie Clan. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Nie Clan would likely never have such an opportunity. While she may have talent, one could easily find another within the Nie family with similar abilities. Nie Clan was hardly remarkable among them. Marrying Li Luo was indeed a fortunate turn of events for her, especially since Li Luo was quite generous, even willing to gift her a foundational artifact. Therefore, neither Nie Clan nor her family would dare to decline. Li Luo, we seem to have had a slight misunderstanding, Nie Clan explained with a complex expression. Upon seeing the festive decorations at Li Luo's home, she felt an inexplicable discomfort. After hearing her words, Li Luo smiled and replied, "It's nothing, not a misunderstanding at all. In the future, please refrain from approaching me privately, as I fear Qingyin might misinterpret it." The implication of his words was unmistakable. Immediately, Nie Clan's heart grew cold. But who could she blame? Li Luo was not a man who would think solely with his lower instincts. He would carefully weigh the decision of marriage. Given what he knew of Nie Clan, marrying her would only ignite trouble at home. After all, with her temperament, she would undoubtedly refuse to share a husband. Yet Li Luo's life was destined to include many wives and concubines. This was his path to strength. How could he sacrifice that for one Nie Clan? Moreover, it was clear that Nie Clan did not genuinely harbor feelings for him. Her true affections lay with power and status. However, it was best to state such matters plainly. Thus, Li Luo did not offer her any leeway. "Young Master Li, you have misunderstood. I came merely to congratulate my dear sister today. I hope you will not let her down." Nie Clan's expression turned as cold as frost, but her words were easily dissected. It was evident that her heart was now in turmoil. Her indifference was her last line of defense. Li Luo watched as Nie Clan walked away, shaking his head slightly, not troubled by the encounter. His foremost concern now was to marry Nie Clan. On the day he would propose, he had already arranged the time with Nie Clan's family. If Nie Clan could bear him a child with a mid-grade spiritual root, the system would reward him with 1,000 fortune points. In the system's marketplace, 1,000 fortune points could barely be exchanged for a mid-grade single spiritual root. Alas, this was no small sum, and Li Luo felt a pang of regret. However, there was no alternative. Without a higher-tier spiritual root, his cultivation in the foundational stage would progress at a painfully slow pace. This was a problem that could not be resolved through mere techniques, as the quality of the spiritual root would impact the foundational root that emerged from it. The foundational root, too, was divided into tiers, ranked from 1 to 3. Li Luo currently possessed the least desirable third-tier foundational root. The efficiency of his spiritual energy compression would make it exceedingly difficult for him to reach the perfected foundational realm in his lifetime. "There's no rush. I still have ample time," Li Luo silently assured himself. He did not allow this to dishearten him. According to his calculations, the entire Nie family could facilitate his cultivation to the Golden Core stage. He could easily obtain a Golden Core through the Nie family's resources. However, speaking of obtaining things for free, one could not overlook the third elder. It was likely that after his marriage, the third elder would no longer be able to contain his impulses and would seek him out. Fortunately, he was already prepared. Li Luo smiled faintly as he retrieved a seed emanating a soft glow from his spatial pouch. This was his tool for deceiving the third elder. On the day of the wedding, a grand procession accompanied by drums and flutes made its way slowly forward. The streets were lined with onlookers showering flowers in celebration. The chubby Wang Yang stood among the crowd, his expression quite complex. He had never anticipated that Li Luo would surpass him in breaking through to the foundational realm. Both he and Li Luo were considered sons-in-law. Yet, in this world, there's often only one who gets to be the pioneer. Thus, Li Luo's favorable treatment must surely stem from his foundational status. Wang Yang gritted his teeth in frustration. How infuriating! He was by no means weak himself. Just wait. It wouldn't be long before he too would bask in glory. And what of Li Luo? Now that he had reached the foundational realm, he was still so infatuated with women. He would inevitably meet his demise at the hands of a woman. Wang Yang silently cursed in his heart. At present, he dared not offend Li Luo openly. The chasm between the foundational and Qi refining realms was vast. Furthermore, given Li Luo's current standing, a single word from him could cast Wang Yang into oblivion. Yet, this only fueled Wang Yang's desire to break through. He possessed a heavenly treasure himself. As long as he could cultivate to the perfected qi refining stage, the foundational realm would be his certainty. Before long, Wang Yang envisioned a future where he stood before Li Luo, reveling in his astonished expression. His heart swelled with delight at the thought. Thus, the more Li Luo indulged in his carnal desires, the happier Wang Yang felt. Such a scenario would allow him to swiftly catch up. You just stay in the Nie family, serving them. Once I break through, I will surely find a way to escape. Wang Yang scoffed softly. In his eyes, Li Luo was truly lacking in wisdom. Marrying so many women from the Nie family, how did he think he could ever leave? Unless he were a golden core cultivator, the Nie family would undoubtedly bind him for life. But could Li Luo truly break through to the golden core? That was utterly impossible. Wang Yang remembered all too well that Li Luo only possessed a low-grade fire spiritual root. Achieving the foundational realm was already akin to reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm for him. As for the golden core realm, dream on. Yet, my future is not confined to merely the foundational realm. With this thought, Wang Yang confidently departed the crowd, returning to his residence to cultivate. Meanwhile, within the wedding procession, Li Luo could not suppress a sudden sneeze. Achoo! Huh? Who is speaking of me? Li Luo rubbed his nose, dismissing it without concern. His gaze fell upon the Nie family home in the distance, brimming with anticipation. A mid-grade spiritual root. As long as his physique was robust and his luck held out, he would surely succeed. Next year, I shall undoubtedly harvest 1,000 feng for Yuan Dian. With that, entering the Jin will be but a certainty. It is merely a matter of time. Although those with Zhongping Lingan possess the potential to break through to the Jin, the time required for cultivation is indeed lengthy. Nevertheless, Li Luo harbors no concerns regarding this, for he shall not abandon his aspirations of marriage and family. Moreover, when his descendants mature and multiply, the system will grant additional Fuyandang rewards. The longer the passage of time, the greater will be Li Luo's gains. The Jin is not my ultimate goal. Rather, achieving immortality and becoming an ancestor, reveling in the world, is my true aspiration. A hint of a smile graces Li Luo's gaze. However, unbeknownst to him, there are those who wish to see him perish. In the Fenglingu, the Yang family, Yang Dingshan has finally received news. The Blood Shadow mission has failed, having been annihilated by that so-called Li Luo, the son-in-law of the Nie family, in a violent confrontation. He perished on spot. Unexpectedly, the foundation-building practitioner, Nie Clan, the miser, have decided to invest such resources. Yang Dingshan's right hand clenches into a fist, his knuckles turning pale. He had believed that Li Luo, the son-in-law of the Nie family, could only advance to the foundation-building stage with Nie Chonglu's assistance. Were he in that position, he would be reluctant to part with even a single precious item. For spiritual plant masters, their ability to cultivate spiritual flora is of utmost importance, rendering the distinction between the refining and foundation-building stages negligible. Patriarch, I must avenge Blood Shadow. A man clad in black, filled with rage, stands opposite Yang Dingshan. He, like Blood Shadow, is a foundation-building assassin trained by the Yang family. However, his talent is exceptional, and he has now reached the mid-foundation stage. Do not rush. Yang Dingshan raises his hand. Shadow, your task is to monitor the entrance to the secret realm. This is a significant opportunity. Only 7 years remain, and we must not allow any mishaps that might enable the Nie family to seize the initiative. We will certainly avenge Blood Shadow, but not just yet, do you understand? The Shadow, unwilling to relent, replies, I understand. But Patriarch, I must personally slay the enemy. No problem, Yang Dingshan chuckles. A mere foundation practitioner will not stir much trouble in due time. Should circumstances allow, I would even be willing to take matters into my own hands to end this Nie family son-in-law's life. However, now is not the time for an all-out confrontation with the Nie family. 7 years, only 7 years remain. The enmity between us and the Nie family, spanning centuries, will be resolved then. Yet, allowing the Nie family to develop unchecked poses a risk. It would be prudent to pay a price and enlist the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce's assistance. Yang Dingshan ponders momentarily and soon devises a plan. The Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce is the primary supplier of spiritual grains in the southeastern region of Qingyan Kingdom. Should the Nie family's spiritual grain industry flourish, it would undoubtedly impact their profits. Moreover, compared to the Nie family, the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce is by no means weak, boasting its own Jidinjing practitioners. When two tigers fight, one will surely be injured. In such a scenario, the Yang family could reap the benefits as bystanders. Perfect. It is possible that there will be no need to wait for 7 years. Within the next couple of years, Li Luo may very well meet his end amidst the turmoil. A sinister plot begins to take shape in Yang Dingshan's mind. It is likely that no one anticipates that due to a son-in-law of the Nie family, two major Jinan families and a significant force have begun to conspire around Li Luo. However, the most anxious individuals are neither the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce nor Yang Dingshan, but rather the third elder Nie Yuan and his eldest son Nie Feng. Elder, must we continue to wait? Nie Feng paces restlessly within the estate. Nie Yuan glances at him, replying coolly, "Calm yourself. You are already a foundation practitioner. How can you still be so reckless?" But that Li Luo has already reached the foundation stage. Nie Feng insists urgently. Had we known he would cultivate at such a rapid pace, we should not have gifted him the Tisheng Lei Xiaomu as an apology. Hearing this, Nie Yuan's expression grows more serious. This is precisely the problem, he states coldly. Logically speaking, with his inferior spiritual root, he should not be able to cultivate so swiftly. I suspect it is the influence of that special spiritual species. Nie Feng, unable to contain himself, interjects, "Elder, why not take direct action and capture him secretly?" Mind your words. Nie Yuan raises an eyebrow. Do you truly believe the family head is merely a figurehead? Yet, Nie Feng seeks to persuade him further. Enough. No more discussion, Nie Yuan declares. Today is Li Luo's wedding. It would be inappropriate to interfere. After a few days, we shall visit him directly to seek clarification. But will he provide clear answers? Nie Feng questions skeptically, firmly believing that Li Luo must have hidden the special spiritual species. Nie Yuan smiles slightly. Whether he speaks or remains silent is not for him to decide. Nie Feng, momentarily taken aback, quickly comes to a realization. Indeed, his father is the third elder of the Nie family. Moreover, this matter does not require secrecy. They simply wish to keep the special spiritual species secret from the rest of the Nie family. However, should Li Luo prove uncooperative, the misfortune that follows will certainly not befall them. Thus, 3 days later, engulfed in the gentle embrace of Nie Qingyin, Li Luo finds it difficult to resist. Her tender lips, sweet demeanor, and delicate feet are truly beyond description. Today, he has summoned immense willpower to take a brief respite. Coincidentally, Nie Feng arrives once more. However, upon entering, Li Luo discovers that he is not alone. He recognizes the elderly figure, vaguely familiar. After some contemplation, he realizes you are the third elder. At last, Li Luo recalls that when he joined the Nie family, Nie Qing had provided him with a small booklet detailing the family's information extensively, including an explanation of the Elder Council. If the Nie family were a carriage, the family head would hold the reins, while the Elder Council would be those seated within the carriage. It cannot be said that one holds power over the other. Rather, they exist in mutual checks and balances. Yet in terms of strength, the third elder is no weakling. He stands as a Jindan Shusher equal to the family head, though at the initial stage. However, he is certainly not someone a foundation practitioner should provoke. As cultivation progresses, the disparity between realms becomes increasingly pronounced. If a foundation practitioner can easily overpower a group of refining stage practitioners, then a Jindan Shusher can effortlessly subdue hundreds of foundation practitioners. In any case, Li Luo is certainly no match for the third elder at present. Yet, he feels no trepidation in his heart, for he had anticipated this very scenario. Third elder, your timing is impeccable. Li Luo smiles. I was just contemplating when to report to you, and here you are, visiting me directly. I must apologize for the inconvenience. Nie Yuan smiles kindly. No matter, if you have something to report, you may do so now. Very well. Li Luo nodded decisively and produced a small box, the very one that Nie Feng had given him the previous year. Nie Feng recognized it at once. Have you discerned the function of that spiritual seed? He inquired eagerly. Indeed, Li Luo replied, promptly opening the box. Inside lay a diminutive spiritual plant, resembling a clover, yet exuding a peculiar wave of energy akin to the luminous glow of the moon. Both Nie Yuan and Nie Feng were momentarily taken aback. feeling an inexplicable surge of spiritual energy in the surroundings. This newfound vitality made it significantly easier to absorb the ambient spiritual energy. Unable to contain his excitement, Nie began to cultivate on the spot, as streams of spiritual energy flowed effortlessly into his body, far more readily than during his usual practice. If his normal absorption rate were quantified as 1, now it surged to 5. The efficiency had quintupled. Remarkable, Nie gasped, realizing that for a chi refining cultivator, this was an invaluable resource that could dramatically accelerate their training speed. What would take 5 years to achieve could now be accomplished in just 1. However, he quickly regained his composure and furrowed his brow. While this effect of activating spiritual energy is indeed a treasure for chi refining cultivators, it holds little value for foundation establishment cultivators. Nie raised a crucial point. The two realms were fundamentally different. The essence of chi refining lay in the continuous absorption and transformation of spiritual energy, whereas foundation establishment focused on compressing spiritual power to enhance its intensity. Consequently, this clover-like plant was akin to a useless delicacy, tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? Suddenly, Nie Yuan's gaze sharpened, unleashing a potent wave of spiritual energy that bore down on Li Luo like an immovable boulder, rendering him almost unable to move. Impressive, Li Luo thought, startled. Was this the power of a golden core cultivator? Merely exuding such an aura had rendered him incapable of even raising his hand. Nie Yuan continued. The effect of this spiritual plant is indeed extraordinary, yet remains merely average. According to my intelligence, the special spiritual seed we provided you should possess far greater potential. Is this truly the same plant we entrusted to you? Upon hearing this, Nie expression turned serious. Indeed, that special spiritual seed must be more than it appears. Could it be that Li Luo is attempting to mislead us with a spiritual plant we have never encountered? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yet, Li Luo remained unperturbed. Smiling as he replied, Elder San, your keen perception is commendable. This is indeed the Jiuzhuan Yulinkeo, and it is far from ordinary. Jiuzhuan Yulinkeo? Nie echoed in confusion. Correct, Li Luo affirmed. Since this type of spiritual plan has never been seen before, I took the liberty of naming it Jiuzhuan Yulinkeo. Moreover, it is indeed the result of the special spiritual seed you provided, although it is not yet fully matured. Based on my research, it requires 9 leaves to reach full maturity. Furthermore, the true effect of Jiuzhuan Yulinkeo extends beyond merely activating spiritual energy. This is but a trivial aspect of its capabilities. After a brief pause, Li Luo continued, while Nie remained in a state of astonishment. The fact that this plant was still immature raised questions. Would its effect on activating spiritual energy intensify further upon maturation? The implications were indeed formidable. Moreover, if activating spiritual energy was merely one of its minor effects, what could be the true purpose of the Jiuzhuan Yulinkeo? In that moment, Nie eyes sparkled with intense desire. He yearned to uncover the plant's true potential. Nie Yuan, too, exhibited a marked change in demeanor. He had suspected it all along. The special spiritual seed was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Now, even Nie Yuan could no longer restrain himself. What exactly is the true effect of Jiuzhuan Yulinkeo? Speak plainly. At that moment, Nie Yuan completely lost the composure expected of a golden core cultivator. Chapter 35. The Overjoyed Father and Son, Bestowing the Seed of Spiritual Roots. Li Luo sensed the emotional fluctuations of Elder San and found them somewhat perplexing. He was well aware of the effects of the seed of spiritual roots, yet Elder San seemed oblivious to its nature. Why then did he place such importance on it? Did Elder San know the origins of the spiritual root seed? Or had some faction already begun cultivating the seed of spiritual roots, keeping its specific effects under wraps? A myriad of thoughts raced through Li Luo's mind, yet his expression remained composed. As long as Elder San was unaware of the precise efficacy of the spiritual root seed, all would be well. After all, he had meticulously prepared a complete plan of deception. Li Luo turned to the two men, smiling as he explained. The true effect of Jiuzhuan Yulinkeo is that once ingested, it accelerates the speed at which foundation establishment cultivators can compress their spiritual power. According to my calculations, the effect intensifies with each leaf that grows. However, The cultivation of Jiuzhuan Yuling Ko is exceedingly time-consuming. Unless multiple plants are cultivated at once, the cost-effectiveness is somewhat lacking. As he spoke, Li Luo couldn't help but let out a sigh. But Nie Feng could no longer contain himself. He swiftly plucked the plant with only 3 leaves and stuffed it into his mouth, undeterred by potential consequences. After all, with the elder present, any mischief from Li Luo would surely be met with a stern lesson. The most pressing concern was to verify the truth of Li Luo's claims. If false, there would be no need for further discussion. Li Luo, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, would learn the consequences of deceit. Yet if it proved true, the implications were staggering. Resources that could benefit Foundation establishment cultivators were scarce, especially those that directly enhanced the speed of spiritual power compression. The Nie family possessed no such cultivation resources. This could potentially level the playing field for talent. Thus, without waiting for Elder San to speak, Nie Feng took the initiative to consume the Jiuzhuan Yuling Ko. He then settled into a meditative position to cultivate. Time passed, and eventually, Nie Feng opened his eyes, emanating a powerful wave of spiritual energy. The intensity of his spiritual power was nearing the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Elder, it truly works, he exclaimed with delight, sharing his exhilarating experience. Nie Yuan, upon hearing this, also displayed a glimmer of joy in his eyes, for this was merely the 3-leafed variant. According to Li Luo, the fully matured version was indeed the Jiuzhuan Yuling Ko. The effects of the San Zhuan Yuling Chao are formidable. One cannot help but wonder how terrifying the Jiuzhuan Yuling Chao might be. Could it possibly possess even more potent effects, perhaps even effective for Golden Core cultivators? Nie Yuan dared not contemplate such possibilities. Having lived many years as a Golden Core cultivator, he had never encountered such a precious cultivation treasure. Truly, it was worthy of its origin from Qing Yun. As Nie Yuan spoke halfway, he abruptly fell silent, almost revealing certain secrets. It was crucial to keep the secrets of Yu Ling Chao from the presence of an outsider. However, Li Luo, noticing Nie Yuan's vigilance, could not suppress a smile. What secrets could Yu Ling Chao possess that he was not already aware of? After all, this creation was originally devised to deceive the 3rd elder. Nevertheless, the mention of the word Qing in Nie Yuan's speech piqued Li Luo's interest. Was it possible that this spirit root seed was, in fact, connected to Qing Yinghua? As Li Luo pondered these thoughts, Nie Yuan's expression conveyed a sense of inner turmoil. The cultivation time for Yu Ling Chao was exceedingly slow. Last year, they entrusted that special spirit seed to Li Luo, and now they had only managed to cultivate 3 leaves. How much longer would it take to fully mature? Unless... Nie Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Nie Feng, who immediately grasped his father's intention. Quietly, he conveyed, through spiritual energy, "Father, when the time comes, we must act. If we can control the production of Yu Ling Chao, then the foundation-building cultivators of the Nie family will undoubtedly stand by our side. In that event, the position of family head shall be ours." Nie Yuan understood this logic all too well. Simultaneously, he possessed many other special spirit seeds, treasures he had nearly sacrificed his life to obtain. Would it be too risky to hand them all over to an outsider? Seeing his father hesitate, Nie Feng grew anxious. The selection for the next family head would undoubtedly exclude Nie Yuan as a council member. Yet he still had significant opportunities. The effects of Yu Ling Chao on foundation-building cultivators were unparalleled. He could easily leverage this to win over the Nie family's foundation-building cultivators. Nie Changlu had no capital to contend with him. "Father, you cannot reap the rewards without taking risks," Nie Feng urged once more. In that moment, the scales of Nie Yuan's heart tipped. He raised his gaze, fixing a serious and earnest stare upon Li Luo. "Nephew Li, in truth, I possess another batch of Yu Ling Chao spirit seeds. I can entrust them all to you, provided you guarantee to devote yourself fully to cultivating Yu Ling Chao in the future. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential, even from the family head. If you agree, I swear by my status as an elder that you shall not suffer any losses." Nie Yuan did not specify the exact benefits he would offer, yet the conviction in his words indicated that he would not be left empty-handed. As long as Li Luo consented, his future in the Nie family would be secure, if not prosperous, and resources would undoubtedly be plentiful. It is important to understand that, As a cultivator, resources beyond mere cultivation are equally vital, such as elixirs, magical tools, robes, formations, talismans, and techniques. Simply put, if Li Luo agreed, it would mean that the third elder would be supporting him in every aspect. Whatever you desire. As long as I am able to provide it, I shall. Would Li Luo refuse? Certainly not. After all, his intent in creating Yuling Chao, this entirely original spiritual herb, was to deceive the third elder and his family. Moreover, the cultivation of Yuling Chao was indeed a challenging endeavor. Li Luo spoke no falsehoods. If it were easy, he would have directly cultivated the Jiao Zhuan Yuling Chao for his own use. The issue was that the cost-effectiveness of cultivating Yuling Chao was exceedingly low. If not for his divine-level talent in spirit plant cultivation, he might not have even managed to produce the Sanzhuan Yuling Chao. As for the Jiozhuan Yuling Chao, that was a different story altogether. He would be hard-pressed to achieve success even if he toiled endlessly. Thus, from the very beginning, Li Luo's true plan was to probe the third elder for the existence of more spirit root seeds. Now that it was confirmed, there was no need for further discussion. No problem, Li Luo said with a smile. As long as the third elder trusts me, I shall dedicate myself to cultivating Yuling Chao. Chapter 36. A moment of freebie bliss, each time a delight. Upon hearing Li Luo's agreement, Nie Feng and Nie Yuan felt even more exhilarated than Li Luo himself. The remaining details were left for Nie Feng and Li Luo to discuss, while Nie Yuan returned home to retrieve a spatial bag from a hidden location. This bag contained all the spirit root seeds he had painstakingly acquired through near-fatal endeavors. Of course, Nie Yuan was unaware of the true nature of these seeds. He had been completely deceived by Li Luo, believing that all these seeds were Yuling Chao. Returning to Li Luo's residence, Nie Yuan directly handed over the spatial bag. Li Luo opened it and was astonished to find over 30 spirit root seeds. This meant that if he managed to mature them all, he could harvest over 30 spirit roots. Such a prospect was indeed daunting. Li Luo could not help but gasp in surprise. Witnessing Li Luo's astonished expression, Nie Yuan felt a surge of pride. Furthermore, he was not concerned that Li Luo would betray him after obtaining these spirit seeds. A mere foundation-building cultivator daring to offend a golden core cultivator? Surely, he wished for his own demise. Moreover, as far as he knew, Li Luo only possessed a low-grade spirit root, indicating that his potential was merely of the lowest tier. A third-tier root was practically unrelated to the realm of golden core. Nie Yuan could easily wield his formidable strength to ensure that Li Luo would not harbor thoughts of rebellion. In the future, Li Luo would merely be a worker for their family. As for Nie Changlu, that miser would never be willing to part with such generous benefits. Thus, in Nie Yuan's eyes, securing Li Luo was a surefire endeavor. That day, Nie Yuan, Nie Feng, and Li Luo engaged in lengthy discussions, enjoying their time together immensely. When they departed, they gifted Li Luo numerous spirit stones. Li Luo joyfully waved his hands, bidding farewell to the two like prosperous deities. A moment of freebie bliss, each time a delight. In the future, many more opportunities for such gains awaited him. However, such circumstances were unlikely to persist for years. Over time, Nie Feng and Nie Yuan would inevitably sense something amiss. After all, it was exceedingly difficult for Li Luo to cultivate Yuling Chao in large quantities. The truth was, Yuling Chao was merely a grotesque product that Li Luo had forcibly created by melding other spirit plants with his extraordinary talent. To put it simply, Yuling Chao was unplantable. Yet, Li Luo had already given Nie Yuan and Nie Feng a warning, informing them that the cultivation time for Yuling Chao would be extensive. Therefore, for the immediate future, Li Luo is not at risk of encountering any catastrophic failures. How exhilarating this is! I am practically dancing on the edge of blade. If the third elder were to catch on, he might very well have the inclination to devour me whole. Upon returning to his quiet chamber, a faint smile crept on Li Luo's face. After all, he possesses more than 30 seeds of spiritual roots. One can only wonder what remarkable effects they will yield once fully ripened into spiritual roots. Could it possibly elevate his Tao root to the second tier? If that were indeed the case, he would have struck it rich. After all, in the system market, a direct exchange for a middle-grade spiritual root requires a staggering 1,000 points of fortune source. He cannot fathom why it was so exorbitantly priced. Yet, To obtain a second-tier Dao root without any cost would be an unparalleled windfall. The fortune source points saved could be exchanged for an abundance of other precious items. It seems that he must exert himself diligently in the days to come. Li Luo, invigorated, picked up one of the spiritual root seeds to study. He did not commence the ripening process directly. Rather, he intended to attempt cultivation. He could discern the difference between a temporary satisfaction and a lasting abundance. Such precious items are likely rare to come by. It was no easy feat to have coaxed them all from the third elder. Naturally, he could not afford to squander them lightly. Moreover, Li Luo believed that with his godly talent for nurturing spiritual plants, he could undoubtedly succeed in cultivating them. Once successful, this would not only greatly benefit him, but also serve as an indomitable foundation for a future immortal family he might establish. What? Great-grandson, you lack talent in cultivation? Here, your ancestor shall grant you a spiritual root. What? Grandson, your aptitude is lacking? Is it challenging to break through to the golden core stage? Come, your ancestor will directly provide you with hundreds of spiritual roots. And let's not forget the heavenly spiritual materials. We lack nothing except for the heavenly spiritual materials. They can be procured in bulk from the system marketplace. However, these are not given freely. The more children you bear, the greater the rewards you shall receive. Therefore, everyone should strive to have more offspring. The more you bear, the happier I, your ancestor, shall be. In the Taiyuan Merchants Association, at the Spiritual Grain Production Division, there lies a vast estate of over 1,000 acres of farmland. The overseer here is named Gao Chongfeng. Recently, he received a confidential letter, the source of which remains unknown. This letter detailed the recent movements of the Nie family, particularly information regarding their young spiritual planter, which was exceptionally thorough. It revealed that the Nie family has begun to audaciously encroach upon the spiritual grain market share, showcasing their newfound confidence. I had thought that the Nie family had forged some collaboration with other merchant associations in an attempt to undermine me. Gao Chongfeng's expression betrayed no hint of panic. Before him sat 3 middle-aged men, who are spiritual planters specifically trained by the Taiyuan Merchants Association. The leader among them is named Kong Jiaxing, his hair flecked with gray, his countenance reflecting disdain. Rest assured, Chief Overseer, a mere novice spiritual planter will not pose any threat to our business, Kong Jiaxing proclaimed with an air of arrogance. However, based on recent sales data, the Nie family spiritual grain output seems rather extraordinary, Gao Chongfeng said slowly. What significance does spiritual grain output hold? Kong Jiaxing scoffed. Given us 3 a bit of time, and we too can improve spiritual seeds and expand grain production. Then why not proceed? Gao Chongfeng inquired. You're new to overseeing this aspect of the business, so you may not be aware, another spiritual planter explained. The purity of the spiritual grain is even more crucial than its yield. If the spiritual energy contained within the grain lacks purity, then cultivators will not be inclined to purchase it. I see. Gao Chongfeng nodded slightly. He possessed some understanding of this matter, as he too consumed spiritual grain. Why do cultivators require spiritual grain? It is because the spiritual energy contained within can be directly absorbed by them. Furthermore, it contributes to physical enhancement. This is far more effective than mere meditation. The higher the purity of the spiritual grain, the more refined the spiritual energy contained within. For cultivators, this means saving time. Despite the purity of spiritual grain, there will always be some impurities. While the spiritual energy can be directly absorbed, the impurities must still be expelled through cultivation. Thus, the higher the purity of the spiritual grain, the more convenient it is. Generally speaking, spiritual grain can be classified into categories based on purity: special grade, first grade, second grade, and third grade. However, when Li Luo was improving the spiritual seeds, he did not consider the purity factor. Instead, he focused solely on increasing the yield. Therefore, the spiritual grain sold by the Nie family could only be deemed as third grade. The Taiyuan Merchants Association also offers third-grade spiritual grain, but possesses a variety of other grades as well. Through discussions with the 3 spiritual planters, Gao Chongfeng quickly grasped the essential points. From today onward, our stores will reduce the price of second-grade spiritual grain to match that of the Nie family. Third-grade spiritual grain will be lowered even further. Gao Chongfeng issued his command, a slight smile gracing his lips. He intended to engage the Nie family in a price war. They would soon learn who truly held sway over the spiritual grain market in the southeast. Chapter 37. I have a minor condition. Kong Jiaxing emerged from the room, his heart untroubled. How could the Nie family possibly compete with the Taiyuan Merchants Association? What? You say that young spiritual planter? If he is outperformed by an amateur, then he ought to abandon this profession entirely. The realm of spiritual planting is not for the uninitiated, even if one possesses talent. Both cultivating new spiritual plants and improving existing seeds require experience. But can the Nie family provide him with such support? It is impossible. Only a force like the Taiyuan Merchants Association can amass a diverse collection of spiritual plants. This is the optimal pathway for a spiritual planter's growth, unless one's talent is extraordinarily exceptional. But could that be the case? At least in Kong Jiaxing's many years of experience, he had yet to encounter a spiritual planter whose talents surpassed his own. The Taiyuan Merchants Association's dominance over the entire southwestern spiritual grain market can be attributed to him for 80 of that success. This illustrates the significant impact a formidable spiritual planter can have on a faction. Of course, the two elements are inherently complementary. Thus, despite hearing of a new spiritual planter within the Nie family, Kong Jiaxing did not take it to heart. He estimated that this price war would not even require his intervention. The Nie family would falter before he had to act. Meanwhile, the overseer Gao Changfeng was also acting with remarkable swiftness. Once the strategy was confirmed, the entire division began to operate at full capacity. In the southwestern region of Qingyun Kingdom, there are hundreds of cities and thousands of towns. Although most of the population consists of mortals, the number of cultivators is not to be underestimated. Additionally, various other factions, including prominent families and sects, consume vast quantities of spiritual grain daily. Once Gao Changfeng lowered the prices of second-grade and third-grade spiritual grain, a tempest begins to sweep through the entire Lingliang market. Other factions and scattered cultivators are undoubtedly pleased to witness this situation, for they can procure superior Lingliang at a lower price. The only entity suffering from this upheaval is the Nie family, which aspires to compete in the Lingliang market against the Taiyuan Merchant Association. Damn it! Their strikes are too ruthless. In the Nie manner, Nie Chonglu slammed his hand down on the tea table, which shattered into powder and dispersed into the air, a testament to the fury raging within him. It is important to note that he has invested considerable resources to compete in the southwestern Lingliang market. After much effort, he managed to amass a substantial reserve of Lingliang, but it was barely introduced to the market before receiving a blow from the Taiyuan Merchant Association. Nie Chonglu pronounced the name with a venomous edge. He was acutely aware that the person currently overseeing this aspect at the Taiyuan Merchant Association is Gao Changfeng. However, actions such as assassination cannot be taken lightly. The two sides have not yet completely severed ties, and the Nie family will not actively provoke another major power. Even if they were to instigate, it would have to wait until 7 years hence. Hence, he can only retaliate within the confines of the market, which entails cutting prices on Lingliang, just as Gao Changfeng has done. Yet, the Nie family lacks the same depth of resources in this regard as the Taiyuan Merchant Association. If it comes down to a price war, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage unless they could summon Li Luo. Nie Chonglu said to Nie Qing, who quickly sent a message. Before long, Li Luo appeared before Nie Chonglu. Master, what is the matter? Li Luo inquired, noting the lingering anger on Nie Chonglu's face with some confusion. Nie Chonglu, disinclined to speak, gestured for Nie Qing to explain. Once Nie Qing concluded, Li Luo grasped the situation entirely. Oh, so that's how it is, Li Luo chuckled. Master, since the Taiyuan Merchant Association wishes to engage us in a price war, we shall meet them on that battlefield. Easier said than done. Nie Chonglu shot him a glare. Do you have any idea how much Lingliang the Taiyuan Merchant Association holds? Do you dare to challenge them in a price war? What if we cannot withstand the pressure? Would that not render our previous investments worthless? After this exchange, Li Luo finally comprehended the master's concerns. In essence, Nie Chonglu feared that they would not be able to endure. If it were merely a contest of Lingliang reserves, the Nie family would surely fall short against the Taiyuan Merchant Association. However, as a Lingzishi, Li Luo possesses the unique ability to expedite the maturation of Lingji. This means that, should Li Luo be willing to exert himself, tirelessly nurturing Lingliang for 12 hours each day, the outcome of this price war could be uncertain. Master, leave the matter of Lingliang reserves to me, Li Luo said with a smile. I can assure you that the Nie family will not lack Lingliang in the coming months. Upon hearing this, Nie Changlu's expression grew serious. Are you certain you can accomplish this? Of course, I am now a Foundation Establishment cultivator, Li Luo replied calmly. As far as I know, among the 3 Lingzishi at the Taiyuan Merchant Association, only one is at the Foundation Establishment stage. Indeed, Nie Changlu exclaimed excitedly. Good nephew. As long as you can guarantee a sufficient daily production of Ling Liang for the next 3 months, I shall reward you handsomely. Li Luo silently shook his head in exasperation. This Nie Changlu only refers to him as a good nephew when in need. During his own assassination attempt, Nie Changlu didn't even bother to offer condolences, merely gifting him a Foundation Establishment artifact and then ignoring him. However, it mattered little, for Li Luo had never relied on others. Master, I do not seek any rewards. I only require you to do one thing for me, Li Luo said with a smile. One thing? Nie Changlu furrowed his brow. This condition was neither small nor large. If Li Luo were to request him to confront a certain Jinan cultivator, would he be expected to comply? Yet, Li Luo did not keep him in suspense and quickly articulated his request. Master, you know I have a certain weakness for beauty. You wish to marry several lovely ladies? No problem, I agree. Not that, Li Luo chuckled. I would like you to help me play matchmaker. I have a few candidates in mind. He then proceeded to name 5 individuals. Nie Changlu was taken aback, as he was unfamiliar with these 5 names. Being the head of the Nie family, he had far too many matters to attend to, and thus could not possibly know all the disciples within the family, only being acquainted with a few renowned talents. Consequently, he turned to Nie Qing for clarification. At that moment, Nie Qing's expression shifted dramatically, as if to question whether Li Luo could handle such an undertaking. Seeing this, Nie Changlu's curiosity deepened. Who were these 5 individuals that required his intervention? Subsequently, Nie Qing reported, Master. The 5 individuals mentioned by young Master Li are all young female cultivators from several esteemed families. Chapter 38, A Request for Matchmaking. How fortuitous. Upon hearing Nie Qing's explanation, Nie Changlu's countenance also changed. Goodness, this Li Luo has an insatiable appetite. 5 young female cultivators from the Nie family, and all possessing intermediate spiritual roots. Is he aiming to sweep them all up at once? Is having Nie Qingyin not sufficient for you? Good nephew, this seems rather excessive. Nie Changlu hesitated, torn between his thoughts. Master, I am not being lustful. I am merely being broad-minded, Li Luo replied with a smile. Very well, Nie Changlu sighed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the head of the Nie family and a Jinan cultivator, it was indeed ludicrous for him to engage in matchmaking. However, the moment he considered the prospect of not having to offer a reward, he felt a twinge of temptation. Face or profit, I shall assist you in your endeavors. Ultimately, Nie Changlu grit his teeth and acquiesced. To be honest, he had never imagined a day when he would act as a matchmaker. Yet, this arrangement had its advantages. At least Li Luo would remain under his influence. With so many Nie family women to marry, how could he possibly extricate himself from the Nie family? A Foundation Establishment cultivator with such ties would undoubtedly lack the capacity to establish an independent faction. This, in truth, was the principal reason for Nie Changlu's agreement. Li Luo, seeing that the master had acquiesced, felt a sense of satisfaction. He did not expect all 5 candidates to agree, but if just 1 or 2 consented, he would have struck gold. Moreover, such matters would not typically receive the head's endorsement without external pressures. Li Luo astutely recognized this opportunity, which prompted his proposal. As for the reward Nie Changlu had mentioned earlier, after numerous interactions with him, Li Luo had already discerned his miserly nature. It would be better to forego those rewards in exchange for the chance to have Nie Changlu personally play matchmaker. The head of the Nie family and a Jinan cultivator acting as matchmaker would significantly increase the likelihood of acceptance. What is Li Luo truly invested? Merely a bit of his leisure time. What is the most crucial factor in nurturing spiritual plants? Spiritual energy. A spiritual plant master must expend spiritual energy to hasten the growth of these plants. Although Li Luo is currently only at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, his long-term practice of the Wu Xian Lianqi Fa has allowed his spiritual energy to approach the remarkable threshold of 4,000. What does this signify? If a typical Foundation establishment spiritual plant master can only manage to hasten the growth of 100 acres of spiritual crops in a day, Li Luo can accomplish over 1,000 acres in the same time frame. Indeed, it is as formidable as it sounds. After all, he is blessed with a divine talent for nurturing spiritual plants. What can other spiritual plant masters use to compare against him? In the realm of spiritual plants, Li Luo is invincible. Thus, as time progressed, Nie Clan, with great reluctance, visited the 5 families, all of which were branches of the Nie family that had previously produced golden core cultivators. Though their current state was less than impressive, this should not be underestimated. Fortunately, as the current head of the Nie family, Nie Clan was not met with undue hostility. However, 3 of the families regarded him with disfavor. In the end, only 2 families begrudgingly agreed to his proposal. The key point is that aside from being somewhat lecherous, Li Luo had few faults. For the majority of the Nie family branches, a foundation establishment cultivator was already considered quite formidable. However, the opposing parties insisted that the wedding ceremony must be grand. Li Luo, naturally elated, agreed wholeheartedly. As long as he could marry these 2 female cultivators, he would willingly part with several foundation-grade artifacts. Now, a foundation establishment cultivator. If he were to unite with female cultivators possessing medium-grade spiritual roots, their offspring would undoubtedly inherit spiritual roots. It is merely a matter of the distinction between low-grade and medium-grade spiritual roots. An offspring with low-grade spiritual roots would yield a reward of 100 fundan, while one with medium-grade spiritual roots would grant a direct reward of 1,000 fundan, a staggering 10-fold increase. This is precisely why Li Luo was determined to marry the Nie family female cultivators. Currently, among his wives, 5 possessed low-grade spiritual roots, while with Nie Clan, there were 3 with medium-grade roots. Nevertheless, Li Luo treated them all equally. They are all my wings. Harmony is essential for the growth of the Li family. As for the lack of prior interaction, it matters little. As the saying goes, affection grows over time. He would certainly not neglect any of them. In the future, should he attain eternal life and freedom, he would naturally assist his wives in reaching that same realm. Every action has its consequences, and the universe is ever-changing. My feelings remain steadfast. Li Luo has been steadfastly pursuing his goals. 3 months swiftly passed. Each day, he dedicated time to hasten the growth of spiritual crops, thereby stabilizing the spiritual crop reserves of the Nie family. The Nie family did not capitulate in the price war, successfully establishing a foothold in the spiritual crop market. This left many onlookers, including cultivators, utterly astonished, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. When they first learned of the situation, they initially thought the Nie family would not last long, estimating that surviving a month would be remarkable. Yet a month later, the Nie family spiritual crop reserve showed no signs of diminishing. Then 2 months passed. The Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce began to impose daily purchase limits on spiritual crops. Yet the Nie family continued to maintain a frenzied output for sale. Now, 3 months have elapsed, and the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce has restored the prices of spiritual crops to normal. This signifies that the Nie family did not lose. In the future, the spiritual crop market in the southwestern region of Qingyun Kingdom will be jointly dominated by the Nie family and the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce. Upon receiving the news, Yang Dingshan, the head of the Yang family from Fenglin Valley, wore an expression as dark as coal. How could the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce allow that miser, Nie Clan, to prevail? Can their spiritual crop reserves truly be inferior to those of a mere cultivation family? It is absurd. Yang Dingshan could not fathom the reasoning behind this. This situation compelled him to consider hiring a spiritual plant master to intervene in the spiritual crop market. The Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce's loss was so decisive that it made everyone believe that selling spiritual crops was deceptively simple. Nevertheless, he decided to observe a while longer. The Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce would not surrender so easily. Business is akin to warfare. Their conflict with the Nie family was even more terrifying than a real battle. Thus, he opted not to engage for the time being. Yang Dingshan contemplated for a moment before relinquishing his intention to enter the spiritual crop market. He sensed that this conflict was far from over. Moreover, from another perspective, the Yang family could still profit from it. After all, who would not appreciate affordable spiritual crops? He merely hoped that the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce would not concede outright. At this moment, Gao Changfeng was in a thoroughly foul mood. One could even say he was seething with rage. The accountability from the president had already been issued. His prospects for advancement appeared bleak. Having recently become a manager, he was confronted with such a predicament. Gao Changfeng felt a murderous intent brewing within him. But why had it come to this? How could the Nie family's spiritual crop reserves be so abundant? They had only begun preparations in the past 2 years. With that thought, Gao Changfeng cast a cold gaze upon the 3 spiritual plant masters before him. Chapter 39. This is indeed a blessing. Gao Changfeng lacked knowledge in spiritual planting. His previous decisions were based upon the input of these 3 spiritual plant masters. Yet now, a problem had arisen. The price war had not crushed the Nie family. Of course, they had not sustained any substantial losses. It was merely that the spiritual crop market had been siphoned off by the Nie family, representing a significant loss. This loss would manifest in the future, not in the present. Speak. What exactly is going on? Gao Changfeng demanded coldly. Have you misjudged the situation? Or was this a deliberate act? Kong Jiaxing and the other 2 spiritual plant masters wore somewhat awkward expressions. To be frank, they had not anticipated this outcome. Or rather, they had not expected the Nie family's spiritual plant master to be so formidable. It was certain that the Nie family's spiritual crop reserves could not surpass theirs. But why could the Nie family endure? It must be due to that spiritual plant master named Li Luo. Hastening the growth of spiritual plants is a skill possessed by all spiritual plant masters. However, most typically refrain from mass nurturing, as doing so could result in severe depletion. Your spiritual energy is not infinite. Once expended, it must be replenished. During the Qi refinement stage, this was not much of an issue akin to training. Kong Jiaxing had experienced this during his Qi refinement stage, and it had yielded satisfactory results. However, in the Foundation establishment stage, the situation is markedly different. While Foundation establishment spiritual plant masters possess superior methods for hastening growth, it provides no benefit to themselves, as the foundational realm no longer pursues the quantity of spiritual power, but rather emphasizes its quality and intensity. The spiritual plant masters at this level find themselves merely expending resources without gain when it comes to nurturing spiritual flora. This explains why the Taiyuan Merchant Association, being substantial and prosperous, has only one foundational realm spiritual plant master, Kong Jiaxing, among its 3 spiritual plant cultivators, while the other 2 remain at the Qi refinement stage. Does the formidable Taiyuan Merchant Association, bold enough to confront the Jindan families, lack the ability to produce 2 heavenly spiritual items? Absolutely not. The presence of 2 Qi refinement spiritual plant masters is merely to facilitate the mass nurturing of spiritual flora on a daily basis. What? You claim this is exploitation of labor? How absurd. Have I not provided you with spiritual stones? Moreover, the remuneration for spiritual plant masters is quite commendable. The Taiyuan Merchant Association will not indefinitely hinder your advancement. After all, we have supported you for so long. Is it unreasonable to expect a few years of diligent work in return? Understand that this is a blessing. Countless cultivators envy this opportunity and the skills that come with it. However, what Kong Jiaxing did not anticipate was that Li Luo had already ascended to the foundational realm. Why, then, does he still behave like a Qi refinement spiritual plant master, laboring daily to hasten the growth of spiritual flora? Has he been humble for so long that he cannot change? According to Kong Jiaxing's calculations, if the Nie family's spiritual grain reserves are to keep pace with the Taiyuan Merchant Association, Li Luo must have scarcely slept over the past 3 months, depleting his spiritual power only to consume pills for replenishment. There is no need to elaborate on his cultivation efforts. In such a state, how could he possibly advance? Absurd. A flicker of disdain crossed Kong Jiaxing's eyes as he spoke. Chief Gao, our recent misjudgment is indeed unfortunate, yet there remains an opportunity for redemption. Redemption? Gao Changfeng's expression hardened. How do you intend to achieve that? The entire southeastern spiritual grain market is already partially dominated by the Nie family. How will you alter the habits of those cultivators? Typically, if one frequently purchases goods from a particular place, they will likely return there again unless prompted by some issue. This is the inertia of consumption. This principle applies universally wherever there are people, unless the other party makes a significant error, and given Nie Changlu's frugal and stable character, I doubt he would make such a mistake. Kong Jiaxing chuckled and replied, Chief Gao, we simply need to attract all cultivators. Huh? Gao Changfeng furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Although only a few powers can produce spiritual grain in large quantities, it is not exceedingly rare. It may not be ubiquitous, but it is certainly not difficult to procure. How do you propose to guarantee the attraction of all cultivators? Unless what? Do you intend for me to lower the price of first-grade spiritual grain? Gao Changfeng retorted coldly. The prices of second and third-grade grains have already reached the limits of the Taiyuan Merchant Association. If we were to further reduce the price of first-grade grain, they might as well not eat. The losses would be catastrophic. The headquarters would undoubtedly hold us accountable. I would be the one to take the fall. If Kong Jiaxing is indeed suggesting this, then I shall have to deal with him accordingly. However, Kong Jiaxing shook his head and said, Chief Gao, you misunderstand. Simply lowering prices would ultimately lead to our own detriment, even if we win. Thus, my proposal is to provide a free time NG with every pound of spiritual grain purchased. Recently, I successfully improved the spiritual seed of time NG, allowing for widespread cultivation. I am confident that no cultivator could refuse such an offer. Upon finishing, Kong Jiaxing beamed with delight as he observed the astonishment on Gao Changfeng's face. Not only Gao Changfeng, but also the other two spiritual plant masters beside Kong Jiaxing were equally taken aback. Any cultivator familiar with time NG would undoubtedly react this way, for it is a rare spiritual plant beneficial to cultivators of all realms. Time NG can enhance a person's comprehension in a short time. The importance of comprehension for cultivators is self-evident, as it plays a crucial role in understanding techniques, learning skills, and advancing further. The essence of cultivation and enlightenment is the profound mystery encapsulated within time NG. It allows one to perceive a glimmer of insight amidst the inscrutable. If a cultivator has long been trapped at a particular realm, consuming a time NG may very well facilitate a breakthrough. Thus, Kong Jiaxing's proposal is nothing short of a masterstroke. Who would refuse such an offer? After all, cultivators require spiritual grain regularly, regardless of where they purchase it. Buying it from the Taiyuan Merchant Association grants them the added benefit of receiving a time NG. What could be more advantageous? Furthermore, this initiative might even attract the attention of Jindan cultivators. Although Jindan cultivators can entirely abstain from food, this time NG enhances comprehension. Though it only offers a temporary boost, its value is immeasurable. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Can one guarantee a smooth journey without encountering any bottlenecks? At such a time, possessing a time NG would be exceptionally beneficial. Excellent. Wonderful. Kong Jiaxing, how many improved time NG seeds can you produce daily? Let us promptly discuss the details. Gao Changfeng was now thoroughly exhilarated. If this matter is handled well, he may even have a chance for promotion. For Gao Changfeng, advancing within the Taiyuan Merchant Association is the only opportunity he has to break through to the Jindan realm. Otherwise, with his innate talent, it would be exceedingly difficult to transcend the perfected foundational realm. Thus, his fury at the previous failure to compete with the Nie family for the spiritual grain market stemmed from the fact that it effectively severed his chance to become a Jindan cultivator. But now everything had changed. As long as Kong Jiaxing does not deceive him, if he manages this well, he can certainly advance further with the time NG. Gao Changfeng reasoned that Kong Jiaxing would have no reason to deceive him, for he had been with the Taiyuan Merchant Association for many years, even longer than Gao Changfeng himself, and should understand the consequences of making false claims. And indeed, Kong Jiaxing was not lying. The time NG was genuinely a recent success in his cultivation efforts. After all, what else would he be doing? As a spiritual plant master, it is only natural to challenge oneself with high difficulty endeavors. Kong Jiaxing felt immense pride in the time NG, having devoted nearly a decade to its refinement. Finally achieving success with a strain capable of mass cultivation and production. Ah, Li Luo, let us see how you will contend with me this time. A chilling smile crept across Kong Jiaxing's face, his lips curling slightly. He embodied the very essence of an antagonist, yet he did not regard himself as such. In the game of power, one either emerges as a king or falls as a villain. This is the ultimate truth of the world. If Li Luo could defeat him, naturally, he would be able to laugh in the same manner. However, Kong Jiaxing firmly believes that this new generation of spiritual plant masters, Li Luo, will never surpass him. Just the Tai Xianji alone is sufficient for the latter to study for a lifetime. It is quite possible that he may not even comprehend it. After all, the improvement of spiritual plants is far from a simple task. Yet, there is a minor issue at hand. The cultivation environment for Tai Xianji is exceedingly demanding, requiring the establishment of a space abundant in spiritual energy. Kong Jiaxing articulated these matters with utmost clarity. Although Tai Xianji can now be produced in large quantities, ensuring its effectiveness necessitates a suitable environment. This signifies that the Taiyuan Merchants Association must expend a considerable amount of spiritual stones. Nevertheless, Gao Changfeng remains unconcerned. As long as the quantity of Tai Xianji is sufficient, he is willing to invest vast amounts of spiritual stones. In fact, he can even apply directly to the headquarters. Regarding the risks, he scoffs. What risks could there possibly be? Is there anyone else capable of mass-producing Tai Xianji? Even if that Li Luo from the Nie family could achieve it, the advantage has already been seized by the Taiyuan Merchants Association. It would be impossible for them to enter the market again. Gao Changfeng is certainly not foolish enough to overlook these considerations. Unless the Tai Xianji from the Nie family proves to be superior to that of the Taiyuan Merchants Association. But how could that be possible? Kong Jiaxing spent a full decade researching before successfully improving Tai Xianji. He ensured that it could be produced on a large scale while maintaining its effectiveness. If it were truly so easy to enhance its perceptual efficacy, would Kong Jiaxing have relinquished his efforts? Thus, victory in this battle is assured. Both Gao Changfeng and Kong Jiaxing are imbued with profound confidence at this moment. The two other spiritual plant masters nearby also display expressions of excitement. If this endeavor succeeds, they too will reap substantial benefits. Thus, the Taiyuan Merchants Association's Spiritual Grain Production Division commenced its frenzied operations. Gao Changfeng set out to procure spiritual stones, while Kong Jiaxing guided his subordinates, imparting the essential knowledge for cultivating Tai Xianji. Time swiftly passed, and, as the year-end approached, the activities of the Taiyuan Merchants Association officially commenced. Purchase a pound of spiritual grain and receive a Tai Xianji as a gift. What? Are you joking? You are referring to Tai Xianji? Is it the same Tai Xianji I am thinking of? Oh my, has the Taiyuan Merchants Association gone mad? They are giving away Tai Xianji. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I cannot believe this is truly Tai Xianji, unless you allow me to taste it. I would even taste it. Ladies and gentlemen, I must share some wonderful news with you. This is indeed Tai Xianji. I was fortunate enough to have consumed it before. It is identical. What? May I ask your cultivation level? My cultivation is rather ordinary. I am currently at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. My breakthrough was largely thanks to having consumed a Tai Xianji. No way. Is the effect that remarkable? Boss, bring me 3 pounds of spiritual rice. Everyone stand aside. I want to buy 10 pounds. How bold. Who dares to compete with me? I am the steward of the Yang family from Fenglin Valley. Let me purchase 100 pounds of spiritual grain first. Hee hee. The Yang family from Fenglin Valley? Is that impressive? I am an elder of the Seven Star Sword Sect. Everyone step aside. Who dares to compete with me? Think twice. Nonsense. The Yang family from Fenglin Valley? The Seven Star Sword Sect? Is that truly impressive? Oh, so your background is quite remarkable. Is it? Care to share? TCH, if I told you, I would frighten you to death. I hail from a millennia-old family, the contemporary disciple of the Nie Clan. I am astounded. How terrifying. It is indeed the Nie family. I have heard that every millennia-old family has a nascent soul cultivator stationed there. I wonder if it is true. At this moment, the Taiyuan Merchants Association's spiritual grain shops in various markets have erupted in chaos. Most are here for the Tai Xianji. Purchase a pound of spiritual grain. Receive a Tai Xianji as a gift. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of such a deal? The key point is that everyone is unaware that the Taiyuan Merchants Association has already developed methods for mass-producing Tai Xianji. Thus, they believe that this good fortune cannot last long. Therefore, they must act quickly to seize the opportunity. Even if they cannot consume that much spiritual grain, they can always resell it at a lower price without incurring a loss. After all, they have secured Tai Xianji. Of course, such a sensational situation undoubtedly involves some orchestrated efforts. Otherwise, it would not have spread so swiftly throughout the major markets in the southeast. There are even those claiming to be from the millennia-old Nie family. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain. However, it is likely fabricated. After all, the Sima family is known to have nascent soul cultivators in residence, and their disciples typically maintain a low profile, unlike this braggart behavior. Nevertheless, it is somewhat amusing that even the Yang family from Fenglin Valley has sent people to purchase spiritual grain, which likely indicates some truth. After all, Tai Xianji is such a rare spiritual plant. Even among golden core families, it is still quite scarce. Moreover, their entire family must consume spiritual grain regularly. So it makes sense for them to buy from the Taiyuan Merchants Association. However, the fact that the Nie family was secretly cultivating spiritual grain to compete with the Taiyuan Merchants Association was initially revealed by Yang Dingshan. Yang Dingshan did not anticipate that this matter would develop to such an extent, with opportunities for profit arising. Ha ha ha. It seems at this time, Nie Chonglu is undoubtedly destined to lose. Given his miserly nature, he would never dare to be as extravagant as the Taiyuan Merchants Association. Oh, how I long to see the ashen face of Nie Chonglu. Yang Dingshan lamented repeatedly within his residence. However, his assessment is indeed quite accurate. At this moment, Nie Chonglu's mood is far from pleasant. Only Li Luo remains blissfully carefree. Chapter 41. Master of the House, I have but a small request. Li Luo has been exceedingly busy of late. He has been preoccupied with creating offspring. After all, what could possibly be more important than fathering children in this world? As long as he produces offspring, he can grow stronger. No calamity or disaster can hinder his endeavor. Yet from the perspective of the family head, Nie Chonglu, Li Luo's current demeanor appears excessively relaxed. It is important to note that the Taiyuan Merchants Association's promotion of Tai Xianji poses a significant threat to the Nie family. If, ultimately, the market share of spiritual grain currently held by the Nie family were to be reclaimed by the opposition, it would be wholly unacceptable to Nie Chonglu. After all, he has expended countless efforts and resources on this matter. If he could successfully carve out another revenue stream for the Nie family, the position of the next family head would be secured. However, the critical issue lies in the fact that the Taiyuan Merchants Association strategy is undeniably ruthless. They seem convinced that he will not follow suit and launch a similar promotion. Yet, Nie Chonglu lacks the resolve to do so. He is reluctant to part with such a precious spiritual plant as Tai Xianji. Not to mention, spiritual plants of equal caliber are also not inexpensive. Last night, Nie Chonglu pondered for a long time, but still hesitated to make a definitive decision. Yet, by a stroke of serendipity, he managed to avoid falling into the pit. If he were truly to contend with the Taiyuan Merchants Guild over the reserves of the rare spiritual herb, Tai Xianji, he would undoubtedly end up with nothing to his name. Li Luo, why do you remain silent? The latest strategy of the Taiyuan Merchants Guild has already been disclosed to you. Do you truly possess no solution? Nie Chonglu's expression darkened, and he no longer addressed him with the endearing term of worthy nephew. Men can become quite familiar and cease to be courteous. However, Li Luo remained unfazed, reveling in the benefits he was reaping from the Nie family. It must be said, the women of the Nie family were exceptionally charming. Not only did he enjoy their company, but he also had the opportunity to grow stronger. Such fortunate circumstances. Who would not cherish them? Nevertheless, the matter concerning the Taiyuan Merchants Guild did indeed take Li Luo by surprise. He had not anticipated that they would devise such a stratagem. Yet, upon further reflection, it was rather predictable. Li Luo quickly discerned the underlying motives, and thus, with a smile, he delivered some unsettling news. Head of the family, the reserves of Tai Xianji at the Taiyuan Merchants Guild will likely far exceed everyone's expectations. Nie Chonglu furrowed his brow and asked, what do you mean? Can they truly cultivate such rare, spiritual herbs in mass quantities? Li Luo nodded and replied, Head of the family, your intellect is commendable. You are correct. That is indeed the case. What? At that moment, Nie Chonglu's face underwent a dramatic transformation. According to his prior assumptions, even if the Taiyuan Merchants Guild was wealthy and influential, it should be exceedingly difficult for them to continuously supply such rare spiritual herbs. He estimated they could only manage for a month or two at most. Yet now, based on Li Luo's assertions, it seemed the Taiyuan Merchants Guild had mastered the method for large-scale cultivation of Tai Xianji. This was disastrous. Nie Chonglu's complexion shifted from ashen to pale. Countless consequences raced through his mind, and no matter how he considered them, They all culminated in the abject failure of the Nie family. The resources he had previously appropriated from the family would all be rendered useless. After all, if the spiritual food he had stored could not be sold, he would incur significant losses. Moreover, spiritual food cannot be stored for long. Once harvested, it must be sold promptly. Otherwise, the quality of the spiritual food will diminish with the passage of time. In simple terms, spiritual food has an expiration date. For instance, top-grade spiritual food possesses an exceptionally high purity of spiritual energy. However, if left in storage for too long, the spiritual energy contained within will gradually dissipate, causing it to degrade to first or even second-grade spiritual food. Thus, the market is indeed fierce. If it were not for having witnessed Li Luo's commendable talent in spiritual herb cultivation, he likely would not have ventured into this realm. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would still miscalculate? Such is the nature of commerce, akin to a battlefield. Who would have imagined that the Taiyuan Merchants Guild possessed such a trump card? Just as Nie Chan began to feel despondent, Li Luo smiled and spoke. Head of the family, you need not worry excessively. What do you mean? Nie Chan asked, momentarily taken aback. Li Luo replied, it is quite simple. Since the Taiyuan Merchants Guild can enhance Tai Xianji for mass production, surely I can achieve the same. As he spoke, confidence radiated from Li Luo's words. However, the hope that had briefly flickered in Nie Changlu's eyes quickly faded. What good is that? Nie Changlu retorted coldly. Even if you can accomplish this, the Taiyuan Merchants Guild has already re-entered the market. Who would choose us? Li Luo smiled and stated, as long as the quality of our Tai Xian Ji surpasses that of the Taiyuan Merchants Guild, we will prevail. Suddenly, Nie Changlu's eyes widened in disbelief. What did this mean? Could it be that Li Luo's talent in the field of spiritual herbs was indeed so formidable? Did he truly have the ability to further enhance such a rare herb? It is important to note that the original Tai Xianji did not possess the effect of enhancing comprehension, or rather, it did, but the effect was negligible. The current Tai Xianji is the result of countless enhancements over thousands of years. Therefore, improving such a rare spiritual herb is no simple feat. Only true geniuses in the realm of spiritual herb cultivation can achieve this. At that moment, Nie Changlu's heart raced like a roller coaster. Li Luo had once again instilled hope in him. Can you truly accomplish this? Nie Changlu asked, now standing in excitement. We can certainly give it a try. I am quite confident, replied Li Luo. Although he had never previously encountered Tai Xianji, he had unwavering faith in his divine talent for cultivating spiritual herbs. The reason he referred to it as divine talent for cultivation rather than rapid maturation illustrates that his newly acquired talent from the beginner's package is indeed unparalleled in the field of spiritual herb cultivation. Since the Taiyuan Merchants Guild has someone capable of enhancing Tai Xianji, there is no reason why he should not be able to do so. After all, in the world of cultivation, most disciplines do not regard one's realm, but rather one's innate talent. Furthermore, the realm of spiritual herbs places significant emphasis on talent. Very well, what do you require? I will ensure everything is arranged. At that moment, Nie Changlu waved his hand grandly, finally shedding his reluctance. Even if Li Luo requested 10 foundational artifacts, he would likely acquiesce. However, would Li Luo truly care for such artifacts? He had no intention of lingering in the foundational realm for long. He merely needed to wait until next year for another significant harvest. With sufficient resources, he could force his way into the Golden Core realm. So what did he truly need? Head of the family, what I require is not material possessions. Li Luo stated earnestly. I only have one modest request. You need only assist me in matchmaking, as I have recently taken an interest in a few lovely ladies. Before Li Luo could finish his sentence, Nie Changlu felt as though he were about to unravel. What is this nonsense? I have prepared to make significant sacrifices, and yet you expect me to assist you in matchmaking? Do you have any idea how awkward that is? Regardless of whether Nie Changlu was willing to assist Li Luo with matchmaking, he found himself unable to refuse. Moreover, from his heart, this matter, while somewhat embarrassing and possibly resulting in a displeased response, was far preferable to gifting foundational artifacts. After all, his inherent stinginess had not changed. Thus, Li Luo once again secured the family head as promised. The last time the family head had assisted him in matchmaking, he had married two Nie family female cultivators with middle-grade spiritual roots. This time, Li Luo decided to broaden the number of potential matches without regard for the quality of spiritual roots. However, all of this would have to wait until after he successfully enhanced Tai Xianji. In truth, Nie Changlu still harbored some doubts in his heart. The spiritual herb masters of the Taiyuan Merchants Guild had been immersed in this field for many years, and their experience far surpassed Li Luo's. If Li Luo were unable to achieve the enhancement, such matters, naturally, remain unspoken. Thus, Li Luo rolled up his sleeves, preparing to unleash his divine talent for the first time. Upon returning home, he swiftly entered the quiet chamber and commenced his secluded study of the rare spiritual herb, Tai Xianji. Throughout the entirety of Qingyun Kingdom, there exist only a handful of such rare spiritual plants. Those treasures that surpass the rarity of spiritual plants are generally referred to as celestial spiritual items. Much like the Lei Xiao Mu that Li Luo previously acquired from the Third Elder, which aided him in breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Although Lei Xiao Mu is classified as a spiritual plant, it fundamentally transcends that category, qualifying it as a spiritual item. However, the precise criteria for such distinctions elude Li Luo at present. He senses that there are hidden secrets that are beyond the comprehension of mere Foundation Establishment cultivators. Is this indeed the Tai Xianji that can enhance one's comprehension? Li Luo retrieved from his spatial pouch a considerable quantity of Tai Xianji, varying in size, all exhibiting a flat shape reminiscent of mushrooms, yet adorned with shimmering white luminescent specks that appeared to flow gently. These Tai Xianji had all been prepared for him by Nie Changlu, effectively granting Li Luo the entirety of the Nie family supply. Should Li Luo ultimately fail in his enhancement endeavors, it would not merely constitute a significant loss. Even a small loss would be inevitable. It is truly remarkable that a spiritual plant can yield effects for cultivators of any realm, as such instances are exceedingly rare. The ability to enhance comprehension is indeed of paramount importance for cultivators. After all, should one's comprehension prove inadequate, even stumbling upon a treasure trove of knowledge may leave one bewildered. As Li Luo pondered, he began his attempts to enhance the Tai Xianji. The process of refining spiritual plants is, in essence, quite straightforward. The first step involves channeling one's own spiritual energy into the herb, perceiving the internal changes within, thus gaining insight into its intricate composition. The applications of a cultivator's spiritual energy are boundless, serving as an additional sensory organ. However, aside from spiritual plant masters, no one else possesses the capability to alter the structure of spiritual plants through spiritual energy. This is the origin of a spiritual plant master's innate talent. Li Luo approached this task with utmost seriousness, showing no signs of relaxation. Previously, while refining spiritual grains, he had not exhibited such meticulousness. This was primarily due to the relative simplicity of enhancing spiritual grains, which essentially requires only a competent pair of hands. In his quest to elevate his chances of success, Li Luo dedicated himself fully this time, unleashing the full extent of his divine talent for cultivating spiritual plants. He swiftly identified the points of improvement within the Tai Xianji, committing no errors in the process. Consequently, the pace of this enhancement was remarkably swift. Within just 2 days, Li Luo had completed a preliminary exploration of the Tai Xianji. What followed was the labor-intensive process of fine-tuning the seeds of the Tai Xianji through spiritual energy. This step demands considerable time, for any minor misstep could result in the complete failure of the enhancement. Why did Kong Jiaxing spend 10 years researching the enhancement of Tai Xianji? It was precisely because of this issue. Every spiritual plant master could articulate enhancement plans with great eloquence. Yet when it comes to practical application, they often falter. This is the difference between theoretical knowledge and practical execution. Kong Jiaxing possessed an exceptionally refined enhancement plan for Tai Xianji. But the question remains, can one guarantee its success? If the success rate is too low, it will be better not to attempt it at all. This is why Kong Jiaxing focused on enhancing Tai Xianji for large-scale cultivation. However, for Li Luo, was there truly any difficulty in enhancing spiritual seeds? Once the plan is established, it merely requires the execution of defined processes. After spending over 10 days in seclusion and experiencing dozens of failures, Li Luo succeeded in enhancing the Tai Xianji. Alas, it was somewhat disappointing. The number of failures was unexpectedly high. Li Luo shook his head, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, he possessed a divine talent. Yet even enhancing a rare spiritual plant required such numerous attempts. Could it be that the system bestowed upon him a false divine talent? However, Li Luo remained unaware that achieving success in enhancing a single spiritual plant after only a few dozen failures is, in the realm of spiritual plants, quite an extraordinary feat. Just observing Kong Jiaxing reveals this truth. He had faced not merely dozens or hundreds of failures in his quest to enhance Tai Xianji. His failures likely numbered in the thousands. And yet, he remained quite pleased with himself, for not every spiritual plant master possesses his level of talent. It would be best if he remained oblivious to the number of Li Luo's failures. Otherwise, he might very well faint from shock. Li Luo held the newly enhanced Tai Xianji seed in his hand, channeling spiritual energy to expedite its maturation. Indeed, this first successful enhancement of Tai Xianji was something he intended to sample personally. After all, he had already acquired relevant enhancement experience, and there would be no further failures. The Tai Xianji, after being hastened to maturity, appeared somewhat different from its original form. It seemed to exhibit some profound transformations. The white luminescent specks on its surface appeared to breathe, pulsating with a faint purple hue, truly coming alive. The specks on the surface of the Tai Xianji soon began to coalesce, forming a pattern that Li Luo could not decipher. It appeared to be related to nature, exuding an extraordinary mystique. Why ponder so much? One need only taste it to understand. Li Luo promptly placed the Tai Xianji into his mouth. Many spiritual plants can indeed be consumed directly. In locales such as the 10,000 Great Mountains, the cultivation of the demon race predominantly involves the consumption of spiritual plants. Human cultivators face no such issues. There are even tales of youths in small villages accidentally consuming certain spiritual plants, only to discover they possess spiritual roots, thereby embarking on their journey of cultivation. What a remarkable difference in effect compared to the original. After only a brief moment, Li Luo sensed the Tai Xianji taking effect. His mind revisited the aspects of the Zhenwu inheritance that had previously eluded his understanding, and now, nearly everything became clear with a mere thought. Moreover, he could draw parallels and extend his understanding further. However, having previously consumed the original Tai Xianji, he did not recall the effects manifesting so swiftly or so powerfully. Li Luo conducted a mental calculation. Under the influence of the Tai Xianji, he swiftly reached a conclusion. The effect of the Tai Xianji he had enhanced surpassed the original by at least tenfold. This is the kind of effect that one would expect from an extraordinary Tai Xianji, among tens of thousands of ordinary Tai Xianji. Perhaps only one would be classified as extraordinary. Yet, the Tai Xianji seed Li Luo had enhanced seemed destined to be extraordinary upon reaching maturity. Surely, this was a bit too outrageous? Chapter 43. Terrifying Comprehension. Encountering the loss. Even Li Luo himself found it astonishing. He had merely sought to improve all the modifiable aspects of the original Tai Xianji, yet the results were beyond his expectations. This astonishing method indeed allows for the evolution into the exquisite Taixuanzi. The enhancement of comprehension, when compared to the original version, is undoubtedly more than tenfold. One can only say it is truly formidable. Exceptionally so, Li Luo found himself reflecting repeatedly, as the effects of the exquisite Taixuanzi were simply astonishing, to the point of being almost beyond belief. This revelation made Li Luo acutely aware that his extraordinary talent for cultivating divine flora was no mere jest. It was utterly terrifying. With effortless ease, he transformed a rare spiritual plant into something remarkably perfect. Surely, such an exquisite Taixuanzi would suffice for any requirement? Li Luo pondered in his heart. Ultimately, he reached a decisive conclusion. It could not be presented just yet. The exquisite Taixuanzi was somewhat exaggerated. Thus, he must wait for a while longer. Otherwise, a keen observer might investigate and uncover the peculiarities within. This had already transcended everyone's understanding of talent. At that point, Li Luo would become akin to a coveted delicacy, attracting fierce competition from various factions. Alas, strength is essential. If I were to break through and become a golden core cultivator, Who in the entire Qingyun kingdom would dare provoke me? Reflecting on this, the urge to cultivate surged within Li Luo once more. However, as the seed of his spiritual root was still in the process of maturation, any cultivation he attempted now would yield minimal efficiency. It would be more advantageous to comprehend the Jinwu legacy. Although the Jinwu legacy he had exchanged for was merely at the entry level, it could compensate for his lack of combat experience. The myriad techniques within the Jinwu legacy would empower him to face even mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators with unwavering confidence. Let's commence. While the exquisite Taishuanzi is still in effect, Li Luo closed his eyes, and a silhouette of a black and white figure appeared in his mind. This figure slowly moved its fists, resembling the yin-yang taiji, embodying a harmony of slowness and swiftness. The immortal martial cultivators are renowned as masters of combat. This is no ist. If Li Luo could fully digest the entry-level Jinwu legacy, even the most formidable sword cultivators would likely not stand a chance against him. Time gradually flowed by as he remained in seclusion. On the other hand, Nie Clan could only fret in anxiety. He was oblivious to Li Luo's progress and could only wait. However, Nie Clan remained unaware that Li Luo had already successfully perfected the Taishuanzi. Moreover, it was the exquisite version. Compared to the original, its effects have been enhanced tenfold. My lord, here are this month's account books from our spiritual grain shops across various markets. Nie Clan cautiously handed over the account books. Nie Clan opened them, and in an instant, his face turned ashen. The profits for this month were negligible compared to before. Furthermore, considering the reserves of spiritual grain, if they failed to sell next month, it would undoubtedly lead to significant losses. Damn it. Bang. Nie Clan slammed his hand on the table, producing a loud crash as the table shattered into dust, revealing the extent of his frustration. This reaction was entirely justifiable, as the failure of this plan was enough to obliterate his chances of contending for the position of the next family head. Although the selection for the next family head would occur in 50 years, for cultivators, such a span of time is far from lengthy. Nie Feng, the third elder's disciple, had already begun preparations in advance. Though he was currently at the foundation establishment stage, this did not guarantee he would remain there 50 years hence. In his youth, Nie Feng was renowned as the most talented genius of the Nie family. His aptitude for cultivation is indeed terrifying. The constraints of the Golden Core stage pose no challenge for him. Presently, Nie Feng is still in the initial stage of foundation establishment solely, because he is working on meeting certain stringent conditions to break through to the Golden Core stage. If he desired to cultivate, he could easily traverse 1,000 miles and swiftly achieve full foundation establishment. Thus, Nie Clan's position as family head is not as secure as he believes. Has Li Luo not completed the improvement of the Taishuanzi yet? Nie Clan could not help but inquire. Nie Clan shook his head and replied, I visited earlier. Young Master Li is still in seclusion and will require more time. Nie Clan opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He understood the difficulty of such endeavors. Yet, he felt an overwhelming urgency. If this drags on any longer, it will truly be a disaster. The Elder Council will certainly refuse to support the layout of the spiritual grain market in the future. For the Nie family, selling spiritual grain is the only way to achieve a certain scale. Other spiritual plants simply do not compare in effectiveness. I'll keep a close watch. Once there is news from Li Luo, inform me immediately. Nie Clan felt a sense of helplessness. Despite his inner strength, he lacked the requisite talent. Mastery of the myriad arts of cultivation is not something just anyone can attain. Even as a Golden Core cultivator, he would still be unable to create talismans or set up formations unless he were to directly. Just as he thought of this, Nie Clan shook his head. Never mind. Cultivating at the Golden Core stage is already exceedingly challenging. Engaging with other paths would only complicate his breakthroughs further. Nie Clan muttered to himself. Nie Clan, standing nearby, struggled to comprehend. He understood that the disparity between Golden Core cultivation and foundation establishment was immense and fundamentally unrelated to one's spiritual power. However, the specifics of what to cultivate remained obscure to him. As a devoted martial practitioner, he could only assist Nie Clan in monitoring Li Luo. Meanwhile, Li Luo continued his meditation in the quiet chamber. The Jinwu legacy is vast and profound. Even at the entry level, Li Luo had previously only grasped a mere 10%. However, now, with a significant enhancement in his comprehension, he was finally able to delve deeper into the essence of the spiritual weapon Jinwu legacy. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Li Luo's mind, and countless sparks flashed before his eyes. This was not an illusion. Before him emerged a magnificent blaze, with innumerable sparks leaping forth, red, yellow, and blue intertwined to create an exquisite tapestry. Upon closer inspection, each spark resembled a tiny sprite, dancing, twirling, and floating. In a daze, it seemed as though stars were twinkling. Those stars were, in fact, merely points of light drifting from the sparks. Such beauty left an indelible impression deep within his soul. What is this? Li Luo felt a profound astonishment. This phenomenon was not a result of manipulating the spiritual energy of the heavens with his own power, but rather solely reliant on his thoughts. Just moments ago, he had gained a genuine understanding of the Jinwu legacy, propelling him forward in a significant leap. Subsequently, such a wondrous spectacle unfolded. But how could this be possible? To alter the spiritual energy of the heavens without the need for spiritual power? Does this not signify the comprehension of the laws? I have grasped the laws. Li Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of astonishment and awe. Chapter 44. The Secrets of the Spiritual Root. A Great Terror. Is it truly so easy to comprehend the laws? Li Luo felt an unusual sensation. However, in reality, it was indeed abnormal. Strictly speaking, he had not yet fully grasped the laws. He had merely brushed against them. Just moments ago, through a fleeting moment of enlightenment, he had come into contact with the laws. The essence of laws is profoundly mysterious. Although it was only a brief encounter, it nonetheless generated ripples, causing fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet, once the spark dissipated, he found it exceedingly difficult to replicate the previous phenomenon. Nevertheless, it was still quite terrifying. It turns out that even at the introductory stage of the Jinwu inheritance, one must engage with the laws. Whose legacy is this? It seems rather absurd. What ordinary person could comprehend the laws while still in the foundation establishment stage? This is something only achievable in the golden core stage. Li Luo shook his head in resignation. Indeed, the essence of cultivation in the golden core stage is fundamentally about understanding the laws. Moreover, if one wishes to ascend to the golden core stage, they must also comprehend the laws to do so. However, why was it a spark? Li Luo's brow furrowed in contemplation. During his moment of enlightenment, he had indeed stirred the laws. Yet the phenomenon produced was merely a burst of sparks. This cannot be mere coincidence, could it? Wait, the root of the Tao. Suddenly, Li Luo recalled that he possessed the roots of thunder, fire, and water. The spark he had witnessed seemed far more complex than a simple flicker. It contained a hint of electric essence, and even the burning flames carried a sensation of flowing water. Why is that? Intrigued, Li Luo pondered. The roots of the Tao emerged from the transformation of spiritual roots. Consequently, the laws he had just touched upon were intrinsically linked to the attributes of his spiritual roots and the harmonious integration with the spiritual materials of heaven and earth. In other words, Li Luo was keen to explore the mystery within. Yet at that very moment, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. It felt as though an immense terror was about to descend. If he continued to investigate, he would undoubtedly face a life-threatening crisis. What is going on here? Li Luo felt somewhat bewildered. He merely wished to delve into the essence of his spiritual roots. Why was he met with such misfortune? Could there be some kind of taboo involved? Li Luo felt a pang of frustration. He was so close to deducing the essence of it all with just a bit more contemplation. Yet, it seemed that some unseen prohibition was obstructing him. This ominous sense of danger emanating from the heavens and earth could not be ignored. If he truly grasped the essence of his spiritual roots, then perhaps a great terror would indeed descend. Fine, I'm frightened. Is that not enough? Li Luo shook his head in resignation. Yet, the effects of the exceptional Tai Xianji were undeniably astonishing. After enhancing his comprehension, it remarkably allowed him to access the laws. This was no longer a matter of mere envy. Any other cultivator who became aware of this would surely be consumed with greed. After all, comprehending the laws is a prerequisite for breaking through to the golden core stage. Even golden core cultivators would have a need for this. as the essence of their cultivation lies in a deeper understanding of the laws. Oh no, now I've truly become a coveted prize. Li Luo's heart raced as he swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation. No, he could not allow this information to leak. Once other cultivators discovered that he could cultivate the exceptional Tai Xianji in abundance, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy of greed. It appears he must dilute the potency of the Tai Xianji by 2 or 3 tiers. Li Luo murmured to himself. Since the exceptional Tai Xianji could attract malicious danger, he simply needed to lower its quality. A 2- or 3-fold enhancement compared to the original version would suffice. A 10-fold enhancement would be too terrifying. While he could secretly utilize it, he must never let it be known. At this moment, Li Luo had made up his mind. The exceptional Tai Xianji must not be revealed to others. However, using it himself posed no issue. Thus, Li Luo began to toil once more. This time, the process of improving the Tai Xianji proved even more arduous and exhausting than before. He had to restrain his impulse to correct the internal flaws of the Tai Xianji. Otherwise, he might inadvertently produce the exceptional variety again. A 2- or 3-fold enhancement would suffice, nothing more. Just a few adjustments here and there would do. No need to alter other aspects. Though the yield could be increased a bit, Li Luo muttered to himself as he cautiously manipulated the spiritual seeds of the Tai Xianji. He was drenched in sweat, a testament to the difficulty of this task. It was akin to students who struggle to pass exams. They must exert every effort to achieve a passing grade, while a top student must tread carefully to achieve just the right score. Naturally, Li Luo was the latter. As for who the struggling student was, well, there is no pain without comparison. At this moment, Kong Jiaxing inexplicably felt an itch in his nose, as if he were about to sneeze. However, he paid it no mind. The various spiritual grain shops of the Taiyuan Merchant Association were exceedingly bustling. The supply of Tai Xianji was running low, and Gao Changfeng urged him to hasten the manual ripening of a batch. However, Kong Jiaxing was not merely doing menial labor. Each time he actively accelerated the ripening of a Tai Xianji, he would receive a commission. Such a fortunate arrangement was something he welcomed. Yet while he worked, for some unknown reason, he suddenly thought of that young spiritual planter from the Nie family. What would he be doing now? I wonder if the Nie family head has chastised him. Haha, that is of no concern to me. Who told him to oppose me? Is it so impressive to improve spiritual rice seeds? Can you enhance a rare spiritual plant like Tai Xianji? Young man, you should learn more from me. Kong Jiaxing thought to himself with immense delight, a smile gracing his face. Although he and Li Luo had never met, he had seen the improved spiritual rice Li Luo had produced, and he recognized that this individual's talent was undoubtedly exceptional. But what of it? No matter how talented you are, can you surpass a decade of my research? Producing a mass of Tai Xianji is enough to allow you to study for a lifetime. Overwhelming a promising junior had kept Kong Jiaxing in high spirits lately. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Li Luo had already succeeded in improving the Tai Xianji, and due to its exceptional effects, he had to intentionally make a few errors. Sometimes having too much talent is also a burden. Thus, next month, as Li Luo emerged from his secluded chamber, Nie Qing, who had been waiting outside, rushed over. Li Luo was startled. Nie Qing, being a martial arts practitioner, was quite swift. How'd it go? Did you succeed? Nie Qing inquired eagerly. Li Luo smiled faintly, remaining silent. Nie Qing's heart raced with anxiety. If it weren't for the knowledge that Li Luo was a foundational practitioner, he would have undoubtedly stood no chance against him. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and strike Li Luo on the head. Chapter 45. Successful Improvement. Nie Changlu was overjoyed. Nie Qing's emotions were fraught with urgency. If Li Luo's experiment were to fail, the Nie family's investment in the spirit grain market would collapse entirely. The family head would undoubtedly face accountability from the Elder Council. However, if successful, the Nie family would still have a chance to contend with the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce for dominance in the spirit grain market. So what would the outcome be? Li Luo smiled and reassured. Do not worry, Steward Nie. With me here, how could there be failure? As he spoke, Li Luo produced a spirit seed from his spatial pouch. This was the improved Tai Xianji spirit seed. Nie Qing's eyes momentarily glazed over. To be frank, he held little hope for Li Luo's success. After all, this was markedly different from the previous modification of spirit rice seeds. The Tai Xianji was a rare spiritual herb, and the difficulty of its enhancement was immense. Otherwise, why wouldn't other spirit herb masters have thought of it? The Tai Xianji has the potential to enhance a person's comprehension within a short time. Such a treasure, who wouldn't desire to mass-produce it? Yet, for over 1,000 years, only Kong Jiaxing had achieved this feat. Of course, other spirit herb masters might have their own research, but regardless, modifying the Tai Xianji for mass cultivation was no simple task. Nie Clan had even prepared himself for the possibility of Li Luo giving up, contemplating how to comfort the family head. Yet, who would have thought that he would truly succeed? Was this the Tai Xianji that could be cultivated in bulk? Nie Clan asked with a trembling voice. Li Luo nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, I have tested it and it can be cultivated artificially in bulk." "Excellent. Truly excellent," Nie Clan exclaimed, his body shaking with excitement. He carefully took the Tai Xianji spirit seed from Li Luo and hurriedly made his way to the family head's residence alongside him. "Is this truly the Tai Xianji spirit seed?" In the reception room, Nie Chonglu received the seed from Nie Clan, scrutinizing it closely. In truth, he was familiar with the Tai Xianji spirit seed, yet his current state of mind was difficult to calm. Both he and Nie Clan believed that Li Luo's chances of success were exceedingly slim. However, no one had anticipated that he would actually succeed. "Good. Very good. Excellent." Nie Chonglu repeated the word "good" thrice, indicating his current elation. As for whether Li Luo might be deceiving him, Nie Chonglu had not entertained such thoughts. After all, verifying the authenticity was quite simple. As long as Li Luo could produce a substantial quantity of Tai Xianji in the forthcoming time, it would suffice. Within the Nie family, Li Luo was the sole spirit herb master. Thus the responsibility fell solely upon him. However, Li Luo held no objections in his heart. After all, if he were to take full charge, he could also line his own pockets during the mass cultivation process, garnering some benefits for himself. The cultivation of premium Tai Xianji would consume significantly more resources than the ordinary ones he had produced thus far. Indeed, the Tai Xianji Li Luo had presented could only be classified as superior grade. Compared to the original Tai Xianji's effects, it provided an enhancement of approximately 2 to 3 times. Yet, this was already sufficient. Any greater improvement might raise suspicions among others. The 2 to 3-fold enhancement could still be rationalized as the result of a spirit herb genius. Thus, Nie Chonglu, once more bearing the pressure from the Elder Council, allocated a significant amount of resources. The primary resources included spirit stones and auxiliary resources, such as spirit gathering arrays. Cultivating the rare Tai Xianji was not as straightforward as producing spirit grain. Besides high-quality spirit fields, a variety of resources were necessary for support. If left solely to Li Luo, even with abundant resources, it would be unattainable, although the system's marketplace offered corresponding resources for exchange with fortune points. Why should he take on the burden if he could receive them for free? His reason for marrying into the Nie family was precisely to benefit from such privileges. Therefore, Li Luo felt justified in enjoying the resource allocation from the entire Nie family. However, while Nie Chonglu sought resources from the Elder Council, a small twist arose. Initially, this matter was expected to involve some contention. Yet unexpectedly, the third Elder Nie Yuan stood in support of the family head at a crucial moment. Upon learning of this development, Li Luo quickly deduced the underlying motivation. It seemed the third elder also harbored intentions of benefiting without cost. After all, the spirit root seeds he had previously given Li Luo also required substantial resources for maturation. It appears that everyone enjoys a free ride. Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle. However, unbeknownst to all, the one reaping the most rewards from this situation was in fact Li Luo himself. If he were to struggle alone as a wandering cultivator, breaking through to the foundational realm would be exceedingly difficult. How unlike his current state, where not only had he broken through to the foundational realm, but he could even catch a glimpse of the Golden Core realm by next year. Truly delightful. Yet, it was regrettable that once he ascended to the Golden Core realm, this modest Nie family would no longer suffice to contain him. Li Luo shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Regardless, he intended to bring his wife and children along when he left. Thus, for now, he would focus on utilizing the resources of the Nie family to enhance his own strength. Li Luo began diligently cultivating superior grade Tai Xianji. Time passed swiftly. In what felt neither long nor short, within a mere month, Li Luo had enabled the Nie family to amass a substantial reserve of Tai Xianji, estimated to last for approximately 3 months. This quantity was nearly on par with that of the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce. Simultaneously, all shops under the Nie family brand began displaying signs nearly identical to those of the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce. Purchase 1 pound of spirit grain. Receive 1 superior grade Tai Xianji. Indeed, not just any Tai Xianji, but superior grade. The distinction between the two was immense. In reality, the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce could occasionally cultivate superior grade Tai Xianji, but this was an uncontrollable process, resulting from a beneficial mutation during the cultivation of ordinary Tai Xianji. Conversely, the situation was different for the Nie family. The Tai Xianji spirit seeds Li Luo had improved were inherently superior grade. Thus, all artificially cultivated specimens were guaranteed to be superior grade Tai Xianji. Moreover, the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce could not replicate this feat after all. No one was foolish. When spirit herbs were brought to market, the spores within would be removed in advance, ensuring efficacy while preventing other spirit herb masters from acquiring such modified varieties. Indeed, given sufficient time, unforeseen events may occur. For instance, the emergence of traders who might leak the improved spiritual plants, leading to their gradual proliferation and diminishing their rarity. However, based on the current circumstances, the Nie family is undoubtedly vigilantly monitoring Li Luo at all times, ensuring that such confidential information remains secure. The Taiyuan Merchant Association is equally diligent in this regard. Nevertheless, at this moment, their enhanced Tai Xianji can no longer be considered the most advanced. When Kong Jiaxing received this news, disbelief was etched across his face. This is impossible. Chapter 46. All for naught. Kong Jiaxing, having lived for many years, possesses an immense wealth of experience in the field of spiritual plants, and he is quite proud of it. How could he possibly believe that a junior could match his decades' worth of accomplishments in merely 2 months? No, that is not just matching, it is surpassing. The superior Tai Xianji boasts effects 2 to 3 times greater than the original version. This revelation has rendered the shops under the Taiyuan Merchant Association nearly deserted. Initially, there were skeptics regarding the authenticity of the Nie family's superior Tai Xianji. However, purchasing a pound of spiritual grains incurs minimal expense. Thus, after their first trial, some even achieved breakthroughs while meditating on the spot. The entire Southeast cultivators erupted in excitement. The previous complimentary offerings of Tai Xianji had already astonished them, but now, the availability of superior Tai Xianji for free was beyond their wildest dreams. Goodness! Have they struck gold this year? How could such fortune befall them? Is it truly so simple to enhance such a rare spiritual plant? Why had no spiritual plant masters attempted such enhancements before? Never mind. It is of no concern to us. You spiritual plant masters can compete amongst yourselves. Let the competition flourish. Ultimately, we cultivators will reap the benefits. At this moment, a Qi refinement stage spiritual plant master entered the room. Where is it? Did you bring it back? I have brought it. The individual retrieved a superior Tai Xianji from their spatial pouch. Indeed, Kong Jiaxing examined it meticulously. As a foundational stage spiritual plant master, with his vast experience, he quickly confirmed its authenticity. This is indeed a superior Tai Xianji. The Nie family has not deceived us. They have truly managed to cultivate superior Tai Xianji in bulk. But how is this possible? For a moment, Kong Jiaxing was lost in thought, for he had never imagined the disparity between individuals could be so vast. He had dedicated countless efforts over the past decade to enable the mass production of ordinary Tai Xianji, only to find that his efforts had been effortlessly surpassed by a junior. To catch up would require an unfathomable amount of time. The gap feels insurmountable. However, Kong Jiaxing remains unaware of the true situation. Li Luo's actual achievement is not merely superior Tai Xianji, but rather exquisite Tai Xianji. The efficacy of exquisite Tai Xianji has increased tenfold. Were Kong Jiaxing to learn of such an astonishing fact, he might well contemplate self-destruction on the spot. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Gao Changfeng stormed in through the door. Why is the Nie family, like us, also giving away Tai Xianji for free? Did you leak the spiritual seeds? Upon entering, Gao Changfeng's eyes scanned the room, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to strike at any moment. Kong Jiaxing quickly responded, no. Manager Gao, this is superior Tai Xianji, developed by that young spiritual plant master from the Nie family. I don't care about the quality. I just want to know if we have lost again. Gao Changfeng's eyes widened in fury as he demanded an answer. Kong Jiaxing was momentarily at a loss for words, for, strictly speaking, the Taiyuan Merchant Association had indeed lost once more. Given the same price, would one not purchase the superior product? This was a direct blow to the Taiyuan Merchant Association that could not be mended. After all, Kong Jiaxing had already revealed all their cards. If they could not win with that, they were left utterly powerless. At that moment, Gao Changfeng noted Kong Jiaxing's demeanor and quickly deduced the truth. It seems Kong Jiaxing is genuinely at his wit's end. However, Gao Changfeng did not show him any sympathy. Instead, his anger intensified. How did you explain this to me before? You clearly stated that this time we would make the Nie family suffer a significant loss. And now, instead, we are the ones suffering a great loss. Whose side are you on? You accomplish nothing. What good is it to be the chief spiritual plant master of the Taiyuan Merchant Association? I see you as nothing but a worthless piece of trash. No, you are even less than that. A mere young spiritual plant master from the Nie family can effortlessly defeat you. Gao Changfeng unleashed a torrent of furious insults. The reason was quite simple. Just as in the past, for this batch of Tai Xianji's mass production, he had requested abundant resources from headquarters. Production had been nearly continuous every day. The Taiyuan Merchant Association's warehouse was still stocked with a significant amount of Tai Xianji. While this product can be stored for a long time, the Nie family's Tai Xianji is superior. Will there still sell? This means that this batch of Tai Xianji has effectively been given away for nothing. Even if sold at an extremely low price, recovering the losses will be challenging. Consequently, Gao Changfeng's hopes for advancement in this lifetime have been dashed, and compared to the last time, the losses he incurred are even greater. Previously, the losses were primarily concentrated in the spiritual grain production division, but now he had directly caused substantial resource losses to headquarters. That the headquarters has not demanded his life as recompense is already a tremendous mercy. Manager Gao, we still have a chance. At that moment, Kong Jiaxing suddenly gritted his teeth. A chance? Gao Changfeng scoffed derisively. Do you think I would still believe you? You must trust me. Kong Jiaxing insisted earnestly. Otherwise, we will both face dire consequences. Although the headquarters has not taken action against us yet, can you guarantee they won't send someone to replace us? Upon hearing this, Gao Changfeng was instantly alarmed. Indeed, the individuals at the Taiyuan Merchant Association headquarters are not benevolent souls. In fact, there are no virtuous individuals in the entire realm of cultivation. The laws of Qingyun Kingdom primarily govern ordinary people. As for cultivators, if they do not slaughter an entire city, that is already showing them a degree of respect. Do they really expect to control us? Therefore, even if the Taiyuan Merchant Association's headquarters intends to eliminate them, Qingyun Guo will not intervene in this matter. It is entirely a personal affair. Each party should manage their own territory. Qingyun Guo merely stands as the mightiest force among them. Therefore, generally speaking, unless it pertains to fundamental issues, each family tends to show a modicum of respect towards it. However, Gao Changfeng has caused the headquarters to suffer significant losses in resources, which unequivocally constitutes a fundamental issue. Previously, when Gao Changfeng noticed the headquarters still sending messages of consolation, he believed he had not been forsaken. Yet now, after being reminded by Kong Jiaxing, he suddenly realized something was amiss. When did the headquarters become so accommodating? Moreover, this attempt to stabilize him, how chilling. Speak quickly. What opportunities do we still possess? Gao Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he altered his tone to inquire hastily. Chapter 47. The Astonishing Plot of the Two. Qinghua Fangshi at the intersection. A bustling crowd. Have you heard? There's a Nie family grain store here that offers a free, superior grade Tai Xianji with the purchase of a pound of spiritual grain. What? That cannot be true. Superior grade Tai Xianji? Such a rare item, and they're giving it away? ISNT, that's simply ludicrous. What do you know? I'll let you in on a little secret. They have discovered a method to cultivate superior grade Tai Xianji in bulk. Goodness, that sounds even more preposterous. How could anyone possibly achieve that? Even for a spiritual plant master, it is exceedingly difficult. Do you think I'm naive? Haha, you've just returned from the Central Plains. What do you know? Am I trying to deceive you regarding the superior grade Tai Xianji? Oomph. Your perspective is limited. Even the Central Plains, no force can cultivate superior grade Tai Xianji in bulk. You have no comprehension of the challenges involved. So, will you go to the Nie family grain store? Recently, the number of buyers has surged, and they impose daily limits. If you don't go now, you may miss your chance. I will go. At this moment, a white-clad youth sat in a carriage by the roadside, alone without a driver. He listened quietly for a while, then waved his hand, causing the carriage to move forward on its own. Interesting. A smile crept across the white-clad youth's face. He had not anticipated encountering such a gifted spiritual plant master here. As the person from the Central Plains had mentioned, even in the Central Plains, few spiritual plant masters that could achieve the improvement of Tai Xianji. This was not only because Tai Xianji was not of paramount importance to them, but also due to the sheer difficulty of the endeavor, since he had already arrived in this remote area and stumbled upon such an intriguing affair. He might as well take a look. If possible, he would grant this spiritual plant master an opportunity. The white-clad youth had formed a general idea in his mind. As for his own purpose for coming to this southeastern region from the Central Plains, there was no rush. After all, time was still on his side. Meanwhile, at the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce, the spiritual grain production branch, typically, this branch lacks the qualifications for commercial activities. However, Gao Changfeng had sought and obtained this authority from the headquarters to advance further. Yet, he did not anticipate encountering so many challenges right at the outset. Could the Nie family be his nemesis? Merely a gold core family from a remote place, with no chance of ever breaking through to the nascent soul realm. How dare they act so arrogantly? Gao Changfeng was filled with rage, for the Nie family had effectively obliterated his chances of advancement and possibly even placed him in peril. Fortunately, Kong Jiaxing had proposed a new opportunity to seize all of the Nie family's grain stores. A brutally simple solution. Yet, it was the only option available. For failing to act would leave them with no recourse but to leave their fate to chance. No matter how the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce chose to deal with them, they would have to endure. As for Kong Jiaxing being a valuable spiritual plant master, in truth, for a powerful entity like the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce, a foundational realm spiritual plant master is not particularly precious. Should they wish to recruit, they could easily gather a multitude in no time. It was simply unnecessary. If one person could perform the work of two, why employ more? Moreover, the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce did not require spiritual plant masters for any improvements. They merely needed to produce spiritual grain, which is where the real profits lay. Hence, Kong Jiaxing was aware that he did not hold significant importance to the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce, unless there truly were no other talents. Like that young spiritual plant master from the Nie family who could independently improve superior grade Tai Xianji. How infuriating! Until now, Kong Jiaxing still felt immense resentment. Has everyone been arranged? At this moment, Gao Changfeng and Kong Jiaxing were in a dim room, having discussed this matter for several days. Seizing the Nie family's grain stores was no simple task. They were not fools, after all. Surely, they must have security personnel. Of course, there would be no gold core cultivators present. Otherwise, Gao Changfeng and Kong Jiaxing would have fled long ago. Generally speaking, gold core cultivators do not concern themselves with worldly matters. They exist on a level that enjoys the offerings of those beneath them. Even Li Luo, from a certain perspective, was serving the upper echelons of the Nie family, such as the family head and the council of elders. Yet, was he not seizing the opportunity to benefit himself? Thus, it was a mutual exploitation. However, with no gold core cultivator stationed at the Nie family grain store, that much was indeed true. Therefore, after discussing their plan, Gao Changfeng and Kong Jiaxing made up their minds. Today, they would take action. After all, time waits for no one. If they delayed further, unforeseen events could arise. Furthermore, once this task was completed, they planned to leave Qingyingguo. In the grand scheme of the cultivation world, Qingyingguo is not particularly vast. Rumors abound of the existence of suspended immortal islands in the skies above. After all, various cultivation resources are in abundance. Once they had seized the Nie family's grain stores, they would also plunder the entire spiritual grain production branch of the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce. In doing so, even if they departed Qingyingguo, they could live comfortably as wandering cultivators. With this thought in mind, there was no turning back. Who said they must follow the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce to the end? Cultivators must possess the heart to defy fate. Gao Changfeng believed that since he had lost his chance for advancement, it meant that he would find it exceedingly difficult to have the potential to break through to the gold core realm within the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce. But that was of no consequence. He would seek opportunities on his own. Certainly, this presumes a sufficient number of cards in hand. Thus, Gao Changfeng and Kong Jiaxing, each wielding communication tokens, commenced transmitting messages to their trusted subordinates. In recent days, they had already positioned their loyalists in various markets. At the moment the messages were dispatched, a fierce conflict erupted in all markets, save for Qinghua Fangshi. As for the market administrators, they were merely foundation establishment cultivators at best. The Taiyuan Merchant Association branch, capable of contending with the local Nie family without the presence of golden core cultivators, naturally boasted a greater number of mid to low-tier cultivators. Thus, the situation was largely devoid of peril. Regrettably, many remained oblivious to the fact that these orders did not originate from the Taiyuan Merchant Association headquarters. Gulme, let us personally resolve the Nie family's spirit grain shop in Qinghua Fangshi, Kong Jiaxing proposed. Hearing this, Gao Changfeng could not help but chuckle, saying, "Rest assured, with the two of us involved, capturing this Nie family spirit grain shop will be a mere formality." Chapter 48. Notable Figures. The guest of the Sima family. The young man in white observed the bustling Nie family spirit grain shop, his curiosity intensifying. Although such spirit grain shops were not uncommon to him, even the Central Plains, the promotion of purchasing 1 pound of spirit grain accompanied by a complimentary, superior grade, Tai Xian mushroom was unheard of in the establishments of the major powers in the Central Plains. After all, the efficacy of superior grade, Tai Xian mushrooms far surpasses that of ordinary ones, enhancing comprehension by 2 to 3 times. While this benefit is fleeting, many influential figures would not hesitate to procure them for their descendants. Thus, it is prudent to observe the effects first. Should they prove favorable, this spirit herb cultivator from a remote region possesses remarkable talent. At that point, granting him an opportunity would pose no issue. The young man in white smiled and stepped into the Nie family's spirit grain shop. However, his movements were not swift. In a short while, all spirit grain available that day had been snatched up by various cultivators. While the young man could have outpaced them, such an act would be unbecoming of his status. He felt somewhat helpless, for he had come here on a mission. Generally speaking, one should not easily reveal their strength, lest they attract unnecessary troubles. Therefore, he inquired of the shopkeeper, "Might I purchase a superior grade Tai Xian mushroom directly?" Although the spirit grain was sold out for the day, he noticed that the shop still had some superior grade Tai Xian mushrooms yet to be distributed. However, this was quite normal. One could hardly expect the Nie family to deliver superior grade Tai Xian mushrooms daily, as that would be exceedingly troublesome. Typically, spirit grain and superior grade Tai Xian mushrooms are gathered in sufficient quantities for a month's supply, then transported by foundation establishment cultivators for centralized distribution to the various Nie family spirit grain shops. The shopkeeper shook his head, saying, "I am afraid our superior grade Tai Xian mushrooms are only given away, not for sale." Nevertheless, the young man in white did not depart upon hearing this. Although he could return the next day to purchase spirit grain, it was highly likely that without revealing his strength, he would struggle to outpace the eager, scattered cultivators. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand, and a crystalline token appeared in his grasp. "I am a member of the Sima family," the young man declared. "Huh?" In an instant, the shopkeeper laughed, and not just him. The scattered cultivators who had yet to leave joined in the amusement. "Brother, that trick was already used months ago. Indeed, your ruse is outdated. How could a member of the Sima family come to our humble locale? Little brother, I suggest you come early tomorrow to snatch some. That would be far simpler than attempting to deceive us. By the way, where did you get this token? It looks quite convincing. I'd like to acquire one for myself." The young man in white was momentarily taken aback by the surrounding laughter. He had not anticipated encountering individuals bold enough to impersonate members of the Sima family in this small town, and merely to expedite their purchase of spirit grain. What absurdity! However, the pressing issue was that even if he produced something to validate his identity, the locals, including the shopkeeper, would not recognize its authenticity. This had become rather troublesome. The young man in white shook his head in resignation, contemplating leaving to purchase a superior grade Tai Xian mushroom from another scattered cultivator. Almost instantaneously, a thought flickered through his mind. He harbored no desire to showcase his abilities publicly, as most true cultivators would not indulge in such behavior. Throughout their long years, they had witnessed countless instances of ostentatious displays of prowess. With this in mind, the young man in white intended to depart and find a kindred spirit to acquire the superior grade Tai Shin mushroom from his hands. However, for reasons unknown, his luck seemed to be waning that day. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from outside the Nie family's spirit grain shop, followed by an endless torrent of flames and smoke. Resembling a malevolent specter seeking lives, the hearts of all within the shop quaked, plunging them into a state of panic. With that terrifying specter blocking the entrance, they had no chance to escape. We're doomed. This is the end. How could they have encountered such a calamity? They had heard of tribulation cultivators, but never imagined themselves to be so fortunate as to cross paths with one. Everyone, hand over your spirit stones, magical artifacts, and pills. The senior shopkeeper merely required them to surrender their spatial bags. Oh right, spatial bags. You all better hand them over. Otherwise, I shall unleash the specter to devour you. As the dialogue unfolded, two figures entered. Upon recognizing their faces, one scattered cultivator exclaimed, "You are the shopkeeper of the Taiyuan Merchant Association. Why are you doing this?" Before the words could fully escape his lips, his neck was severed. The malevolent specter, composed of flames and smoke, had inexplicably bitten off his head, draining every drop of blood. The headless body of the scattered cultivator collapsed, becoming a lifeless husk. TCH, too much needless chatter, Gao Changfeng scoffed disdainfully. Having made this decision, he was unafraid of bloodshed. After all, he and Kong Jiaxing were destined to leave Qingyun country, and thus bore no fear of offending anyone. Moreover, in the world of cultivation, killing for treasure was a common occurrence. This scattered cultivator had likely become too accustomed to a life of comfort in the safety zone, forgetting the true nature of this world. "You are members of the Taiyuan Merchant Association?" At that moment, the young man in white suddenly spoke up. The instant he did so, Gao Changfeng once again revealed a cold smile, saying, "Oh, are there still those who seek death? Well, the Taiyuan Merchants Association. What can you do?" After a moment of silence, the young man in white spoke. "The Taiyuan Merchants Association would likely not condone your actions. This is solely your own doing, is it not?" Gao Changfeng furrowed his brow and replied, "Who are you? What do you intend by saying all this?" "If I am not mistaken," the young man in white continued, "you and the Nie family are currently vying for control over the spirit grain market. Am I correct? This is the spirit grain production branch of the Taiyuan Merchants Association. Yet, given the circumstances, it appears you are aware of your limited chances for a comeback and fear the repercussions from the Taiyuan Merchants Association. Thus you are resorting to desperate measures. I suspect your cohorts are likely acting in other markets as well. After completing this transaction, you will probably flee the Qingyun kingdom overnight." With just a few words, the young man had completely unraveled the schemes of Gao Changfeng and Kong Jiaxing. This revelation not only left those around them in astonishment, but also locked eyes with one another, where cold murderous intent was unmistakably reflected. This person must not be allowed to live. Everyone present must be silenced. Chapter 49. The terrifying pressure of spiritual energy. I am sorry. I had initially considered sparing your lives, as cultivation is not an easy path. But now, a hint of cold amusement crossed Gao Changfeng's face. Kong Jiaxing, standing nearby, began to unleash his spiritual energy, a green aura that gradually spread throughout the entire shop. The faces of the crowd noticeably changed. Only the young man in white remained calm. "You are indeed quite astute. But have you not heard the adage? Many clever individuals often meet their demise through excessive talk." With those words, Kong Jiaxing took the initiative to strike first. Gao Changfeng remained motionless, acting as a bulwark, his gaze fixed intently on the young man in white, aware that the latter might employ some extraordinary technique. They would not underestimate this seemingly youthful boy. After all, in the realm of cultivation, many formidable beings appear young. Those who truly look aged are either disguised or genuinely inferior. However, the young man in white did not pay much attention to Kong Jiaxing's sudden assault. "Indeed, commendable courage," he remarked softly. Suddenly, Kong Jiaxing halted before him, an oddity akin to a sprinter freezing in place after a 100-meter dash. Kong Jiaxing's neck and face flushed crimson, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Even a fool could discern that something was amiss. What kind of technique is this? The bulwark, Gao Changfeng, turned pale, realizing that he had overlooked something. It is worth noting that he had navigated the Central Plains for many years. In terms of experience, he far surpassed a spirit planter like Kong Jiaxing. Yet, despite this, he still could not discern the nature of the technique employed by his opponent. Suddenly, Gao Chongfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Senior. He hastily bowed and knelt, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Although he could not fathom the technique, he recognized that the opponent's cultivation level must surpass his own, and if that being was indeed at the pinnacle of foundational establishment, what could they be? Golden Core Stage. Upon this realization, Gao Chongfeng's body involuntarily trembled. His previous fearlessness towards the Nie family stemmed from the backing of the Taiyuan Merchants Association. However, having now effectively betrayed them, to disregard a Golden Core practitioner would surely be a path to self-destruction. What is your intention? The young man in white inquired curiously, observing the kneeling Gao Chongfeng. I humbly beseech you, Senior, spare my life. I shall faithfully follow your lead. Gao Chongfeng responded with utmost reverence. Oh, so that is the matter? The young man in white chuckled. Gao Chongfeng's expression brightened, believing that the other had acquiesced. Yet in the next moment, the young man's smile widened even further. As long as you can withstand it, you may live. With that, a golden glint flashed in the young man's eyes. In an instant, Gao Chongfeng felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to relentless waves crashing upon him. This sensation was as if he were buried deep underground, immobile, and even struggling to breathe became a challenge. At that moment, Gao Chongfeng understood why Kong Jiaxing had suddenly frozen in place. It turned out he had borne the brunt of such terrifying spiritual energy pressure. Indeed, this is the pressure of spiritual energy. Gao Chongfeng discerned it. The spiritual energy of a Golden Core practitioner was far more terrifying than one could imagine. He had been fortunate enough to encounter it once before, yet he never anticipated he would have the opportunity to experience it again. Gao Chongfeng's heart was filled with despair. The pressure of a Golden Core practitioner's spiritual energy could extinguish any will to resist. This was a realm that had shattered the limits of spiritual energy. As a foundational establishment practitioner, even at the pinnacle of that stage, his internal energy could never hope to contend. And thus, time passed second by second. The expressions of those around them were unusual, filled with understanding. They certainly knew that the reason Gao Chongfeng and Kong Jiaxing remained motionless was due to the young man in white deploying some sort of technique. Although they could not fully comprehend it, they were not fools. Thus, did this mean they were spared? A collective sigh of relief spread through the crowd. However, simultaneously, someone suddenly pondered the same question as Gao Chongfeng. Given that Gao Chongfeng was at the pinnacle of foundational establishment, what cultivation level could the white-clad youth possess to render him immobile with merely a glance? Upon reflection, this individual truly was a monster. No wonder he appeared so young. After all, typically, ancient beings prefer to masquerade as the youthful. Were you contemplating something perilous? Suddenly, the young man in white swept his gaze across the crowd, golden light flashing in his eyes. Everyone quickly straightened their expressions and shook their heads vigorously. Yet, the young man in white understood well that he had likely revealed his strength. With that in mind, he decided to do a favor for the Nie family. After all, future interactions were inevitable. With this thought, the young man withdrew his pressure of spiritual energy. Kong Jiaxing was the first to collapse to the ground, his body weak and trembling. Gao Chongfeng also felt discomfort as he half-squatted, looking up at the young man in white with a forced smile, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Enough. You too will accompany me," the young man in white stated as he strode towards the door. Naturally, Gao Chongfeng and Kong Jiaxing dared not attempt to flee. To think of escaping from a Golden Core practitioner was akin to dreaming. Therefore, they obediently followed behind the young man in white. "Senior, where are we headed?" Kong Jiaxing boldly inquired. He was naturally a person of considerable courage. Otherwise, such a grand scheme would not have been possible. "Let us proceed to the Nie family," the young man in white said calmly. Upon hearing this, both Kong Jiaxing and Gao Chongfeng's expressions changed dramatically. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that this young man in white is a certain Jindan cultivator from the Nie family? Yet, it hardly seemed so to them. They were perplexed. But at this point, they had no other choice. After their plan had failed, they were like fish on a chopping board. Thus, they could only hope that the Nie family would spare their lives. At least Kong Jiaxing still had a chance, for he was a spirit plant master. Meanwhile, within the Nie family's spirit grain shop, Once the young man in white had walked away, the steward of the Nie family hastily utilized a communication jade pendant to relay the events occurring here to the family head. At that moment, Nie Changlu was reclining in a rocking chair in the garden, leisurely humming a tune. Thanks to the superior quality take Xuanzi, the business of the Nie family spirit grain shop was flourishing like never before. It could be said that the position of the next family head was already secured for him. He was certain of re-election. At this point, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Nie Changlu's eyes. He had made numerous contributions to the family, and his intentions were not purely altruistic. He sought to leverage the family's resources to ascend further. A soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a worthy soldier. And a Jindan cultivator who does not strive to break through to the Yuanying realm is not a commendable one. However, this matter could not be rushed. He needed to ensure that he possessed greater authority. In that instant, he received a message from the steward of the spirit grain shop. What? The Taiyuan Merchant Association has directly attacked us. What? There is also a Jindan cultivator from the Sima family. How did the Sima family return to this place? No. What is crucial now is the situation in other markets. After reading the message, Nie Changlu's expression shifted from one of delight to grave concern. For the situation had escalated to an exceedingly serious extent. Although Kong Jiaxing and Gao Changfeng had already been taken away by the Jindan cultivator from the Sima family, the Taiyuan Merchant Association was still launching assaults in other markets. Aching, quickly, sent a message to the Nie family disciples outside. Have them rush to the nearest market and contact the managers of all major markets. I demand they provide protection for our Nie family shop. Additionally, issue a bounty. I want the heads of Kong Jiaxing and Gao Changfeng. Thoughts raced through Nie Changlu's mind as he issued a series of commands. There was no point in panicking now. Recovering losses was of utmost importance. Furthermore, the intentions of the Sima family's Jindan cultivator in taking the two away were still unclear. If they intended to target the Nie family, it would indeed be a grave issue. Should he mobilize the Elder Council? Nie Changlu felt a conflict within. 4 Jindan cultivators were not easy to deal with, let alone one-on-one encounters. Even 2 against 1 would prove exceedingly challenging to eliminate. However, sitting idly by was not in Nie Changlu's nature. After issuing a flurry of orders, he retrieved a unique token from his robes. Utilizing this token, he contacted the spies the Nie family had placed in various locations, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch on the young man in white, who was likely accompanied by 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. They must ascertain the route taken by their adversaries. At this point, Nie Changlu felt a slight sense of relief. He had mobilized the entire mid to lower echelon of the Nie family's forces. He could only hope that this loss would not be too significant. Moreover, he wished for the Sima family's Jindan cultivator to harbor no ill intent towards the Nie family. Otherwise, the matter would be far from simple. Thus, time passed swiftly, and approximately 2 days later, the assault from the Taiyuan Merchant Association had largely subsided. The casualties among the Nie family disciples were minimal, and their losses were virtually non-existent. It appeared that the Taiyuan Merchant Association was not motivated by a desire for destruction, but rather by a compulsion to plunder. Nie Changlu found this somewhat peculiar. Why had the Taiyuan Merchant Association suddenly resorted to banditry? Did they not fear their reputation would be irreparably tarnished? Furthermore, what good would it do to seize the spirit grains for various shops? Did they truly believe the Nie family lacked any means of retaliation? In terms of the number of top-tier Jinan cultivators, the Nie family was certainly not intimidated by the Taiyuan Merchant Association. Fortunately, the entire incident had resulted in no substantial losses, which allowed Nie Changlu to breathe a little easier. However, soon after, news arrived from their spies. They had discovered the whereabouts of the young man in white. What? He was heading towards the Nie family? Nie Changlu's expression grew serious. This was indeed troublesome. It was imperative to mobilize the Elder Council, for he was unaware of the young man's true intentions. In this moment, Nie Changlu no longer hesitated. Approaching the vicinity of the Nie family's residence, approximately 3 miles away, the young man in white proceeded steadily, with Gao Changfeng and Kong Jiaxing in tow. However, in the next moment, he suddenly halted. "Senior, what is the matter?" Gao Changfeng hurriedly inquired. He had no desire to visit the Nie family and hoped that the young man in white had changed his mind upon stopping. Yet, a faint smile appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth as he replied, "Nothing much. It's just that someone has come to welcome us." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 figures suddenly emerged not far away, each radiating a formidable aura of spiritual power. It was evident that all 5 were Jindan cultivators. This represented the entirety of the Nie family's top combat strength. One could only say they were remarkably powerful. For a Jindan family, to possess 5 Jindan cultivators was already a sign of peak development. It was known that many Jindan families could only rely on a single Jindan cultivator to sustain themselves. This was precisely why the Nie family could reign supreme in the southeastern region of Qingyan Kingdom. The 5 Jindan cultivators from the Nie family, however, appeared quite solemn, especially Nie Yuan, who was merely at the Jindan Foundation establishment stage. If a conflict were to erupt, he would be the most vulnerable. After all, it is common knowledge that one should target the weak when seeking to conquer. Oh, what a grand reception! The young man in white chuckled, his eyes revealing no hint of concern. Or rather, he seemed to regard these 5 Jindan cultivators with little regard. May I inquire, esteemed guest, what brings you to the Nie family? Nie Chonglu stepped forward, his voice resonating across the entire plain as his spiritual energy expanded. To present gifts and seek someone. The young man in white waved his hand. Gao Chongfeng and Kong Jiaxing found themselves immobilized, their bodies moving forward of their own accord. Observing this, Nie Chonglu felt slightly reassured, though his vigilance did not wane. Seeking someone? Who might you be looking for? I am here to find the spirit plant master of your Nie family, who goes by the name of Li Luo. Is it not? What do you want with Li Luo? To take him away. That is unacceptable. Nie Chonglu stated his refusal candidly. At present, Li Luo holds too much significance for him. Consider it once more, the young man in white remarked with a smile. I am also offering you a spirit plant master. It's a buy one get one free deal. A perfected foundation establishment practitioner is not inexpensive in the black market. The young man in white uttered the most terrifying words in the most casual tone. No need to deliberate. Nie Chonglu rejected once again. Had been earlier, he might have acquiesced. After all, Kong Jiaxing was quite renowned. However, the talent that Li Luo has recently displayed in the realm of spirit plants is even more formidable than that of Kong Jiaxing. Thus, the choice was clear without needing further elaboration. Alas, it seems that ultimately, one must resort to physical confrontation. The young man in white sighed in resignation. Let me reiterate, if it can be avoided, I genuinely do not wish to resort to violence. Yet, I'm exceedingly intrigued by the spirit plant master known as Li Luo. Therefore, should I concede a step, even if you triumph, I shall depart, the young man in white stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Nie Chonglu and the 4 elders behind him displayed expressions of anger. What does this mean? Are you jesting? We have 5 golden core practitioners here. However, in the next moment, the young man in white declared, I am Ruan Jin, a guest elder of the Nie Clan. You ought to have heard of me, Golden Core True Man. Ruan Jin. This title sprang to Nie Chonglu's mind, causing his expression to shift drastically. Not every Golden Core practitioner can be honored with the title of True Man. To be called a Golden Core True Man signifies that one has vanquished fellow practitioners of the same realm. This is no small feat. Most cultivators seek longevity, but longevity does not equate to invincibility. Particularly for those who have reached the Golden Core stage, there are countless means of preserving one's life. To slay a Golden Core practitioner is no simple task. At the very least, none of the existing Golden Core practitioners in the Nie family could achieve it. What merit or ability does Li Luo possess to warrant the attention of a Golden Core True Man? Chapter 50, Golden Core True Man. An invitation. This afternoon, Li Luo arrived at the residence of the family head, the main hall. He assumed it was merely a meeting likely to inquire about the cultivation of Tai Xinji. Yet, upon entering, he was taken aback to find 4 elders present, including the 3rd elder, Nie Yuan. What sort of assembly is this? Do they suspect I have covertly appropriated the spirit root seeds? Yet that seems implausible. Even if they had discovered it, they wouldn't summon so many elders for an inquiry, would they? Moreover, there was also an unfamiliar young man in white seated among them. Li Luo observed discreetly. The young man in white seemed to occupy a central position. In simpler terms, he sat in the middle, while the 4 elders and the family head, Nie Chonglu, were seated beside him. What is the meaning of this? Additionally, the 4 elders and the family head appeared somewhat disheveled. Greetings, family head and esteemed elders, Li Luo thought rapidly, maintaining a calm exterior. However, He prepared himself to flee at the slightest hint of danger. After all, he had his trump cards. Even a golden core practitioner would not be able to detain him. You are the spirit plant master, Li Luo. Nie Clan did not speak. Instead, the young man in white took the initiative. Li Luo nodded, saying yes. May I inquire your name? I am Ruan Jin, a guest elder of the Nie Clan. The young man in white revealed his identity. He was not a member of the Nie family, but hailing from the Nie Clan. Li Luo had indeed heard of the Nie Clan, a millennial-old lineage. Even the royal family of Qingyun Kingdom must show them some respect. After all, any clan of such antiquity must possess at least one nascent soul practitioner. And in all of Qingyun Kingdom, the nascent soul stage is the pinnacle of power. As for those beyond the nascent soul stage, they likely exist only outside of Qingyun Kingdom. Li Luo, this gentleman Ruan Jin is a golden core true man, and he has matters to discuss with you. Nie Clan reminded him. Golden core true man? Li Luo's heart stirred involuntarily. Given his current status, he had access to numerous pieces of information regarding the Nie family. The title of Golden Core True Man was one he had indeed heard before. Not every Golden Core practitioner can be honored with such a title. At least in the southeastern region, there had never been a native Golden Core True Man. After all, the emergence of a Golden Core True Man signifies the demise of another Golden Core practitioner. People are not foolish. How could they risk such endeavors merely for the sake of a name? Pursuing longevity is the true objective of cultivation. Engaging in rivalry leads one astray. However, if a Golden Core True Man were indeed present, Nie Clan dared not act recklessly. The dirt on his face and the slight rips in his clothing indicated that something significant had transpired prior. The 5 Golden Core practitioners of the Nie family were not a match for Ruan Jin. At the very least, Ruan Jin's white attire remained pristine. Greetings. True man Ruan Jin, Li Luo slightly cupped his hands. It is wise to show respect to a Golden Core True Man. He was confident in his ability to escape from ordinary Golden Core practitioners, but a Golden Core True Man was a different matter entirely. Thus, it was prudent to show deference. Ruan Jin nodded, stating, I ask you, did you personally cultivate the superior grade Tai Xianji? Or did you fortuitously acquire the seeds of the superior grade Tai Xianji? This question left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? Is he doubting Li Luo's capability to cultivate the Tai Xianji? Yet, there seems to be some rationale behind this suspicion. After all, even now, Nie Clan found it somewhat unbelievable. Kong Jiaxing spent 10 years merely to successfully cultivate ordinary Tai Xianji. Yet, how long did it take you? You transformed it directly into superior grade Tai Xianji. The disparity is indeed enormous. However, how could Li Luo deny his achievements? Although it may seem exaggerated, there are times when one must showcase their abilities. One must reveal a portion while concealing the greater part. This is an effective approach to navigating the world. Otherwise, how could Li Luo have attained his current standing within the Nie family? Li Luo replied, True man Ruan Jin's suspicion holds merit. However, the superior grade Tai Xianji was indeed cultivated by my own hands. Ruan Jin scrutinized Li Luo's eyes intently. The atmosphere in the room gradually grew tense. However, Ruan Jin soon smiled slightly and clapped his hands, saying, Excellent, you have not lied. It appears you are a prodigy in spirit plants. Li Luo smiled in return. The title of spirit plant prodigy was merely a facade he had constructed for himself. In essence, his talent in spirit plants far exceeds the bounds of mere genius. Yet, there was no need to overly display it. He had no habit of flaunting his talents. Revealing his extraordinary spirit plant abilities might not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. Even if he were to disclose them, it would have to be when he had the corresponding strength to back it up. It is estimated that merely being in the Jinan realm is insufficient. Now, I grant you an opportunity. Ruan Jin continued, after 7 years. You may accompany me to the Central Plains and become a disciple of the Sima family. Nie Clan and the 4 elders immediately comprehended Ruan Jin's intent. This is an attempt to poach. However, the one most anxious was not the head of the Nie family, Nie Clan, but rather the 3rd elder, Nie Yuan. One must understand that those special spirit species are still with Li Luo. This cannot be allowed. Nie Yuan stood up first and declared. Nie Clan's expression appeared somewhat perplexed. What is happening? I have not even spoken, yet you are taking the initiative? Was it not recently stated that Nie Yuan's grandson had a conflict with Li Luo? Have they reconciled? Not allowed, Ruan Jin retorted, his gaze fixed upon the third elder. In that moment, the third elder felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The chilling sensation was unbearable, one that even the full exertion of his spiritual energy could not dispel. So formidable. Li Luo noticed Nie Yuan's rigidity and felt a tightening in his heart. Merely a glance had immobilized a Jindan cultivator. Such disparity in strength among those in the Jindan realm is astonishing. Li Luo found himself curious about this Jindan master. Ruan Jin, what level of prowess does he possess to contend with ordinary Jindan cultivators? This esteemed elder, might I kindly request your silence? Ruan Jin suddenly spoke, retracting his imposing aura. The third elder gasped slightly, still shaken, and averted his gaze from Ruan Jin. He nodded and resumed his seat, unwilling to speak further. Ruan Jin turned his attention back to Li Luo and, with a benevolent demeanor, inquired, "Are you willing to leave with me?" Li Luo pondered for a moment before responding. "I am amenable, but I have one condition." "What condition?" "My wife and children must accompany me." "That is unacceptable." "Why not?" "The Sima family does not permit just anyone to enter. You are a genius in spiritual botany, which grants you this qualification. But what talents do your wife and children possess? Most of them are ordinary. In that case, it is even more unacceptable." Ruan Jin directly rejected him, leaving no room for negotiation. Merely being a prodigy in spiritual botany does not confer the right to bring one's family into the Sima family. Even those ordinary Jindan cultivators lack such privilege. However, this predicament left Li Luo in a quandary. For Li Luo, what holds paramount importance? Undoubtedly, it is his family. The source of his fortune point from the system has two pathways for acquisition. First, marrying and having children. The greater the talent of his offspring, the more fortune points he receives. Second, nurturing his children as they grow stronger will also reward him with fortune points. Thus, merely joining the Sima family would render all of Li Luo's efforts over the years futile. From both a practical and emotional standpoint, Li Luo was resolute in not abandoning his family. Furthermore, even if he were to join the Sima family, he could not be certain that he would enjoy the same comfort as he did within the Nie family. Ruan Jin valued his spiritual botanical talent. What if Ruan Jin expected him to solely focus on that? Would that mean he would cease his cultivation altogether? That was no jest. Thus, the Sima family did not seem as appealing as it appeared. "I apologize, Master Ruan Jin, but I cannot forsake my family," Li Luo respectfully declined. A flicker of surprise crossed Ruan Jin's eyes, for he did not anticipate Li Luo's outright refusal. "Do you comprehend what you are rejecting?" Ruan Jin stated. "If you were to join the Sima family, even as an ordinary disciple, no Jindan cultivator outside would dare to harm you. Moreover, the Sima family provides a wealth of cultivation resources each year, including opportunities to break through the Jindan realm. Do you not wish to discover what the true Jindan realm entails?" As he spoke, Ruan Jin glanced at Nie Changlu and the others, emphasizing, "The Jindan realm I refer to is not akin to what you experience in the Nie family, but rather the true Jindan masters like myself." Upon utterance of those words, the expressions of Nie Changlu and the others turned somewhat grim. Yet, they did not dare to voice their concerns. Nevertheless, Li Luo shook his head, stating, "I appreciate Master Ruan Jin's goodwill, but I prioritize my family, making it difficult for me to agree." Instantly, both Nie Changlu and Nie Yuan sighed in relief. "Excellent, he has declined. In that case, Ruan Jin should not persist any further, right?" However, they were mistaken in their assumption. "Very well," Ruan Jin contemplated, "I shall remain here for a span of 7 years, and after that, I will inquire of you once more, and we shall discuss it then." "What? Stay for 7 years? What does this mean? Is it that the head of the Nie family does not welcome me?" Ruan Jin chuckled. "I shall not stay for free. I will pay for my lodging." No, Master Ruan Jin, if you wish to reside in the Nie family, please feel free," Nie Changlu hurriedly responded. Yet, he could not help but feel a twinge of wariness at the mention of 7 years. That grand opportunity also lies 7 years hence. Could it be that this guest from the Sima family, Ruan Jin, has come for that purpose? Nevertheless, what follows is of no concern to Li Luo. He took his leave and returned home. It seems one can no longer remain in such a state of complacency. Li Luo sensed an impending storm. Currently, he was only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, which appeared to be satisfactory. Yet, having encountered so many Jindan cultivators in one day, including a genuine Jindan master, Li Luo profoundly felt that his cultivation level was still woefully inadequate. Next year, he would allocate all fortune points towards enhancing his strength. However, this meant he must strive diligently each day. Li Luo rubbed his waist. Even he, now facing several Qi refinement realm wives, found it somewhat challenging. He could only say that he endured both pain and joy daily. Everything is for the sake of becoming stronger. Time swiftly passed. By the end of the year, winter snow gently descended from the sky. Ruan Jin, the Jindan master, indeed took residence in the Nie family. Kong, Jiansheng, and Gao Changfeng became his personal attendants, tending to his daily needs. Since Li Luo declined to leave with him, Ruan Jin had no intention of offering Kong Jiansheng, the spiritual botanist, to the Nie family. Yet, this brought relief to both Kong Jiansheng and Gao Changfeng, at least remaining by Ruan Jin's side, even as servants, ensured the preservation of their lives. Even the newly dispatched personnel from the Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce dared not approach. It seems Ruan Jin's name indeed carries a degree of intimidation. The Taiyuan Chamber of Commerce does not dare to provoke him. In the silent chamber, Li Luo's expression was earnest, his gaze fixated on the void ahead. There was nothing present, yet Li Luo appeared to discern something. After an indeterminate duration, suddenly, a purple arc of electricity emerged in the air. Subsequently, a flame ignited out of thin air. Flowing together, the two elements melded into one. However, this was merely a rudimentary understanding of the laws, still far from the threshold required to transcend into the Jindan realm. Nonetheless, the power was already formidable. In an instant, Li Luo relaxed slightly, and the extraordinary phenomenon before his eyes vanished without a trace. The efficacy of the exquisite Tai Xian Ji was indeed remarkable. Li Luo exhaled slowly. Under normal circumstances, he would have no chance of grasping the loss. Regrettably, while the comprehension granted by the exquisite Tai Xian Ji was terrifyingly potent, it was still insufficient for him to fully master a single law. This was a gradual process akin to water dripping through stone. Li Luo's cultivation time remained too brief. He could not continue in such a manner. The roots of my path are currently too chaotic, and they will only become more so. With a tranquil heart, Li Luo turned his inner gaze inward. Within his dantian, all the roots of his spiritual roots had matured completely, revealing their extraordinary manifestations. Mist, mountains, water, stone, light, and electricity, a total of over 30 brand new spiritual roots. Li Luo had not fully transformed them into the roots of his path, as he lacked sufficient heavenly and earthly spiritual materials. The points of fortune were inadequate to integrate them all into the roots of the path. An equal number of heavenly and earthly spiritual materials was necessary. He would have to wait until next year to gather enough points of fortune. Moreover, even if he accumulated enough points, the next challenge would be how to cultivate. The attributes of the roots of the path were too diverse, making it impossible for ordinary foundational cultivation methods to suffice. Furthermore, as he understood, to break through into the Jindan realm, it was best to comprehend laws similar to those of the roots of the path. Yet, given his current situation with dozens of differing attributes, how could he possibly comprehend them? Would he need to grasp a law for each attribute? That seemed utterly extravagant. It appeared that he had no choice but to select a foundational cultivation method. Li Luo could not help but feel a pang of regret. In fact, in the system's marketplace, foundational methods range from dozens to thousands of points of fortune, far exceeding those of Qi refining methods. However, this abundance only exacerbated his decision-making difficulties, which is why he had yet to exchange for a foundational cultivation method. Nevertheless, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Damn it, I'll just go for it. At worst, I can work harder at night. What if this method consumes a lot of resources? It's still cultivation. I shall pursue the strongest technique. Chapter 52. The Ultimate Foundational Method. The 10,000 Forms Profound Method. In the spring of the second year, husband, please return home quickly tonight. Yes, husband. My sister and I are waiting for you at home. You went to Xiao Yu's place last night. Today it's my turn. Don't spend the night outside. Husband, or we will come looking for you. If you have other sisters, do let us know. At the entrance of the courtyard, Li Luo, accompanied by fragrant breezes, hurried away. Some happiness is simply beyond the capacity of ordinary people to bear. Yet, fortunately, Nie Clan and her companions in the Qi refining realm safely bore him offspring. For cultivators, the higher the realm, the more difficult it becomes to conceive. It was manageable in the chi refining stage, but once one reached the foundational stage and beyond, even a life of revelry would hardly guarantee offspring. Thus, last year had been particularly arduous for Li Luo. He needed to ensure he planted enough seeds before breaking through the Jindan realm. Otherwise, opportunities for harvest would dwindle in the future. Finally, he arrived. Li Luo found himself in a concealed cave, surrounded by protective formations to prevent unintended intrusions. This was a training ground he had specifically prepared for himself, where he had been spending considerable time lately. These points of fortune are sufficient to cultivate me to the perfected foundational realm. Li Luo sat cross-legged, a thought stirring within him. Instantly, a translucent panel materialized before him. Host, Li Luo Cultivation, early stage of foundation points of fortune, 2637 over 2,000 points of fortune. This was a considerable sum. It is worth noting that even the finest heavenly and earthly spiritual materials are valued at merely hundreds of points of fortune. In recent days, he had transformed all the ripened spiritual root seeds into roots of the path. Yet, a serious problem persisted. His roots of the path encompassed a multitude of attributes. Within his dantian, wind, fire, thunder, earth, water, wood, and metal, various manifestations intertwined, exerting immense pressure on his body. It seemed that any misstep could lead to catastrophic self-destruction. Indeed, it was perilously dangerous. What cultivator possesses such a bewildering diversity in the attributes of their roots of the path? This was inherently a treacherous situation. He wondered how others utilizing spiritual root seeds resolved this issue. A thought unexpectedly crossed Li Luo's mind. He did not believe that such a miraculous treasure as the spiritual root seed was exclusive to him. Moreover, through his research last year, he discovered that spiritual root seeds could not be cultivated in bulk. Indeed, even with his godly talent for nurturing spiritual plants, he could not successfully improve the spiritual root seeds. This was an astonishing revelation. Yet, Li Luo had not emerged from this experience empty-handed. He realized that spiritual root seeds are exceptionally unique. While they superficially resemble spiritual seeds, their essence is fundamentally linked to the laws. Previously, Li Luo had overlooked this point simply because he had yet to engage with the laws. However, after significantly enhancing his comprehension through the exquisite Tai Xianji and coming into contact with the laws, he suddenly recognized that the essence of spiritual root seeds is, in fact, the laws themselves, but not in their mature and complete form. They felt more like fragments. This was indeed intriguing. What then are spiritual roots? What is the essence of cultivation? Li Luo sensed that a terrifying secret lay behind these questions. Yet, just as when he first encountered the laws, he hesitated to delve deeper. For if he did, it felt as though calamity could strike at any moment. Regardless, as long as it is my own strength, no one else can influence it. Li Luo shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. For him, the most pressing concern was to resolve the chaotic attributes of the roots of the path. He had already devised a solution. Alas, it pains me. This foundational method requires a full 1,000 points of fortune. This is sufficient to elevate me directly to the perfected foundational realm. Li Luo sighed helplessly within. There was no alternative. He had to exchange for this method, to address the chaotic attributes of his roots of the path. Only this supreme foundational method would suffice. Other foundational methods might possess various extraordinary effects, but none could match the inclusiveness of this particular technique. The 10,000 forms profound method. Exchange. At this moment, Li Luo no longer hesitated, silently communicating with the system marketplace. 1,000 points of fortune vanished in an instant. In Li Luo's mind, numerous enigmatic symbols surfaced. This particular cultivation technique was not recorded through mere words. It resembled a dynamic image that directly conveyed profound meanings, ever-changing in its essence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, having fully digested the knowledge. He exhaled a breath, which dispersed like white mist, gradually enveloping the entire cave. Remarkable. Such a powerful technique. It's no wonder it is hailed as the strongest foundational method. I feel that if I truly master this, I could easily vanquish even Jindan practitioners as one would slice through vegetables. A flicker of excitement flashed in Li Luo's eyes. This was precisely what he desired. For only true strength can safeguard his family. The divine-level spirit plant cultivation talent is merely a form of soft power. While it may be precious, it pales in comparison to the immediacy of hard power. It is time to commence my training. Time waits for no one. I have an inkling that the guest elder, Ruan from the Sima family, is not as simple as he appears. A subtle worry lingered in Li Luo's heart. Ruan presence in the Nie family seems to be for him, attempting to persuade him to join the Sima family. Yet, Li Luo's intuition suggested that Ruan motives for residing there might stem from something the Nie family possesses that he values. But what could the Nie family possibly have that would pique Ruan interest? Li Luo found himself perplexed. In that case, there is no need to dwell on it. If I can reach Ruan level of power, or even surpass it, then no matter what intentions Ruan harbors, they will have no bearing on me. The strongest foundational method, Wan Xiang Xian Fa Ju. Now, let me witness how formidable the fusion of all phenomena truly becomes. Li Luo's gaze sharpened as he activated his technique. The surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce beside him, a faint white glow resembling a trickling stream transforming into a lake, colliding and forming an aura that enveloped him within a radius of over half a zhang. As the Wan Xiang Xian Fa Ju, the strongest foundational method, it naturally possessed its own set of rigorous cultivation prerequisites. The initial step required an unfathomable amount of energy. Li Luo's supply of spirit stones was insufficient, so he planned to use them only at the critical moment. For now, he would rely on the natural spiritual energy of the heavens and earth as his power source. After all, he possessed the infinite refinement technique, which alleviated concerns about the conversion of spiritual energy exceeding his capacity. Should this prove inadequate, he would have no choice but to expend his fortune points to exchange for top-tier spirit stones or even ultra-rare spirit crystals from the system's marketplace. However, unbeknownst to Li Luo, as he trained, the clouds above the Nie family's residence began to swirl slowly. Chapter 53, Frenzied Cultivation. The resource consumption is terrifying. Ruan, situated in an opulent garden, suddenly looked up. To others, the slowly rotating clouds appeared unremarkable, devoid of any abnormalities. Yet in Ruan's eyes, it was evident that the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was being disturbed by some mysterious force, resulting in this external phenomenon. Is someone cultivating? The scope of this disturbance is rather extensive, isn't it? Ruan furrowed his brow slightly. Typically, when cultivators practice, they do not create significant commotion. After all, the amount of spiritual energy they can contain and convert is limited. No matter how much spiritual power one possesses, it is impossible to accommodate thousands of strands of spiritual energy. Such a feat is beyond even Ruan's capabilities. However, as a Jin Dan practitioner, he is less concerned with the quantity of spiritual energy and more with its intensity. His spiritual power is already formidable enough. Even the spiritual power of a Jin Dan practitioner like Nie Clan feels as flimsy as paper to him. In contrast, his own spiritual power is akin to a steel needle, effortlessly piercing through. Thus, during his previous encounters with several Jin Dan practitioners from the Nie family, he approached them with a playful mindset. If it came down to a real confrontation, while he wouldn't claim to kill them instantly, the difference would not be far off. After all, the perceptual gap between different practitioners at the Jin Dan level is quite substantial. Yet occasionally, if one's spiritual energy reaches a certain magnitude, akin to an ocean, then even the highest intensity of another's spiritual power seems inconsequential. After all, no matter how resilient your steel needle, it cannot inflict harm upon a vast sea. How intriguing. It appears that the Nie family harbors some secrets. I have lived for so many years without ever hearing of such a technique. I never expected to witness such might within this small Jin Dan family. Ruan smirked slightly, feeling no sense of tension within. Even if the Nie family conceals a trump card, he remains confident in his ability to deal with it. After all, no matter how much spiritual energy one possesses, it cannot rival the vastness of the heavens and earth. The foundational realm may still place importance on this, but at the Jin Dan level, means far exceed the realms of spiritual energy and power. They belong to the domain of the laws of nature. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Within the mountains, time was oblivious to the sun and moon. Li Luo once again opened his eyes, an invisible wave of energy radiating outward, causing a crack to suddenly appear in the stone wall. Merely a simple fluctuation of spiritual power could yield such an effect. This demonstrated that Li Luo's strength had indeed progressed significantly. Excellent. I have successfully entered the Wan Xiang Xian Fa Ju. The chaotic attributes of the root of the Tao have been thoroughly sorted out. Now, I can freely alter the attributes of my spiritual power. Almost any technique can be effortlessly executed by me. Li Luo's spirits lifted as he felt a sense of relief. Now, even against a fully realized foundational practitioner, he felt confident in engaging in battle. However, this alone is not sufficient. His ambition is to possess the combat prowess of a Jindan practitioner. Given his current inability to break through to the Jindan realm, the Wan Xiang Xian Fa Ju is indeed powerful. Various attributes of spiritual power can be transformed. Yet, to reach a perfected state, one must comprehend at least 10 different laws. It is worth noting that a typical foundational practitioner requires only the understanding of a single law to advance to the Jindan realm. Even a slightly ambitious foundational genius may only understand 2 laws. But for Li Luo, he must comprehend at least 10, and the more, the better. The greater the number of laws he grasps, the stronger his breakthrough into the Jindan realm will be. Moreover, much like the Wan Xiang Xian Fa Ju, the infinite refinement technique allows him to continue utilizing it even after reaching the Jindan realm. The effectiveness of the Wan Xiang Xian Fa Ju lies in its ability to perfectly organize various incompatible attributes of spiritual power, even different laws. However, beyond the Jindan realm, at higher levels, the Wan Xiang Xian Fa Ju and the infinite refinement technique will no longer be effective. Yet, Li Luo is not inclined to ponder these distant matters for now. After all, he is still merely at the initial stage of the foundational realm. Henceforth, it is time for frenzied cultivation. Until perfection is achieved, I shall not emerge. Flames of determination flickered in Li Luo's eyes. He was not deliberately distancing himself to allow his body to rest. Rather, he was intent on acquiring the combat strength of a Jindan practitioner as swiftly as possible. After all, Ruan Jin still instilled within him a sense of urgency. As soon as he reaches the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, he will undoubtedly possess the combat prowess of the Golden Core realm. After all, mastering the Wanxiang Xuanfa Ju to perfection requires comprehending over a dozen distinct laws. If that does not allow him to rival Golden Core practitioners, then what can be deemed the strongest technique? It appears that all the spirit stones accumulated over the years will need to be expended, and perhaps even that will not suffice. Li Luo extracted layers upon layers of various spirit stones from his spatial pouch. There were hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, over 1,000 mid-grade ones, and several hundred high-grade stones. Even pure and flawless top-grade spirit stones were in his possession. This collection represented all the spirit stones Li Luo had earned over the years. The magical artifacts and elixirs previously bestowed upon him by the family head Nie Clan and the third elder Nie Yuan had long since been exchanged for spirit stones. Otherwise, cultivating the Wanxiang Xuanfa Ju to perfection would indeed be an arduous task. It can be said that Li Luo has devoted all his resources to this endeavor. The consumption of resources required for the cultivation of the Wanxiang Xuanfa Ju is indeed staggering. He silently prayed that it would not be insufficient. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to resort to the precious fortune points. Fortune points are incredibly valuable, as they can be exchanged for rare resources from all realms in the system marketplace. However, exchanging for spirit stones would be a tremendous waste. Thus, it is imperative that his current resource reserves adequately meet the demands of the Wanxiang Xuanfa Ju cultivation. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, the profound mysteries began to manifest. The interplay of yin and yang gave rise to transformations that altered the very cosmos. The cycles of the 5 elements revolved, adapting to the flow of change. The essence of the arts melded with his spirit, and all manifestations lay within his grasp. With a thought, Li Luo initiated the process. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. With a thunderous roar, lightning erupted from the depths of the clouds. The world transformed abruptly, with clouds swirling and thunder clashing. This was merely an inexplicable phenomenon generated during Li Luo's formal cultivation. However, apart from Ruan Jin, who cast a fleeting glance, No one else noted that this was the result of another's cultivation. Meanwhile, in the residence of the third elder, Nie Clan paced anxiously. "Old sir, do you think we should retrieve a batch of special spirit seeds?" he inquired, his expression urgent. Nie Clan, not far away, remained relatively composed. "Do not rush. If you act hastily, it will clearly indicate our lack of trust in him. But what if he truly betrays us?" Nie Clan pressed. "We cannot fathom his thoughts. What if he secretly desires to depart with that member of the Sima family and sends our special spirit seeds away? That is impossible. He has already stated today that he will leave only if Ruan Jin takes his family with him." "Huh, old man, do you actually believe his words?" Nie Clan scoffed. Chapter 54. The Pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment Realm. A barrier to break through. For a moment, Nie Clan appeared hesitant. Nie Clan's points were indeed compelling. Who, in their right mind, would refuse an opportunity to join the Sima family, a millennia-old clan with golden core practitioners? Even if the Nie and Yang families were combined, they would scarcely compare to the Sima family. As for Li Luo's claim that he refused for the sake of his family, that seemed rather peculiar. They all knew that Li Luo's family comprised mostly mortals, with only a few practitioners at the Qi refinement stage. Foundation establishment practitioners live for 300 years. Would one truly care for their family under such circumstances? Certainly not. Thus, Nie Clan was entirely skeptical of Li Luo's reasoning. He believed that Li Luo was merely looking to bide his time and had concocted such an excuse. In that case, what other means could he employ to enhance his value? Special spirit seeds. That was the only thought that sprang to Nie Clan's mind. A bold hypothesis took shape within him, and he shared it with his elder. Nie Clan's expression wavered between light and dark. Finally, he declared this afternoon, "You shall visit his home and retrieve the successfully ripened special spirit seeds." "Excellent. It shall be done," Nie Clan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. He had long wished to take this action, but previously they had refrained, fearing it might provoke Li Luo's displeasure. However, now it was essential to probe the matter further. Otherwise, Nie Clan would remain oblivious to Li Luo's true intentions. Would he truly depart with that member of the Sima family? That afternoon, Nie Clan arrived at Li Luo's residence. However, he did not encounter Li Luo. At that moment, Li Luo was not at home, but rather in a concealed cave, engrossed in his cultivation. The peak of the early foundation establishment stage, the mid-stage realm, and the late-stage realm seemed to pose no bottleneck for Li Luo. Even if there were a barrier, it was of no consequence. All he needed was to consume the exquisite Taishian grass to enhance his comprehension. As a spiritual plant master, he could quickly cultivate a fresh batch whenever required. Consequently, Li Luo maintained an exceptionally high state of enlightenment at all times. This state facilitated his cultivation, allowing him to progress with unprecedented ease. Even those prodigies could not match his pace. Yet, regardless of how swift the speed, a process was still necessary. The essence of foundation establishment cultivation primarily involves compressing spiritual energy to enhance its intensity. However, Li Luo gradually discerned that the laws he had comprehended seemed to significantly improve the efficiency of energy compression. No wonder the conditions for breaking through to the golden core stage include comprehending laws. This notion carries profound significance. The power of the laws allows for further compression of spiritual energy, thus simplifying the elevation of one's cultivation level. With this realization, Li Luo felt a surge of joy. He possessed exquisite Taishian grass, which he could utilize at will. Comprehension was not an issue for him. As long as he persevered, the golden core realm was essentially a foregone conclusion. This, indeed, is the essence of soft power. Li Luo's godly talent for cultivating spiritual plants had elevated his soft power to a terrifying degree. He resolved to strive forward, aiming to break through to the golden core realm in one breath before emerging from seclusion. Once accomplished, he would have no reservations regarding the Nie family. Li Luo brimmed with anticipation. No matter how formidable Ruan Jin of the Sima family may be, could he have truly comprehended dozens of laws? Certainly not. Therefore, Li Luo was convinced that once he achieved the golden core realm, he would undoubtedly be able to contend with the golden core practitioner Ruan Jin. Thus, in the blink of an eye, several months passed. The entire Nie family began to notice Li Luo's absence. No one knew where he had gone. Nie Chonglu dispatched individuals to search for him, but to no avail. This situation appeared quite peculiar, as Li Luo had no reason to flee from the Nie family, especially with all his family remaining behind. His sudden disappearance was utterly baffling. Meanwhile, Nie Yuan and Nie Feng were seething with anger. Their thoughts were far simpler. They believed Li Luo had stealthily escaped with the special spirit seeds. Hence, behind the scenes, they dispatched numerous shadow guards, determined to locate Li Luo. However, no one anticipated that Li Luo had not secretly escaped. Instead, he remained at the Nie family residence. Thus, the searchers at the Nie residence were remarkably few, and hardly anyone conducted a thorough investigation. Most believed that Li Luo had already departed from the Nie family. At this moment, however, Li Luo found himself at a crucial juncture, on the brink of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Yet, he felt an inexplicable barrier preventing his advancement. Time slipped away as Li Luo, relying on the pill of resilience, persevered in his cultivation. Now he had nearly exhausted all his resources. His current cultivation level had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, having comprehended numerous laws. Within his dantian, intricate patterns of various forms were inscribed upon the roots of the Great Tao. These patterns symbolized the laws of the Great Tao. However, they appeared somewhat incomplete. Each pattern represented a fragment of understanding of a particular law. Yet, understanding did not equate to mastery, nor did it signify complete comprehension of that law. The myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, the vastness of the Great Tao, how could such mastery be easily attained? Even those in the nascent soul stage would not dare to boast of such accomplishments. Each pattern merely indicated that Li Luo had grasped the most superficial aspects of the laws, akin to a mere hair on the tip of an iceberg. However, for the purpose of breaking through to the Golden Core realm, this should have sufficed. It was perplexing. Why could he not achieve the breakthrough? Li Luo opened his eyes. A look of confusion etched upon his face. According to established principles, one could condense the roots of the Great Tao to their limits through the power of the laws and subsequently shatter those limits to form the Golden Core. Thus, success would be achieved. Yet, Li Luo's dilemma lay in the fact that he found himself utterly incapable of condensing the roots of the Great Tao to their extremes, let alone breaking those extremes. Even with the power of dozens of patterns, this feat remained unachievable. Was breaking through to the Golden Core realm truly this arduous? Yet, something felt amiss. If it were indeed so difficult, how formidable must the Golden Core cultivators such as Nie Chonglu be? Moreover, he was certain that they could not possess dozens of patterns at the foundation establishment stage as he did. Thus, a vague answer began to surface in Li Luo's mind. The quantity of spiritual power contained within his roots of the Great Tao was excessively vast. Last year, his spiritual power was merely over 4,000. Now, it had already surpassed 10,000. What does this imply? Even the most gifted foundation establishment cultivators, possessing exceptional roots of the Great Tao, would have at most around 1,000 strands of spiritual power. Yet, Li Luo's current spiritual power was tenfold that of an exceptional root. To some extent, Li Luo's roots of the Great Tao could also be classified as exceptional, having integrated so many spiritual roots. Although their quality may be lower, their amalgamation was sufficient to rival the transformation of superior spiritual roots. Nevertheless, a gap still existed. The exceptional roots of the Great Tao that evolved from superior spiritual roots required the comprehension of a single law, but with a far stricter depth. Li Luo, however, did not have such a need. He pursued the quantity of laws rather than a deeper understanding of them. Thus, was this the reason for his struggle to break through to the Golden Core realm? Chapter 55. The Realm of All Things. The Flooding of Gold Mountain. Li Luo's expression grew serious. It seemed he had discerned the underlying reason. The excessive quantity of spiritual power necessitated that he harness a stronger force of law to condense it to its limits. Dozens of different laws, numerous patterns of power. While they appeared abundant, most were ultimately futile. Quality, it must be ensured. In terms of the quantity of spiritual power, Li Luo's roots of the Great Tao had already far surpassed those of an exceptional nature, exceeding them by over tenfold. Therefore, the laws he comprehended needed to be more potent. Yet this posed a challenge for him. The laws were something he had only come to know through forcibly enhancing his comprehension. Advancing further into a deeper understanding was proving to be quite a burden. It seemed that in the short term, breaking through to the Golden Core realm was not feasible. Li Luo felt a twinge of frustration, silently shaking his head. He had not anticipated that the Wuxian Lianqi Fa would present him with such a dilemma. Often, fortunes and misfortunes are intertwined. The sheer quantity of spiritual power held little significance. This is why many cultivators never pursue the accumulation of spiritual power. With no other option, he would have to attempt an alternative approach. Taking a deep breath, Li Luo resolved that even if he could not break through to the Golden Core realm in the immediate future, achieving the combat capabilities of a Golden Core cultivator could be accomplished through means other than this. Within the Wanxiang Xianshu, there existed a peerless technique capable of enabling him to rival a Golden Core. This technique was the realm of all things. According to Li Luo's understanding, Golden Core cultivators almost invariably mastered a certain ability, known as the Golden Core domain. The realm of all things, in contrast, simulated the Golden Core domain at the Foundation establishment stage. Of course, in terms of the intensity of spiritual power, the realm of all things could not compare to the Golden Core domain, for the power at the Golden Core stage reached a terrifying zenith. Yet, Li Luo's advantage lay in the sheer volume of his spiritual power. Thus, by manifesting the realm of all things, he could penetrate through points as if a surface were being breached. If the Golden Core domain was a towering mountain, then the realm of all things was an expansive ocean, the flooding of Gold Mountain. It was difficult to discern which was stronger or weaker. First, he would master the realm of all things. The matter of breaking through to the Golden Core realm could be addressed later. Li Luo turned his palm skyward, and the dozens of patterns on the roots of the great Tao began to emit a radiant glow. This was a profound wave, inexplicably drawing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The so-called domain is the manifestation of the law's power, influencing the natural world. It allows unclaimed spiritual energy to be manipulated as if it were one's own spiritual power. Compared to the Golden Core domain, the realm of all things merely differs in the nature of the pattern's power. However, in terms of quantity, it far exceeds that of a single pattern. As long as one comprehended the corresponding laws, achieving this feat was relatively simple, albeit requiring a familiar process. Thus, after several days, success was attained. With a thought, an invisible circular barrier unfolded around Li Luo. Within this barrier, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was under his control. Moreover, since this was the realm of all things, he could perform feats far beyond those of ordinary Golden Core cultivators. "Fire, come forth," Li Luo murmured softly. In an instant, a fierce flame ignited from thin air. "Water, come." In the next moment, a torrent of water materialized from a void, cascading down like a waterfall, extinguishing the flames. Steam rose, and white mist enveloped the area. "Freeze!" Another low command followed, and the temperature plummeted, crystalline ice forming instantaneously. Lightning, with two sharp crackles. Countless arcs of purple lightning flickered brilliantly, weaving through the ice crystals in an ethereal dance. These diverse techniques were nothing short of marvelous. At this moment, Li Luo had indeed acquired a semblance of celestial talent. Requiring no spiritual power, he could invoke myriad transformations in the world with mere thought. However, extending the realm of all things for too long left his mind somewhat dizzy. This is due to the fact that his spiritual power is still not sufficiently formidable. However, Li Luo has yet to devise a concrete method to enhance his spirit. Even within the system's marketplace, items that could bolster one's spiritual strength remain exceedingly rare. Each of these requires an astonishing amount of fortune points. For now, this state of affairs suffices. Li Luo understands the wisdom of moderation. The fact that he can wield the power of the myriad realms is already a commendable achievement. Moreover, strength alone is not enough. The application of that strength relies heavily on oneself. Otherwise, the concept of the weak overcoming the strong would not exist. The essence of this notion lies in the skillful application of power, which must surpass that of one's adversaries. It is time to return home. He has lost track of how long it has been, but it should not yet be a year. Li Luo touched the stubble on his face and smiled faintly. In less than a year, he has progressed from the initial stages of Foundation establishment to its consummate form, acquiring combat prowess at the Golden Core level. Such an accomplishment would undoubtedly earn him the title of a prodigy, regardless of the circumstances. This is the result of Li Luo's years of accumulated efforts transformed into tangible strength. Presently, he has exhausted all his spirit stones, leaving him utterly destitute. Even a casual chi refining practitioner from the Nie family would likely possess greater wealth than he does now. Yet, for Li Luo, these are mere material possessions. His most valuable asset remains his fortune points. As long as he possesses fortune points, he carries an inner confidence. Furthermore, he can easily earn spirit stones anew. An immortal craftsman may lack combat prowess, yet their ability to generate wealth is unparalleled. The sky is brilliantly bright. Li Luo stepped out of the cave and gazed upward. The sky was a sapphire blue, crystal clear and unblemished by clouds. Sunlight poured down like golden threads woven into a luminous veil, gently draping the earth. A gentle breeze caressed Li Luo's face, bringing a refreshing and invigorating sensation. In the distance, the mountains appeared even more majestic against the backdrop of the azure sky, while the lush trees swayed gracefully. Li Luo took a deep breath, savoring the tranquility that his newfound strength bestowed upon him. Now, even when faced with a golden core practitioner like Nie Clan, he felt no trepidation. However, concealment is still prudent. After all, the Nie family currently harbors a golden core master. Unless he breaks through to the golden core realm himself, Li Luo is not eager to confront Ruanjin. The laws comprehended by Ruanjin may not surpass the quantity he possesses, yet their intensity is assuredly formidable. Otherwise, Nie Clan and the elders would not have appeared so disheveled that day. Li Luo silently recalled the scene he witnessed at the patriarch's residence. Nie Clan and the elders must have clashed with Ruanjin, but the outcome was surely unfavorable. Let be, these matters are not my concern. I still need to remain at the Nie family for a while longer. At the very least, I must resolve the issue of breaking through to the golden core stage before addressing other matters. Li Luo smiled and relaxed, strolling back home. Little did he know that when his figure reappeared before the Nie family disciples, the entire clan erupted in excitement. Chapter 56, A Complete Rivalry. Li Luo's determination. The time Li Luo spent away was not long by the standards of cultivators, merely a few months. Yet, his identity is unique. The entire Nie family's spiritual grain industry now relies on him. Therefore, his sudden disappearance created a significant impact. Despite extensive searches, no trace of him was found. Who would have guessed he was still in the vicinity? This was truly astonishing. We all thought you had fled. No one expected Li Luo to remain in place. What a twist. Li Luo. Upon receiving the news, Nie Clan hurried over. Before Li Luo could reach home, he was intercepted by Nie Clan on the road. Ah, Patriarch. It has been a while. Li Luo greeted casually, his demeanor relaxed. Where have you been lately? Nie Clan inquired with a serious expression. Where have I been? Li Luo scratched his head. I haven't gone anywhere. I've been in seclusion at the Nie family, seeking a quiet place to avoid disturbances. Nie Clan was about to question why he hadn't mentioned it, but reconsidered. A few months of seclusion hardly warranted prior notice. Other cultivators often secluded themselves for a year or two, which is entirely normal. However, given Li Luo's current importance to the Nie family, every action he takes easily captures everyone's attention. Very well, take your time to rest, Nie Clan said, refraining from asking about Li Luo's progress during his seclusion. He subconsciously believed that Li Luo could not have made any significant advancements. After all, based on Li Luo's talents, reaching the foundation establishment stage was already his limit. No matter what, Li Luo could not have cultivated exceptionally well. He likely remained at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Transitioning from chi refining to foundation establishment is straightforward. One merely needs to achieve chi refining perfection and obtain spiritual materials. However, once one begins cultivating at the foundation establishment stage, the path becomes exceedingly arduous. Every step forward requires a tremendous amount of resources and effort. Nie Clan could not believe that Li Luo would be a cultivation genius. Upon seeing Li Luo in person, he finally felt reassured. He had previously feared that Li Luo might leave with the individual from the Sima family. However, it now appeared that Li Luo had no intention of seeking out Ruanjin. Li Luo returned home, intending to spend quality time with his beloved wives. However, the third elder unexpectedly paid him a visit. Why is everyone coming one after another? Li Luo felt a twinge of annoyance. Hadn't he merely been in seclusion for a few months? Was it really necessary to react this way? Yet, there was no choice, after all. The third elder was a golden core practitioner. Thus, Li Luo met with him in the front hall, and they sat down for tea. "Where have you been during this time?" Nie Yuangang asked, echoing Nie Chonglu's earlier line of questioning. Li Luo felt somewhat exasperated, but this also served as a testament to his significance to them. Li Luo recounted his recent seclusion on a nearby mountain peak. Nie Yuangang nodded, and they engaged in casual conversation. Li Luo was beginning to feel drowsy, but at that moment, Nie Yuangang suddenly asked, "How has the special spirit seed I gave you matured?" "It's going well, I suppose," Li Luo replied nonchalantly. However, a sense of unease gripped him. What was going on? Did the third elder discover something? But that couldn't be. Aside from him, who else in the Nie family knew the secret of the spiritual root seed? Was it Wan Jin? A flurry of thoughts raced through Li Luo's mind, yet his expression remained calm. Nie Yuangang continued to observe him closely. Upon discovering that Li Luo exhibited no peculiarities, a sigh of relief gradually escaped his heart. "You should have already ripened some of those special spirit seeds, right?" Nie Yuan remarked. "Hand over the already ripened ones first, and you should expedite the rest." "Oh," Li Luo nodded, waiting for a moment. With a frown, Nie Yuan pressed. "Hurry and give them to me. Rest assured, you will not be deprived of your benefits. In a few days, I will send someone to deliver some treasures to you." "No need, third elder," Li Luo replied with a smile. "It's getting late. May I kindly ask you to leave my home?" Such courteous words. Yet Nie Yuan was no fool. He discerned the refusal embedded in Li Luo's tone. But why? Nie Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated many possibilities, but he had never anticipated that Li Luo would dare to reject him to his face. "Have you considered the consequences of this? Do you know who I am? You dare to covet my possessions? You, a mere son-in-law, wish to gain favor within the Nie family?" After a lengthy period of astonishment, Nie Yuan slowly stroked his beard. "Li Xianzi, have you become a bit too arrogant in recent years?" At that moment, a chilling glint flickered in Nie Yuan's eyes. He fixed his gaze on Li Luo's face, the threat implicit. However, Li Luo remained composed. Arrogant? What had he to be arrogant about? It was he who had enabled the Nie family's spirit grain market to flourish. Otherwise, it would have long been crushed by the Taiyuan Merchant Association. Moreover, with his current strength, though merely at the consummate level of foundation establishment, he could still contend with gold core cultivators. So what was there to fear? Fear of your age? Fear of your decades-long neglect of personal hygiene? Of course, for gold core cultivators, not bathing posed no issue. Under the cleansing of spiritual energy, no filth could reside within. "Third elder, it truly is time for you to leave," Li Luo continued to smile. "The family head has tasks for me, and I must hasten to complete them. Are you threatening me?" Nie Yuan could not help but widen his eyes. A surge of fury erupted within him. "What are you even worth? How dare you threaten me?" Yet, Nie Yuan was genuinely apprehensive of this threat, for he feared that Li Luo might directly bestow the special spirit seeds upon the family head. If that were to happen, he would truly be casting away his chance, never to return. "All right, very well, Li Luo. I tell you, from this day forth, we are irreconcilable enemies. You and your wife and children shall never attain peace." With those words, Nie Yuan swept out in a huff. Watching his furious retreat, the smile on Li Luo's face gradually faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. It was too perilous, Li Luo mused silently. Firstly, he was unaware of what cards the third elder held. Secondly, even with the third elder status, it would be exceedingly easy for him to create trouble. He himself was not particularly concerned. The key lay with his family. Most of his family members were merely mortals. Even if the third elder were to recklessly eliminate a mortal, the Nie family would not impose any punishment upon him. Thus, Li Luo had already devised a plan. Only two individuals were privy to the existence of the special spirit seeds: the third elder Nie Yuan himself and his eldest son, Nie Feng. Consequently, resolving this matter was, in fact, quite simple. Chapter 57. Friend, please hold. Cursed be this wretched thief. How dare he turn against me? Who gave him the audacity to do so? Upon returning to the residence, the third elder could no longer contain his fury. Meanwhile, Nie Feng remained oblivious to the situation, yet upon hearing his grandfather's words, a surge of anger welled within him. "Elder, does that rascal Li Luo refuse to hand over the special spirit seeds?" Nie Feng hastily inquired. "Indeed, I know not where he derives his confidence to defy me." Nie Yuan's eyes burned with indignation. It should be noted that he was a gold core cultivator. a man who stood at the pinnacle of the Nie family hierarchy. What of you, Li Luo, a spirit planter? Are you not merely a dog raised by the Nie family? Upon hearing this, Nie Feng frowned. Elder, do you think that Li Luo has disclosed the matter of the special spirit seeds to the family head? Nie Yuan paused for a moment, contemplating. There was indeed a possibility. Otherwise, how could Li Luo summon such audacity? However, it was also unlikely. If the family head truly knew of the special spirit seeds, he would certainly report it to the Elder Council. After all, this presented a prime opportunity for a strike. What intentions do you harbor in secretly hoarding special spirit seeds? Third, Elder, do not presume that the Elder Council is united in purpose. Each member has their own interests. Thus, everyone would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to suppress him. So, did Li Luo indeed inform the family head about the special spirit seeds? The thought swirled in Nie Yuan's mind. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth. You shall go and probe tomorrow. Directly seek out the family head and ascertain whether he is aware of the special spirit seeds. Understood. Nie Feng did not decline, as he recognized the significance of this matter. It would directly determine how they should deal with Li Luo. If the concealment of the special spirit seeds was solely Li Luo's decision, then, did he truly think we were naive? I possess myriad methods to compel you to submit and grovel at my feet. Nie Feng chuckled coldly. Having lived for so many years, what tricks was he unaware of? Provided he captured Li Luo's family, he could manipulate him as he pleased. Henceforth, Li Luo would truly become a dog under their family's command. Command him to go east, and he would not dare venture west. Command him to consume filth, and he would not dare to eat properly. In but a fleeting moment, Nie Feng envisioned numerous torments for Li Luo. However, the prerequisite was the outcome of tomorrow's inquiry with the family head. Thus, a sleepless night ensued. Nie Feng practiced until dawn, eagerly hurrying to the family head's residence. Yet, as he traversed the secluded path, he suddenly noticed a very unfamiliar man. However, Nie Feng did not spare him a second glance. The Nie family housed countless cultivators. How could he possibly know them all? Yet, as he passed by this unfamiliar man, the stranger called out, "Friend, please hold." The stranger clapped Nie Feng on the shoulder. In that instant, all the hairs on Nie Feng's body stood on end. What incredible speed! How did this person catch up to me so suddenly? Nie Feng swiftly turned around, assuming a defensive stance, his hands weaving spell. A faint smile graced the stranger's face. "Friend, could you kindly direct me to the third elder's residence?" "Who are you?" Nie Feng furrowed his brow. "Are you not a disciple of the Nie family? How did you gain entry?" As he spoke, Nie Feng discreetly sent a message to the third elder, Nie Yuan, via a communication jade pendant. "Oh, I see, it is quite simple." Li Luo stepped forward, drawing closer to Nie Feng. The distance between the two was perilously minimal, almost less than a yard. This was an exceedingly dangerous proximity, as either could swiftly launch an attack. Nie Feng, of course, was not foolish. In such an unusual scenario, aside from sending a message to Nie Yuan, he had already begun circulating the spiritual energy within his body. Although he had yet to achieve the consummate stage of foundational establishment, he was on the verge of condensing a path pattern. This signified that his comprehension of a certain principle had reached a profound level. At this tier, the execution of corresponding techniques would become extraordinarily refined. The essence of these techniques lies in their ability to simulate the power of principles. Wind Spirit Technique. Nie Feng silently roared in his heart, exerting all his power to channel his spiritual energy. The air around him seemed to boil as a grave crisis brewed within. Nie Feng lifted his gaze to the unfamiliar man, a cold smile gracing his lips. No matter who this person was, he certainly could not be a good man. However, the stranger merely chuckled, raising his right hand and gently pressing down. In an instant, all fluctuations around them dissipated into nothingness. To put it simply, even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth vanished. What the hell? Nie Feng was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. A domain of principles. You are a Jindan cultivator. Nie Feng's expression changed dramatically. He sought to flee, his spiritual energy boiling within him as he attempted to employ a forbidden secret technique to retreat violently. Yet, the stranger merely snapped his fingers. With a crack, Nie Feng's internal spiritual energy spiraled out of control. His chest heaved, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his throat. This was the domain of principles. However, it did not equate to the ability to command the laws at will. that belonged to another realm. Li Luo, within the domain of principles, manipulated the flow of water to disrupt Nie Feng's blood, rendering him incapable of controlling his own spiritual energy, thus causing injury. Indeed, this unfamiliar man was Li Luo. Prior to today's operation, he had spent several fortune points to exchange for a technique of disguise from the system's marketplace. Since the previous night, he had stealthily concealed himself not far from Nie Yuan's estate. Li Luo had originally prepared himself for a wait of several days, but unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him, as he encountered Nie Feng's departure within less than a day. "Who exactly are you?" Nie Feng, realizing he could not escape, asked despairingly. However, he secretly tightened his grip around a communication jade pendant hidden in his sleeve. Li Luo remained silent, a faint smile still adorning his face, as Nie Feng's despair gradually transformed into tranquility. "The old man will not spare you. You are doomed." This was the last word Li Luo uttered to him. With a crunch, Li Luo grasped his neck, and a sharp sound echoed. Nie Feng's head tilted, the light fading from his eyes entirely. A foundational cultivator is still not completely transcendent. If he were a Jindan cultivator, merely breaking the neck would not suffice to kill them. Even shattering the heart would not be enough. However, for a foundational cultivator, such an act was indeed sufficient. Simultaneously, this was one of the distinctions between Li Luo and a Jindan cultivator. While he had mastered the domain of principles, he had yet to attain the same vitality as a Jindan cultivator. The third elder should be arriving shortly, Li Luo mused inwardly, casually storing Nie Feng's corpse into a spatial bag. Taking a deep breath, he concealed himself, preparing for a lethal ambush. He dared not underestimate a true Jindan cultivator. Chapter 58, A Full Force Strike. Instant kill? Earthly escape technique. Li Luo hid beneath the ground. He did not utilize spiritual energy to probe the surface, but relied solely on his bodily perception to ascertain whether the third elder, Nie Yuan, had arrived. Just moments ago, Li Luo had refrained from directly assassinating Nie Feng, intentionally allowing him to send a message to the third elder. Both Nie Feng and Nie Yuan had to perish. Otherwise, his family and himself would face immense peril. Murder may not resolve every issue, but when it comes to solving problems, it is the simplest and most effective method. For once those who create the problems are eliminated, naturally, there will be no more problems. Ethics aside, the four words regardless of good or evil surfaced in Li Luo's mind. Since he decided to forsake those dozens of spirit root seeds, he had already conceived such intentions. He would not play the saint. This was Li Luo's guiding principle. The Nie family, perhaps, held only a mild grudge against him, but if he refrained from taking action, he might regret it later. Li Luo was acutely aware that the Nie family had never regarded him as one of their own. Thus, he required strength to protect himself and his family. After exhausting the resources accumulated over the years, he barely broke through to the consummate stage of foundational establishment. This illustrates the arduous nature of cultivation. If he did not resort to some cunning schemes, the Nie family would undoubtedly consume him entirely. Suddenly, Li Luo's heart tightened. He sensed slight tremors from the ground above. If nothing unexpected occurred, it was likely that the third elder was approaching. Should he strike now? Countless thoughts flickered through Li Luo's mind. In the next moment, his figure emerged from the earth, instantaneously unleashing the myriad phenomena of the domain. Various manifestations of principles materialized from thin air: thunder, fire, lightning, ice, and gold. Without concern for anything else, he unleashed a barrage upon the figure above. Since Li Luo had not practiced any Jinan techniques, his application of the domain of principles was rather crude. Yet the results were impressive. At least in terms of potency, everything within a radius of 10 yards crumbled. It was as though something colossal had crushed it. This was the power of principles. From an observational standpoint, all natural creations were obliterated, and that familiar figure was no exception, swiftly disintegrating into dust. A gust of wind blew, and it vanished. Li Luo's full force strike. Instant kill? So effortlessly? Furrowing his brow, Li Luo scrutinized closely. There was not a trace of flesh or blood. It was merely wood shavings. Suddenly, a chill ran down Li Luo's spine. He had been deceived. Where has my son, Nie Feng, gone? A chilling voice echoed from above. Li Luo looked up to see Nie Yuan, his face laden with frost, hovering in midair. The figure he had just catalyzed was merely a wooden puppet. Nie Yuan, Having lived for over a century as a Jindan cultivator, remained vigilant even in the residence of the Nie family. Li Luo contemplated briefly before a smile broke across his face. Indeed, attempting to ambush a Jindan cultivator was no simple task, even if Nie Yuan was only at the initial stage of Jindan. Are you trying to escape? Li Luo gazed at Nie Yuan, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Run? Nie Yuan scoffed, swiftly closing the distance to Li Luo. The one who should flee is you. Tell me where my son Nie Feng is. Nie Yuan extended his right hand, an infinite and profound green radiance blossoming in his palm. This was one of the techniques of the Gold Core realm. The spiritual energy contained within it was imbued with laws, capable of crushing everything from a fundamental level. Ordinary spells posed no obstacle to a Gold Core cultivator. However, would Li Luo resort to such mundane spells? Of course not. Myriad realms, activate. With a surge of thought, Li Luo's temples throbbed. This technique was not meant for frequent use. Excessive application would place immense strain on his mind. After all, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, unable to integrate laws into his spiritual energy like a Gold Core cultivator. Nevertheless, this already left Nie Yuan in a state of astonishment. Boom! The green palm collided with the intangible Myriad Realms domain, producing a thunderous crash. Everything around them shattered once more, yet, as there was little left to destroy, even the fabric of space began to fracture. The cracks spread like shattered glass, resembling a spider web surrounding the two. This made Nie Yuan hesitant to act recklessly, for any careless touch could lead to the destruction of his divine form. The power of space was something beyond the means of a Gold Core cultivator to withstand. Kid, how did you achieve this? Nie Yuan fixed his gaze on Li Luo. He was well aware of the law domains, being a Gold Core cultivator himself. But what realm was Li Luo? How could a foundation establishment cultivator possibly comprehend a law domain, especially one of such vast expanse? To put it succinctly, this was anything but mystical. Stop, and I shall speak, Li Luo replied with a faint smile. At that moment, the spiritual energy within Nie Yuan remained unspent. The spiritual energy of a Gold Core cultivator was inherently accompanied by laws. Therefore, Li Luo had to maintain the Myriad Realms domain to counterbalance it. Otherwise, his mere power of law patterns would struggle against Nie Yuan. My son Nie Feng, you must have dealt with him by now, right? Suddenly, Nie Yuan's demeanor shifted to calmness. Li Luo nodded. A dense aura of murderous intent emanated from Nie Yuan. Good, very good. His eyes were profound as a deep pool. I never anticipated that you were a cultivation genius. It seems that Nie Changlu underestimated you as well. However, today, your path of cultivation shall be irrevocably severed. Weep genius. Talent cannot erase the gap in strength. Nie Yuan sought to instill despair in Li Luo, yet Li Luo's will proved far more robust than he had imagined. Simply put, this was not enough to instill fear in Li Luo. Moreover, it was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. Elder, spare us the idle chatter. Let us determine the victor. Li Luo was eager for another engagement. However, Nie Yuan would not permit Li Luo an easy demise. Greenwood Domain. With a swish, a plume of dark green radiance spread forth, colliding directly with Li Luo's Myriad Realms domain. In the vicinity of their clash, an incredibly distorted space formed, harboring great terror. Once unleashed, the entire grove would surely be obliterated. But for that to occur, their domains needed to be equal. Yet, Nie Yuan's law domain exceeded Li Luo's expectations. A singular law domain was relentlessly compressing Li Luo's multifaceted Myriad Realms domain. I do not know how you grasp such a chaotic multitude of laws, but sometimes more does not equate to better. The realm of laws is far deeper than you can imagine. You shall regret it in the underworld. Nie Yuan roared, venting his fury. Simultaneously, Li Luo's Myriad Realms domain was utterly crushed, and his form was instantly enveloped by Nie Yuan's Greenwood domain. Chapter 59, Gold Core. Achieved. Myriad Kill Intent. Could a domain composed of various laws truly surpass one of a single law? Li Luo had held this misconception prior. Yet now, he realized the folly of his belief. Both spiritual energy and laws should not be pursued solely for their quantity. Nie Yuan, a Gold Core cultivator, had imparted a valuable lesson to him. What distinguished Nie Yuan's law domain from his? It was simple. It was a matter of momentum. Pressure through might. The laws merged with force. This was the true mastery of the laws. What Li Luo lacked was precisely this, but achieving it was a formidable challenge. His mental will could not yet harmoniously coalesce into a singular entity. The thought of the momentum of the gold core's loss struck Li Luo's mind with clarity. He could not help but acknowledge that the gold core realm surpassed his imagination. No wonder he had struggled to break through. It turned out he was missing the most critical step. Furthermore, this was a step that only he could take. Not even the system could assist him. The path of the Tao is formless. Laws are also formless. One must integrate their own will into them to truly unleash the power of the laws. And this, indeed, is the essence of momentum, his spiritual imprint. Only by consolidating momentum could he forge the gold core of the Tao. Only then could he transcend the limits of spiritual energy compression. I understand. In an instant, the myriad realms domain that Li Luo had spread out rapidly contracted back into his dantian. The root of the Tao began to crumble under the influence of the myriad realms domain, shattering into countless fragments. This was due to the spiritual energy beginning to intertwine with the laws. Yet, even this was insufficient. He needed to imprint his spiritual mark. This step required the application of momentum. Momentum is a highly concentrated form of mental will. Now, what is the most potent manifestation of Li Luo's mental will? The intent to kill. Li Luo's eyes widened fiercely. Soon, Nie Yuan sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. You have comprehended momentum. Nie Yuan's heart jolted with surprise. This was the final step in forging the gold core of the Tao. There are countless laws of the Tao. Regardless of what type of law you comprehend, it matters not. Even if it does not align with the attributes of your Tao root, it is inconsequential. As long as you can grasp your own momentum and form a spiritual imprint, you can forge a gold core of the Tao that belongs to you. Whether it be spiritual energy or laws, they shall heed your command. This is the true essence of a cultivator. What does heaven dictate? I care not. Defying the heavens is but an ordinary affair. Within the domain, my heart is the heart of heaven. In the realm of Sha, Li Luos Wanxiang, countless fragments of the roots of the Great Path were completely enveloped and compressed to a singular point. Within this nearly spatially non-existent domain, Li Luo achieved an unparalleled mastery over himself. Though it may sound esoteric, its essence is remarkably simple. The roots of the Great Path and the spiritual energy contained within them are akin to the corporeal form of the golden core of the Great Path. The laws represent the heart, bestowing life. As for the force of one's own spiritual imprint, it embodies the soul. Only when these three are unified can one transcend to the golden core realm and forge a true golden core of the Great Path. In this moment of life and death crisis, Li Luo attained a profound understanding of force, the force of slaughter. Thus, everything fell into place effortlessly. Laws? He lacked none. Spiritual energy? Abundant. In fact, he felt he had too much. The description of force was also addressed in the Wanxiang Xuanfa Jue, yet Li Luo had merely regarded it as a figurative expression. Who would have thought it represented his own spiritual imprint? The immense pressure on his mind when previously manifesting the Wanxiang realm stemmed from his failure to integrate force. It was not until he engaged with Nie Yuan that he perceived this subtle distinction, finally coalescing his own golden core of the Great Path. Now, it was the second round, Elder 3. Li Luo slowly raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. He merely trembled slightly, and the Qingmu realm that had restrained him was instantaneously repelled. Once again, Li Luo unleashed his Wanxiang realm. Yet, unlike before, this time his Wanxiang realm bore color. No longer formless, it manifested as a fiery crimson hue, embodying the essence of slaughter. Who would have thought he would comprehend such force? Yet, he felt like a good person, one who abhors violence. Li Luo found himself perplexed and shook his head. Nie Yuan's expression grew grave, for at this moment, Li Luo and he were on the same level, both at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Monster! Nie Yuan could not restrain himself from uttering this phrase. Indeed, in his eyes, Li Luo had transformed into a monster. To break through to the Golden Core realm at such a young age, was it not monstrous? Or perhaps he relied on the aid of a special spiritual species. You deceived me earlier. The effects of the special spiritual species are not as you claimed. With this thought, Nie Yuan's anger surged. Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Nie Yuan had misunderstood. However, he was too apathetic to clarify for today. It was either his demise or Nie Yuan's. Elder 3, I have stated that this is the second round. So arrogant after just breaking through? Allow me to teach you how to battle in the Golden Core realm. Nie Yuan scoffed coldly. He raised his hand, and countless green leaves materialized out of thin air. These leaves were not real, but formed from the surrounding spiritual energy converging. His methods were indeed exquisite. Li Luo lacked such abilities and felt a twinge of envy, for they looked undeniably impressive. Yet, he was reassured, for he possessed his own techniques, primarily related to the force he had comprehended. Wanxiang killing intent. In an instant, an endless tide of killing intent surged from the heavens and the earth. Elements of wind, fire, water, earth, metal, and would manifest it in a myriad of laws and phenomena. But unlike before, this time, these laws were imbued with a chilling, killing intent. Go! With Li Luo's command, Nie Yuan's green leaves collided, instantly stirring a tempest. The spectacle was grand. Nie Yuan, intending to deride and undermine Li Luo's confidence, suddenly found his expression dramatically changing. For Li Luo's figure pierced through the realm. Charging directly at him, Li Luo's hair danced without wind, akin to flames in a frenzy, resembling a divine being radiating boundless killing intent. This was Li Luo's true, lethal move. Why engage in long-range consumption? Striking with each fist was the romance of an immortal martial practitioner. If not for love, how could Li Luo have chosen this inheritance? Boom, boom, boom. Li Luo's figure flitted like a specter, entwining around Nie Yuan. He unleashed a barrage of punches, the sound of sonic booms reverberating around them. Nie Yuan struggled to fend off his assault, employing various defensive techniques, yet he was ill-equipped for close combat. Soon, Li Luo discovered his vulnerabilities. With a swift motion, Li Luo summoned a blazing long knife in his hands and struck down fiercely. Bang! Bang! Nie Yuan felt a chill run through him, retreating repeatedly as he exerted all his strength to defend through the Qingmu realm. Yet in the next instant, Li Luo unleashed dozens of frenzied strikes. The Qingmu realm was swiftly torn asunder. Fear and disbelief flickered in Nie Yuan's eyes. Wait, Li Luo, we actually... Nie Yuan attempted to utter something further, but Li Luo denied him the chance. In a life-and-death struggle, hesitation was not an option. Crack! Nie Yuan's expression froze as a faint line of blood began to emerge from the crown of his head down to his lower body. Chapter 60. Investigation. The Death of Elder 3. Nien opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but this very action only exacerbated his wounds. That strike nearly cleaved him in two. However, as a Golden Core practitioner, he managed to cling to life through sheer force of will. Yet this merely delayed his inevitable demise. Elder 3, farewell. Thank you for the seed of spiritual root you bestowed upon me. It has been immensely beneficial. Li Luo smiled gently, placing his hand upon Nie Yuan's dantian. Nie Yuan's eyes widened, his pupils constricting, filled with resentment. In this moment, through Li Luo's few words, he comprehended the entirety of the situation. Indeed, the effects of the special spiritual species had been a deception. The so-called Jiuzhuan Yuelinko was nothing but a ruse. The true effect of that special spiritual species should be. However, Nie Yuan no longer had the opportunity to ponder. His consciousness faded at that moment, the light in his eyes extinguishing in an instant. Li Luo's single finger obliterated his golden core entirely. For a golden core practitioner, there are only two fatal points, the brain and the golden core. Otherwise, even if you destroy his heart, it matters little. Now, with his brain cleaved in two and his golden core destroyed, Nie Yuan could no longer survive. Time was of the essence. The commotion from their battle must have already spread. Li Luo's mind raced as he acted swiftly, stowing Nie Yuan's body directly into his spatial pouch. The spatial bag is incapable of containing living beings, yet it can hold corpses. Subsequently, he unleashed a fire, incinerating all traces around him, including the underground hideout he occupied, leaving no remnant behind. With this act completed, Li Luo felt reassured and made his escape back home. However, scarcely had he departed for less than the duration of an incense stick when several formidable figures descended from the sky with great urgency. Who dares to create such a commotion at my Nie family estate? Nie Chonglu's hair stood on end with fury. Beside him, the elders glared with wide eyes. All of them Golden Core cultivators, keenly aware that the prior disturbance was undoubtedly the result of a confrontation between Golden Core practitioners. Yet who could it be? A frown crossed Nie Chonglu's brow as he sensed something amiss. The commotion indicated the involvement of at least 2 golden core cultivators, yet no evidence of a struggle remained. Only the ashes left in the wake of the flames. Where's the 3rd elder? Suddenly, he turned to look. The Nie family boasted 5 golden core cultivators. Given the prior uproar, all should have been present to investigate. Why then, including himself, were there only 4 golden core cultivators? Where had the 3rd elder gone? At this moment, a sense of unease gripped Nie Chonglu's heart. A rather ominous thought surged to the forefront of his mind. It was a fact that he and the elders had their share of grievances, but indeed, every head of the Nie family had experienced similar conflicts with the elders. A singular figure holding too much power was a precarious situation. Should the head of the family err, unchecked, it could easily plunge the entire clan into darkness. Thus, the mutual restraint between the elders and the family head was a tradition. Even if Nie Chonglu could not contest for the position of family head in the next generation, he would join the elders, becoming the very type of person he once despised. This included the current Golden Core elders, who had all once served as family heads. Thus, their typical bickering held little consequence. However, when the family's very survival was at stake, all personal grievances could be set aside. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar Golden Core cultivator at the Nie estate, coupled with the 3rd elder's absence, posed a grave implication. Let us go to the 3rd elder's residence. With a commanding voice, Nie Chonglu led the remaining elders as they took to the skies. Upon arriving at the 3rd elder's abode, the only familiar figure present was Nie Shijin. Where are your father and grandfather? Nie Chonglu seized Nie Shijin and inquired hastily. Nie Shijin, engrossed in play with a maid, wore a bewildered expression. I don't know. They should be in secluded cultivation, I suppose. For him, it was commonplace for his father and grandfather to retreat for a year or so, an occurrence that hardly affected his amusement. Thus, he paid little mind. However, Nie Chonglu had already searched the entire residence, including hidden chambers. Neither Nie Feng nor Nie Yuan could be found. The implications were painfully clear. Your father and grandfather may be dead. After uttering this, Nie Chonglu turned and departed. With the 3rd elder's demise, he had many matters to arrange, most crucially, the pursuit of the intruder responsible for infiltrating the Nie family. Nie Shijin stood frozen in disbelief. What nonsense! My father and grandfather dead? How could that be? His grandfather is a Golden Core cultivator. Who in the Nie family could kill him? Who would dare? Nie Shijin found it impossible to comprehend and equally difficult to accept this reality. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear to him. If this were true, his future would be fraught with hardship. He would become merely a common disciple of the Nie family at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and he would likely be unable to retain even this residence. At this moment, within Li Luo's manor, he was deep in contemplation. No, I have erred. The true essence of the myriad killings does not manifest in that manner. Li Luo's expression remained composed as he recalled his battle with Nie Yuan. It must be said, the Golden Core realm surpassed his expectations. There exists a concept of momentum. The fusion of mental will and the domain of laws is necessary to transcend the limits of spiritual energy, thereby coalescing into the true Tao Golden Core. This bears resemblance to the breakthrough from the Qi refinement realm to the foundation establishment realm. After all, to break through the foundation establishment realm, one must merge with both the spiritual essence of the world and one's own spiritual roots. For one's spirit and will to achieve this, the comprehension of momentum is essential, representing one's spiritual imprint. In the heat of battle, Li Luo had fleetingly grasped the essence of momentum as a force of slaughter. However, upon merging with the domain of myriad phenomena, it transformed into something altogether novel, the myriad killing intent. It was through this technique that Li Luo had successfully shattered Nie Yuan's Qingwu domain, slaying him on the spot. However, such application was not the correct usage of the myriad killing intent. When heaven manifests killing intent, it shifts stars and alters dwellings. When earth manifests killing intent, dragons and snakes arise. When humanity manifests killing intent, heaven and earth are in turmoil. The true method of employing myriad killing intent requires one to draw upon their own momentum of slaughter to invoke the killing intent of heaven and earth, vanquishing formidable foes. Yet, when I attacked Nie Yuan, I relied solely on the sheer force of my might. While this approach was indeed straightforward and brutal, It did not embody the essence of myriad killing intent. The proper application of this technique should be. Suddenly, Li Luo raised his gaze towards the door, sensing the presence of a cultivator entering his home. Chapter 61, Alarm. The entire area under lockdown. Young Master Li, I apologize, but by order of the family head, we must conduct a thorough investigation of everyone. The visitor wore a broad smile, appearing courteous. Yet, Li Luo could faintly perceive a hint of bloodlust emanating from him. This was no ordinary cultivator. He bore the weight of countless vengeful spirits. Moreover, Li Luo had never encountered this individual before. Foundation Establishment Realm, Li Luo mused quietly. This must be one of Nie Clan's subordinates, tasked with handling the more unsavory affairs. Furthermore, he was quite powerful. However, to the current Li Luo, such a Foundation Establishment cultivator, no matter how formidable, could not withstand even a single finger of his. Li Luo understood the reason for the visitor's presence, yet he could not outwardly acknowledge it. This is my home, Li Luo retorted indignantly. Could you not have informed me in advance of your investigation? I apologize. Young Master Li, I hope you will not interfere otherwise. A glint of coldness flickered in the visitor's eyes. Li Luo's complexion instantly paled, and he involuntarily took a step back. The visitor smiled with satisfaction, gesturing for a group of black-clad individuals behind him to swiftly enter Li Luo's residence. They ransacked the place and employed some peculiar formation, yet in the end, they uncovered nothing. Li Luo maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, but internally he remained serene. However, just as he was about to depart, the visitor inquired, Young Master Li, may I take a look at your personal spatial artifact? Nie Clan, with a feigned smile that belied his true intentions, inquired. Although it was a question, Li Luo understood all too well that even if he declined, the other party would not relent. Anger flashed across Li Luo's face as his eyes widened. Unwilling, Nie Clan stepped forward, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, enveloping Li Luo entirely. In that moment, cold sweat trickled down Li Luo's forehead and the hair on his back stood on end. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and retrieved his spatial artifact. A slight smirk played on Nie Clan's lips, filled with self-satisfaction. What did it matter if one was a spirit plant master? They would still comply with his demands. This marked his first appearance in the public eye, and he was determined to conduct this investigation with utmost excellence. He no longer wished to remain in the shadows. He too desired to relish in the limelight. Li Luo was merely the stepping stone for him to assert his authority. A mere son-in-law, even if he was a spirit plant master, would still heed the directives of the Bei family. Nie Clan proceeded to upend the contents of Li Luo's spatial artifact, a blatant act of humiliation that disregarded Li Luo's privacy. The other disciples of the Bei family, who were also conducting searches, erupted in laughter. Li Luo's eyes blazed with fury. Nie Clan was well aware that the likelihood of Li Luo being the strong individual who infiltrated the 8 family was negligible. After all, based on his confidence, that individual was at the golden core stage, whereas Li Luo was merely a Foundation Establishment cultivator, artificially elevated by resources, a mere joke. Thus, the search of a spatial artifact was nothing more than a deliberate means to humiliate Li Luo. The expression on Li Luo's face was precisely what he sought. Having found no evidence, Nie Clan smiled faintly and turned to leave, not even offering an apology. Li Luo watched his retreating figure until it diminished to a mere speck. The indignation on Li Luo's face faded entirely, replaced by an unsettling calm. It seemed that it was not merely a suspicion directed at him, but rather a blanket search imposed on all outsiders. Li Luo silently concluded this in his heart. However, he glanced at the clutter that had been spilled from his spatial artifact. Nie Clan's audacity was quite remarkable. Fortunately, upon returning home, he had disposed of the bodies of Dear Fug, or else there was a genuine possibility that would uncover clues. He would have to exercise even greater caution moving forward. Gathering the scattered items, Li Luo returned to the courtyard to comfort his wife and children. His current strength was still woefully inadequate. He could not even swiftly eliminate who was at the initial Golden Core stage, let alone contend with other Golden Core cultivators from Bei family. Therefore, in the years to come, he needed to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. The path to the Golden Core stage was markedly different from before. It no longer involved merely harnessing spiritual energy, but necessitated a profound comprehension of the laws. Furthermore, It was not just any laws that would suffice. If one's understanding of the laws was too chaotic, it would be nearly impossible to break through to the nascent soul stage. This step required a transmission of the great Tao. Self-creation was also an option, contingent upon one's innate talent. For other golden core cultivators, finding a transmission was a daunting task, which explained why the Nie family, a lineage of cultivators, had yet to produce a single nascent soul cultivator. However, for the transmission of the great Tao was readily available in the system store. As long as he possessed enough fortune points, he could exchange for transmissions all the way to Transcendants. Thus, it appeared that he would need to toil even harder in the future. Li Luo sighed as he rubbed his waist in resignation. In the Nie family's great hall, during the elders' meeting, the atmosphere was tense. Had we found any trace at all? None whatsoever? Nie Chanlu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Nirwasheng. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he replied, Patriarch, we have indeed found no trace. That individual seems to have vanished into thin air. Impossible, Nie Chanlu retorted sharply. The protective array of our clan has not yielded a single response. Even a nascent soul cultivator cannot freely enter and exit the Nie family. The other elders nodded in agreement, affirming this stance. While the protective array might not deter a nascent soul cultivator, it was inconceivable that such an individual could traverse the clan undetected. They were aware that recently, no one had entered or exited the Nie family. This meant that the perpetrator was undoubtedly still within the confines of the clan. Inwardly, Nirwasheng lamented. He too believed the culprit remained within the Nie family. Yet they were utterly unable to locate the individual. Including the investigation on Rangjin, they had taken considerable risks. Unfortunately, Rangjin had spent the entire day exchanging alchemical insights with the alchemists of the Nie family. Indeed, Rangjin was an alchemist, possessing a flawless alibi. Could it be a puppet or a doppelganger? An elder hesitantly suggested, suspecting Rangjin of having murdered the third elder. After all, Rangjin had only recently arrived at the Nie family, and shortly thereafter, had met his demise. Despite his impeccable alibi, doubts lingered, accompanied by a palpable sense of fear. They were all acutely aware that none of them stood a chance against Rangjin. Should he truly unleash a killing spree, none would be able to stop him. After much contemplation, Nie Chanlu spoke. It cannot possibly be him. If it were, there would be no need for such covert methods. I believe it must be a hidden golden core cultivator within the Nie family, whose breakthrough we failed to detect. Furthermore, this individual certainly has not departed. From today onward, launch a full-scale investigation into the third elder's family, exploring any past grievances or connections they may have had. The entire territory of the Nie family is to be placed under lockdown. As long as the culprit remains unfound, no one is permitted to leave. Chapter 62. The Dilemma of Cultivating the Golden Core Stage. Nie Chanlu felt a twinge of anxiety within, yet as the patriarch, he could not allow it to show. However, his order for a lockdown revealed his deep-seated concerns that the perpetrator was still concealed within the Nie family. The likelihood that they had not departed was considerable. If they failed to uncover this individual, unrest would plague the entire Nie family. Of course, Rangjin was an exception. He had also sensed the commotion of that day and understood it better than Nie Chanlu and the others. The comprehension of laws was so intricate. Should one label him a genius or a fool? In the courtyard, Rangjin gazed skyward. To others, the sky appeared a brilliant blue with the occasional drifting white cloud. Yet in his perception, the heavens were woven with countless transparent threads. These threads intertwined to form a vast net, enveloping the entire universe. This was the essence of the laws. But from where did these laws originate? What was the source of these threads? The so-called laws were, in reality, the rules arising from the Great Tao. The Great Tao is formless, and so too are the laws. However, their impact upon the world is undeniably traceable. This is the essence of the Tao patterns. The intricate patterns of the Tao laws condensed within the realm of Jindan are but traces of the greater path. Mastery of these Tao patterns grants one the qualification to engage with the profoundness of the Tao. Yet, the Jindan realm remains a distant aspiration. Furthermore, the more chaotic the laws one comprehends, the more arduous it becomes to delve deeper into the Tao patterns, ultimately reaching the true essence of the Tao. As Rangjin retracted his gaze, a newfound clarity emerged within him. All things in heaven and earth are governed by laws. with sufficient comprehension. Even a humble blade of grass by the roadside can reveal the principles of the Tao. The laws discerned will metamorphose into Tao patterns, etched upon one's golden elixir of the Tao. The interweaving of Tao patterns can give rise to a realm of laws. Thus, the more laws one comprehends, the more formidable one becomes. However, herein lies the dilemma. Tao patterns are merely superficial. The underlying Tao is the crux of the matter. With such a plethora of laws understood and an abundance of diverse Tao patterns coalesced, how then shall one proceed in their cultivation? Others devote countless years to mastering a single law. Is it conceivable that your innate talent permits the simultaneous cultivation of multiple laws without encountering any bottlenecks? It appears you may be rather foolish or perhaps lacking the guidance of a Tao inheritance. Is that you? A figure materialized in Ruan Jin's mind. Since that fateful day when Li Luo rebuffed him, Ruan Jin had found himself intrigued by Li Luo. After all, who in their right mind would decline an invitation from the Sima family? Yet Li Luo did just that, and his reasoning was an attachment to family. Who would find such an excuse credible? Certainly not Ruan Jin. Nevertheless, as long as Li Luo remained within the Nie family, he would inevitably discern the anomalies. At present, he could not ascertain whether that Jindan figure was indeed Li Luo. Regardless, his interest in the protagonist had intensified. How fascinating! A mere outing had unexpectedly led him to such an intriguing encounter. May these coming years bring me some amusement. Ruan Jin smiled softly, his heart unperturbed. Possessing the inheritance of the Tao, he feared no threat. Unless, of course, a Yuaning expert intervened. Otherwise, no one could harm him. Thus, the Sima family had dispatched him to undertake this perilous mission. The treacherous realm. May no complications arise. Ruan Jin's expression took on a serious demeanor. Time was of the essence. Only 6 years remained. In the Jiazi courtyard, within a tranquil chamber, Li Luo furrowed his brow, perusing the system's marketplace. Within this marketplace lay numerous Tao inheritances. Yet Li Luo understood the wisdom of moderation. Could he truly cultivate from such a multitude of inheritances? Naturally, that was impossible. Thus, he opted for the Zhenwu inheritance. This particular lineage resonated with his aspirations and stood out as one of the few that concentrated on self-improvement. With this resolve, Li Luo hesitated no longer. Exchange. 1,000 Fu Yuan points expended. Remaining balance. 637 points. Zhenwu inheritance. Foundational stage. Previously, Li Luo had been engaged in the introductory phase of the Zhenwu inheritance. It now transformed into the foundational stage. An endless stream of information surged into his mind. Time lost its meaning as he opened his eyes. Was it truly this absurd? Li Luo was astonished. The foundational stage of the Zhenwu inheritance required him to choose a path and pursue it relentlessly. The duration of this journey was unspecified. The inheritance merely stated that once one could annihilate a Yuaning expert, one would be nearing completion. Goodness, was it not an overly ambitious claim? To annihilate a Yuaning expert? Although Li Luo had yet to encounter a Yuaning expert, he understood that they would likely be far more formidable than he could imagine. If the distinction between the Jiji realm and the Jindan realm was akin to that of heaven and earth, then the disparity between the Yuaning realm and the Jindan realm was like that between an ant and an elephant. Choosing a path to follow indefinitely? What path could possibly lead to the ability to annihilate a Yuaning expert? Fortunately, the foundational inheritance provided some references. Li Luo breathed a slight sigh of relief. Had there been no guidance at all, he would have been utterly lost. Yet, even with this information, achieving success in cultivation remained exceedingly challenging, especially considering that, according to the foundational inheritance, one must begin anew, discarding spiritual energy and focusing solely on technique. Indeed, abandoned spiritual energy relies solely on technique. But what significance does that hold? Li Luo could not fathom this. The foundational inheritance offered no further explanation in this regard. Perhaps it was assumed that, upon mastering the techniques, he would naturally comprehend their importance. Alas, let's simply activate the cheat. Li Luo's gaze swept through the system marketplace. He was acutely aware that his talent for cultivation was rather mediocre. Therefore, if a cheat was to be utilized, it must be done. Thus, it was settled. Soon, Li Luo identified his target. Since the Zhenwu foundational inheritance required him to choose a path to pursue, he would make his selection. Exchange. 500 Fu Yuan points. Battle Soul. As Li Luo focused his thoughts, an ethereal shadow seamlessly merged with his being. Battle Soul. From the myriad realms, a surge of battle intent. A flicker of battle intent could shatter the heavens. Li Luo reopened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance illuminating them, as boundless battle intent brewed within. Concurrently, a multitude of inspirations flooded his mind, all gifts bestowed by the battle soul. Remain calm. Though he yearned for battle, the time was not yet ripe. Li Luo felt some influence, yet he managed to maintain his composure. The expenditure of 500 Fu Yuan points for this battle soul felt undeniably worthwhile. Even before beginning his cultivation, he sensed a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. Let us commence. Engage in combat. The essence of cultivation lies therein. One word: battle. Li Luo immersed himself, an explosion of radiant energy emanating from within. Chapter 63. Another year of training. The battle soul deepened Li Luo's comprehension of martial arts. Cultivators of the celestial martial path must naturally harmonize both celestial and martial principles. Yet, what value does a strong martial path hold? Thus, another year passed. Li Luo practiced his punches within the estate, training in the summer heat and winter chill, day and night without respite. Li Luo dedicated himself to perfecting his martial techniques, striving for flawlessness in every move. His muscles taut, sweat streamed down his face. As time flowed on, he gradually sensed an elevation in his martial arts skills. If he persevered, he would surely attain a higher and stronger realm. On this day, an inkling arose within Li Luo's heart. He felt that a breakthrough might be imminent. As for what lay beyond that breakthrough, he remained uncertain. However, he vaguely sensed the truths conveyed within the foundational teachings of Jinwu. When one reaches the pinnacle of their craft, they can touch upon an entirely different realm. Taking a moment to rest, Li Luo found clarity within his heart. Sitting cross-legged, he engaged in deep contemplation. The Wanxiang Xuanfa Ju remained effective even in the Golden Core realm, allowing him to merge myriad laws and patterns onto the Golden Core itself. The infinite Qi refinement method retained its efficacy as well, although its significance had diminished. This was because the Jinwu foundational teachings had guided him to disregard the importance of spiritual energy. This indicated that beyond the Golden Core realm, spiritual energy was no longer paramount. Yet, could mere mastery of technique suffice? Would this enable him to defeat other cultivators? It seemed rather improbable, as the essence of spiritual energy lies in drawing upon the natural spirit energy of the universe to unleash various techniques. Without spiritual energy, how could one engage in battle? Rely solely on one's fists? Li Luo sat silently in the tranquil chamber, lost in his musings for an indeterminate duration. The battle martial soul continued to exert its influence, enhancing his martial intuition and combat spirit without bounds. In the midst of this experience, a sudden enlightenment struck him. He understood. A radiant golden light shone from his eyes as he rose once more, launching his fists. Again and again, he struck. Day after day, he refrained from utilizing any spiritual energy or external force, merely executing simple punches. Yet the insights bestowed by the battle martial soul did not wane. Rather, they intensified. The fervor of his combat spirit even caused the objects surrounding the chamber to tremble. It was crucial to note that at this moment, Li Luo was merely practicing his punches. Merely through the strength of his will, he evoked changes in the natural world. What realm was this? It became evident that the essence of the Golden Core realm lay in the cultivation of momentum. Practicing punches was akin to honing momentum. With each punch, the force of his strikes initiated transformations in the natural order. Even the laws themselves, with his eyes ablaze, Li Luo felt a surge of energy emanating from his fists, naturally conjuring the realm of Wanxiang. With a single strike, all things shattered. The instruments within the chamber collapsed simultaneously under the reverberations. It must be understood that Li Luo had not employed any spiritual energy. He was simply practicing punches, yet wielded such formidable power. What concept was this? A punch that bursts laws? The Jinwu teachings were indeed terrifying. At last, I comprehend the essence of the Jinwu foundational teachings. This is precisely what one would expect from a legacy valued at 1,000 fortune points. Astounding. Li Luo withdrew his fists, containing his breath, his heart brimming with excitement. for he had grasped the true meaning of the Zhenwu foundational teachings. In essence, it was about integrating the laws into one's own martial techniques. How exactly does one integrate them? It is the force of one's own spiritual will that coalesces into the momentum of their punches, the laws embedded within the martial art. And by practicing punches, one comprehends the laws. Moreover, the battle martial soul he exchanged for fortuitously proved to be the most effective means of enhancing his spiritual will. By chance, Li Luo had selected the most suitable battle martial soul for consolidating his punching momentum. Thus, within a mere year, he successfully comprehended the Zhenwu foundational teachings. Henceforth, every punch he practiced would serve as a path to understanding the laws. He need no longer worry about his insufficient talent hindering his ability to merge myriad laws into one. Furthermore, with each punch, the laws would invoke the changes of heaven and earth, overwhelming his foes with the might of the universe. The deadly force of nature. Who could withstand it? The momentum of his punches transformed into the grand force of the cosmos. Li Luo's capabilities would become immensely formidable. Excellent. With this, even facing Jinren Ruanjin, I no longer fear. Should I engage in another battle with Elder San, a single punch would suffice to shatter his Qingwu realm. In the Nie family, I could be considered invincible. Li Luo exhaled deeply. After years of tension, his heart no longer raced in anxiety. Yet, he still needed to exchange for several unparalleled martial techniques. This would accelerate his cultivation further. Moreover, with the battle martial soul present, he would swiftly grasp any martial art. Although this had no direct relation to the path of immortality, with the Zhenwu teachings, practicing punches equated to comprehending the laws. The Golden Core realm is, after all, about understanding the laws. Thus, this is the authentic method for the cultivation of Xianwu practitioners. Li Luo could not help but smile broadly. The Yuaning realm remained uncertain. But in the Golden Core stage, he faced no obstacles. As long as he continued to practice punches or engage in combat, his realm would steadily ascend. The multitude of laws might seem overwhelming and chaotic, yet this posed no real issue. All that was needed were two fists. Any law could be integrated within. Even the laws of heaven and earth must heed the command of his fists. If his comprehension of the laws was not as profound as that of other Golden Core cultivators, a single punch would suffice to shatter their pretensions. This was the might of a single force breaking myriad laws. Li Luo reveled in this sensation. With gain comes loss. Perhaps Li Luo could not delve deeply into a single law, but when countless laws converged, who could stand against him? Perhaps only the Yuaning realm could withstand a single punch from him. It was time to depart from the Nie family. However, I must contemplate where to establish my own family. Li Luo felt a sense of ease. He had originally intended to leave the Nie family and create his own family after breaking through to the Golden Core realm. After all, living under the shadow of another family, bound by their constraints, was indeed burdensome. Even some of his abilities had been difficult to manifest, such as his alchemical talent, which had lain dormant for far too long. This was because such declarations would seem too extravagant. The Nie family would inevitably notice something amiss. Why do you possess two, or even more, talents in immortal arts? And once the Nie family took an interest in him, they would undoubtedly investigate his secrets, whether overtly or covertly. This would surely lead to a plethora of troubles. The previous exposure of his spiritual plant talent had already hinted at this trend. Thus, leaving the Nie family and establishing his own lineage was imperative. Young Master Li, the family head requests your presence in the main hall. Suddenly, Li Luo's communication jade pendant received a message from Ye Qing. All right, I will be there shortly, Li Luo replied. Due to the intensity of his recent training, his robes had become tattered and unrecognizable. After changing into a fresh outfit, he made his way to the Nie family's main hall. However, he found it curious that the family head had not summoned him throughout the entire year. Why the sudden request for an audience now? Upon his arrival at the Nie family main hall, Li Luo found three individuals present: the family head Nie Chonglu, Golden Core Jinren Wanjin, and a young maiden who appeared to be in her late teens. Dear nephew, come quickly. This is Miss Sima Menglan, a direct descendant of the Sima family. Nie Chonglu enthusiastically introduced Li Luo to the young lady. Upon hearing this, Li Luo couldn't help but appraise the girl before him. Her figure was tall and graceful. Her demeanor exuded elegance and propriety. Yet, her expression revealed an air of aloof pride, as if she were detached from worldly affairs and reluctant to engage with others. Noticing Li Luo's gaze, Sima Minglan slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly displeased by such scrutiny. Li Luo quickly averted his eyes, but could not help but utter a silent compliment. What a stunning beauty! Her aura spoke volumes, particularly the subtle yet commanding presence she exuded. It was evident that Sima Minglan's cultivation level was quite impressive, although she was certainly not at the Jinan stage. She was undoubtedly formidable among those in the Foundation establishment realm. Miss Minglan, greetings. I am Li Luo. He introduced himself with a tone of respectful confidence. However, Sima Minglan merely nodded slightly without uttering a word. At that moment, Ruan Jin interjected, saying, starting today, Miss Minglan will be residing with us at the Nie family. I kindly ask you, young Master Li, to show her around and help her familiarize herself with our estate. Certainly, Li Luo replied readily, though he felt somewhat puzzled. Was it truly necessary for them to summon him merely to escort Sima Minglan on a tour? Surely, any maid could perform such a task more efficiently. However, Li Luo did not wish to decline, as he was also curious about the current state of the Central Plains. Upon witnessing this, Nie Chonglu's face lit up with a smile. If he could use this opportunity to forge a connection with the Sima family, it would be a significant gain. The distinction between a Jindan family and a millennium-old clan appeared negligible at first glance. What difference did an additional Yuan-ing stage make? Yet, that single stage constituted a vast chasm. One must understand that a being at the Yuan-ing stage could potentially live for a millennium. What does that imply? Even Xingyun country boasts merely 3,000 years of history. The Sima family occupies a third of that. The accumulation of resources over a millennium is unfathomable. Moreover, it is rumored that those at the Yuan-ing stage possess astounding supernatural abilities. It is likely that a single strike could obliterate the entire Nie family. This was precisely why Nie Chonglu was so courteous. Previously, Ruan Jin had been of little consequence, merely a guest of the Sima family. However, Sima Minglan was a direct descendant. This distinction was entirely different. Thus, before they could exchange more than a few words, Li Luo led Sima Minglan away from the main hall. Nie Chonglu watched their departing figures with an expression of excitement, while Ruan Jin regarded them with a hint of contemplation. Miss Minglan, this is where the Nie family disciples usually cultivate, although they are primarily at the Qi refinement stage. Over there is the location of Tianlei Pond, where lightning frequently descends. However, we must not approach too closely. We can only wander around the outskirts. By the way, let me take you to the spirit field. The Taishian Ji should have grown quite a bit by now. Li Luo casually conversed with Sima Minglan. Yet throughout the exchange, Sima Minglan scarcely spoke, offering only brief responses of a minnow, her words as scarce as gold. If not for Li Luo's constant attention, he might have overlooked her subtle nods of acknowledgement. What was the true purpose behind the head of the family and Ruan Jin asking me to show her around? Li Luo's curiosity deepened. Fortunately, their stroll did not last long, and by the afternoon, he was free to return home. Finally liberated, Li Luo exhaled a sigh of relief. He had been diligently maintaining his martial training regimen, and if his duty to guide Sima Minglan through the Nie estate interrupted that, he would have been quite displeased. Fortunately, Sima Minglan was not the type to linger unnecessarily. After completing the tour, she took her leave, disappearing to an unknown destination. Forget her. Training is of utmost importance. With thoughts of women set aside, one can naturally focus on the art of combat. Li Luo concentrated his spirit, executing each movement with precision, devoid of any dispersing fluctuations of spiritual energy. The only unusual sound came from the objects in the training room, which trembled in response to his strikes. After the last incident where his training had damaged the quiet room, Li Luo had constructed a sturdier training space, resistant to casual destruction. Meanwhile, at Ruan Jin's estate, he inquired, "So what observations have you made?" Ruan Jin, seemingly casual in his demeanor, rocked gently in his chair. Sima Minglan sat nearby, not overly concerned with Ruan Jin's Jinan status. She noted that his spiritual energy fluctuations were nearly imperceptible, indicating he had mastered his concealment skills. Sima Minglan rarely spoke so much, yet when she did, her expression remained icy. Perhaps this was simply her nature. She remained unexcited by any situation. Oh, near absence of spiritual fluctuations? Ruan Jin quickly seized upon this critical detail. The rocking chair came to an abrupt halt as he stood and paced back and forth. Moments later, he clapped his hands and laughed. That is indeed unusual. When I first arrived at the Nie family last year, Li Luo's spiritual energy was not nearly as refined as it is now. Sima Menglan's observation prompted Ruan Jin to recall events from a year prior, including his initial encounter with Li Luo, as various details resurfaced in his memory. This was the remarkable strength of the Jindan stage. Retaining memories with remarkable clarity was merely a commonplace feat. Their minds had ascended to an extraordinary level. Truly impressive, Sima family-S prodigy. Your perception is indeed sharp. Had you not mentioned it, I would have overlooked Li Luo's spiritual condition, Ruan Jin remarked, glancing appreciatively at Sima Menglan. She turned her gaze towards him, her tone calm as she spoke. Uncle Ruan, we ought to discuss the matter at hand. Have we thoroughly investigated the location of the mysterious realm's opening? Ruan Jin smiled. We have long since clarified that, though unfortunately, it lies at the confluence of the Nie and Yang families. 5 years? Yes. It will still be 5 years until it opens. Then why did you summon me so soon? To be prepared, allowing you to familiarize yourself in advance. Moreover, do you not find the Nie family intriguing? Not particularly, Sima Menglan replied curtly. I am uncertain. This is merely my conjecture. Sima Menglan rarely engaged in conversation with Li Luo, yet soon fell silent again. Li Luo's curiosity intensified. The Yuan Ying realm can actually forsake spiritual energy? Even he would not dare to claim such a feat, although the manifestation of principles does not necessitate spiritual energy. One cannot sustain it for long. The unfolding of the domain of principles is exceedingly taxing on the mind. The manipulation of spiritual energy to draw upon the essence of the heavens and the earth is, in essence, akin to wielding the laws to control this energy, at least during the Jindan realm phase. One method is more indirect, while the other is more direct. Fundamentally, they both utilize the power of the cosmos. Cultivators engage in acts that defy the natural order, as human capabilities are ultimately limited. To master all things in existence is to attain the status of an immortal. The most immediate approach to this mastery is to engage with, comprehend, and control the laws. Upon grasping a particular law, one forms Tao patterns. For instance, understanding the law of fire might manifest as a fiery pattern. However, Li Luo stands apart. His comprehension of laws is exceedingly diverse, leading to chaotic Tao patterns. Thus, he has chosen to consolidate them into a single sphere, refining it through his martial prowess. This method, however, requires considerable time dedicated to training. Stop! Suddenly, Sima Menglan interjected, halting abruptly in her tracks beside Li Luo. He turned to her, puzzled. What is it? There is danger ahead, Sima Menglan replied, her expression grave. Danger? Li Luo furrowed his brow, as he had not sensed any threat. Nevertheless, he took her words seriously, for through their months of acquaintance, he had come to understand that this enchanting beauty was far from a mere ornament. In an instant, a slender crimson thread, nearly invisible, shot towards Li Luo. Clearly, the assailant aimed to eliminate him first. Li Luo cursed inwardly, bewildered. Why was he once again the target of an assassination? Was it someone sent by the Yang family from Fenglin Valley? Yet before outsiders, he wished to conceal his true strength. Consequently, he awkwardly evaded the attack, narrowly escaping the deadly thread. However, just as he dodged, the single crimson line abruptly split into countless strands, forming a massive blood-red net. Remarkably, this net did not advance towards Li Luo. Instead, it elegantly altered its course mid-air, heading towards Sima Menglan behind him. At that moment, realization dawned upon Li Luo. The initial thread was merely a feint. The true lethal strike was aimed at Menglan. Regardless of whether he would have perished beneath that first thread, the vast net was now poised to ambush Sima Menglan. This is bad. Li Luo's complexion shifted. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to reveal his strength. However, in that fleeting instant of determination, the blood-red net shattered with a resounding crash. Sima Menglan emerged unscathed, though her demeanor had turned significantly colder. Phew, fortunate indeed. This Miss Menglan possesses a formidable strength, Li Luo thought to himself, relieved that he need not further expose himself. Yet, at that moment, she spoke again. He is here. In that instant, Li Luo finally sensed the looming presence of an immense power, undoubtedly formidable, at least at the initial stages of the Jindan realm. Clap, clap, clap. The figure appeared before them, leisurely clapping his hands, as though materializing from an exceedingly distant realm, his form gradually becoming clearer. Clad in crimson, his features obscured through remarkable disguise techniques, he exuded an air of menace. Impressive indeed. No wonder Miss Menglan is renowned as the master of the Sima family's enigmatic beings. Though merely at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, she effortlessly withstood my strike. The crimson-clad man smiled, his expression appearing remarkably relaxed. Yet, Sima Menglan's countenance grew serious, even grave. You are an assassin from Chi-Kai-Lu, dressed in crimson? You are the Jindan realm assassin, Lung Xing. Sima Menglan quickly identified him. Hearing the name Chi-Kai-Lu, Li Luo recalled pertinent information instantly. During his years at the Nie family, he had not solely immersed himself in cultivation. He possessed awareness of the power dynamics within the entire Qin nation. Chi-Kai-Lu was an assassin organization, deemed the most formidable in the realm, boasting 7 Jindan realm assassins. True to their name, they were known as the 7-colored assassins, each donning robes of corresponding hues: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, striking terror in the hearts of many. Both Sima Menglan and Li Luo were merely at the Foundation establishment realm, creating a dire predicament. Someone had evidently paid a hefty price to summon the crimson-clad Lung Xing. Such a move indicated a resolute intention to eliminate Sima Menglan. Li Luo discerned the truth. Lung Xing's target was indeed Sima Menglan, while he himself might merely be a distraction. Amusedly, Li Luo chuckled inwardly, feeling no trepidation. Indeed, Lung Xing is a Jindan realm cultivator. But I must ask, if I were to unleash a punch, how would you respond? His formidable strength became his confidence. He did not claim to be invincible among Jindan cultivators, yet he was not far from it. Even facing the third elder would not deter his punch. As for Lung Xing, if one punch proved insufficient, then 2 punches would suffice. He was certain he could defeat him. Yet, Lung Xing at that moment did not even glance at Li Luo. A Jindan cultivator, if they do not manifest their laws, remains indistinguishable from other realms. According to the intelligence Lung Xing possessed, Li Luo was merely a Foundation establishment novice from the Nie family, deemed talentless, likely to remain trapped at this level for life. Thus, he could be effortlessly dispatched. At this juncture, Lung Xing's primary focus remained on Sima Menglan. He would not underestimate a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, for he had heard numerous tales of this Miss Menglan during his time in the Central Plains. Indeed, legends, the master of enigmatic beings, is never to be taken lightly. Enough nonsense. Since you have arrived, then you shall remain. Sima Menglan chose not to flee, but to confront this Jindan assassin directly. It must be noted that her bravery was commendable, even prompting a curious glance from Li Luo. Little did he know from whence she derived her confidence. Even Li Luo himself would not dare claim safety in this situation. What is this? Lung Xing exclaimed in astonishment. The pink mist had completely enveloped the surroundings. As he employed the blood-red serpent to seal the skies and earth, the pink fog similarly confined the space around them. Yet, the crucial issue lay in the fact that Lung Xing had failed to detect the use of this technique. Who is this? That man named Li Luo? Is it still Sima Menglan? Cold Star's mind raced, quickly arriving at a conclusion. His gaze fixed fiercely on Li Luo. It was you. What have you done? What is this pink mist? For some reason, Cold Star did not sense that the mist could inflict any harm upon him. Naturally, Li Luo had no intention of disclosing its effects to Cold Star. He shrugged, remaining silent. At that moment, Sima Menglan had already ingested the pill he had provided. As for Li Luo, he had long since taken his own. If one were to pinpoint the timing, it would be when Sima Menglan suddenly halted. Declaring a threat was present. Indeed, it was that early. Even though Li Luo was currently brimming with confidence in his abilities, he remained extremely cautious. He had previously planted a specially refined spirit seed underground. Until Cold Star's arrival, Li Luo had been stealthily spreading his spiritual power underground, hastening the maturation of the spirit seed through his evasive maneuvers. Now, the moment had arrived. The spirit seed was finally beginning to manifest its effect. It was this very pink mist. However, Cold Star was no fool. Since the pink mist was emanating from underground, it was clear that Li Luo had done something. All he needed to do was obliterate this mountain peak. Regardless of the means, I will destroy it with sheer force. Boy, a gold core cultivator is not as simple as you think. Cold Star's lips curled into a smirk, leveraging the blood-red python above to wreak havoc upon the forest. The terrifying waves of power reverberated through the woods. Li Luo and Sima Menglan did their utmost to evade. Once they paused, both found themselves slightly out of breath. Such dodging was an immense burden for them. After all, this was an attack from a gold core realm. However, Li Luo's breathlessness was feigned, while Sima Menglan genuinely felt fatigued. She was merely at the foundation establishment stage. No matter how capable, there were limits to her strength. The perception of raw power could not be easily masked. At this moment, Cold Star had finally laid waste to all the surrounding forests. A vast expanse of flat land slowly emerged before everyone's eyes. He had practically tilled the entire area several times over. The hard, white rocks beneath the surface were now exposed. Upon witnessing this, Li Luo smiled faintly. "Thank you, my lord. I was just pondering how to summon the elder and the family head. I never expected you to create such a commotion. I suspect people dozens of miles away could sense it." The smile on Li Luo's face bore an air of mockery, and this was his true intention. Li Luo aimed to provoke Cold Star into destroying the forest, even to the extent of leveling it. Now, Cold Star had succeeded, far exceeding Li Luo's expectations. Such a grand disturbance. If the elders of the Nie family and the family head, even that Ruan Jinjinren, failed to notice, Li Luo would truly have to reconsider his evaluation of them. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, Cold Star's expression shifted, growing exceedingly grim. "You little thief. You dare employ such schemes against me. Do you think I will be afraid?" The murderous intent in Cold Star's eyes was palpable. His gaze brimmed with intense animosity toward Li Luo. Initially, he had looked down upon this son-in-law of the Nie family, but now he regarded him with a modicum of respect. After all, he had fallen into the other's trap. But, do you think this allows you to escape? Before the Nie family's gold core cultivators and Ruan Jin arrive, you two are as good as dead. As he spoke, a potent aura of slaughter radiated from Cold Star. It was a palpable, murderous energy. It even stirred the laws of the realm. The blood-red python had nearly transformed into a fully liquid entity. A glance at it sent a chill down one's spine. This sanguine energy remained spiritual power, yet due to the influence of Cold Star's law domain, it had undergone a qualitative change. Its inherent attributes began to warp toward the unknowable. Even the air surrounding them exuded a metallic tang of blood. One must understand, how could spiritual power possess a scent? Cold Star's method was nothing short of extraordinary, truly befitting a gold core cultivator. He still possessed genuine skill and strength. Li Luo began to regard him with greater seriousness. In the next moment, Cold Star's figure vanished. He materialized in the sky, raising his right hand to press downward. Countless blood-red pythons coalesced into a river, a torrent of crimson light surging toward Li Luo and Sima Menglan. This force nearly distorted the surrounding space, rendering it nearly insurmountable. Yet strangely, Li Luo and Sima Menglan exchanged glances. They simultaneously took defensive action. A myriad of dazzling spiritual light flickered. Sima Menglan unleashed various defensive spells. United in their efforts, they astonishingly succeeded in halting the torrent of blood light. But how was this possible? One must note, Cold Star had held nothing back. He had unleashed his full strength. This was an all-out assault. Yet midway through, an issue arose with his body, causing this full force to diminish significantly. Impossible. What have you done? Why has this pink mist not dissipated? Suddenly, Cold Star's face changed dramatically. Suspended in midair, his expression turned exceedingly peculiar. Li Luo smiled slightly. "Senior, how does the feeling of the passion flower strike you? You poison me?" No, this isn't poison. It is merely an aphrodisiac that I have made slight modifications to." "Impossible. Then why has this mist not vanished?" Cold Star bellowed in midair, his complexion reddening increasingly. It was even affecting his combat intent. All he desired now was to mate with anyone. Yet Cold Star still wielded immense willpower to temporarily suppress it. "I have just devastated the entire surrounding land. There cannot be any spiritual plants remaining. How'd you manage this?" Cold Star gritted his teeth, fixing a fierce gaze upon Li Luo, desperate to uncover the mystery. Li Luo, of course, understood the perils of excessive verbosity, although he did not consider himself a villain. In such a moment, How could he possibly explain anything to Cold Star? However, Sima Minglan could not help but glance at Li Luo, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. If Li Luo's strategy was to induce Cold Star. Chapter 67. The Ultimate Kill Mechanism. The Perfect Mirror. Cold Star was unaware of what other effects the pitch-black mirror might possess, yet he dared not test it. For in the realm of cultivation, a profound truth existed. No strange object could be underestimated. You can never know what rules a strange object may harbor. It could be a word, an action, or a mere glance that could lead to your instantaneous demise. Moreover, the enigmatic entity does not necessarily embody a singular rule. The amalgamation of various rules can give rise to countless others. This phenomenon resembles a purely opaque black box, and no one dares to assert complete mastery over such an entity. Consequently, Lung Xing has begun to contemplate retreat. This time, he has miscalculated. As long as he preserves his life, there will be ample opportunities ahead. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lung Xing focused his thoughts, channeling all his energy into the creation of a realm of laws using the Dao golden pill within him. The intricate patterns atop the golden pill seemed to possess a life of their own, stirring the strings of the world's laws. A series of profound sounds suddenly erupted in Sima Minglan's ears. In that moment, blood gushed from her mouth and nose, yet she persisted in maintaining the formation. The azure light continued to envelop Lung Xing. Do you wish to die? Release it at once. Lung Xing exclaimed in panic. Sima Minglan remained silent, wholly dedicated to sustaining the operation of the miniature formation. This was a one-time formation, destined to dissipate upon use. It was one of her trump cards, designed to ensnare enemies through soul binding. The strength of the soul at the golden pill stage is not vastly different from that at the foundation establishment stage. Thus Lung Xing found himself unable to break free. Even utilizing the realm of laws would avail him little. At best, it would merely affect Sima Minglan and inflict harm upon her. To dismantle this formation, he would have to exert considerable effort. However, time was not on his side. Right before him, Li Luo had already begun to act. The obsidian mirror was aimed at Lung Xing, gently tapping on the back of the mirror in a rhythmic pattern, as if knocking on a door. Bang, bang, crack. It sounded as if a door were truly being opened. Yet, Li Luo did not gaze upon the mirror itself. This was a warning from Sima Minglan. One must not look at the mirror. At this moment, both Sima Minglan and Li Luo's gazes were fixed upon Lung Xing. They observed his complexion suddenly shift to one of utter panic, uncertain of what he had perceived. In the next instant, Li Luo felt the obsidian mirror in his hand quaking violently. In an instant, he cast the mirror to the ground. This was also a directive from Sima Minglan. Once the mirror began to tremble, one must release it and retreat. Simultaneously, Sima Minglan relinquished her hold on Lung Xing. She and Li Luo retreated together. What the hell is this thing? Lung Xing exclaimed in astonishment. From the dark mirror on the ground, a shadow, identical to him, emerged. Initially small, given the mirror's own size, but upon breaching the boundary into reality, the shadow expanded at an astonishing speed until it matched Lung Xing's stature. Two beings, no, one person and one shadow, were nearly indistinguishable save for their differing colors. Li Luo was equally taken aback. He never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary mirror would possess such extraordinary effects. It was simply unbelievable. However, he soon pondered whether this shadow would be affected by the arousing mist. No, Sima Minglan shook her head. This is a perfect reflection. The lethal mechanism of the enigmatic entity. It can only flee. It cannot be killed. As she spoke, Sima Minglan's expression suddenly darkened, as if recalling some ominous memory. Meanwhile, Li Luo reflected on the nature of these enigmatic entities. Realizing this was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Even the archives of the Nie family held no record of it. It was evident that this entity was exceedingly perilous. Suddenly, without warning, battle erupted. Once the shadow emerged from the mirror, it launched a frenzied assault on Lung Xing. Though the shadow possessed the same cultivation level and abilities as Lung Xing, its lack of intelligence rendered it susceptible to the influence of desire, allowing Lung Xing to obliterate it into fragments. Is that all? Lung Xing scoffed contemptuously. Yet the flush on his face had not faded, and he continued to breathe heavily. However, in the next moment, the shadow, previously shattered into pieces, began to reassemble at an extraordinary speed. It morphed back into Lung Xing's likeness. Unable to kill it? Lung Xing was momentarily taken aback, but then he deemed this to be somewhat expected. After all, this entity was indeed enigmatic. He had surely triggered its lethal mechanism. Lung Xing could not help but curse his misfortune. In fact, he had accompanied Sima Menglan to the Nie family the previous year. Of course, Sima Menglan remained oblivious to his following her. Along the journey, he had numerous opportunities to strike. Yet curiosity about Sima Menglan's motives for venturing to such a remote location compelled him to trail her. Ultimately, he discovered that the guest of the Nie family, the renowned Ruan Jin, resided there. This revelation was somewhat astonishing. Lung Xing did not regard the Nie family as a significant threat. He was confident that he could eliminate them all single-handedly. Yet he sensed that Ruan Jin's presence here concealed a grand secret. Therefore, Sima Menglan no longer needed to survive. Lung Xing planned to act against the Nie family, intending to frame them. However, on the very day he intended to strike, an unexpected event occurred. A fierce battle at the Golden Pill level erupted within the Nie family. The commotion was so immense that it left Lung Xing suspicious, causing him to refrain from acting. Subsequently, the Nie family instituted a lockdown, conducting searches throughout the premises. Lung Xing found himself at a loss for words. Yet in this moment, he still dared not strike. Although he was confident in his ability to kill every member of the Nie family, that was under conditions of one-on-one confrontation with their Golden Pill practitioners. In a scenario with multiple opponents, he lacked such assurance. And now, Ruan Jin resided within the Nie family. Should he expose himself, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. With no other option, Lung Xing could only rely on his skills to evade detection within the Nie family. After much difficulty, he finally encountered a favorable opportunity. Sima Menglan fortuitously approached the location where he lay in ambush. Consequently, Lung Xing glared fiercely at Li Luo. At this juncture, he resolved to flee. Indeed, it was only now that he contemplated this course of action. Even when the lethal mechanism of the enigmatic entity was triggered, he still harbored intentions to eliminate Sima Menglan. One must understand that individuals often become careless at the moments they perceive themselves to be the safest. However, Sima Menglan exceeded his expectations. This girl exhibited remarkable resilience. Chapter 68. Ruan Jin's Marvelous Techniques. Lung Xing's Demise. With a thunderous crash, Lung Xing found himself ensnared by a crimson river. Utilizing this blood-red river, he charged forward, shattering the shadow into fragments. Yet in the next moment, the shadow employed the same tactics. Although it lacked intelligence, it could still mimic actions effectively. However, the combat experience of Lung Xing was exceedingly rich. In the blink of an eye, his methods transformed once more. A blood-red river coalesced into countless beads of blood, which astonishingly formed a grand formation of a blood sea out of thin air. The sky was drenched in the crimson sea, with the realm of laws pushed to its utmost limit. Essentially, the function of the realm of laws was merely to enable Golden Core cultivators to forcibly manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, it allowed them to elevate the intensity of their spiritual power to an inconceivable extent based on their comprehension of laws, such as transforming the formless into the form. These blood seas were indeed condensed through Lung Xing's spiritual energy, although they certainly relied on the surrounding spiritual energy as well. However, that was insignificant. At least it appeared quite formidable. Sima Menglan did not dare to approach, risking the chance of being left behind by Lung Xing. Yet, since you have arrived, why would you leave? In the distance, a figure of a youth in white approached swiftly, crossing the distance with each stride. Before long, he had arrived at this very spot. Ruan Jin. Lung Xing's expression shifted. He found himself beset by wolves in front and tigers behind. He had anticipated Ruan Jin's early arrival, but did not expect such speed. What was that just now? A method to shrink distance? He found it somewhat incomprehensible. Although he was also at the Golden Core stage like Ruan Jin, there existed a significant disparity between Golden Core practitioners. This disparity lay in the comprehension and application of the laws. Indeed, merely understanding was insufficient. Without the ability to apply it flexibly, one could not hope to contend with other Golden Core cultivators. Charge forth. Even if he was exceptionally strong, I am not to be underestimated. Lingxing's gaze sharpened, disregarding the shadow's ambush from behind. Though this shadow possessed all his techniques, its lack of intelligence rendered it rather rigid, unable to inflict a grave injury upon him in one fell swoop. In contrast, Ruanjin posed a far greater threat. Charge! Lingxing suddenly transformed into a figure of ferocity. The blood-red sea above his head began to morph into a vortex, with countless blood-colored lightning bolts brewing within. Carrying immense might, Lingxing surged towards Ruanjin. At this moment, he had truly pushed his realm of laws to its zenith. Yet it was rather crude. Although your comprehension of the laws is rare, your methods of application are truly lacking in finesse. Ruanjin sighed softly, as if genuinely lamenting Lingxing's predicament. However, this scene ignited a fierce rage within Lingxing. We are both golden core cultivators. How dare you insult me so? Do you truly think I am not your match? With this thought, Lingxing resolved to engage Ruanjin in a life-or-death struggle. However, in the blink of an eye, the shadow behind him struck, a blood-red handprint crashing onto his back. Lingxing felt a jolt of pain, a chilling realization flooding his heart. He was injured. But that was not the crux of the matter. No, why can't I control my emotions? Lingxing was gripped by terror. He had fallen victim. When? Lingxing's mind raced to recall. It seemed that the moment Ruanjin's figure had appeared, his mentality had begun to falter. What kind of method was this? Lingxing still could not comprehend. Yet, that did not prevent him from changing his mind. A fight to the death. What nonsense! The most important thing now was to escape. Thus, Lingxing altered his route of escape. He no longer charged towards Ruanjin, but redirected himself towards the shadow. Sima Menglan and Li Luo. Compared to Ruanjin's marvelous techniques, he would rather face the peculiar entity. What a pity. It seems I have also been somewhat crude, allowing you to regain your composure. Ruanjin's voice echoed from behind Lingxing, tinged with a hint of regret. Lingxing's hair stood on end. What sorcery is this? Is his speed truly that remarkable? Lingxing dared not look back. He feared that if he did, he would fall victim once more. Hence, Lingxing exerted all his strength to drive the blood-red sea above him, launching a relentless and indiscriminate assault behind him. Boom! Boom! Countless bolts of crimson lightning cascaded from the sky. The ground lay in ruins. Within a radius of several dozen miles, a profound silence began to pervade the air. Undoubtedly, if this continued, nothing would remain of the Nie family's territory. It is finished. At that moment, Sima Menglan suddenly spoke beside Li Luo. Li Luo nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Lingxing had been merely spinning in place. Though he claimed to be fleeing, he had not approached this side by even a fraction. Ruanjin's divine abilities had grown increasingly formidable, capable of influencing even golden core cultivators. Sima Menglan could not help but marvel inwardly. She refrained from voicing her thoughts, for Li Luo was still beside her. Moreover, the matter of divine abilities was a secret of Ruanjin. Huh? Why do I see my own body? At this moment, Lingxing's vision blurred for a moment, then gradually became clear. He finally discerned everything. It turned out he had never escaped. He had been engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the shadow all along. Ruanjin had not lifted a finger, standing in place with a smile, quietly observing his performance. Excellent. Truly worthy of being an assassin from Chitsai-Lo. To endure against such a peculiar entity for so long. Your strength warrants my use of divine abilities. Ruanjin remarked with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Lingxing's face filled with disbelief. Divine abilities? That is impossible. That is the exclusive domain of a Yuan Ing stage. Yet Lingxing quickly recalled something he had read in ancient texts long ago. It was rumored that at the Golden Core stage, one could potentially create a rudimentary form of divine abilities. Huh. So it turns out you are far more formidable than anyone could have imagined. This time, I have underestimated you. From the very beginning, when my first strike failed, I should have fled. I was arrogant. Only a head remained. Lingxing's face bore a cold smile. He believed himself to be cautious, yet deep down, he was exceedingly proud. When the assassination failed, he had opportunities to escape. Even when Sima Menglan unveiled the peculiar entity, he also had a chance to flee. Yet he did not do so. Why? Naturally, it was because he believed he would not falter. And now, he had directly lost his life. Gradually, the brilliance in Lingxing's eyes began to fade. Although Golden Core cultivators possess extraordinary vitality, being decapitated and separated from their body does not mean they cannot survive. But it was not Ruan Jin who had truly killed him. Chapter 69. Conceal 7 parts, reveal 3 parts. It will not disappear. What follows is indiscriminate slaughter. So Mulan spoke in the most composed tone, uttering the most terrifying words. The mysterious entity is indeed a formidable threat. Why did Ruan Jin arrive just now without taking action? It was simply out of fear that the entity would fixate on him. Thus, Ruan Jin merely harnessed the power of the entity, indirectly leading Lung Xing deeper into the lair of death. Li Luo furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there truly no way to resolve this?" This was his first encounter with a mysterious entity, and he was still unaware of the troubles it posed. "I will find a solution," explained Sima Menglan. "As long as we do not engage with the shadow, it will remain confined to this area." Li Luo suddenly comprehended. Although the shadow indiscriminately takes lives, it is constrained within certain boundaries. If Li Luo's deduction was correct, this range should be centered around that inky black mirror. "Hey, you two, we must leave now, or it will become exceedingly difficult to escape." Ruan Jin waved his hand from a distance. Li Luo and Sima Menglan hurriedly followed him, distancing themselves from that location. Sima Menglan did not disclose how she intended to resolve the situation, as it must be a highly significant secret. Li Luo, being perceptive, refrained from asking further questions. After all, following Sima Menglan would certainly lead to safety. The direction Ruan Jin led them and fortuitously encountered the family head, Nie Chonglu, and a group of Nie family's Golden Core elders. Clearly, they too had sensed the disturbances occurring nearby. The fluctuations caused by Golden Core practitioners were quite evident. A look of noticeable tension appeared on Nie Chonglu's face. After all, not long ago, the third elder Nie Yuan had perished within the family. Now, with the emergence of Golden Core fluctuations, was there yet another issue at hand? Fortunately, after Nie Chonglu summoned the family's Golden Core elders, he discovered that there had been no casualties, which relieved him greatly. Subsequently, they proceeded towards the source of the commotion, coincidentally meeting Ruan Jin, Li Luo, and Sima Menglan. "What has transpired?" Nie Chonglu inquired hastily upon seeing Ruan Jin. Ruan Jin smiled and, without hesitation, recounted the events. He did not ask Sima Menglan for specific details. Just seeing Lung Xing had already led him to many conclusions. The information shared with Nie Chonglu was all within his right to know. Upon hearing that Chi Kai Lu had sent Golden Core assassins into the Nie family, Nie Chonglu felt a chill run down his spine, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. He was well aware of the notorious reputation of Chi Kai Lu. He firmly believed that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would undoubtedly be no match for them. If that were the case, then this Golden Core assassin from Chi Kai Lu was the very one who had slain the third elder months prior. Truly despicable. The Nie family had not provoked them. So why had they taken the lives of their kin? Nie Chonglu felt increasingly vexed. Cultivating a Golden Core practitioner requires immense resources and time. If Chi refinement practitioners are akin to ants and foundation establishment practitioners to dogs, then Golden Core practitioners are tigers. Resources can be forcibly amassed to produce Chi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners, much like how Li Luo, despite his poor talent, managed to become a foundation establishment practitioner through sheer resource accumulation. At least, that was Nie Chonglu's perspective. However, Golden Core practitioners cannot be manufactured simply with resources. Time and innate talent are indispensable. If one lacks talent, then no matter how many years are spent, they will never comprehend the laws or condensed Dao patterns. Even with talent, one still requires extensive time to potentially condense Dao patterns. Previously, their family's most prodigious talent, Nie Feng, the eldest son of the third elder, was on the verge of condensing Dao patterns. Yet, he perished on the same day as the third elder. For the Nie family, this was an immense loss. Of course, Nie Chonglu was well aware that this assassin from Chi Kai Lu was likely targeting Sima Menglan or Ruan Jin. The Nie family had merely suffered an undeserved calamity. Ruan Jinjinren and Miss Menglan, are you unharmed? Though he felt quite displeased within, Nie Chonglu maintained a facade of politeness. After all, they were from the Sima family, a colossal entity that the Nie family could not afford to offend. The Sima family could easily crush them like ants with a mere flick of their fingers, being a millennia-old clan with Yuan-ing practitioners. In the entire Qingyun country, a Yuan-ing practitioner taking action would incur no reservations whatsoever. What? Are you suggesting that the strong cannot bully the weak? Is there no law anymore? My apologies. In Qing Yun country, the Yuan Ying practitioners embody the law. If you disagree, then strive to break through. Thus, Nie Lu dared not provoke Ruan Jin and Sima Menglan. As for Li Luo, well, he was mostly disregarded. Even if the Sima family wished to recruit Li Luo, Nie Lu could hardly be bothered. His sole desire was for these two from the Sima family to leave their vicinity as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, the consequences remained uncertain. After exchanging a few casual remarks, everyone parted ways. Li Luo returned to his home alone. The day's events left him in deep contemplation. It was not merely the Golden Core assassin Lung Xing or the mysterious entity that occupied his thoughts, but rather Ruan Jin's extraordinary capabilities. Based on what Ruan Jin had mentioned, it seemed to involve some form of divine ability. Do Golden Core practitioners possess such powers? Li Luo's mind was engrossed. In an instant, he activated the realm of 10,000 manifestations. Countless unusual phenomena coalesced before him. Moments later, he condensed the realm into his fists, an endless killing intent brewing within. According to Li Luo's calculations, with this punch, he could undoubtedly strike down the previous Lung Xing. Yet even so, this was merely an explosion of pure power, the most practical method he currently possessed. In comparison to Ruan Jin's mystical techniques, it still felt somewhat lacking. Divine abilities? Did they affect the opponent's perception? Li Luo recalled the scenes he had witnessed before, including Ruan Jin's fleeting shadow that traversed space, which was indeed astonishing. How could a Golden Core practitioner be so adept at spatial techniques? Not every Yuan Ying practitioner can master spatial techniques, at least according to what Li Luo learned from the library. No, if I cannot comprehend Ruan Jin's abilities, I must not reveal my own strength. Li Luo thought silently to himself. He was accustomed to revealing only a fraction of his power while concealing the majority. Should he expose his Golden Core prowess now, it would undoubtedly astonish the Nie family and grant him considerable advantages. Yet, doing so would risk his own safety. Chapter 70. Could it be that I truly guessed wrong? In Ruan Jin's estate, Sima Menglan sat opposite him. Regarding the recent encounter with Lung Xing, she articulated the details and the entire process with remarkable clarity. After listening, Ruan Jin appeared contemplative. Could it be that I have truly misjudged? The individual who killed the third elder of the Nie family months ago was not the concealed cultivator Li Luo, but rather that Lung Xing? Yet, what motive could the Chikai Lu have for assassinating the elder of the Nie family? Wasn't he there for Menglan? Ruan Jin found himself somewhat perplexed. Primarily, these two events seemed far too coincidental. Initially, Ruan Jin had suspected Li Luo to be the hidden Jindan cultivator within the Nie family. He possessed no tangible evidence, merely an instinct. His keen insight had indeed allowed him to perceive certain elements, albeit not extensively. Now, with the appearance of the Jindan assassin Lung Xing from Chikai Lu, coupled with Sima Menglan's testimony, it increasingly seemed that the third elder of the Nie family was indeed slain by Lung Xing. The only uncertainty remained their ultimate objective. Thus, he resolved to abandon the thought. Ruan Jin gently shook his head. He was a person of goodwill, one who would rarely delve deeply into matters he could not comprehend. After all, in this world, there exist numerous enigmatic phenomena. To speak of oddities, who dares claim to fully understand the essence of such strange entities? Even those at the Yuanying stage shun these peculiarities. How long until the Heijing can be reclaimed? At this moment, Ruan Jin turned to Sima Menglan, inquiring. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, approximately 2 years. This time, we have essentially liberated the Heijing entirely, making its retrieval exceedingly challenging. Very well. Then I shall remain by your side for these 2 years to prevent any complications, Ruan Jin stated. The utilization of strange entities cannot possibly come without a cost. In fact, the price is one of the rules governing these phenomena. Yet, it is a burden that ordinary individuals find difficult to accept, hence it is termed a cost. As the custodian of the Heijing, Sima Menglan knew how to reclaim this peculiar entity, employing methods that the Sima family had painstakingly developed at the cost of countless lives. By the way, there is something I wish to consult you about. Sima Menglan suddenly hesitated. Ruan Jin's eyes flickered as he remarked, You wish for that Nie family's son-in-law, Li Luo, to join our mission? You guessed correctly. Sima Menglan replied, somewhat taken aback. Ruan Jin chuckled. Upon hearing your recount of Lung Xing's assassination, I inferred your intentions regarding Li Luo. Indeed. Sima Menglan nodded. I genuinely wish for him to partake in our endeavor, for his talents warrant such an opportunity. Hearing this, Ruan Jin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, based on Sima Menglan's account, Li Luo's aptitude in the realm of spiritual flora was nothing short of astonishing. The ability to transform spiritual plants into intangible myths requires not only boundless imagination, but also commensurate skill. Otherwise, one might envision it, but can one execute it? Yet, Li Luo accomplished it. Such a spiritual plant master, Ruan Jin had never encountered even in the Central Plains. To apply celestial arts in combat and innovatively enhance spiritual flora. His talents were indeed exceptional. It seemed he truly deserved a place in their mission. After a brief moment, Ruan Jin continued with a smile. You are truly pushing him toward the abyss. Are you not aware of the perilous nature of our undertaking? But this is also his opportunity. Sima Menglan asserted resolutely. Though the realm of strange entities is fraught with danger, it also harbors abundant treasures. Furthermore, if he completes this task alongside us, he shall earn the right to join our Sima family and enjoy exceptional privileges. After all, anyone capable of unraveling the mysteries of strange entities will be highly regarded wherever they go. After her discourse, Ruan Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, individuals who could decipher strange entities are rare. Moreover, Li Luo had already encountered strange phenomena. It is worth noting that even Ruan Jin himself would not dare to engage with such entities. For one can never be certain of the hidden rules that might be contained within. These phenomena truly constitute a black box, incredibly perilous. Nevertheless, the Sima family could not afford to remain aloof. Failing to engage would only allow others to exploit them, although fraught with danger. The power contained within these strange entities is enough to compel many to take risks. In this undertaking, the true executor was not Ruan Jin, but Sima Menglan. He merely served as her protector, tasked with ensuring her safety. Thus, Sima Menglan's real intention in wanting Li Luo to join the mission was to find an assistant. Furthermore, Li Luo was already acquainted with part of the Heijing's rules, enabling effective cooperation with her. I agree to this matter. Ruan Jin nodded slowly. However, you must ascertain whether Li Luo will consent. If he declines, your efforts are in vain. He will agree, Sima Menglan stated with conviction. She believed that no one would refuse such a grand opportunity. Although danger and opportunity coexist, she was aware that Li Luo's treatment within the Nie family was rather lackluster. Therefore, she was confident in her ability to persuade him. After all, she had once been similarly convinced by the previous custodian of the Heijing. Individuals like them, lacking in talent, must take risks, unless one possesses the extraordinary ability to create a prototype of divine abilities. Like Ruan Jin, such prodigies need not venture into peril. Consequently, Sima Menglan swiftly sent a message to Li Luo, inviting him to visit Ruan Jin's estate. The two had already exchanged their respective communication artifacts. Upon receiving the message, Li Luo sighed. This woman is truly bothersome. He shook his head, for he had yet to practice his martial arts today. For him, training was of paramount importance. After all, through relentless practice, he could elevate his cultivation, integrating the power of the laws into his fists. If he could achieve this, even a fully realized Jindan would be no match for him. As for that previous Lung Xing, she was at most in the mid-Jindan stage. Cultivating in the Jindan realm is immensely challenging. Even that Jindan cultivator Ruan Jin, Li Luo did not believe had reached full Jindan perfection. Fine, I will go after all. After a moment's contemplation, Li Luo acquiesced. His primary interest lay in Ruan Jin's extraordinary abilities. If he could comprehend them, it might greatly enhance his own prowess. Thus, Li Luo arrived at Ruan Jin's estate. However, as soon as he arrived, Ruan Jin confronted him with an overwhelming presence. Ruan Jinjinren, what do you mean by this? Li Luo furrowed his brow. The immense pressure was indeed uncomfortable, yet he managed to endure it. The crucial matter was he did not employ any power beyond the foundation establishment stage, for he had already surmised the reason behind Ruan Jin's sudden display of authority. Indeed, in the next moment, Ruan Jin retracted his imposing demeanor. Haha, my apologies. I've overeaten today and found myself idle. He laughed heartily, feigning that it was merely a misunderstanding. Li Luo's expression revealed his displeasure, yet he refrained from saying much. Internally, However, he remained remarkably composed. Ruan Jin's prior action appeared to be a deliberate test of him. The Jin Dan cultivator lurking within the Nie family had already been exposed, namely, the cold star from the Kai Kai Lu. Consequently, it was only natural for everyone to attribute the death of the third elder to the cold star. Nevertheless, Ruan Jin harbored lingering doubts, prompting him to conduct such a sudden trial, even omitting to inform Sima Menglan in advance. As a result, throughout the entire encounter, Li Luo maintained his foundation establishment strength, which, while formidable, still failed to impress Ruan Jin. Thus, the possibility of Li Luo being in the Jin Dan realm significantly diminished in Ruan Jin's mind. Furthermore, the peculiarities surrounding Li Luo seemed merely related to his talent in spiritual plants, which appeared to be quite exceptional. As an apology, allow me to bestow upon you a favor, Ruan Jin stated with a smile. Sima Menglan, regaining her composure, recognized that this was the moment for serious discussion. Li Luo restrained his expression, acutely aware that Ruan Jin had summoned him for a significant matter. Otherwise, he could have simply conveyed it through the communication jade pendant. However, remote communication is not entirely secure. Do you understand why we have come to this remote southeastern region? Ruan Jin inquired. Li Luo silently cursed the riddle makers, shaking his head in honest ignorance. Are you aware of the concept of a Guijing? Ruan Jin continued. No, Li Luo shook his head once more, though he held suspicions in his heart. This Guijing was likely related to strange objects. Ruan Jin, not wishing to withhold any longer, explained. Most strange objects are birthed from Guijings, but the formation of Guijings remains unclear to us. Oh, Li Luo's response was rather indifferent, as it bore little relevance to him. Ruan Jin chuckled lightly, dismissing the significance of Li Luo's reaction. He was confident that once he revealed his intentions, Li Luo would surely be intrigued. He continued, our visit to the southeast and our stay at the Nie family is due to the existence of an unopened Guijing at the border between the Nie and Yang families. Li Luo was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that a Guijing would exist so close to the Nie family. Connecting this to the peril posed by strange objects, he could not help but feel as if he had been residing beneath a volcano, one that could erupt at any moment. But does the Nie family know of this matter? Li Luo asked. Ruan Jin smiled knowingly. They are undoubtedly aware, as is the Yang family. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the events of 5 years ago. With that, Ruan Jin recounted occurrences from 5 years prior. According to intelligence from the Sima family, both the Nie and Yang families suffered significant casualties. The cause of these casualties was self-evident. It was due to the unopened Guijing. The Nie and Yang families attempted to force their way inside, but alas, they suffered heavy losses and had no choice but to retreat empty-handed. Any Guijing, unless actively expanded or unsealed, is exceedingly perilous to breach. The amalgamation of various rules governing strange objects could very well cost one their life, not to mention that the Guijing itself harbors peculiar rules. Yet, the Nie and Yang families were excessively greedy, intent on further attempts. Thus, for years, they have been recruiting suitors. At this juncture, Li Luo found himself somewhat perplexed. What did this have to do with recruiting suitors? Sensing the confusion in Li Luo's eyes, Ruan Jin elaborated. In truth, 5 years ago, the Nie family did not emerge from that Guijing empty-handed. They happened upon a rule that allows children under the age of 10 to circumvent this rule. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Li Luo's spine. What did this imply? Could it be that the Nie family would send children into the Guijing? Such is the nature of this world, Ruan Jin remarked blandly. Ah, what a splendid world it is, Li Luo replied, his understanding of Ruan Jin's intentions becoming crystal clear. A cold smirk appeared on his face, clearly displeased. Ruan Jin continued, if you join us in the task of unraveling the Guijing, you will be able to protect your family. Although this mission is fraught with danger, the rewards are substantial. No, Li Luo declared, rising to leave. Now that he was aware of the Nie family's sinister plans, he had already formulated his own course of action. Just then, Ruan Jin interjected, do not be hasty. If you join us, there are many advantages, such as bringing your wife and children to join the Sima family. At that moment, Ruan Jin exuded confidence, a smile gracing his face, for the conditions he presented this time were evidently far superior to those he had proposed a year prior. However, Li Luo merely shook his head once more. No, I have no interest in such matters. With that, he turned and walked away. His refusal was not a personal affront to Ruan Jin, nor was it due to a lack of curiosity regarding the Guijing. If it were merely a matter of benefits, he would have readily agreed. However, the element of danger? That was a risk he was unwilling to take. Why would he jeopardize himself by venturing into a Guijing? He believed that as long as he continued to marry and have children, he would inevitably become the strongest in the world. Thus, he decided against any venturesome pursuits. Li Luo departed, disinterested in further persuasion from Ruan Jin. As Li Luo's figure faded from the estate, Ruan Jin was left utterly astonished. What had transpired? Why did he not acquiesce? Ruan Jin was left in a state of perplexity, while Sima Menglan also expressed regret. Only Li Luo felt utterly at ease. Now that he understood the Nie family's intentions, he could, in 5 years, leave the Nie family with his family without any burdens. In the courtyard outside the quiet room, Li Luo's mind was clear as he began to slowly swing his fists. An inexplicable rhythm enveloped his fists, and this practice he maintained daily without fail. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Over these 5 years, Sima Menglan had sought him out personally, hoping to persuade him. Yet, the grand conclusion was the master of 10,000 paths. So this was the essence of divine abilities. However, it differed somewhat from the method Ruan Jin had employed 5 years ago. A smile of joy graced Li Luo's face as he pondered deeply. What he had comprehended was, in fact, the essence of martial divine abilities. With a single punch, myriad laws shatter. Any rules of sorcery cannot withstand a single punch from him. As long as the power is sufficient, even the laws governing strange entities can be shattered. It may seem unreasonable, but in reality, it is quite logical. Theoretically speaking, as long as Li Luo possesses enough strength, he could indeed obliterate even the most ethereal of paths. This embodies the true principle of overwhelming force conquering myriad laws, such as the martial prowess he has comprehended. However, if his strength were inadequate, the task would become somewhat challenging. But fear not. Can strength truly pose a challenge to him? After 5 years, he has accumulated over 10,000 Fu Yuan points, which can finally be put to use. A faint smile graced Li Luo's lips as he silently chanted and opened the system marketplace. Within the marketplace, he exchanged all methods and resources related to the enhancement of pure physical strength in one breath. The 10,000 Fu Yuan points dwindled in an instant. He could distinctly feel a significant increase in his physical strength, perhaps around 30 times. This was the sensation Li Luo experienced. He clenched his fist, and with a resounding crack, the air was explosively compressed. Moreover, Li Luo had a premonition that, should he desire it, he could even shatter space with a single punch. This was rather astonishing. One must understand that the power to break space with a punch is likely beyond even the Yuan-ing realm's capabilities. After all, it seems that few exist in the Yuan-ing realm capable of annihilating space. Henceforth, Li Luo was confident in fully severing ties with the Nie family. Even if the Nie family sought the assistance of Ruan Jin, it would bear no fruit. For with his current strength, even if Ruan Jin and the Golden Pill Elders of the Nie family teamed up, he could easily take them all on. Sima Menglan's use of strange entities also could not significantly affect Li Luo. Martial prowess. The art of boxing transcends the divine. Li Luo's fists were now potent enough to shatter all laws, including the regulations of strange entities. It was nearly time. They were about to commence the unraveling of the strange realm. Li Luo took a deep breath. In recent days, he had sensed a distinctly palpable change in the atmosphere of the Nie family. Many hurried about, seemingly preparing for something. Others wept openly, their reasons for sorrow unknown. Yet, Li Luo's situation remained relatively normal. Given his unique status as a spirit plant master and his relationship with Sima Menglan, the Nie family had thus far refrained from troubling him. However, this was only a matter of time. Li Luo believed that the Nie family would not let him off easily, especially since he now had nearly 100 offspring. What does this signify? To be frank, Nie Lu was exceedingly envious. Thus, on this day, Li Luo had resolved to part ways with the Nie family and establish his own lineage. As Li Luo prepared to leave with his family, he did not attempt to conceal his intentions. With his current strength, he could walk unimpeded even in Qingyunghua. Given this, he no longer felt the need to be subservient. However, This infuriated Nie Lu, who immediately brought the Golden Pill Elders to block the path of Li Luo and his family. In response, Li Luo merely smiled. Yet, unexpectedly, Ruan Jin also arrived, urging him to delay his departure, suggesting it would be prudent to wait until the exploration of the strange realm concluded before leaving. Upon hearing this, Li Luo discerned Ruan Jin's true motives. Ruan Jin likely feared that unforeseen events might arise during the unraveling of the strange realm, thus intending to keep Li Luo's offspring within the Nie family. If the exploration proceeded smoothly, all would be well. However, if it did not, well, one could only speculate on what actions might be taken. Consequently, Li Luo disregarded Ruan Jin's counsel and resolutely decided to depart. Shortly thereafter, Nie Lu took action. It was the first time Li Luo witnessed Nie Lu make a move, and he was taken aback to discover that Nie Lu was in the late Golden Pill realm. This was quite formidable, for even Ruan Jin was merely in the late Golden Pill stage. Yet, during regular times, Nie Lu had shown such deference to Ruan Jin. It was evident that Nie Lu was playing the role of a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Now, as the strange realm was on the verge of opening, he understood the purpose of Ruan Jin's visit. Thus, Nie Lu intended to seize this opportunity to showcase his prowess by exploiting Li Luo's situation. Seeing this, Ruan Jin's eyes indeed reflected astonishment. Each minor stage within the Golden Pill realm marked a significant difference in strength. Being in the late Golden Pill realm, Nie Lu could fully integrate the power of laws into his spiritual energy. As he made his move, the very heavens seemed to change color, a truly terrifying sight. Just before the confrontation began, he continued to persuade Li Luo to abandon his departure from the Nie family. However, how could Li Luo possibly acquiesce? He merely shook his head. Thus, Nie Lu launched his attack. Subsequently, Li Luo countered. Ultimately, Nie Lu was severely injured by a single punch from Li Luo. Blood was spat forth. At that moment, all onlookers from the Nie family fell into a stunned silence. Ruan Jin's expression turned grave, while Sima Minglan was filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Li Luo was indeed at the Golden Pill stage. Moreover, he was not just any ordinary Golden Pill cultivator. After all, how many ordinary Golden Pill cultivators could knock out a late-stage Golden Pill cultivator with a single punch? In that instant, the other elders of the Nie family came to realize the truth. 5 years ago, the third elder Nie Yuan had not been slain by Lung Xing, but rather by Li Luo. Though they did not comprehend Li Luo's reasons for attacking, they were nonetheless convinced. Consequently, they implored Ruan Jin to take action. Ruan Jin acquiesced, primarily because he had begun to question Li Luo's identity, fearing he might be a representative of some force from the Central Plains. Immediately, Li Luo witnessed Ruan Jin's divine powers, or rather, merely the embryonic form of such powers. Genuine divine abilities could not be cultivated in the Golden Pill realm. Yet, Li Luo was an exception. His strength was drawn from the myriad realms of existence, allowing him to transcend boundaries. Thus, Li Luo unleashed his martial divine abilities. In that moment, Ruan Jin felt as though his very eyes might be blinded by the brilliance. An endless radiance, a single punch that forced Ruan Jin to retreat. This caught Li Luo somewhat off guard, for he had not succeeded in severely injuring Ruan Jin with a single blow. Clearly, Ruan Jin possessed some skill. Ruan Jin, now thoroughly astonished, pondered deeply and ultimately decided to abandon further opposition against Li Luo.